a slightly irreverent introduction. This game is astonishingly realistic. How is it that, while engaged in battle, my teammate's attire simply vanishes? What? You inquire if this game is serious. Of course it is. Bricklaying, errand running, scavenging, delivering express packages. The hardships that a company can offer are magnified here, akin to a supercharged 007 experience. Is there a game more realistic than this? Well, enough of the banter. The esteemed manager has summoned me for bricklaying duties. That individual stated that as long as we offer our utmost effort, next month, he will don an entirely new power suit, taking us to explore new maps and scavenge even more in the vast wasteland. A serious introduction. Upon traversing into the wasteland world, Chu Guang discovers that he has unlocked a shelter system that allows him to summon beings known as players from the world he left behind. From that day forth, the entire wasteland took on an irreverent demeanor. Chapter 1. Just how real is a 100 realistic game? How real is a 100 immersive game? On Earth, in a university computer lab. As he perused the group chat messages, Yiwei's mind conjured images not of the game, but of smooth, fair thighs and a sense of justice. To elaborate, it was reminiscent of his heavily modded Skyrim, where 200 mods had brought to life 100 meticulously crafted wives from a save file. Delving deeper into detail would be inappropriate, lest his account be banned. In the group chat, he went by the moniker the Adversary of Young Maidens, though his peers abbreviated it to Yi10 for brevity. It is literally real, visual, auditory, olfactory, tactile, gustatory. All sensations mirrored those of the real world. The time flow in the game corresponds to reality on a 1-to-1 ratio, with a time difference of approximately 12 hours. Furthermore, due to the technological principle of dream interference, playing the game is akin to sleeping. The individual typing these lines, known as Light, possessed a singularly serious username that clashed with the whimsical name of the group, the Cow and Horse Club, prompting the more humorous members to occasionally refer to him as Ultraman, Gaia, or even Brother Kai, or Awesome. Level 8 Gale Administrator. Is this some sort of fantasy setting? Laughs Endless Days Administrator. And it sounds rather dated, reminiscent of early web literature on virtual reality games. White Horse Passing Group Leader. Huh. Are you referring to wearing virtual reality headsets? I quite enjoyed those back in school. The Adversary of Young Maidens. To be fair, this kind of setting is quite unreasonable. Operators wouldn't strive for profit purely to please players. If it were truly 100 realistic, how would it showcase the superiority of the paying players? Everyone would be freeloading. Yiwei, who did not indulge in such novels, believed his 9 years of compulsory education set him apart rather than mere enjoyment. Reasonableness should be pursued. Thus, he preferred to delve into fantasy and supernatural genres. Endless Days. Bro, you're taking it too seriously. If we're discussing reasonableness, isn't it more logical for readers outside the story to derive pleasure rather than letting fictitious operators profit? Level 8 Gale. No nesting dolls allowed. The conversation swiftly veered off course. Though the Cow and Horse Club was a gaming group, such earnest discussions about games were rare, especially regarding a game that doesn't even exist, purely a figment of imagination. If such a game truly existed, would you all be willing to play? Gazing at the group chat, Yiwei chuckled and shook his head. Did that even require asking? The Adversary of Young Maidens. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? A 100 realistic game. Why not give it a try, you know? Humorous Level 8 Gale. 1. But regarding your setting, I still have some questions. If game time equates to sleep time, wouldn't applying this technology to work be more reasonable? White Horse Passing. Holy crap. Are you the devil? Endless Days. Then I suppose it'll just stick to sleeping. Rye Smile quit smoking. You guys aren't sleeping at this hour, you're dreaming in the chat. Laughing my head off. More and more people chimed in. Some, those silent, were intriguedly lurking. In a group of 200, active members usually number around 10 to 20, with occasional newcomers who have been lurking for over 2 years. The guy named Light, however, paid no heed, continuing to immerse himself in his own world. In fact, the company I recently joined is developing a fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG. The lively group chat fell momentarily silent, but soon, as if on cue, a flurry of messages erupted. Holy crap, is that for real? Impressive, brother. I almost believed it. That humorous Yi Wei found this individual's theatrics rather excessive. A fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG? 100 real? What nonsense, ASGL had remarked. If such a thing were to exist, would it even be utilized for gaming? Of course, he disagreed with its application in office settings. In his mind, if such extraordinary technology existed, it would undoubtedly be first employed in the military. How impressive it would be to train special forces. Light fell silent thereafter, merely tossing a URL into the chat. Yue clicked it and was surprised to find it directed to a game's official website. The site's design was rather lackluster, appearing as if they couldn't afford a graphic designer, with an empty page containing only 3 stark lines of text. 100 realistic virtual reality game Wasteland OL current reservation count. 0 reserve. Yes, no, Yue chuckled. Goodness, after all that build-up, it turned out to be an advertisement. He couldn't discern whether it was a scam or a phishing attempt. Nonetheless, the reservation count was indeed realistic, with no fictitious 8-digit online figures claiming even the likes of Jia Jia we were playing. All right, I'll see what you're made of. He clicked yes with the mouse. However, to his astonishment, the expected registration page did not appear aside from the reservation count changing from 0 to 1. Nothing else transpired. This wretched game doesn't even require account registration? This bizarre maneuver left Yue perplexed. He was unsure whether this constituted an advertisement. Had he been infected with a virus? That seemed unlikely. What era was this? Antivirus software was nearly obsolete, and could a mere click on a website's yes or no truly lead to a virus infection? Even in the university lab, he wasn't concerned about such a thing. Reservation count. 11 in the wasteland, within the residence hall of Shelter 404. Observing the numbers on the website's back end, Chu Guang exhaled a sigh of relief, releasing his tightly clenched grip on the mouse. Is this all it takes? The response he received was 2 lines of text that materialized before him. Task completed. Reward. A set of carbonated ballistic vests. Reward points. 5. The wall on one side of the room subtly vibrated, and as the curved alloy door opened, a black vest lay on the platform behind the door, but a conveyor belt delivered the vest. Chu Guang promptly rose from his chair and approached, picking up the vest. It was remarkably lightweight, with a texture reminiscent of silk pajamas, soft and delicate, making it hard to fathom that this item could withstand the impact of bullets. Title: Carbon Nano Bulletproof Vest. Description: effectively absorbs bullet kinetic energy, dispersing impact force within its durable limits, and resisting a degree of piercing and cutting damage. Durability: 100. Rewards obtained from the shelter system will be recorded in the inventory, accompanied by product descriptions and usage instructions. Chu Guang promptly removed his shirt and donned the vest snugly. Initially, it felt rather chilly, yet he quickly acclimated. At that moment, a cylindrical metallic object resting in the corner of the room emitted a monotonous electronic tone. Congratulations, Master. It appears you have completed your first task. Could you refrain from speaking so abruptly? Understood, Master. The robot, resembling a wastebasket, was named Xiao Qi. As the assistant to the administrator of Shelter 404, it technically bore no name, only the designation 777. However, Chu Guang found it cumbersome and decided to name it himself. As for who Chu Guang was and why he found himself in Shelter 404, that tale begins on a dark and stormy night. Chapter 2. Shelter 404. Chu Guang, male, age 26, had been raised by his grandfather after his parents divorced during his childhood. In his second year of university, his grandfather passed away, leaving him utterly alone. Fortunately, born in peaceful times, he managed to complete his studies while working part-time, eventually securing a job in sales. Due to his exceptional performance, he quickly gained his employer's favor, rising from a newcomer to a supervisor in no time. However, fate played a rather cruel joke on him about 5 months ago. He vividly recalls negotiating a $20 million contract with a client when his boss, in high spirits, indulged a bit too much at the banquet and collapsed. To make matters worse, he found himself lost in the wilderness. After wandering for 2 miles without encountering a soul, he was nearly devoured by a monstrous dog with 2 heads. Thanks to that grotesque creature, the sheer terror sent chills down his spine, and as he broke into a cold sweat, the alcohol in his system dissipated, prompting him to flee. Perhaps due to its unwieldy heads, the beast could not keep pace, howling in frustration before giving up. It was then that he realized his wallet and phone had vanished, and he was inexplicably clad in a tattered blue coat he had scavenged. Upon discovering a small puddle, he looked down under the moonlight and was astonished to find not only a change of attire, but an entirely different face. Unbeknownst to him, someone had knocked him out and altered his appearance, abandoning him in this desolate place. As he aimlessly wandered the wasteland, a wisp of smoke in the distance caught his attention. Determined to call for help, he sprinted towards the smoke, later reflecting on how fortunate he was to have stumbled upon a genuine survivor settlement. Had he encountered ruthless marauders, cannibals, or mutant tribes instead, he might have met a far grimmer fate. After engaging with the survivors residing there, Chu Guang gradually pieced together that this was no longer Huagua. He was not even on the earth he once knew. In this parallel world, a war 2 centuries prior had obliterated the fruits of civilization, leaving behind a wasteland littered with the remnants of humanity struggling to survive. And now was the year 2340. This marked the 211th year since the dawn of the wasteland era in 2129. Dazed, stunned, an indescribable fear enveloped him. After enduring a meager existence for 5 months, scraping by on scant rations while contending with mutated creatures and malevolent raiders, he had resigned himself to a bleak fate. Yet just hours ago, everything changed. Within the ruins of a derelict sanatorium, he stumbled upon the entrance to Shelter 404. To be precise, it was not he who discovered it, but rather the facility known as Shelter 40 that found him. A voice echoed in his mind, guiding him towards this place. When he approached the vicinity of the sanatorium, he suddenly realized this was the very location where he had first awakened in this world. Had he not wandered aimlessly, or if daylight had broken sooner, he might have found this refuge much earlier. Regardless, the long-awaited cheat had finally arrived 5 months late. Simultaneously, a brand new opportunity presented itself. This shelter seemed tailored for him, having awaited his arrival. From the moment he stepped through its doors, his identity transformed from a scavenger to the sole resident and administrator of Shelter 404. His singular task was to leverage the Earth's internet to recruit a group of beings referred to as players to work for him in this world. Indeed, this shelter's advanced technology not only connected to the parallel Earth's internet, but also boasted its own official website. Players who booked games would automatically receive a number and be registered in the administrator system's shelter resident directory. As the administrator, Chu Guang could assign game qualifications based on specific numbers. The system would, through a unique method, deliver gaming headsets to the players, who, upon wearing them, would connect to the cultivation pods within the shelter, awakening as clones.it was remarkably user-friendly and incredibly convenient. While there would be no penalties for inactivity, the rewards for task completion were utterly irresistible to Chu Guang. For instance, the bulletproof vest. Having endured 5 arduous months in the wasteland, he understood the paramount importance of such life-saving gear. Moreover, the points awarded as task rewards were invaluable, redeemable for prizes labeled as mystery boxes within the administrator allowance page. Purchasing a basic mystery box required 1 reward point, while intermediate boxes cost 10 points and advanced ones 100 points. According to the Shelter 404 Administrator System explanation of the Administrator Allowance feature, the contents of the mystery boxes varied in type and quantity, ensuring some form of reward without the dreaded thank you for participating scenario. The tier of the mystery box determined the minimum guaranteed reward. For instance, a basic box would at least yield food supplies, an intermediate box would guarantee medicine, and an advanced box could produce weapons. As for the possibility of a basic box yielding intermediate rewards, the system provided no clarification, but one could surmise the odds were exceedingly slim. As Chu Guang pondered whether to expend his 5 points entirely on basic boxes or save for a weapon with 100 points, the wastebasket in the corner spoke again. Master, a new task has been updated in your administrator log. Please review it at your earliest convenience. Damn it, who is the real master here? Casting a disdainful glance at the corner, Chu Guang set aside the mystery box conundrum and focused on the administrator system. Soon, a pale, blue holographic screen projected onto his retina. Administrator log task. The activation conditions for Shelter 404 have been met. The first batch of containments has been confirmed for delivery, requiring at least 1 player to log into the game. Type: Main mission, reward, active material extractor. Task: prepare a generator with a power output exceeding 10 kilowatts. Type: side mission. Reward: 100 reward points. What the hell? 100 reward points. After reviewing the tasks in the administrator log, Chu Guang found himself utterly captivated. However, what piqued his interest even more was the reward associated with the main storyline task. The active material extractor. What exactly is its purpose? Active material is the essential resource for crafting clones, and there should be a manual or something similar that explains its usage, replied Xiao Qi. As an AI assistant, Xiao Qi was aware that its knowledge was rather limited. Currently, Chu Guang's access permissions only permitted him to reach the B1 level of the shelter. Unlocking other floors would require the completion of main storyline tasks. It is worth noting that any attempt to forcibly breach the structural integrity of the shelter to illegally access other levels would result in a disruption of the shelter's power. An air exchange systems. This warning had been implanted in his mind when he first entered the shelter through the shelter system. However, even without this caution, Chu Guang doubted he would engage in such foolishness as dismantling his own home. After all, where would he reside if he tore this place down? Furthermore, dismantling a shelter designed to withstand strategic-level nuclear strikes, which embodies the pinnacle of pre-war technology, would not be an easy feat. Forget nuclear bombs, he didn't even possess a firearm. All right, I think I have a grasp on this, he concluded. In essence, the active material was akin to a revival coin, a resource consumed by players to resynthesize clones. Presently, the B1 level housed 100 cultivation pods, all in an activatable state, presumably equipped with 1 unit of active material to support the initial synthesis of clones. According to the system's one machine, one number protocol, Chu Guang could summon up to 100 players in the form of clones to this world. Of course, he was acutely aware that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Firstly, the official website for Wasteland OL had no traffic. Most people, upon hearing the phrase 100 authentic immersive virtual reality game, would either dismiss it as a hoax or consider it a deceptive ploy. After all, such technology did not exist in reality. Even self-media could not fabricate such absurd claims. Secondly, even if he had successfully coaxed 11 players to make reservations, he could not be certain that all 11 would heed his instructions. The initiative to enter and exit the game rested solely with the players themselves. His authority was limited to forcibly ejecting disruptive players, banning their login permissions, and revoking their gaming qualifications. He could not compel them to don their headsets and log into his system. Therefore, the selection of individuals for game qualifications, particularly the first batch of closed beta testers, required utmost caution. It was better to have fewer participants than to create chaos. Otherwise, it would only invite trouble upon himself. Moreover, the conditions in this wasteland dictated that having more people was not necessarily advantageous at this juncture. Each additional person meant another mouth to feed. He was already impoverished, barely able to sustain himself, let alone care for 100 additional individuals. Even if he possessed the means to activate all 100 cultivation pods, it would merely provide sustenance for the mutants and raiders. Beyond that, it served no purpose. After contemplating the situation calmly for a considerable time, his thoughts gradually crystallized. Logging back into his QQ account, Chu Guang proceeded to open the gaming group titled Neoma Club, creating a discussion group with the group leader and 3 administrators. He then typed out a message. Please send me the refresh numbers from the official website when you made your reservations. There are only 4 closed beta qualifications, and I would prefer to allocate them to those I know I'll apply to the company to see if I could deliver the qualifications in-game. Helmets directly to you. These were former teammates he had frequently played games with, so it felt natural to extend a helping hand. The most critical aspect was that Chu Guang could not think of any acquaintances in reality. To turn, he could only rely on these online friends with whom he had some rapport, despite never having met them in person. Relatives? After his grandfather's passing, he had not been in touch for years. If the police had not notified them, they might not even be aware of the loss. Landlord? At this moment, they were likely demanding rent from him. Classmates? He had lost contact with them after graduation. Colleagues? They probably thought him unlucky. Chu Guang realized they had already deleted him. Moreover, even if they had not deleted him, Chu Guang could not message them, as he had been inebriated at the time. Sending messages from the deceased to the living was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. In contrast, these online acquaintances were undoubtedly the best option. They did not know him in the real world. Even if he had not logged in for 5 months, they would not overthink it. Bai Ju Guoshi. Impressive big shot. Bat Jita Quang Feng. Awesome. Lai Ri Fong Chong. 666. Show Nu Gong Di Shi Ci. Absolutely. Brother, invincible. Awaiting your game, helmet. Humorous. Chu Guang continued typing, issuing a warning. However, I must clarify that the devices are merely lent for your use. Please do not misplace or dismantle them, as I would be unable to explain to the company. Additionally, the devices will be bound to the user's identity information. In principle, each device can only register one account and can only be used by one individual. While he termed a warning, he was not particularly worried about the players disregarding the rules. According to the system, the helmet would recognize the player's identity information, rendering it unusable by anyone other than the designated player. As for the devices, he had no need to fret over that. Since the system could deliver the helmets to the players, it would undoubtedly have a solution for after-sale service, which was beyond his concern. Lai Ri Fong Chong. Is there a fee? Lai Ri Fong Chong. 6666. I've sent you my number privately. Please send me one. Bai Ju Guoshi. Impressive, impressive. Ha, give me one too. If what you say is true, I'll live stream doing a handstand. Bajita Quang Feng. Haha. We'll support you. Show Nu Gong Di Shi Ci. Humorous.jpg. Although these four individuals clearly did not believe his assertions, nor did they trust that such a fully immersive virtual reality game truly existed, they still cooperatively shared their numbers with a playful attitude. After receiving the numbers, Chu Guang did not hesitate. He immediately summoned the management system, located the shelter resident directory, and marked issue game qualifications. Next to the four numbers, the synthesis of clones in the cultivation pods would take 3 days. He hoped that more people would notice their official website, and it would create a sensation that would provide him with greater options. Master, haven't we already had 11 players reserve on our official website? Why are you only issuing 4 qualifications? Noticing the activated cultivation pods in the adjacent room, Xiao Qi expressed confusion. Because we do not need that many for now, he closed the shelter resident directory and subsequently opened the management subsidy page within the system, allocating all 5 reward points to the beginner blind box. Accumulating points for a high-level blind box was meaningless. The reward for Task 2 was directly 100 points, so 5 points were inconsequential. The pale blue holographic screen shimmered, and one side of the room trembled gently. With a soft click, the alloy door of the delivery port opened. Gazing at the item resting on the platform, Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback. This is the blind box? It appears to be. He steadied himself and remarked, I had expected the prize to be at least encased in a box. Xiao Qi attempted to provide an explanation. Perhaps the blind box is merely a concept? Yet, what purpose does a blind box serve if it does not require unwrapping? Why not simply call it a lottery? Fixated on the rewards traveling along the conveyor belt, Chu Guang remained silent for a moment. I understand the reasoning. But why is it that I clearly exchanged for 5, yet only 4 have arrived? Chapter 3. Is this guy for real? Well, it turns out that I was mistaken. The rewards from the blind box indeed comprise 5 items. The system did not engage in the unscrupulous act of withholding equipment, nor is there any notion of thank you for your patronage. However, the 5th prize was overshadowed by the other 4. Before Chu Guang lay a vacuum-sealed package containing 100 grams of compressed biscuits and 3 lollipops, each weighing 25 grams, with flavors of apple, banana, and mango. Additionally, there was a note. The packaging of the compressed biscuits was intact, showing no signs of bulging. Although the expiry date and production date remained a mystery, it was unlikely to be harmful. This item was indeed a treasure. The calorie count on the ingredient list read 500 kilocalories, sufficient to satiate one's hunger whether consumed dry or boiled into a porridge. As for the lollipops, while they boasted a fair amount of calories, they offered no substantial satiety. Nonetheless, for someone as impoverished as Chu Guang, who was on the verge of gnawing on tree bark, this was quite satisfactory. It must be said that this system was exceedingly stingy. Did it fear that he might eat too well, thus presenting him with such meager offerings? Standing beside the delivery outlet, Chu Guang stowed the food in his backpack and then picked up the note that had been dispatched by the conveyor belt, unfolding it for a glance. It bore some words inscribed in the language of this world. What creature in this world is more suited to be a chump than a player? They are not only imbued with an insatiable curiosity, but also brimming with enthusiasm, facing challenges head-on without despairing at their current predicaments. Of course, The most crucial aspect is that they can even consider issues from the operator's perspective, assisting the operator in harvesting themselves. Packaging this device as a game is sheer genius. The original administrator of Shelter 404. Please place this note in the 5th primary blind box. It's an Easter egg for my successor, Chu Guang. To be honest, he felt not an ounce of joy at receiving this Easter egg. Instead, he was somewhat speechless. However, what did device mean? Xiaoqi, what is it, master? Do you know the original administrator? I do not. My main program was only activated upon your entry into the shelter. According to the records in the shelter's database, the previous administrator relinquished operational authority over a century ago. Chu Guang continued to inquire. Which year specifically? January 1st, 2157. The war concluded in 2129, leading humanity into the Wasteland Era, meaning 2157 is the 28th year of the Wasteland Era. That places it 183 years ago. Chu Guang had always been sensitive to numbers, particularly significant information like this, which he would remember with ease. Thus, it meant that the original administrator, 183 years prior, invented a device capable of projecting consciousness from parallel worlds into clones, packaging it as a game. But for some reason, it had never been utilized, correct? Perhaps due to the nuclear winter. Or maybe other factors prevented the shelter from meeting the activation conditions. Regardless, those from a century ago should have long since passed. Xiaoqi remarked. That seems plausible. What was his name? The original administrator. Chu Guang suddenly grew curious about his identity. The creator of such macabre yet ingenious settings might not necessarily be a genius, but the one who, after the decline of civilization, single-handedly invented such remarkable technology could only be described as extraordinary. The notion of projecting consciousness from parallel worlds into clones as vessels was beyond Chu Guang's comprehension. Such advanced technology was akin to magic in his eyes. I do not know. The existing database contains no detailed information about him. Perhaps it was deleted? Forget it. Asking you is futile. Chu Guang felt a tinge of disappointment but did not succumb to discouragement. Currently, the shelter had only unlocked to level B1. With the continuous progression of tasks, the secrets buried within the shelter would eventually reveal themselves in full. He casually tucked the note into the drawer of his desk and tightened the straps of his backpack. Noticing his actions, Xiaoqi, crouched in the corner, asked, Master, are you leaving? Her tone, devoid of inflection, sounded rather pitiful. This dilapidated place, labeled a shelter, had no food or drink. Chu Guang was left with merely a small piece of bread and half a bottle of water, alongside the recently acquired compressed biscuits and lollipops. This meager supply would not last beyond 3 days. He had a modest dwelling at a nearby survivor settlement, stocked with some supplies and tools. This would become his new base of operations. By the way, Xiaoqi, what is it, master? I need you to assist me with a task. After a brief pause, Chu Guang continued, our official website is too rudimentary. I need you to add a forum feature and a database, a pictorial guide. Is that feasible? In essence, he wished for players to gain a deeper understanding of the game. Relying solely on verbal persuasion to entice players was rather challenging, at the very least. Superficial efforts had to be made. Certainly, you possess editing rights for the official website. Aside from the game reservation page, you can add subpages or modify existing ones. Excellent. I leave it in your capable hands. Leave it to me. Xiaoqi seemed pleased with the task entrusted to her, even increasing the volume of her speaker by half a decibel. Of course, this might merely be Chu Guang's interpretation. After contemplating, he stated, at the latest, within 3 days. If all goes smoothly, perhaps by tomorrow evening. In the present world, the Bull and Horse Club group. The member known as Guang had shared a link and then vanished. It was unclear whether he had logged off or was merely lurking in the shadows. Jiayan, is this guy for real? This Jiayan was also a frequently active member of the group, albeit not a moderator. By Zhu Guoxi. After you completed the reservation, he created a small group and added several of us group moderators. Scratching head. As the group owner, Bai Zhu, she was naturally part of that small group. Upon hearing this, the group members erupted into excitement. What the hell? A conspiracy. Do you know what company that Brother Guang works for? I want to report him for collusion. Humorous, stop talking nonsense. What company? Last year, a VR company went bankrupt, and their owner ended up incarcerated. The current trend is no longer VR. Keep your voices down. Brother Guang might be eavesdropping. Humorous. What on earth does he want? Just to make a joke? Who knows, perhaps he aims to direct you brothers to a betting website. Then reap the harvest when the numbers swell. I have a feeling this guy is up to no good. Just kick him out. The conversation gradually spiraled into uncomfortable territory, even escalating to personal attacks. Yue frowned, ready to interject, when he saw the group owner stepping in to rein things in. All group members muted. By Zhu Guoxi. Everyone, let's not behave this way. The new member may not know Guang. He's actually a decent guy. Just a bit lacking in marksmanship, somewhat blind, and not particularly skilled, but otherwise fine. Group muted lifted, with the group owner and moderators speaking up. The members respected their authority and swiftly shifted topics, soon veering off into discussions about the European Cup. Yue, uninterested in sports, particularly football, glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of the screen. It was now 1800 hours, coinciding perfectly with mealtime. After uploading his unfinished assignment to the cloud, Yue pushed back his chair and rose, descending to the cafeteria to order a portion of spicy chicken fried rice, which he savored with delight. Delivery? Hey, wait, what did you buy? What is this large item? His dormitory mates gathered around, with two others drawn to the commotion. They were all well-mannered individuals, their curiosity piqued by Yue's purchase. I didn't buy anything. Who sent this? The three roommates exchanged glances. I didn't notice. Neither did I. I just want to pick up takeout. Hey, this is strange. Typically, deliveries were left at the dormitory's parcel station. But today it was brought directly to him. What was even more peculiar was that Yue hadn't specified his seat number in the online shopping address. Are today's delivery personnel really that impressive? Upon opening the cardboard box, he discovered a helmet inside. Its design resembled a motorcycle helmet, coated in black paint. Appearing rather unremarkable, the most distinguishing feature was its lack of a front face. Once worn, it completely obscured his vision. At first glance, Yue even thought it resembled a pot. What is this? A friend from the adjacent table picked up the helmet, tried it on, then removed it, bewildered, and handed it back to Yue. Ask me? Who should I ask? Is it really a pot? Yue, equally perplexed, attempted to fit the helmet onto his head. The world around him faded to darkness. However, just as he was about to remove it, a beam of soft blue light suddenly pierced through the obscurity, illuminating his retina. Waiting for game activation. 71 hours, 19 minutes. Could this be the game helmet? Incredible. Is the shipping speed truly this rapid? Yue was left utterly dumbfounded. Did you all not see that? Removing the helmet, he turned to his roommate who had just worn it. Yet, that roommate looked just as baffled. What did you see? Yue hurriedly exclaimed, the countdown. It says waiting for game activation. What? This thing is also a gaming device. Step aside. Lu, your eyesight is poor. Let me take a look. Another roommate donned the helmet, but after a while, he too removed it, just as confused as the previous wearer. Nothing here. Let me try. One by one, all three roommates took turns trying the helmet, and without exception, they saw nothing. They exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. Brother. Yue replied, what? Perhaps you should visit a hospital? Get lost. Yue cursed, snatching the helmet back, defying his disbelief as he placed it on his head once more. The small blue text appeared as expected. Waiting for game activation. 71 hours, 17 minutes. The countdown had progressed by 2 minutes. Moreover, he suddenly realized that no matter how he turned the helmet, the countdown remained fixed in the center of his vision, even when he closed his eyes. Yue removed the helmet, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Is this really a ghost? Chapter 4. Chu Guang and the Lollipop 2 centuries ago. To be precise, in the year 2125, a devastating war erupted on this once thriving planet. The conflict lasted merely 3 years. Yet it was sufficient to obliterate everything on the surface. A protracted nuclear winter nearly extinguished the flickering flame of civilization. Both sides succeeded in sending each other to hell, as well as burying themselves in the process. Thus began an era of desolation, more severe than the Great Depression, known as the Wasteland Epoch. The rampant proliferation of nuclear, biological, and even genetic weapons caused the planet's ecosystem to evolve towards extreme forms. The so-called aberrant species, the mutants, emerged as a primary threat faced by the survivors struggling amidst the ruins. For instance, upon Chu Guang's arrival in this world, he encountered a two-headed wolf dog, one such aberration. However, even among these aberrant beings, there exists a hierarchy of strength. Mutants like the two-headed hyena, deformed by gamma radiation, typically possess low combat capabilities, often weaker than their pre-mutated state, barring a few fortunate exceptions. In stark contrast, creatures such as the devourers and crawlers, mutated by biological weaponry to the point of losing all trace of their ancestors, are true monsters born for slaughter. Their nervous systems are ravaged by parasitic fungi, leading them to hide in ruins, sewers, or subways during daylight, only venturing out to forage under the cloak of night. Conditions in the suburbs are markedly better than in the city, especially in the far outskirts. In the past 5 months, the most dangerous mutant Chu Guang encountered was merely a mutated brown bear. Although it possessed formidable strength, its reaction time was relatively sluggish. Chu Guang carefully avoided it before it noticed him. The faint morning light filtered through the shattered concrete walls, casting shadows with debris and remnants of steel upon the streets littered with wrecked vehicles and rubble. The time was now 8 in the morning, approximately 12 hours behind the East 8 time zone of the current world. Observing 2 mutated hyenas prowling the streets, Chu Guang gripped the sharpened pipe in his hand and cautiously maneuvered behind the ruins. Moreover, these creatures are cunning, even employing their own kind as bait. One could only speculate how many lurked in the shadows of the adjacent debris. As he traversed the dilapidated neighborhood along a narrow path, Chu Guang finally breathed a sigh of relief upon spotting the sign for the Bet Street Children's Playground. Ahead lay one of the larger survivor enclaves in the vicinity, housing over 100 families. Before the war, this area had been a vibrant amusement park, filled with numerous attractions and a vast expanse of grass. After the conflict, the military designated it as a temporary refuge, sheltering countless citizens fleeing from the urban chaos of Springwater City. The fate of those refugees remains unknown. However, over 2 centuries later, this place has evolved into a small town. The inhabitants constructed makeshift shelters from discarded plastic sheets, canopies, wood, and metal frames on the barren, muddy ground, reminiscent of structures from a bygone era. The amusement park's walls serve as a natural barrier, and after rough repairs, they are fortified with barbed wire and wooden planks adorned with nails. At the heart of the park stands a 5-story classical castle, exuding a fairy tale ambience. Yet, the paint has long since peeled away, and the wall facing the city center has crumbled significantly, leaving only the northern half intact alongside a precariously leaning solitary tower. Even in its dilapidated state, this building remains the most opulent structure on Bet Street and also serves as the mayor's residence. Despite residing here for 5 months, Chu Guang has yet to encounter the mayor, a figure shrouded in mystery who seldom makes public appearances. As Chu Guang approached the corner of the street, the elderly Walter, smoking a pipe, squinted and exhaled a puff of murky white smoke from his nostrils. He held a double-barreled shotgun, seemingly aged yet undeniably powerful. Chu Guang had witnessed the old man fell a rampaging mutated brown bear that charged towards the entrance of Bet Street with just 2 shots. Since then, he had yearned to possess a firearm of his own. Having lingered outside throughout the night, Walter glanced at the sharpened pipe strapped to Chu Guang's back, raising an eyebrow in surprise. No one knows better than he the perils of the night. Each time he works the night shift, his finger remains poised on the trigger. Even the slightest rustle sends his nerves into a heightened state of alert. Although the mutants in the outskirts are not as perilous as those in the urban areas, numerous marauders eye this territory hungrily. Falling into their clutches would be little better than succumbing to the mutants. Walter harbored doubts that this young man had managed to survive a night in the wasteland with nothing more than a steel pipe. An accident occurred, but Chu Guang offered no explanation, merely casting a weary glance at Walter, inviting him to infer. He then proceeded through the entrance of the enclave. Beneath the roll-up door lay an eternally inaccurate vintage electronic scale, accompanied by a sign proclaiming fair prices with no deception. This establishment belonged to the mayor and served as the only place on Bet Street to purchase discarded parts and mutated moleskins, to monopolize the scavenging trade. The authoritarian leader had even enacted a law prohibiting individuals from selling their catches or salvage debris to passing merchant caravans. The rationale was to ensure that the goods in Bet Street could fetch reasonable prices, rather than being shamelessly exploited by cunning traders. The acceptance of such arbitrary rules can be partially attributed to the ignorance of the survivors here. Generally, merchants would not risk offending this dictator by purchasing the meager supplies from the scavengers. They only engage in substantial transactions, dealing exclusively with trusted individuals. Sell or buy. The proprietor, an elderly man named Charlie, around 50 years of age, was said to have once resided in a refuge in a distant province before being captured and enslaved. Eventually, the mayor purchased him from a certain slave owner, assigning him the task of dealing with scavengers. Most residents here are native wastelanders, lacking education and possessing a poor grasp of mathematics, so poor that they might miscalculate basic addition or subtraction within 100. Charlie, however, was different. He emerged from a refuge, While no two shelters in this wasteland are entirely alike, one commonality exists. Those who resided within were invariably the elite of pre-war society. Their children inherited not only their parents' intelligence but also received a quality education since the Enlightenment. Had the world not descended into chaos, he might have followed in his father's footsteps to become an engineer, doctor, or scholar, rather than tallying accounts here. Without further ado, Chu Guang retrieved 6 used batteries and 5 tubes of adhesive from his backpack, placing them on the scales tray. He had scavenged these items from the debris near the ruins of Shelter 404 prior to discovering it. Old Charlie picked up the batteries, casually inspecting their types and checking for bulging or damage before tossing them onto the scale. The quality is acceptable. Most of the refuse in this area has been thoroughly picked over. Where did you procure these good items? Good items? Chu Guang replied, luck, I suppose. Oh, I was merely inquiring. The batteries are decent, but the adhesive is of ordinary quality. The seal has been broken, and the contents are likely a mess. I can only offer you half the value, 3 tokens in total. Chu Guang did not haggle, accepting the 3 white tokens from him. This metallic-hued plastic coin is the currency issued by Giant Stone City, the largest survivor settlement in Clear Spring City, and it can be exchanged for food and supplies in most survivor enclaves of the region. The face of the chip displays its denomination, while the reverse features unique anti-counterfeiting codes and engravings that shimmer under sunlight. This currency boasts numerous advantages, including heat resistance, ease of preservation, and high recognizability. Most crucially, it is nearly impossible to replicate with the technology available in the post-war era. In smaller survivor settlements like Better Street, which have limited populations and no industrial capabilities, trade primarily occurs with the merchant caravans from Giant Stone City, exchanging agricultural products, hunted game, and scavenged refuse for essential goods and even weapons. Naturally, this currency has found its way into circulation within Better Street. However, it is not always reliable. If a caravan fails to arrive 1 month, the market prices within the enclave can spiral out of control. The mayor has attempted to introduce a local currency in the form of accounting tickets, but unfortunately, no one recognizes them. Even the survivors of Better Street understand that those slips of paper are no more useful than scrap paper. Need to buy something? The store just received a new shipment from Giant Stone City. Got any guns? Well, no, and even if we did, you couldn't afford one. Old Charlie chuckled as he watched Chu Guang turn to leave. However, we do have some food and fuel. If I were you, I would buy some before prices rise. Firearms, even the cheapest variety, are hard to come by in a place like Better Street. Even if a merchant caravan occasionally passes through with weapons, those arms typically end up in the mayor's own stockpile, never displayed on the shelves for public selection. As Charlie mentioned, even if such items were available, scavengers like them could scarcely afford them. Chu Guang understood the implications of Charlie's words. As a well-educated resident of the shelter, Charlie could not overlook the fact that all survivors living in Better Street, be they scavengers or hunters, are thoroughly exploited by the mayor's family. Even though the mayor has never personally reached into their pockets to seize even a single chip, the exploitation is palpable. Food and fuel prices are set to rise, Charlie remarked with a faint smile, noticing the surprise on Chu Guang's face. Haven't you noticed? It's been cooling down lately, and the aberrants outside are starting to stir. Chu Guang furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before a thought struck him. Winter is coming? I remember you only arrived here 5 months ago. You might not have witnessed it, but at this time of year, temperatures usually begin to drop steadily. This year, winter may arrive earlier. Perhaps even snow in October. With that, Charlie paused momentarily before adding, winter is approaching. Both humans and aberrants must prepare in advance. When Chu Guang first came to Better Street, he wore a blue coat, which led Charlie to regard him as a shelter resident, thus affording him some consideration. While this consideration never manifested in transaction prices, the old man did offer Chu Guang valuable advice, enabling him to adapt more swiftly to life in the wasteland. I understand. Thank you. Chu Guang nodded earnestly. No need for thanks, Charlie replied with a faint smile, just don't die on me. It was early September now, and if snow were indeed to fall in October, Chu Guang had barely over a month to prepare. For survivors in this region, snowfall is far from a cause for celebration. It signifies not only the need for food, but also an increase in fuel expenses. Most inhabitants survive by scavenging and hunting, with nearby farms only requiring labor during harvest season. In winter, scavenging becomes exponentially more challenging. No one can predict whether what lies buried in the snow is a reusable part or the fangs of a mutated rat. Moreover, Animals like deer and rabbits, which provide meat, will reduce their activity or even hibernate for the season. Worst of all, once winter sets in, merchant caravans cease their visits. Even if one were to discover valuable items, they could only be stored at home until the spring thaw, or one might risk a trek to Giant Stone City, the largest survivor settlement in Clear Spring City, where markets remain open even in winter. However, the city is located on the outskirts of Clear Spring's Third Ring Road, adjacent to the Northern District, and the journey is fraught with countless dangers. To attempt to walk there, especially in temperatures that can plummet to -10 degrees Celsius, would be akin to courting death. In truth, the shelter he occupied was more akin to a makeshift hut, barely capable of keeping out the rain, lacking even a proper window or door. Until yesterday, he had contemplated gathering some cement and PVC boards to seal the drafty walls before winter's arrival. However, it now seemed unnecessary. He fished out a rusty aluminum can from his moldy sleeping bag, struggled to pry it open, and poured the plastic coins within onto the rickety wooden table. A total of 47 white chips, each valued at 1 point. Adding the 3 chips in his possession, he had exactly 50 points. This money had been painstakingly saved, bit by bit, with the hope of one day escaping this wretched place and moving to the more favorable Giant Stone City. However, now he had new plans for this wealth. Why rely on others when he could establish his own independence? The ruins of the sanatorium above the shelter could be repurposed, and the surrounding walls, which were made of concrete, offered potential as well. If he could enlist some players to gather materials nearby, the repairs should not prove overly difficult. The wetland park adjacent to the sanatorium made collecting metal scraps somewhat inconvenient, but the surrounding foliage was relatively lush, ensuring that fuel for warmth would not be in short supply. Additionally, wood could be utilized for building repairs and furniture making. An axe? Yes. He would need to purchase 4 axes. Battling monsters and leveling up? Not a chance. It's been established that this is a thoroughly immersive hardcore game. Thus, it is essential to start with the most fundamental tasks. Shovels and saws are also indispensable tools. Before the players even log in, Chu Guang had already devised how to allocate their tasks. Naturally, aside from work tools, the most critical element is sustenance. Once the cultivation pod is activated, it will immediately consume the active substances pre-stored within to create clones for the player's use. These clones require nourishment. While the clones can rest within the cultivation pod at a low metabolic rate when players are offline, they cannot remain dormant indefinitely. The immutable truth of existence is that one must eat to live. At the very least, sufficient provisions for 5 adults for a week must be stocked. If calculated at 2 meals per day, with each meal consisting of 1 flatbread, that amounts to 70 flatbreads. Flatbreads are the most common food in Better Street, with 1 point of currency yielding 2 flatbreads. Each flatbread is roughly the size of a palm, with a tough, gritty texture akin to sand-laden earth. However, it fills the stomach and provides a modicum of salt. When boiled, it can also be made into a porridge. To acquire 70 flatbreads would require 35 points. Even with haggling, a minimum of 30 points is unavoidable. This meant that his budget would fall short, causing Chu Guang to furrow his brow. Yet, he quickly relaxed again. He realized he had been overthinking the issue. There was no need for those players to dine too lavishly. If one were to substitute the flatbread with its raw ingredients, specifically the green wheat produced by nearby farms, one could procure a full kilogram for merely 3 tokens. Stockpiling 5 kilograms would suffice for 2 weeks of sustenance for himself. As for the rest, solutions could be devised in due course. For the time being, it would be prudent to prepare these provisions. After stowing the allocated tokens into his backpack, Chu Guang hoisted it back onto his shoulders. Despite having endured a sleepless night, he felt an exhilarating surge of energy, as though he had rediscovered the essence of life, completely devoid of fatigue. Upon pushing the door open and stepping outside, he noticed the neighbor's little girl, Yu Xiaoyu, crouched at the entrance of the adjacent shed, observing him with curiosity. Chu Guang recognized her name. She was the youngest daughter of the Yu family. Survivors in this wasteland were typically gaunt, and Yu Xiaoyu was no exception, her spindly arms and legs making it hard to fathom that she was of marrying age. Noticing Chu Guang's attention, she showed no shyness and stepped out from her home. I heard some commotion at your place, so I came to see. Each dawn, the men of Better Street would venture out to scavenge or hunt, while the elderly, women, and children generally remained at home to guard their dwellings or engage in tasks that could yield some income. Although everyone was destitute, perpetually teetering on the brink of hunger, and without savings or valuables to pilfer, No one wished to have their homes exploited while they were away. This man named Chu Guang hailed from outside, often coming and going at odd hours, seldom interacting with the neighbors in the settlement. Yu Xiaoyu did not know much about him, only that he did not seem the type to endure hardship. Initially, the community regarded him with suspicion, and her mother urged her to keep a watchful eye on this outsider. However, Xiaoyu felt he was not a bad person. For once he had shared a bowl of soup with her when he was cooking at the door. "Thank you. You're welcome. If you go out, I can help watch your home." She winked, cheerfully adding, "After all, I have nothing to do." Poor child. In a different world, she would likely still be in school at her age. Not wishing to cause offense, Chu Guang concealed a flicker of compassion in his eyes. Expressionless as he produced a lollipop from his pocket and placed it in the girl's hand. "Take this. Don't tell anyone I gave it to you, otherwise I won't have any left." Having never encountered such a treat before, Yu Xiaoyu first nibbled at the wrapper, realizing it was meant to be torn open. Her large, glistening eyes fixated on the red candy atop the plastic stick as she cautiously extended her tongue to taste it. "What is this flavor? So sweet." With her eyes sparkling like tiny stars, she looked up blissfully, intending to express her gratitude. However, the one who had gifted her the candy had already wandered away. Chapter 5. The Fourth Catastrophe, the Cattle and Horse Management Discussion Group. This is a small group consisting of only 4 members. The group leader, by Zhu Guoxi, is accompanied by 3 members from a neighboring group who manage dogs, so to speak, the notorious girl enemy Yi Shirtzi, the level 8 Gale, and the ever-calm Fong Chong. "Yi Shirtzi, have you all received the helmets?" "Old Bai. Yes, it's quite eerie. This thing just appeared at my doorstep." "Fong Chong, I found mine at the garage door. Gale, I discovered mine on my desk. I thought it belonged to a colleague." "Yi Shirtzi, none of you have experienced the strangeness I have. This package was delivered directly to my dormitory. My 3 roommates were there, and not one of them saw how it got in. Moreover, the most peculiar thing is, when you wear the helmet, you can see a countdown. But others see nothing at all." A moment of eerie silence enveloped the chat. It was by Zhu Guoxi who first broke the silence. "Old Bai, what you say does sound rather uncanny. Fong Chong, what kind of game company possesses such capabilities, knowing our addresses and delivering packages to us without us noticing?" "Gale, yes, that's what concerns me the most. The address could be deduced from the IP address when clicking the link, but the logistics, I can't comprehend. I'm in Jinling. Yi Shirtzi, if I remember correctly, studies in Jiangchong, which is 500 kilometers away, yet we all discovered we had received the helmets almost simultaneously." Yi Shirtzi, indeed, and shortly after clicking the link. "Old Bai, should we report this to the police?" Fong Chang, without any financial loss. "It would be difficult for the police to take action. Besides, what would we even tell them? That a package was delivered incorrectly? That the helmet has issues? Other than the wearer, no one else can see anything." Gale, yes, that's the biggest dilemma. It's challenging to explain what this device is to others. I even tried putting my phone inside the helmet while wearing it, but while I could see things, the phone captured nothing. Gale, who is a teacher in reality, likely teaching science, spoke with a certain clarity, earning the unanimous agreement of Fong Chong and Old Bai. "Yi Shirtzi, how about we disassemble the helmet to examine it?" Fong Chong, indeed, we cannot let a Guang down. Having placed the helmet at his garage door with such remarkable precision, Fong Chong was beginning to believe the claims made by the individual known as Guang. Perhaps this company is a mysterious research institution supported by governmental agencies? Regardless of its true nature, they had not yet suffered any losses, and he found himself quite intrigued by the fully immersive VR gaming experience. The countdown had successfully piqued his curiosity. Yi Shirtzi, the dark web. Gale, unclear. Old Bai, let us leave it at that for now. Discussing it further seems futile. In 3 days, we shall uncover the true nature of this helmet. Meanwhile, as the players engaged in their discussion, Chu Guang was busy making his final preparations in the wasteland. He had transported 5 kilograms of green barley and some iron tools. Chu Guang exerted considerable effort to move these items unnoticed from Beach Street to Wetland Park, located 3 kilometers away. The entrance to Shelter 404 lay concealed beneath this park, accessible through an unremarkable sanatorium. The area is rich in vegetation and adjacent to a lake, theoretically teeming with wildlife. Upon nearing the location, Chu Guang exercised utmost caution, remaining vigilant against potential dangers. Fortunately, no incidents occurred. After checking the markers he had made at the sanatorium's entrance to ensure no aberrations or marauders had slipped in during his absence, he carefully pried the door open with a pointed pipe and stepped inside. The entrance to Shelter 404 was located at the innermost part of the sanatorium's lobby, accessible only by a particular elevator marked with a B1 designation. Chu Guang first descended to the bottom, tossing the food between the elevator base and the airlock doors of the buffer chamber. This area was a vacant space, about 40 to 50 meters underground. To be frank, it was not the ideal place for food storage, but it was certainly better than leaving it in the sanatorium, where it could be targeted by passing rats or mutated cockroaches. After passing through the two airlock doors of the buffer chamber, Chu Guang entered the lobby and addressed Xiao Qi, who was crouched in the corner. Has the forum function on the official website been developed? Yes, it has been completed. What about the players? Have they received their helmets? Yes, they have. That was quick. Chu Guang expressed mild surprise. He recalled leaving the shelter at 6 in the morning, and it was now only around 1 in the afternoon, a mere 7 hours later. Did time flow in this wasteland at a 1-to-1 rate with modern society? Indeed, but the time here corresponds to the Western 4 time zone on Earth. As for our country, it's in the Eastern 8 time zone, resulting in a 12-hour difference. Hence, it is currently 1 in the morning in the eastern regions of our country. Chu Guang seated himself before the computer, logging into the official website's backend. Xiao Qi had added the forum function as instructed, yet without any traffic, there were naturally no posts. The database and compendium were similarly barren. How do I upload the photos from here? Chu Guang inquired, pointing at the gallery displayed on the screen. You can upload them directly. What I mean is, how do I take the photos? Do you have a camera or something similar? Such a vast shelter and not a single camera is quite absurd. Not to mention, one should at least prepare some basic survival tools for oneself, right? Probably no cameras, but my webcam can assist you in taking pictures. What kind do you want? Right here? Observing the robot resembling a trash can in the corner, Chu Guang sighed and replied, taking pictures here is pointless. Never mind, I'll think of a solution myself. I can't exactly bring aberrations here. However, it might be worth considering taking Xiao Qi outside. Most aberrations show little interest in unpalatable iron scraps. With a bit of camouflage, it could serve as an excellent guardian on the rooftop. The more Chu Guang contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. He accessed his Penguin account through the residence hall computer. The only way to convince them that this place was a game world was to have them descend as the 4th catastrophe, fearless and diligent, becoming his most formidable tools. Master, what is it? Xiao Qi, curious, asked as Chu Guang stood up from the chair and turned off the computer. There's no need for unnecessary explanations. The more details provided, the more loopholes arise. Better to brush it off with a simple corporate or state secret. As for everything else, let them speculate. After all, what are brains for if not to imagine? Chapter 6. The first batch of closed beta players. I am an NPC. Standing before the mirror, Chu Guang took a deep breath, adjusted his collar, and endeavored to present himself with an air of authority, maintaining a stoic expression. 3 days had elapsed since that day, and in mere moments, the players would log into the game. The blue coat he wore was the same one he had donned upon his arrival in this world. Old Charlie from Better Street once mentioned that residents emerging from the shelter typically wore such attire. I am an NPC. Chu Guang practiced once more in front of the salvaged mirror. The nature of this new role contrasted starkly with his previous career in sales. The warm smile and courteous demeanor were far from appropriate for a figure of authority. After all, this was a wasteland governed by the law of the jungle. To survive in such a harsh environment, his appearance need not embody that of a hardened warrior, but it must at least instill confidence and a sense of security. As he traced the contours of his face, Chu Guang pondered whether he should adorn his forehead with a scar or perhaps adopt the punk-inspired mohawk. After all, this wasteland thrived on the law of the jungle. Being too handsome might detract from the immersion. Master, he stared at his reflection, expressionless, and raised his chin slightly. What's wrong? Xiao Qi whispered. According to my research, NPCs in the game typically do not refer to themselves as NPCs. Chu Guang paused slightly, clearing his throat before replying. I am well aware. He murmured before the mirror. I am the manager of Shelter 404. The appointed time was nearly upon them. 3 hours prior, the cloning pods had successfully synthesized the new bodies. Earlier, he had coordinated with 4 fortunate players who had secured closed beta access, instructing them to don their helmets and assume a comfortable position by 9 o'clock Yinjing time, ready to log into the game at the appointed hour. As Chu Guang contemplated how best to present himself before the players, a notification chimed in his mind, followed by a line of text appearing before him. Mission complete. A surge of anticipation coursed through him. It's happening. In a modest room adjacent to the residence hall, 4 cloning pods simultaneously unlocked, revealing their translucent doors. As Yue rose from his pod, he was taken aback, surveying his surroundings with a face etched in astonishment, even bewilderment. Is this the game world? Just a minute ago, he had been mulling over the possibility that this might be an elaborate prank. Yet, as he lay on the bed with the charged helmet on the verge of slumber, a beam of light pierced the darkness toward him. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, drenched as though he had just been pulled from a pool. Air from the vent above brushed against his shoulders, and he could distinctly feel the liquid evaporating, drawing heat from his body, accompanied by a faintly unpleasant odor. Suddenly, reality struck him. His senses were fully engaged. Sight, smell, touch, taste, hearing. All 5 senses were operational. Incredible. The immersive experience overwhelmed him, and tears welled in his eyes. He never imagined he would witness such fully immersive virtual reality technology in his lifetime. It was beyond mere description. He was not alone in his astonishment. The other 3 players who emerged from their pods bore expressions of shared shock. Wow, one exclaimed. I thought this was a joke. No way. It's completely immersive. Is technology really this advanced now? How come I've never seen this in the news? Even pain is real. One player pinched himself. Who are you? An NPC? NPC? I'm Lao Bai? Time flies. Who are you? Wait, Lao Shi. I'm Storm, level 8 Storm. What S with your appearance? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Get lost. If you call me Lao Shi again, I'll show you what it means to be rough. Hey, this game is interesting. Is appearance already set? I wonder if we can customize characters in the open beta. Lao Bai pinched himself too, grimacing in pain, yet beaming with excitement. Elation, enthusiasm, disbelief. Dreams had materialized into reality. Yi Wei, in the adjacent bed, stared wide-eyed, motionless, grappling with the overwhelming sensation. Besides him, another player remained seated, seemingly lost in thought. Wow, you're quite something. You must be Yisher. I am Fong Chong. Wait, Fong Chang. Good brother. You get what I mean, right? Get lost, I was just saying. This brother must be Yisher. Have you all arrived? Realizing he was still unclothed, he hurriedly donned the uniform hanging by the cloning pod, responding nonchalantly. Yeah, just got here. How do you play this game? Is there no tutorial? I don't know. We just arrived too. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the room swung open. A man clad in a blue coat entered, followed by a robot resembling a trash can, its cylindrical form appearing somewhat endearing yet futuristic with its sleek, polished silver exterior. The eyes of the 4 players widened in astonishment. An NPC, just like a real person. Is this truly a game world? It feels so authentic. Quiet, Chu Guang commanded, interrupting the clamor as he scanned the 4 players. Welcome to Shelter 404. I am the manager here, codenamed Dawn. Silence enveloped the room instantaneously. It seemed his authoritative presence had successfully commanded attention. Chu Guang exhaled in relief. Adhering to his prepared script, he continued. First, I must share some good news. The war has ended. We are now in the 200th year after the apocalypse. Fortunately, we have survived the most arduous years. Standing here, you are luckier than 12 billion others. And now I need you to quickly recognize the reality of our situation and fulfill your pledge under the banner of humanity to rebuild our home. This is my assistant, Xiaoqi. Feel free to ask it any questions regarding the shelter or anything unclear. That was the introduction. When the next batch of players arrived, Chu Guang would repeat it, as it was a hard-earned script. As for Xiaoqi, Chu Guang had already briefed it on what could and could not be said. So there was no need to worry about any slip-ups. In truth, even if a slip-up occurred, it could always be brushed off with. It's part of the game's design. After all, in this day and age, how could any design be flawless? If one were to nitpick, even the evening news could uncover bugs. Upon hearing Chu Guang finish speaking, the player registered under the name Yisher quickly inquired, "Where's Brother Guang?" What I meant was, the game planner who provided us with helmets. How do we log out of the game? Lao Bai interjected. In fact, there is another method. States of coma, sleep, or even death can also result in a disconnection. Yet Chu Guang does not wish for them to experiment carelessly. What about levels? Where is the player system interface? Why can't I find it? Just as Guangfeng posed this question, before Chu Guang could respond, Fong Chong beside him quickly interjected, asking, what about the character customization system? Is it impossible to alter character settings? And what about character gender? Enough. You should direct these inquiries to the planner. Cough. It is not yet your turn to ask questions. With a face full of exasperation, Chu Guang interrupted their incessant questioning, adopting a stern demeanor as he firmly handed them 4 small booklets. I will guide you in familiarizing yourselves with this environment, while also informing you of the crucial matters to be aware of, particularly what actions are permissible and what should be utterly disregarded. Chapter 7. To become wealthy. One must first cultivate the trees without rules. There can be no order, especially for those players who revel in chaos. Leniency is not an option. Resident Manual of the Shelter, version 1.0.1. The administrator's commands take precedence over all. All residents of the shelter must comply unconditionally. 3. The administrator holds the ultimate authority to interpret all the aforementioned clauses. Violations may result in expulsion from the game, a power not typically granted to mere NPCs. Upon reading the note following the second clause of the Resident Manual, players fully comprehended that this NPC is not merely an NPC, but also possesses certain GM privileges, capable of banning players whose actions adversely affect others' gaming experiences. Currently, with a limited number of players, the rules are succinct. These 3 clauses. Should further regulations be necessary, Chu Guang may consider introducing a version 2.0 or even 20.0 to delineate player interactions and prohibited actions within the game. Prior to the alpha test, a round of closed testing was also conducted for this reason. The shelter, although appearing spacious with its 20 rooms, is in fact quite cramped, each filled to capacity with 4 incubation pods. The previous administrator seemed overly concerned that he might become idle, leaving the place devoid of any resources. Chu Guang did not linger within the shelter for long. After outlining the rules, he led 4 players along with Xiao Qi to the elevator leading to the outside world. These 4 closed testers were obedient and respectful, though their curiosity seemed to overflow. From the moment their feet touched the ground, they resembled Lu Lao in the Grand View Garden, eager to explore every nook and cranny. The elevator came to a halt. Gazing through the shattered windows at the sunlight pouring in, the 4 players simultaneously gasped in awe at the sight. Wow! This light! This wall! This is incredible! Sunlight streamed through the cracks of the concrete ruins, illuminating the blades of grass sprouting from the floor, while dust particles danced in the beams of light. Every frame was a work of art, every second a testament to financial expenditure. Impressive! Our esteemed day brother is truly cultured. Shut up! Call me Elder Fong. All right, Brother Lai. A group of inexperienced individuals. Chu Guang found their reactions amusing yet understandable. So he feigned ignorance and fulfilled his duties as an NPC, guiding them outside the sanatorium. Turning to face them, he gestured toward the tools laid on the ground. As you can see before you, the nuclear war has concluded for 2 centuries. We are currently situated in the northern outskirts of Tianxuan City, far from the epicenter of the nuclear blast. Unless we encounter radiant rain or visible radioactive clouds, there is no need to be overly concerned about excessive gamma radiation levels. The shelter cannot provide us with eternal refuge, nor can our civilization remain hidden beneath the ruins indefinitely. Remember, we are the vanguard returning to the surface, and behind us lie thousands awaiting our good news. We cannot afford to delay. Our immediate task is to repair this sanatorium beneath our feet and establish a forward base atop this wasteland. It will serve as our stronghold in this return to the surface. Before winter arrives, we must stockpile sufficient fuel and repair the surrounding crumbling walls. Action. Chu Guang initially believed he would need to persuade them at length. However, to his surprise, these players were even more compliant than he had anticipated, swiftly picking up axes and setting to work. Their eagerness was palpable, as if they were racing to finish his instructions, fearing any delay might hinder their labor. Master, are these individuals truly reliable? Xiao Qi, following closely beside him, expressed concern, feeling that these clones were somewhat abnormal. That's precisely why I brought you along, Chu Guang replied, glancing at the sanatorium behind him. After a brief pause, he continued, you should watch from the window on the 3rd floor, due north. If they encounter trouble or wander too far, alert me. As for himself, he needed to check on the rewards for completing the tasks. The moving trash bin beside Chu Guang remained stationary. After a moment, Xiao Qi spoke quietly. Master, what is it? I have no legs. The mobile trash bin circled around Chu Guang's legs, demonstrating its mode of movement. Only then did Chu Guang realize it relied on 6 pairs of rollers for mobility. All right. I'll carry you up. Sighing, Chu Guang crouched down and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Goodness, you're quite heavy. With a resounding crash, a tree as thick as a thigh toppled to the ground, producing a dull thud. I don't think this resembles a wasteland. What does it resemble? More like a forest. I mean, a forest. I don't know if you've played it, but you chop down trees like this and then build houses. It's a great co-op game. I've played it a lot, even built my house in the sky. But it's much easier to build there. Just click the mouse, unlike here. Damn. This axe is heavy. Speaking of the game mechanics, I find this quite realistic. I recall watching a documentary about returning to Chernobyl, where, after 40 years of human absence, it evolved into a new ecosystem, buildings engulfed by vines, trees towering over houses. This game is set 200 years post-apocalypse, which isn't entirely implausible. I even feel that the cities might be in even more disarray than this. Glancing at the mess behind him, Lao Bai wiped his sweat and clicked his tongue. If this were reality, we'd probably end up in prison for life. After 2 hours of labor, despite the lack of efficiency, they had felled about 10 trees as thick as thighs, with countless thinner ones scattered about. However, the administrator hadn't specified how many were needed, leaving them uncertain if their efforts were sufficient. To be fair, this game feels incredibly realistic. From the dull sensation of the axe striking the tree to the flying wood shavings and sunlight filtering through the leaves, it evokes memories of. Enough with the rambling. Interrupting Fong Chang's musings, Yishur leaned on his axe, gazing at the scattered branches and autumn leaves, panting. If we can chop trees and build houses, planting crops shouldn't be an issue, right? The physical abilities in this game far exceed those in reality. In real life, Yishur belonged to that category of individuals whose bodies were drained by 9 years of compulsory education, yet in the wasteland, he could barely muster a semblance of biceps. Of course, the most impressive was Bai Ju. Although his character was unremarkable, sporting a scruffy beard, he was muscular and exuded strength. If we're to farm, I propose we start a fire, use the resulting ash to enrich the soil, and come spring, it will be fertile ground. Provided this game is as realistic as it seems, otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. Speaking of which, I've always wondered why Lao Bai's muscles look so well defined. While I struggle with an axe, the fierce wind huffed, his character is probably the one closest to reality among us. He has already worn out after a short while. Each character must have differing attributes, although I have no idea how those are determined, Fang Zhang pondered, stroking the back of his head. But I do have a hypothesis. What hypothesis? 3 players expressed considerable interest in his discovery, regardless of whether it was FPS, RPG, or SLG. There was no genre he hadn't explored. You may have also noticed that we awakened from a silvery pot. Considering the theme of this game, 2 scenarios are conceivable. First, we might have been awakened from a pre-war cryogenic state. Second, we could all be clones. Personally, I believe the latter premise is more convenient, as it easily explains the issue of revival, simply recomposing a body using the DNA stored in the cultivation pod. Observing the players exchanging glances, Fong Chong continued. I estimate that later on, attributes panels and levels will be introduced, and our physical differences may very well be a foreshadowing of that. I am eager for the development team to create a distinctive game mechanism, perhaps by integrating DNA with a profession system to differentiate between strength-based and agility-based players, establishing varied attribute growth curves. This would ensure freedom while enriching the gameplay. Unfortunately, characters are randomized. It would be splendid if we could determine our initial attributes ourselves. After speaking at length, Fong Chong finally paused. No more idle chatter. I'll have a word with Brother Guang when I log off later. I recall Brother Guang mentioning that he's the planner for this game. Speaking directly with the planner about this issue would certainly be more productive than our aimless discussions here. At this moment, Yishur, who had been gazing into the distance, suddenly spoke up. How vast do you think this map is? I have no idea. What if I just kept walking in one direction? Observing the eager Yishur, Kuang Feng, who was resting with his axe, hesitated before responding. It's highly probable that there's an invisible wall. Or it could be a plot twist. Regardless, I suggest you refrain from doing so. Have you forgotten? The administrator advised us not to stray too far from the sanatorium. Come on, he is just an NPC. Why should we heed him? But he can log us off and even revoke our closed beta qualifications, Kuang Feng reminded. Fong Chong chimed in. Indeed, and I suspect that, given the intelligence level of this game's NPCs, there may be hidden parameters like favorability. You might have noticed that their attitude towards each player isn't entirely uniform. There must be some underlying algorithmic logic at play. All right, let us not test it, Yishur conceded, the most rebellious among them, now subdued. It was unavoidable. The impact of that statement was too strong. It was evident to anyone that the value hidden behind this game was immense. An entirely immersive virtual reality. Once this technology emerges, it will revolutionize not only entertainment, but even lifestyle in modern society. Even those reluctant to play games would hardly object to gaining an additional 12 to 8 hours in a day. According to Brother Guang from our group, time spent in the game world equates to sleeping in the real world. This means that even if one spent an entire night here, it would not affect their work the following day. It is truly hard to fathom that such a game, destined to create a global sensation, is undergoing its closed beta in such a hasty and quiet manner. Does that company not seek profit? Nevertheless, now that this opportunity has presented itself, none are willing to relinquish it easily. Just as Yishur dismissed the urge to explore the map's boundaries and prepared to continue chopping wood, an overwhelming sense of impending danger suddenly enveloped him. His hands and feet turned cold. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He could not discern the origin of this foreboding feeling, yet it felt as if he foresaw his own demise. His legs weakened, and he stumbled backward. However, it was this very stumble that allowed him to evade the shadow plummeting from the sky. With a splintering sound, wood chips flew as 3 half-foot-wide claw marks marred the nearby tree trunk. A shriek echoed like a wailing ghost. The descending bird, having missed its target, utilized the rebound from its impact with the pine tree to flap its wings and gain altitude, disappearing among the treetops. Staring at the fallen black feathers, Yishur sat down in shock, instinctively rubbing his head. What the hell? Chapter 8. This game actually allows for dining. Instructions for using the active substance extractor. 1. The active substance is the primary material for synthesizing clones, including but not limited to essential minerals required for the human body, 20 common amino acids, and 2 rare amino acids, among others. 2. The raw material for the active substance extractor is animal corpses, with the greatest efficiency observed in mammals of the primate order, achieving a remarkable 90 extraction rate. Non-primate species follow, while invertebrates yield the least, with an efficiency below 10. 3. Extraction efficiency is also related to the degree of decay. With the completion of the task to recruit players, the rewards and the manual were delivered. Inside Shelter 404, Chu Guang gazed at the instructions projected onto his retina by the system while scrutinizing the iron contraption beside the conveyor belt that resembled a coffin. According to the manual, this device was intended for producing the active substance necessary for synthesizing clones. He had no intention of bringing corpses into the shelter. As for the power supply, he would find a solution. The elevator ascended slowly and came to a halt as the doors opened. Just as he was maneuvering a card out of the elevator, he heard Xiao Qi's voice echoing from upstairs almost simultaneously. Master, what's wrong? It seems there's an issue with your players. A large blackbird is attacking them. To the north of the sanatorium. A blackbird? Chu Guang momentarily froze, his expression shifting as he immediately abandoned the cart and hurried towards the sanatorium's exterior. Wow, Night Brother, that was impressive. That roll to evade was slick. Get lost. I was scared out of my wits. Don't just stand there. Hurry, come help me. In the woods north of the sanatorium, a blackbird perched on a 10-meter-high branch, its sharp gaze fixated on the players below. Its legs were slightly bent, and its kite-sized wings were folded back, poised for a sudden launch. Upon hearing the commotion from Yishur's direction, the other 3 players dropped their tasks and rushed over with axes in hand. Perhaps sensing the multitude of humans below, the blackbird refrained from diving again, remaining just out of reach, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Kong Feng bent down to pick up a black feather from the ground, examining it closely. It resembles a crow, but could crows be this large? He glanced at the claw marks on the nearby wood, retreating cautiously, still shaken. This must be an aberration, a mutant caused by gamma rays or something similar. I've seen the lore on the official site. Fang Zhang watched him intently, not daring to relax. Lore on the official site? ISNT, they're just a reservation page? Yishur interjected. That was a few days ago. The official site updated with new features yesterday. Didn't you see? Enough chit-chat. What should we do now? Are we just going to stand around? Yishur nervously took a step back. Now, Kong Feng was the closest to the bird. The 4 players found themselves in a standoff with the creature. At that moment, a swift sound sliced through the air above their heads, launching a stone straight towards the large bird. Although the stone missed, it startled the bird, which flapped its wings and flew to another branch. As it regained its balance, it noticed the person below picking up another stone and hurling it in its direction. The bird was now thoroughly enraged. With a powerful thrust of its bent legs, it leapt from the branch like a cannonball, diving towards Chu Guang. Its sharp claws extended like open hooks. Yet, despite its ferocity, The creature remained just that, a beast, incapable of comprehending the hint of scorn that curled at the corner of Chu Guang's mouth. Releasing the stone from his hand, Chu Guang deftly seized a steel pipe embedded in the ground and thrust the sharp end violently forward. In a flash, there was no time to evade. Although the bird attempted to pull away as it noticed Chu Guang brandishing an unfamiliar object, it was too late. The pipe struck true, piercing deeply into its chest. Bloodied feathers scattered as the struggling bird took to the skies. Chu Guang silently approached, retrieving the bloodied pipe from the ground. This was no crow. Its scientific name was the falcon, likely 200 years ago. The four players stared at him, dumbfounded by his fluid and seamless actions. Wow, so strong. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that for the vast majority of survivors capable of traversing the wasteland alone, such skills were merely foundational. Over the past 5 months, Chu Guang had not mastered much, but he had honed his spear-throwing technique to perfection, able to strike a target within 10 meters. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to stand there and show off. A falcon? Is it really that large? Kong Feng exclaimed, his perception of birds entirely upended. Fang Zhang swallowed hard. Is it due to gamma rays? Not just gamma rays. Viruses, bacteria, genetic weapons, various factors have collectively shaped what we see today. Of course, aberrations are merely one of the threats we face. In certain circumstances, humans can be far more dangerous. Chu Guang glanced up at the pine tree in front of the four players and continued, that falcon must have nested in this tree. It's no wonder it didn't flee with so many of you around. Generally, birds rarely provoke ground creatures larger than themselves. Their diet primarily consists of mutated cockroaches, mice, or squirrels. Although that beast has flown away, it won't go far. It's likely waiting to die in a nearby tree. That pointed pipe may not have strong penetrating power, but its hollow interior serves as a natural bloodletting channel. Once it punctures a body, death is nearly guaranteed. Not just birds, but even humans would struggle to stitch up such a wound. Yishur hung his head in shame. I'm sorry, I was too focused on chopping wood to notice. Don't apologize, Chu Guang replied, glancing up again. Bird eggs are a valuable resource. We'll have a feast soon. Chu Guang's assessment was swiftly validated. Beneath a gnarled tree, he discovered the black bird, lifeless. Using his dagger, he bled it out. Meticulously plucked its feathers and tossed it into an iron pot, setting it atop a makeshift stove built from bricks. Stuffing dry twigs and leaves beneath to ignite a fire with the matches he had purchased earlier. Smoke began to rise. Before the water boiled, Chu Guang fished the blanched bird from the pot, skewered it on a steel rod, and directly placed it over the flames. Also roasting were several bird eggs. Lacking salt or spices, even so, it was infinitely superior to the half-cooked, bland wheat porridge he had endured. Can this really be eaten? Gazing at the mutated creature on the iron rack, Yishur instinctively felt averse, yet the enticing aroma continued to tease his senses, compelling him to swallow hard. The game actually allows for dining. For a foodie, this was undoubtedly a delightful surprise, instantly making him feel that the efforts of the morning were worthwhile. Once it's cooked, it can be eaten. I'll inform you of what is inedible. Chu Guang leisurely rotated the grill, ensuring each side of the food received ample heat. Opportunities to savor wild delicacies in the wasteland were scarce. Here, salt was an even scarcer commodity than electricity. For survivors living in inland cities like Spring City, it was impractical to use large quantities of salt for food preservation. As for refrigerators, rumor had it that the town mayor possessed one in his castle, but Chu Guang had only heard of it. He had never actually seen one. Certainly, the survivors are not entirely devoid of means. For instance, at Mr. Brown's farm, the neighboring survivor outpost produces a type of tobacco rich in aromatic compounds such as tar and aldehydes, which can prolong the shelf life of food for several months even in the absence of salt. Esteemed manager, may I inquire how much timber we actually require? The anticipation of the culinary delights is indeed a torment. To divert attention from the food, Fang Chong proactively initiated a conversation. Cut as much as we can. The players exchanged glances, lacking in motivation. Initially, Chu Guang did not pay much heed, but at that moment, a thought struck him. They are players, mere outsiders. Unlike himself, who had traversed into this realm, they could depart at any time, devoid of the urgency of survival. Even if he conveyed the significance of stockpiling timber, they would not truly comprehend the weight of such a statement. Tasks necessitate rewards. Let me ponder. Stroking his chin, Chu Guang fell into contemplation. Suddenly, an idea dawned upon him. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, we shall tally our achievements for the day. For trees as thick as an arm, Every meter yields 1 point of contribution. For trees as thick as a thigh, every meter yields 2 points. However, to Chu Guang's astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, 4 individuals holding bowls sprang to their feet. Esteemed manager, I suddenly feel quite unhungry. So do I. Since dinner is still a while away, I shall go chop down a couple of trees. I suddenly feel the urge to cut something. Chu Guan. He hadn't even mentioned what these contribution points could be used for. Chapter 9. Genetic sequences and player levels. The work accomplished in the afternoon was nearly threefold that of the daytime. A total of over 50 pieces of timber, varying in thickness, were hauled by the players using ropes and carts to the edge of the asylum's walls. Frankly, the players' performance exceeded Chu Guang's expectations. Each log measured between 8 to 10 meters in length, with some reaching as much as 20 meters, and more than half were as thick as a thigh. Upon tallying the contributions, there were a total of 2,000 points. Among them, Lao Bai had the most remarkable contribution, achieving 800 points single-handedly, while Kuang Feng fared poorly, as his clone was not adept at physical activity, earning only 300 points after a full day of work. As for the utility of this endeavor, Chu Guang remained uncertain. The sanctuary was presently in dire straits. He possessed merely 2 lollipops and had already consumed a compressed biscuit earlier. After much contemplation, he informed the players that resurrection required not only a 3-day waiting period, but also the expenditure of resurrection coins, which could be purchased with contribution points. Although the purchasing power of these points was somewhat limited, the players seemed largely unconcerned. Additionally, contribution points were intangible, merely a numerical value, and could only be accessed after logging out to check on the official website. While Chu Guang contemplated emulating Stone City by issuing tangible currency, the harsh conditions of the sanctuary rendered it impossible to procure even the materials for minting coins. He certainly could not distribute chips to the players, as they were the hard currency in the vicinity of Tianxuan City, and he had only a few left himself. Moreover, directly giving them chips would be futile, as the players could not trade at the survivor outposts on their own. His ability to communicate with the survivors stemmed from his unique situation of being transported to this world, equipped with the language of this realm. While the clones used by the players were akin to blank slates, lacking even basic cognitive faculties, thus negating any notion of memory inheritance. The language spoken by survivors in the Tianxuan area was the universal tongue of the human alliance, fundamentally distinct from any language of the modern world, sharing only slight grammatical and phonetic similarities with Chinese. In the future, Chu Guang contemplated developing a translation tool to facilitate communication between players and NPCs, alongside redesigning the distribution and economic systems. However, that was not a priority at present. After assessing the day's accomplishments, he noticed the sun beginning to set. Chu Guang glanced at the slanting rays of the sun, narrowing his eyes slightly. Nightfall was approaching. Administrator, I have noticed that our outpost is without power. Feng Chong approached, stating, why don't we consider acquiring a generator? That was indeed a pertinent question, albeit somewhat redundant. We lack an extra generator, Chu Guang replied, looking at him. Does anyone here possess knowledge in this area? Or any electrical skills? The players exchanged uncertain glances. Could we not run a line from underground? Asked student Yishur, posing a rather naive question. There isn't a line long enough, and the energy within the sanctuary is not infinite. Even if we could utilize it temporarily, the long-term issues would remain unresolved and could pose greater risks. Chu Guang paused, noting that although it was not yet fully dark, the time was already 5 o'clock, and dawn was imminent in the parallel world of Huagua. He felt a lingering sense that there were many unexplored territories in this world. Yet, with work still pending during the daylight, he could not linger indefinitely. Inside the 404th Asylum, or perhaps among players in other time zones, it would be rather unsuitable for him to remain alone in the vast outpost at night. He decided to continue sleeping in the sanctuary for the night. As Chu Guang pondered his next course of action, Shaoqi approached him. Master, what is the matter? The health report for your clone has been updated. Would you like to take a look? Chu Guang hesitated momentarily. A health report? Indeed. Each time a player logs out normally, the cultivation pod scans the clone within, recording its physiological state and extracting a certain number of embryonic stem cells for backup, as well as documenting the progress of genetic sequence development. Genetic sequence? What is that? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Chu Guang felt he was missing some crucial information. Did you not realize? Each player's clone is synthesized from different DNA, and the genetic sequence is merely the numbering of those distinct DNA strands. Chu Guang quickly inquired, what then is the development progress? Each DNA sequence is meticulously designed. However, regrettably, we have not fully grasped the mysteries of life. Not all genetic traits are fully expressed. It is akin to how an athlete's child may have a greater propensity to become an athlete, yet they are not born as one. For instance, a development progress of 100 indicates that the organism's capabilities are infinitely close to the limits of genetic design, achieving a state of perfection. But that is nearly impossible. Currently, the 4 activated genetic sequences have a development progress ranging between 0 to 1. Research indicates that by continually stimulating survival instincts and exercising the body, this value can be enhanced. If we equate genetic sequences to professions, then development progress is akin to levels. A genetic sequence focused on strength enhancement resembles a barbarian in D&D rules, inherently endowed with greater strength and inclined to boost strength attributes. For instance, in a fleeting moment, other players appear quite normal, yet he has dense body hair and a robust physique, clearly not resembling an ordinary person. Goodness, these clones, or rather, players, can actually level up, and there exists a talent system as well. Such a remarkable revelation, and I am only now learning of it. Observing Shao Qi's nonchalant explanation, Chu Guang could not help but exclaim, "Why have you only now informed me of such an important matter?" Shao Qi, looking somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Did you not instruct me to refrain from speaking abruptly? I had intended to inform you from the beginning." Chu Guang, this fellow, is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Chapter 10. This game is absolutely incredible. My dear friends, even if I were to meet my demise and be laid to rest in a coffin, I would still shout with this decaying voice. This game is simply astonishing. Without further ado, if this game fails to gain popularity, I shall turn upside down and suffer the consequences. Early in the morning, the group leader made a sudden appearance in the Cow and Horse Club, unexpectedly stirring the waters and eliciting reactions from several lurking members. Cigarette break, what? The group leader is alive? Prideful elder, the world is truly a circus. Spare me, I hadn't seen you guys for the entire night. I thought you had been caught doing something illicit. Funny, who understands? What game are you talking about? I'm lost. After a brief pause, the moderators finally emerged. Just the other day, Brother Guang promoted a virtual reality game in the group. Cigarette break, what? You guys are already playing it. Is this for real? Don't deceive me. Coming days, why would I deceive you? Unfortunately, the equipment does not support screenshots, or I would have shared images. Cigarette break. Then tell me quickly, what is this fully immersive virtual reality game like? What VR headset can be used? Swift as a flash? VR? Huh. That kind of head-mounted display can't compare to the game helmet of Wasteland OL. Laughs. Cigarette break. What do you mean? Can Wasteland OL be played without VR glasses? Coming days. Clearly, you lack experience. They use a game helmet. How should I explain it? Have you seen Sword Art Online? It's something akin to that. Cigarette break. What? Who understands? A head-mounted microwave. Impressive. Prideful elder. Who are you trying to fool? Sword Art Online. I've never heard of such advanced technology. Spare me. Exactly. Most people found it hard to believe. This sounded utterly preposterous. To be frank, when a groundbreaking technology emerges, there must be a process of evolution from unfamiliarity to maturity. This developmental phase can be brief, but it must exist. Deep down, Coming Days understood their skepticism. However, this was indeed the truth. Coming Days, the equipment doesn't support photography, and I cannot provide proof. You can choose to believe it or not. Nevertheless, after such an extensive experience, I have gathered some intel about this game. Cigarette break. Good brother. Please share. Coming Days. Group leader. Mute the entire group. I type slowly. Swift as a flash. Alright. As a former top 200 player in the Asia server of PUBG and a master of League of Legends, Coming Days is recognized by all group members for his gaming prowess. He possesses the most authority to speak on gaming matters. This man seems to play games as if he has no job, not only in multiplayer games, but his name also appears in the speedrun lists of many single-player games. Some of the group's older brothers have even utilized his guides. One could say he is the king of gaming. Therefore, regardless of whether one believes in the concept of a fully immersive virtual online game, nearly everyone, both those who secured beta testing qualifications and those who did not, eagerly awaited his insights. Let us start with the game background. The setting is rather conventional, featuring a post-apocalyptic wasteland punk style. The story unfolds in an alternate universe where a nuclear war 200 years ago obliterated everything. Players assume the role of residents from a shelter returning to the surface. Currently, we, as beta testers, are part of the advanced team heading to the surface to establish a forward base, and we have yet to officially enter the main storyline. More clues may unlock after the internal or even public testing, so I won't dwell on that. Now let us discuss the game's realism. It is not an exaggeration to say that the realism in this game surpasses any game I have encountered, and I foresee that even 50 years from now, this standard will be nearly impossible to surpass. The reason I assert this is that this game is essentially the Earth OL Wasteland DLC. Whether it's the lighting effects or the sensory interactions, even the tactile experience of touching the surface materials, all elements are designed to convince you that this is a real world. This immersive experience undoubtedly achieves a level of 100%. Yes, that's right, 100%. At least, I have not identified any obvious bugs or flaws. Next is the freedom within the game. As a sandbox game, you can interact with nearly every object you encounter. This interaction is not merely a simple collision. You can use your will to alter their positions and even change their shapes or states within the bounds of physical laws. I know what you're thinking, Minecraft or the forest, right? But it is entirely different. This is a true sandbox, not a pixelated block of textures. Just based on this aspect, sandbox players will undoubtedly find immense value in this game. Now, let us discuss the most crucial content. However, in actual gameplay, different players have varying initial attributes. For instance, some players possess greater strength, while others have heightened perception, agility, or other yet undiscovered hidden attributes. I speculate that when the internal testing version is released, a profession system and weapon system will be introduced, allowing players to develop their gameplay according to their attribute talents. Currently, it is confirmed that 2 NPCs exhibit a high level of intelligence, capable of normal communication and interaction with players. I suspect there may be a hidden affinity system, but this is merely my conjecture and has yet to be verified. Moreover, I am particularly concerned about the pain perception. Although it is a fully realistic game, excessive realism can be detrimental, especially for someone like me who is somewhat averse to pain. However, the game's design is quite humane. Although pain perception exists alongside tactile feedback, there is a protective threshold. For example, when I attempted to cut my arm with a stone, I did not feel pain. Rather, pinching myself caused a slight sting. I suspect the game employs some form of protective mechanism, preventing excessive pain from being registered by the brain's nerve center. Of course, it could also be a self-protective mechanism of the human body. It is akin to how we might feel pain in dreams, but it never exceeds our tolerance. As for the game's resurrection mechanism, I have yet to attempt it, but I have heard that each death incurs a loss of contribution points, and the resurrection cooldown lasts for 3 days. Contribution points are manageable since they can be earned through completing tasks, but the penalty duration is simply too long. Personally, I am hesitant to try it. Any brave soul interested can experiment for themselves and perhaps unlock different gameplay. Finally, I would like to express my grievance. Why are all the characters male? Who wants to see the naked forms of burly men? I strongly urge the game's developers to allow players to customize their gender. Coming Days eloquently wrote a lengthy account of about 1,000 or 2,000 words, and the number of onlookers in the group increased. Among them was the mastermind, Guang. Just moments ago, Chu Guang had been reviewing the health report scanned from the cultivation pod and hadn't paid attention to the group messages. When he checked the computer in the residence hall, he was astonished to find such a lengthy exposition. Nevertheless, to be fair, this brother named Coming Days summarized everything quite well, articulating all he wished to express, even addressing points that had been considered. The group mute was lifted. The group messages flooded the screen. 6,666. Impressive. This game is truly that amazing. I shall buy 10 copies. I don't believe it. Not a chance. Unless you give me a beta testing qualification. Although many members of the group remain skeptical about the existence of such an extraordinary game, at least a dozen have changed their stance. As for how Chu Guang knows, it is because he can access the official website's backend. During the brief moment of chatter, the number of reservations skyrocketed from 11 to 25. Chu Guang stated, I was working earlier and didn't pay attention to the group chat. What Brother Lai Rifeng Chang said is fundamentally accurate, but I would like to add a few points. Jian exclaimed, damn. Brother Guang. Group mute activated. Guang appointed as group administrator. I've become a group admin? Chu Guang expressed mild surprise, but thought little of it, and continued typing. Firstly, regarding player characters and attributes, it is indeed as Brother Lai Rifeng Chang mentioned. The game incorporates character attributes and level settings, and every player's initial talents are distinct. This information can be viewed at the resurrection point, which is the cultivation pod where players awaken, or on the official website. The penalty for death is not merely a 3-day resurrection cooldown and a deduction of contribution points. It also results in the loss of progress made before saving. The saving method involves lying in the cultivation pod for scanning and somatic cell sampling, which takes approximately 1 to 2 hours. And this process will occur automatically after the player logs out. As for customizing character appearance and gender, I regret to inform you that this is not feasible. Just as one cannot choose their rebirth, the character's physique is predetermined by preloaded DNA. If one is dissatisfied with their character's appearance, they may consider cosmetic surgery or even cybernetic enhancements. This feature will be added in future updates. Choosing strength increases the probability of acquiring strength-related talents, along with a higher initial strength for the character. If one has no inclination, a balance type is also an option. Regarding gender, the character's gender aligns with that of the player, and players cannot set this freely. This is primarily for safety reasons, as physiological differences can lead to coordination issues. Additionally, the risks associated with gender identity confusion and social opinion are burdens we prefer to avoid. This is not a decision made by Chu Guang, but rather an inherent system setting. There seems to be a complex technical dilemma involved, of which Chu Guang understands little. He simply knows it is this way. Lai Rifangchang exclaimed, "Come on. I'm an adult. I can sign a risk acknowledgement form." Group Administrator Lai Rifangchang muted for 10 minutes. Bai Zhu Guoxi, stop interrupting. Baji de Kuang Feng, exactly. Shou En Gong Di Yi Shi Ci. Please, could you just be quiet for a moment? Chu Guang found it amusing but did not interrupt, continuing to type. Shou En Gong Di Yi Shi Ci. Favorability? What does that mean? Can we actually date NPCs? Group Administrator Shou En Gong Di Yi Shi Ci muted for 10 minutes. Goodness, this Bai really is stern, silencing without hesitation. Chu Guang, with a straight face, continued typing. Don't focus solely on relationships. Favorability refers to NPC evaluations of players. Specifically, player actions will influence NPC perceptions, particularly with certain key NPCs. When favorability is sufficiently high, players can not only receive extra rewards, but may also trigger hidden quests and unlock concealed career paths. Hidden quests, hidden careers. Upon encountering these 8 simple words, the 4 closed beta players in front of the screen widened their eyes, their hearts ignited with fervor. This truly encourages them to be sycophants. But who cares? What's wrong with being a sycophant? It's not as if they are fawning over real people. They're adoring NPCs, artificial intelligence, and the benefits are significantly rewarding. After contemplating, Chu Guang realized he had little else to add. Currently, the shelter is impoverished. As the sole leader, he has nothing but a host of free laborers and must rely on his identity as an online planner to entice players with promises. Do you have any questions? Or any particular concerns? Chu Guang was eager to know if the players had any better ideas. He is quite open-minded. If conditions permit, he would consider adopting their suggestions. If not, he could at least paint a rosy picture and tell them that everything would come in due time. Baji de Kuang Feng inquired, yes. What exactly are contribution points? Are they currency? Or akin to experience? Points? Indeed, they asked the crucial question. It's all about making promises. As for rewards, Chu Guang had yet to decide, depending on what good items he could procure from the system. However, this statement appeared entirely different in the eyes of the players. Only redeemable with contribution points. This means limited rewards for closed beta testing. The 4 players who had already secured closed beta qualifications grinned widely. Those who had made reservations on the official website but had not yet received their qualifications felt a tingle of excitement. As for the group members who had initially doubted the existence of a fully immersive virtual reality game, they would not alter their beliefs based on his words. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. As long as some believe, that is sufficient. Time was getting late. After a long night of work, he needed to rest. By the way, Fang Chong, your strategy guide is quite impressive. Why not post it on the official website? The forum system is now open. You can register an account and post there. Good posts will be highlighted by the administrators. Naturally, this administrator was Chu Guang himself. Currently, he is the only one in the entire company, acting as both an NPC and a game planner, while also serving as a moderator on the official forum. Okay, I'll do that. The now unmuted Fang Chong quickly dove into the chat history. The group leader lifted the mute for everyone. Messages flooded in like a burst dam. Chu Guang noticed many people adding him as a friend, some seeking to negotiate for closed beta qualifications, others hoping to extract game information. and even a few intending to teach him about game development. Glancing at the 4 health reports on his computer, Chu Guang suddenly had a whimsical thought and asked, "Shao Qi." "Yes, master." He pondered. "Since players can utilize the cultivation pod, could I perhaps also function through the clone within the pod?" "I'm not certain." "What do you mean?" "Because I am merely your assistant, and the information I possess is largely what you already know. My database lacks records regarding the cultivation pod you utilize. Perhaps the acting administrator simply did not design a pod for your use." Just as Chu Guang was about to inquire further, he fell silent. The reasoning behind it was not difficult to deduce. Observing Chu Guang lost in thought, Shao Qi curiously prompted, "Master?" "Nothing." Returning to his senses, Chu Guang resumed examining the health reports on his computer screen, perhaps to facilitate player comprehension. Or perhaps due to the initial administrator's mischievous nature, over 120 complex bodily function data points were succinctly summarized into 5 categories: strength, agility, constitution, perception, and intelligence. Strength represents the intensity of muscle, bone, and other bodily tissues, indicating a player's foundational carrying capacity, melee damage, and throwing distance. Agility pertains to reflexes and is linked to the player's reaction speed and physical coordination. Players with higher agility exhibit greater nimbleness in combat, making it easier to evade attacks. Constitution relates to a player's vitality and resilience, primarily reflected in health recovery from damage and resistance to certain abnormal states. Intellect should not be conflated with IQ or logical reasoning abilities. Rather, it primarily influences a character's capacity for learning and the speed of mental recovery, as well as their compatibility with neural interface devices. Specifically, characters with higher intellect can operate a greater number of neural interface devices simultaneously. Perception denotes one's intuition and insight. Characters endowed with heightened perception possess a sharper instinct for crises and are more adept at uncovering concealed clues and traps. This attribute is indeed the most enigmatic one. The baseline value for all attributes is set at 5, fluctuating within a range of 2, contingent upon genetic sequences and physical conditions. Although he lacked a dedicated cultivation pod, Chu Guang discovered a spare medical examination device on the B1 level of the shelter, just as he had surmised. He, too, possessed a unique genetic sequence that could be detected by the examination apparatus. Regrettably, the database contained no information regarding this genetic sequence. It seemed to exist as an anomaly, an unforeseen element. To elucidate this with gaming terminology, it represented a path unimagined by the game developers. This also implies that no one knows where this path might lead or what outcomes may arise from pursuing it. Realizing this, a twinge of unease stirred within Chu Guang. Yet predominant was a sense of exhilaration. Perhaps the essence of adventure was inscribed within him, rather than adhering to the well-trodden paths laid out by others. He yearned to carve his own, based on the medical examination results and the attribute conversion formulas left by the initial administrator. Chu Guang crafted his own attribute panel and, using it as a template, created one for the 4 closed beta players as well. ID: Chu Guang genetic sequence, administrator level, LV. 5 basic attributes: strength, 8 agility, 6 constitution, 6 perception, 7 intellect. 6. His 5-dimensional data surpassed that of the players, placing him in a superior tier. The designation of LV5 indicates a 5 development progress of the genetic sequence, suggesting that the past 5 months were not entirely wasted. The development progress of the other 4 closed beta players stood at 0, though not entirely so. For instance, Bai Zhu Guoxi, whose genetic sequence is strength-oriented, experienced a 0.3 increase in development progress over a single day through frequent exertion of brute force, such as chopping wood, while the other 3 players only saw an increase of approximately 0.1. If he continues to chop wood over the next 2 days, Bai may very well become the first player to surpass level 0 and ascend to LV1. With this thought, Chu Guang resolved firmly within himself. Indeed, he must compel them to work harder, and this is ultimately for their own benefit. Chapter 11. Daily tasks. What is the purpose of a generator? You might ask. In the bustling dining hall of Jinling University, Professor Wang Haiyang paused, chopsticks suspended midair, as he regarded Professor Yin Feng, who was sincerely inquiring across the table. Their acquaintance was minimal. He knew Yin was from the physics department and around the same age, both in their 30s. The details of when they became friends on WeChat had faded from memory, and their conversations had been non-existent since. As a professor in engineering management, their professional paths rarely crossed. Yet today, Yin had unexpectedly invited him to lunch, claiming he had a matter to discuss. To be honest, upon reading the phrase "to consult," Professor Wang had assumed it pertained to academic subjects. However, he was taken aback by the rather peculiar question posed after their pleasantries. In a relaxed atmosphere, Yin elaborated. I recently read a novel centered on an apocalyptic theme. I'm curious about how survivors would tackle power issues in such a scenario. Why take the elements of fiction so seriously? Professor Wang chuckled. It ultimately depends on the author's narrative. Nevertheless, your question is intriguing. The apocalypse. It really depends on the type and the day following the cataclysm. He himself enjoyed reading novels, primarily those featuring cultivation themes, but had little exposure to apocalyptic literature. He never anticipated discussing the intricacies of fictional narratives so earnestly with a colleague. According to the novel's premise, it was set 200 years after a nuclear war. 200 years? A nuclear war? Professor Wang momentarily faltered, contemplating. That could be quite troublesome. Unprotected electronic devices would be damaged by the electromagnetic pulses generated by a nuclear explosion. The more sophisticated the device, the less likely it would survive. Is there a solution? Yin asked, brow furrowed in concern. There are options, certainly. For instance, one could find backup diesel generators in typical residential complexes or restaurants. They are not particularly intricate devices, but after 2 centuries, they must have been scavenged long ago, even if they weren't. The lack of maintenance over such a long period would likely lead to significant degradation of the components. Moreover, fuel is an issue. 200 years post-apocalypse. One can hardly expect to find gasoline at gas stations. Professor Wang stroked his chin thoughtfully before continuing. However, it's not entirely hopeless. What is the method? Yin inquired eagerly. Observing Yin diligently taking notes, Professor Wang felt bewildered. Is it really necessary to be this serious about a novel? Adjusting his glasses, Yin replied nonchalantly. Don't mind me. Please continue. Professor Wang thought to himself. He had often heard that those from the physics department were eccentric. He had previously dismissed it as a stereotype. Now, however, he found himself reconsidering. In the wasteland, Shelter 404. Chu Guang slept on the floor of the residence hall, rousing at 4 in the morning. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the achievement. Newbie Guide, player logged in for over 8 consecutive hours on the first day. Reward, 10 reward points. Was there such a delight? Waking up to a chance for a blind box draw. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Chu Guang accessed the system, navigating to the Administrator Allowance subpage. After a moment's hesitation between the beginner blind box worth 1 reward point and the intermediate one worth 10, he ultimately decided to invest all his points in the intermediate option, silently praying, please don't let it be a cough syrup. A soft azure glow flickered. Under Chu Guang's anxious gaze, a metallic door on one side of the residence hall opened, revealing a plastic-sealed syringe on the platform. Muscle cell enhancement injection permanently increases muscle strength slightly. With a 24-hour interval between uses, repeated use diminishes effect. Permanently enhancing muscle strength? This was indeed a valuable item. Without hesitation, Chu Guang tore open the packaging and removed the needle cap, only to be surprised at the absence of a needle. How does one use this? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Guang pressed the tip of the syringe against his arm and activated what seemed to be the switch. His arm felt as if it had been stung, and then, nothing. Was that it? Chu Guang felt bewildered, flexing his fist, but noticing no discernible change in his body. Could it have expired? After all, it was a relic from 200 years ago. Out of caution, Chu Guang conducted a self-assessment. ID, Chu Guang genetic sequence, administrator level, LV. 5 basic attributes, strength, 9 agility, 6 constitution, 7 perception, 7 intelligence, 6. The genetic development progress remained unchanged, but his strength and constitution had each increased by a point. There was something to this. Under normal circumstances, a 20-year-old male, without specialized training typically has strength and constitution scores of around 5, which serves as the baseline for all attributes. Thus, this additional point in strength and constitution equated to a 20 enhancement over an average adult male's physical capabilities. Chu Guang was now just 1 point of strength away from possessing twice the power of a typical adult male. As he contemplated testing his newfound abilities with a few push-ups, he suddenly noticed that the administrator's log had updated with new tasks. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Just yesterday, he had only 1 outstanding side quest, yet today, the number of incomplete tasks skyrocketed to 20. The tasks varied widely, ranging from hunting a mutant, collecting 5 tons of wood, and gathering 100 liters of fresh water, to more complex challenges like repairing the exterior walls of the sanatorium and mending the second-floor walls, tasks that clearly appeared burdensome. The rewards also varied, from a minimum of 1 point to a maximum of 20 points. All these quests bore a common label, daily. What does daily imply? Will they refresh every day? Chu Guang couldn't help but voice his thoughts. However, no one was there to respond. The shelter's system remained silent, and Little Seven was stationed outside at the sanatorium. He was alone within the entire shelter. Calculating silently, Chu Guang realized that completing all 20 tasks could yield a total of 150 reward points. Of course, at least 3/4 of those points would not come easily, not within a day or two. Chu Guang fell into contemplation. If he were to undertake all these tasks himself, he would surely be exhausted. However, if he delegated the responsibilities to players, it seemed he would only need to provide a few contribution points. With this thought, clarity struck him. There were markers in the drawer of his desk. Grabbing one, he headed to the surface via the elevator. After a search through the sanatorium, he discovered a piece of plastic board that had yet to be scavenged for fuel. Dusting it off, Chu Guang took the marker and scribbled a couple of lines before erasing them, nodding in satisfaction. Perfect. Reusable. He took some time to select a few tasks from the administrator's log that seemed feasible for players and wrote them on the plastic board. Collect wood requirements. Usable as building material, 1 point contribution per meter. Find water storage containers, materials, plastic, metal. Shape, barrel, jug. Requirements, the larger, the better, 110 points contribution. Mission accomplished. Glancing at the time, it was now 4:30 a.m., with an hour and a half remaining until the scheduled online time. Currently, there were 35 individuals. It seems that yesterday's discussion within the group has indeed yielded a certain influx of new participants, as 10 fresh newcomers have raised their hands. However, Chu Guang mused that the user potential of the Cattle and Horse Club seems to have been nearly exhausted. After all, it is merely a gaming group of about 100 individuals, and the active users could be counted on one hand. Perhaps these 35 are the entirety of the living participants. It might be time to consider an alternative promotional strategy. Advertising appears impractical, as the official website of Wasteland OL is not registered domestically, and the server might not even reside on Earth. Furthermore, there exists another dilemma. Should we draw from a larger pool of traffic, a deluge of low-quality users, those who stir trouble would inevitably flood in. These individuals might merely click yes out of curiosity, or perhaps they stumbled upon it by accident. Attracting such players would only lead to complications. It is imperative to raise the threshold for reservations. Chu Guang pondered, quietly noting this matter. Although the shelter system seemingly does not require players to provide shipping addresses, implementing such a measure could at least filter out some of the indecisive players and ineffective reservations. However, what if someone were to reserve using multiple devices? Or perhaps, employ a virtual machine? After some contemplation, Chu Guang dismissed the concern. Since the system can accurately deliver the helmet to the user's hands, it must possess a method to verify the identity of the reservers. Worrying excessively seems rather unwarranted. The new main quest has yet to be triggered, likely due to unmet conditions. The daily tasks can be momentarily set aside. What is crucial is that the remaining side quest requires a generator with a power output of 10 kW. Electricity is indeed a significant issue. It would be inconceivable for the shelter to embrace a future era while life on the surface remains akin to that of a primitive society. For Chu Guang, hailing from the modern world, a lack of electricity renders existence indistinguishable from that of a primitive society. It is essential to contemplate solutions for the generator issue. Chapter 12. The overgrown parking lot. After much contemplation, Chu Guang found himself at an impasse. Despite the simplicity of the generator's principle, an understanding even a middle school student could grasp. Merely a conductor cutting through magnetic lines of force, transforming this concept into a 10 kW generator was far from straightforward. Consulting online resources yielded nothing but purchasing links, which elicited a sardonic chuckle from him. If he could simply shop online, he wouldn't need guidance on what to buy. After considerable effort, Chu Guang finally stumbled upon some reliable tutorials. Yet given the current scarcity of materials, none of the information proved genuinely applicable. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 6 o'clock, with the sound of the hatch opening, for players awakened. I'll delve into this later, Chu Guang thought, lowering his legs from the table and adjusting his appearance with a found mirror before calmly proceeding to the adjacent room. Upon entering, he found the 4 players examining their attributes through the cultivation chamber's display screen. Indeed, my genetic sequence is strength-oriented, with an initial strength value of 7 points. But only 3 in intelligence? Yet I don't feel particularly dull, one mused, though the statement itself sounded rather unwise. And your beard seems to be growing at an alarming rate. Old Bai's beard was indeed remarkable. Just yesterday, it was stubble. And now it had grown to the length of a fingernail. I wonder if there's a razor around here? Clearly not. Why don't you try using an axe? Came a jest. Shut it. I can't believe I'm agile. I thought I was intelligence-based, Fang Chong said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I'm intelligence-based, Huang Feng said with a wry smile, raising his hand. Isn't 3 points in strength a tad low? 7 in intelligence, yet I don't feel any smarter. I'm perception-based. What on earth is that even good for? Can it foresee the future? Yisher expressed his discontent. Compared to such ambiguous attributes, he wished for superior capabilities in strength or agility. At the very least, a robust constitution would suffice to serve as a tank. It must be an instinct for danger. Have you forgotten how we evaded that ambush from the aberration yesterday? Fang Chong pondered aloud. If utilized well, this attribute could prove quite advantageous. A shame to waste it in your hands. Get lost. As Chu Guang entered the room, he cleared his throat, interrupting the players' banter. Perhaps due to their prior conversation regarding rapport while he was in the role of a planner, the players now regarded him with newfound respect. To maintain their immersion, Chu Guang decided to uphold his authoritative demeanor and spoke with gravity. Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief. The tasks ahead are numerous. Yet our time is limited. To avoid hindering our subsequent plans, we must establish our outpost on the surface before winter arrives. Food, drinking water, and fuel must be stockpiled, alongside the construction of defensive structures and surface accommodations. I have compiled a list of necessary tasks, which can be reviewed on the notice board at the entrance of the sanatorium. The players' eyes lit up, and eager expressions graced their faces. Has the task system been enhanced? That's the gist of it. Are there any questions? If not, we shall depart. Wait a moment, esteemed administrator. Yisher exclaimed, his face flushed, raising his hand. Could you please tell us where the restroom is? The restroom. This was indeed an issue. The B1 level of Shelter 404 resembled a reception area. While it housed cultivation chambers, it lacked any facilities for daily living. Observing the rush of players eager to exit the sanatorium, Chu Guang realized that with their influx, not only food and drink would become concerns, but soon the lack of restroom facilities would pose a significant problem as well. There were public restrooms on Better Street where human and animal waste were collected, allegedly sold to the nearby Brown Farm. After arriving at the Wetland Park Sanatorium, Chu Guang had been resolving his personal needs in the woods, never considering the implications of 100 individuals needing to relieve themselves. Not having a latrine is exceedingly uncomfortable. And without toilet paper, I resorted to leaves. Nearly drew blood. Ow! Why does it feel so fiery? Do you all feel it? No. Did you use nettle leaves for that? What? What are nettle leaves? Nothing. Just endure it. Chu Guang, listening nearby, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He seemed to have forgotten to inform these individuals that moss could serve as a substitute for toilet paper, a tidbit he had learned from the survivors on Better Street. Yet, they did not afford him the opportunity to speak. Just bear with it. We've all been through this. Esteemed administrator, Fang Chong limped over respectfully. I propose we should construct a restroom. Reconsider. Yisher interjected. I concur, Old Bai added. Moreover, with a restroom, we could dig a large pit to collect waste, mixing it with ash and wood chips to create compost, allowing aerobic bacteria and fungi to decompose the organic matter, generating heat to eliminate pathogenic microorganisms and pathogens, thus producing fertilizer. Exactly, and not only for fertilizer, we could also seal a portion of the waste and organic debris, allowing anaerobic bacteria to transform it into combustible methane. Back home, we have biogas pits set up this way. The produced biogas can be used for lighting and even electricity generation. This is a splendid idea. It warrants consideration. Chu Guang nodded in approval. Biogas. In his previous worries about survival, he had overlooked this aspect. While Better Street lacked biogas pits, the adjacent Brown Farm had one. Seeing the approving expression on the administrator's face, the 4 players became even more invigorated, exchanging ideas enthusiastically. Building a restroom was not particularly challenging, nor was constructing a biogas pit. The only difficulty lay in acquiring materials for sealing and gas storage. Fortunately, in this wasteland, plastic was abundant, especially in the form of beverage bottles and garbage bags. Due to the toxic gases produced when burned, few survivors dared to incinerate such items, often using them only as kindling. With a thorough search, They should be able to find plenty in the nearby suburbs. Thus, an additional task for collecting plastic bags and bottles was added to the task board. Esteemed Administrator, regarding the generator, I have an idea. Guang Feng, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Chu Guang turned to him. Go on. Most cars are equipped with onboard generators. I wonder if there are any roads nearby? A parking lot would suffice. If we can find a vehicle, this issue should be easily resolved. I believe it could work. Chu Guang replied. If we can locate a functioning generator, we could have electricity at our surface outpost. Then off you go, but I cannot allow you to go alone. Chu Guang said, glancing at the players present, his gaze landing on Yi Shi. You and Guang Feng should head to the parking lot. Absolutely, Yi Shi responded, brimming with enthusiasm. Yi Shi's genetic sequence was perception-based, making his instinct for danger potentially useful. Before they set off, Chu Guang instructed them to take along 2 short blades for cutting grass. These would be more effective than cumbersome axes when confronting aberrations. In addition, Chu Guang repeatedly cautioned them that if they encountered any anomalous beings, they must avoid combat at all costs and flee if possible. However, if the adversary had already noticed them and exhibited overt hostility, they must never turn their backs to the enemy, for such an act would be tantamount to suicide. Armed with a map of the wetlands park and a rudimentary guide, the fierce wind whisked away Night 10 from the sanatorium, leaving behind Old Bai and Fong Chong, who turned to Chu Guang and inquired, Master Administrator, should we continue cutting trees, or? Chu Guang cast a glance around, counting the untreated logs strewn across the ground. We shall not fell any trees today. We must first resolve the issue with the toilets. Therefore, you two should fetch shovels and axes. I will instruct you on how to proceed. The parking lot lay to the southeast of the sanatorium, untouched for 2 centuries. Now entirely reclaimed by nature. Tree roots had penetrated to hard concrete, while shrubs and wild grasses flourished, towering to knee height. Rusted vehicles were entwined with vines. Through shattered windows, one could even glimpse the moss overtaking the seats and air conditioning vents. Witnessing this scene, the fierce wind finally comprehended the administrator's warning. Night 10, too, wore an expression of concern. With the surroundings in such disarray, the prospect of finding a generator seemed bleak. The fierce wind fell silent for a moment, undeterred, and stepped forward. We've come this far. Night 10 shrugged and followed. After knowing each other for many years, his strongest impression of this online companion was their stubbornness, leaving him curious about their real-life profession. Many of the vehicles in the parking lot had hoods so rusted they could not be opened. The fierce wind scoured the lot extensively before discovering one that could barely be opened. However, upon lifting the hood, he was left speechless. What is this? An engine? Night 10 inquired, leaning closer. It seems to be an electric engine, yet it also appears not to be, the fierce wind replied, furrowing his brow. Do you know anything about cars? I haven't even gotten my driver's license. How would I know? Night 10 responded, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Haven't you been working for years? Haven't you bought a car? I live in a dormitory. I only have a bicycle. The fierce wind, undeterred, continued rummaging through the engine compartment, even moving to the rear of the vehicle and lying beneath. He examined every accessible area. Suddenly, his hand froze. Noticing the change in his expression, Night 10 asked, What's wrong now? It's a bit strange. I can't find the power source. The fierce wind said, wiping the mud from his face. After much contemplation, he added, I can roughly identify the engine, but I cannot locate the power source. Could it have been removed? Night 10 suggested, considering the 200 years of desolation. It was plausible that survivors had scavenged this place. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Habitually closing the hood, the fierce wind surveyed the lot filled with derelict vehicles, his mood growing complex. There was another possibility. In the game's backdrop, the technological level of society before the war was sufficiently advanced. Perhaps it had reached a point where remote power sources could replace fixed ones. Nevertheless, either scenario did not bode well for him. The hope of salvaging a generator from these abandoned cars now seemed increasingly unlikely. On another front, progress had been made on the toilet construction. Under Chu Guang's guidance, Old Bai and Fong Chong first excavated a pit 2 meters wide and 3 meters long in the open space outside the sanatorium, deep enough to accommodate a person. They then positioned cut logs around the pit as walls and laid down some rubble and leaves inside. With the pit completed, constructing the toilet became considerably simpler. Chu Guang instructed them to erect 2 rudimentary shelters beside the pit and connect them to the nearby latrine using plastic tubing salvaged from the sanatorium's outer wall. Thus, A makeshift toilet was established. Excrement and urine needed to be stored separately, as mixing them could create sludge, and urine was sterile enough to be used directly for irrigation. For now, this will suffice, Chu Guang remarked, nodding approvingly at the fruits of their labor after a morning's effort. Old Bai and Fong Chong exchanged glances, both exuding a sense of resignation. Although this was a fully immersive virtual reality game, was it truly necessary to be realistic to such an extent? The issue of bathing also loomed large. A water source lay within a kilometer, but numerous anomalous beings lurked nearby, making water collection a perilous task. Perhaps we should consider constructing a bathhouse, he mused. The odor is minor, but falling ill could pose a significant problem. Master Administrator, Fong Chong raised his hand. Chu Guang turned to him. What is it? I believe we should contemplate safety concerns, Fong Chong stated. Given the anomalous entity we encountered yesterday, this wasteland is not safe. That's a given, Chu Guang replied brusquely. I am aware, but sanitation cannot be underestimated. The shelter lacks adequate medical supplies, and the consequences of an outbreak would be dire. While safety issues were not as pressing, anomalous beings in the wetlands park were less active than those in urban areas. And there weren't many survivors around. The hygiene of the over 100 individuals was indeed a significant concern. In Beach Street, every household used iron buckets to store water, heating and disinfecting it on their rooftops, bathing every few days. This wasn't due to a fastidious nature, but because the stench would lead to expulsion. Fong Chong and Old Bai exchanged glances. Surely, the administrator's AI programming does not include a germophobia trait? They mused. We ought to be cautious. Speaking of which, there is a question I have been meaning to ask. Why does this vast shelter have no stockpiles of supplies? Old Bai interjected. And we have been confined to the B1 level. What about the other floors? The other floors are currently closed, but will be accessible in the future, Chu Guang succinctly stated, omitting further explanation. Although the two players were curious, they recognized the futility of their inquiries and accepted it as part of the game's setting. Observing the fierce wind, now caked in mud, Chu Guang inquired, Have you found the generator? I did not locate it, but it wasn't a complete loss. The fierce wind replied, revealing a plastic bag he had scavenged from an unknown refuse bin, filled with a bounty of blue mushrooms. These mushrooms were small, only the length of a finger, with semi-transparent, fine filaments on their surface, showcasing a vibrant iridescence along their patterns. Chu Guang's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did you find these? With a hint of pride, the fierce wind recounted, Initially, I intended to taste one, but the game's realism made me hesitate for quite some time. They are known as blue umbrella mushrooms, scientifically termed blue angel. It is said that those who consume them will, within an hour, behold true angels. But there is no doubt, unless you are an invulnerable mutant, this is certainly not something to eat. Chapter 13. Blue Umbrella Mushroom. Chu Guang tightened the seal of the plastic bag and continued, You should feel fortunate that you did not venture further. These mushrooms typically grow near the nests of mutated leeches. Yisher paused for a moment. Mutated leeches? Chu Guang replied casually, Yes. The juvenile mutated leeches are only about the size of a palm. Aside from their unique mouthparts, they bear a striking resemblance to regular leeches. However, once they reach adulthood, their size can swiftly exceed 1 meter, with some growing as long as 3 meters. Their feeding habits also change. I've heard they can even swallow a living person whole, though, of course, that's merely hearsay. Upon hearing the manager's account, Yisher felt a chill run down his spine. He had sensed something was amiss while gathering mushrooms, but could not quite pinpoint the source of his unease. In retrospect, it seemed he had skirted dangerously close to the gates of death. Can't we eat them? Huang Feng expressed a sense of regret, glancing at the mushrooms that Chu Guang had collected. I thought they might provide a buff. Don't think too much about it. There aren't that many buffs to be had. Chu Guang refrained from mentioning that. Although these mushrooms were inedible, they were a primary ingredient in crafting a decontamination agent. The exact process was unclear to him. He had merely heard it from old Charlie on Better Street. The blue umbrella mushroom contains a special peptide that effectively alleviates and heals non-lethal damage caused by gamma rays. The merchant caravans of Giant Stone City purchase these and offer a handsome price, typically transporting them to the factories there. However, procuring them is no easy task. Few scavengers are willing to risk their lives searching for mutated leech nests in swamps, subways, or sewers. Even in dire circumstances, few would dare to deal with these man-eating monstrosities. To his surprise, a nest of mutated leeches existed so close at hand. Chu Guang felt a mix of excitement and dread. The blue umbrella mushrooms could fetch a considerable sum, but dealing with the mutated leeches would be perilous. Salt? Where could I possibly acquire hundreds of kilograms of salt? With that much salt, I might as well sell it directly. Fire? These creatures typically inhabit damp areas. Igniting them is not as straightforward as it seems. Do you remember the exact location of the sewer entrance? In response to the manager's inquiry, Quang Feng quickly pulled out a map and pointed to a marked spot. Right here. Chu Guang glanced at the position on the map and committed it to memory. I understand now. 2,000 grams translates to 40 chips. This is nearly equivalent to all the savings I've amassed over the past 5 months. The actual value of these mushrooms is at least double that figure. Chu Guang resolved to sell all these mushrooms and use the proceeds to procure much-needed supplies for the outpost. The outpost's supplies require replenishment. I'll venture out. You all stay here, and remember not to stray too far. While I'm gone, Shao Qi will tally your work results, and you can ask it any questions you may have. As for the 2 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms, Chu Guang calculated a total of 220 contribution points for Quang Feng and Yi Shi. The 200 points were awarded for discovering the mutated leech nest, while the remaining 20 were for the mushrooms. He was not being stingy. He merely feared that rewarding too generously might entice the players to take risks and venture out to collect them, potentially leading to their demise. Before finding a generator to power the active substance extractor, he felt it prudent to exercise caution. Lunch consisted of green wheat porridge. Although labeled as porridge, Chu Guang found it more akin to a tasteless mung bean soup. It lacked flavor and served merely to satiate hunger. However, to his surprise, the 4 players devoured it ravenously, as if they were starving. Is it really that delicious? Chu Guang began to doubt his culinary skills. Could it be that I'm actually adept at cooking? That shouldn't be the case. After hastily finishing the meal, he put away the pots and utensils, extinguished the fire, and set off alone, leaving behind the 4 players and an AI robot idling upstairs. Fang Chong stared intently at the task board at the entrance of the clinic, lost in thought. Yi Shi asked from the side, "What are you looking at?" Fang Chong replied, "According to the manager, blue umbrella mushrooms can be used as materials for crafting anti-radiation agents. Yet the reward for your task is merely 20 contribution points, equivalent to chopping down 2 trees. Does that seem reasonable to you?" Yi Shi paused. "Is there a problem?" "Of course there is," Fang Chong asserted. "Typically, the rewards players receive from tasks should correlate positively with the difficulty of the task. Not only did you unlock a new dungeon, but you also gathered high-value materials. Logically, the rewards should not be so paltry." Quang Feng pondered. "So? Why do you think that is?" Fang Chong snapped his fingers. "Priority." "Priority?" Yi Shi echoed, bewildered. "Exactly," Fang Chong nodded. "Do you remember what the manager said earlier? The current top priority is survival. Is that so?" "I think I recall something like that," Yi Shi admitted, not having paid much attention to the narrative. He often skipped through the storylines in games by pressing Control. Although this game did not allow that, zoning out for a few minutes felt no different. Fang Chong continued. "Thus I suspect that the tasks on the task board do not encompass all available tasks. This game affords us substantial autonomy. Tasks can not only be issued by NPCs, but can also be triggered actively." Quang Feng frowned. "What is your reasoning? Didn't you already receive rewards?" Fang Chong pointed out. "Though you didn't find the generator, you discovered a nest of mutated leeches and collected valuable materials. Therefore, I conclude that as long as our actions meet the current needs of Shelter 404, we can earn contribution points. Furthermore, the reward values correlate directly with the value created by our actions. For instance, constructing latrines and toilets was a task issued after the manager accepted our suggestions. And both I and Old Bai received a reward of 200 contribution points." Old Bai nodded. "It does seem to be that way. I think I understand what you mean," Quang Feng said, stroking his chin. "But completing the tasks on the task board still grants us contribution points, right? And the points are quite substantial. That brings me to my second point," Fang Chong said with a mysterious smile. "Do you remember the affection level settings that the planner mentioned to us?" A flicker of realization crossed Quang Feng's face. "I see. I understand what you're getting at." Yi Shi and Old Bai were still utterly confused. "What exactly are you two understanding? Speak clearly." Fang Chang slowly explained, in simple terms, following the fixed tasks on the task board will yield guaranteed rewards. But it won't showcase our abilities. In contrast, actively triggering tasks can better demonstrate our capabilities. Theoretically, this should enhance the manager's evaluation of us. Of course, these speculations hinge on the premise that Wasteland OL is a fully immersive virtual reality game governed by programmed logic rather than human design. If the manager's intelligence is not as high as we assume, This deduction may well be unfounded. However, so far, the manager's intelligence appears to be quite impressive, as there are no issues with normal communication, and I can't help but wonder if this entity is actually a real person in disguise. Having grasped Fong Chang's explanation, Old Bai stroked his stubble and nodded in understanding. This idea is rather intriguing and merits exploration. What do you think we should do? I am still navigating the specifics. Yet my instincts suggest that accumulating NPC favorability is more critical than merely earning contribution points before the second round of closed testing. This will ensure that we possess a superior starting point compared to other players. After a brief pause, Fong Chang snapped his fingers. I propose we form a team. The concept of teaming up left Yisher puzzled. Lao Bai nodded in agreement. I have no objections, and Quang Feng also affirmed with a nod. I concurred as well. Yisher appeared taken aback. Fong Chang patiently elucidated. Simply put, from this moment onward, we shall operate as a cohesive unit, sharing intelligence and assisting one another. Furthermore, we must leverage our individual strengths. Fong Chang turned his gaze towards Quang Feng and Yisher, continuing, Quang Feng, Yisher. You will scout along the shores of the wetland Park S Lake, paying close attention to the distribution of the aberrant species and their activity patterns. If you identify any areas that appear to be potential nests, be sure to mark them, but remember, do not venture too close, especially to avoid combat. We require a secure water source. Quang Feng nodded in understanding. All right. Next, Fong Chang directed his attention to Lao Bai. As for us, our immediate task is to gather more wood. Once we log off shortly, I will search for relevant information online. And tomorrow we shall find a way to make use of the wood we have amassed. Chapter 14. The merchant from Stone City Chuguang was fortunate. He encountered no insurmountable dangers along his journey. Moreover, as he approached Bet Street, he chanced upon a caravan from Stone City unloading its cargo at the entrance. Old Walter, with his hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, stood nearby, puffing on his homemade pipe, while old Charlie engaged in pleasant conversation with the leader of the caravan. Meanwhile, scavengers, under the watchful eyes of the gunmen, unloaded the goods. The caravan leader was known as Mr. Li, though Chuguang did not know his full name. He was the head of a group of 8 armed men and a score of mutated yaks. In the wasteland, particularly in urban areas, vehicles were far less reliable than beasts of burden. The roads were littered with broken-down vehicles and collapsed ruins, exacerbated by poorly maintained surfaces cracked and overrun by vegetation. Most wheeled conveyances could hardly navigate these treacherous paths. In contrast, donkeys, cows, and horses were invaluable. Though slow, they could traverse almost any terrain. Most importantly, they were inexpensive and required minimal upkeep, 30 pounds of fodder for every 100 kilometers. Technology was not always dependable, at least not in these parts. Of course, long-distance treks across provinces presented a different scenario. Chuguang had once encountered a cargo truck with half wheels and half tracks, topped with a cannon-like barrel, exuding a punk aesthetic. However, such cumbersome vehicles seldom ventured into the city. They typically unloaded outside and traded with nearby small to medium-sized caravans before departing. Chuguang noticed something unusual among the supplies destined for Bet Street. A woman cloaked in robes, her hands and feet shackled, with a barcode tattooed on her ankle. Her delicate, fair skin bore no resemblance to that of a wasteland survivor. She appeared more like an ethereal being stepped from a film, or perhaps a product cultivated in a laboratory. Clones? Chuguang had previously heard whispers of the slave trade in Stone City, yet this was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. Such luxuries were likely only affordable to the town's mayor. Rather than approaching immediately, Chuguang chose to remain hidden in the shadows of the ruins, waiting for the transaction to conclude. The cowboys were preoccupied, offering him no attention. Once the cargo was loaded, Mr. Li reached into his pocket, producing a few white chips, which he tossed to the grateful scavengers. Then, amidst their expressions of gratitude, he and his gunmen set off, guiding their laden mutated yaks along the road. Chuguang followed at a distance, traversing 2 streets. Suddenly, the man accompanying Mr. Li halted and fixed his gaze on Chuguang. Startled, Chuguang wondered how he had been spotted from such a distance. Yet, having been discovered, trailing behind became pointless. He stepped from the ruins, raising his hands to signal his harmless intentions, and approached with a black plastic bag in hand. Stopping under a crooked CAF sign 10 meters away, he established a safe distance for both parties. Should conflict arise, his carbon nanotube bulletproof vest would afford him at least 5 seconds to escape, provided he avoided a headshot. I mean no harm. I merely wish to conduct a transaction, he stated. The man, Mr. Li narrowed his eyes and hoisted his shotgun onto his shoulder. Are you a scavenger from Bet Street? Chu Guang, he replied. I am not concerned with your name, and we do not engage in petty trades, the man remarked, casting a derisive glance at the plastic bag in Chu Guang's possession. You would be better off tossing that to old Charlie. Chu Guang remained silent, opening the bag to reveal its contents. The man's expression faltered, clearly taken aback that the bag contained not scrap parts and batteries, but something of value. Chu Guang noted a glint of barely concealed greed in his eyes. Where did you acquire this? The man inquired. Chu Guang met his gaze, maintaining a composed demeanor. From the sewers, near a nest of mutated leeches. But even if I revealed the location, would you dare venture there? Merely a rhetorical question. Please do not take offense. The man's greedy expression dimmed slightly as he handed his shotgun to an associate and stepped closer to Chu Guang. How do you intend to sell it? There are 2,000 grams. I seek 200 chips. Deal. Chu Guang immediately realized he had undervalued his offer as the man readily accepted. It was evident that the mayor's prices for these merchants were far steeper. Cursing the mayor and his family in his mind, Chu Guang wished for their misfortunes that night. Let us befriend one another. I am Lister. The man extended his right hand, shedding his previous arrogance and smiling. I rarely conduct business directly with scavengers, but you are an exception. I find you intriguing. Chu Guang, maintaining his dignity, shook his hand. Thank you. I am Chu Guang. I know. You mentioned it earlier. Releasing his grasp, Lister scrutinized Chu Guang and continued. First, I hope our transaction remains unknown to old Charlie. He will not know. I have no desire to attract trouble. Haha. You are a clever one. I can pay you 200 chips immediately, but since you will exchange these chips for goods anyway, why not purchase directly from me to avoid the middleman's markup? I have some remaining supplies. I can offer you a 20% discount. What do you say? Chu Guang was skeptical of Lister's claim of a discount, knowing he could not ascertain the prices of the goods on the yaks in Stone City. However, as long as Lister's prices were lower than those on Bet Street, he had no reason to refuse. I need weapons. Do you have any? Certainly. What type do you seek? Guns. Guns, is it? How about a 9mm bolt-action iron pipe rifle? It costs 200 chips, and I can include 30 rounds of ammunition. For additional bullets, it's 1 chip each, an absolutely fair price. At a discount? This already reflects the discount. If you find it too expensive, I also have cheaper options, such as a 5mm iron pipe pistol worth 100 chips, which is effective against raiders, though not recommended for dealing with mutants. Already discounted. And you expect me to believe that? Chu Guang stared at him. 1 9mm bolt-action iron pipe rifle plus 60 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, I require 25 chips for food and other supplies. Noting Lister's indifferent shrug, Chu Guang continued earnestly. There are more than 2 kilograms of mushrooms in the mutated leech nest, but I can only gather those near the nest. Do you understand my point? You wish for me to invest in you? Lister regarded Chu Guang with newfound interest. Why not? I bet that even at this price, you will still make a substantial profit. Furthermore, if you agree, I can bring you 10 times today's worth of goods next time. Does that not entice you? Lister was intrigued. Truth be told, it was an appealing proposition. Transporting 2 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms to Stone City would allow him to purchase not just 1 bolt-action iron pipe rifle, but 10. Those rustic folk living in the outskirts are utterly oblivious to the significance of radiation shields and detoxifiers for those residing in urban areas. Such valuable items are often hidden near nuclear bomb craters. Generally speaking, few can wrestle away the chips from my grasp. Lister signaled to his assistant to fetch a rifle and 60 rounds from the side of a mutated yak. You are an exception. Counting out 25 white chips from his pocket, Lister handed them, along with the goods, to Chu Guang. 20 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms. Consider it an investment. I shall await your news. I will return here at the end of the month, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it should be my last visit this year. I hope to see you then. Mutated leeches. No one dares to provoke those creatures. Only God knows how many repulsive pests lurk within their lairs. And the most troubling aspect is that conventional penetrating firepower proves utterly ineffective against them. Their terrifying regenerative abilities and vitality allow them to split into 2 new entities even after being severed in half, let alone sustaining a few small punctures. As for setting them ablaze, whether it ignites or not, it would surely incinerate valuable items along with it. A complete loss. By the way, for the 20 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms, I shall consider it 2,000 chips. You can place an order with me. No need to sift through what others have left behind. Observing Chu Guang fiddling with the weapon in hand, Lister reminded him. Chu Guang paused his actions and inquired, "How can I ascertain what goods you possess?" Lister snapped his fingers. The man beside him understood and presented a square tablet. It displayed photographs that could be swiped left and right for selection. "I won't teach you how to use it since I trust you are capable. I assure you the quality of these goods is impeccable, though I cannot guarantee that the items you receive will precisely resemble the photos." Taking the tablet, Chu Guang glanced through it and found a considerable selection of appealing items, especially spotting what he most urgently needed. "Have you made your selections?" Lister urged, observing Chu Guang's deliberation. "Your taste is commendable. The KV-1, while a basic model, is indeed the most durable. However, why do you require a generator? Instead of worrying about depleting power, it would be wiser to purchase additional batteries. I offer a trade-in service for old ones at a very reasonable price. Generators are not cheap. One costs 1,200 chips. In contrast, the KV-1 power exoskeleton requires only 800 chips. And a compatible chemical energy battery is merely 150 chips. Even if a battery is expensive, it won't surpass 1,000. Moreover, where do you intend to store such a device? An exoskeleton can be worn beneath clothing, but a generator is beyond the means of an ordinary scavenger." Seeing through Lister's concerns, Chu Guang replied, "I merely asked. How you handle it is of no concern to me. Even if you claim I purchased it, I shall never acknowledge that, and in the end, it is you who will bear the consequences." Lister shrugged, casting a glance toward the darkening sky. Noting the time was getting late. "Until we meet again." Chu Guang called out to him, "Wait, may I inquire if the items I just ordered are discounted?" "The prices you see are already at a discounted rate," Lister responded. Chu Guang exclaimed, "You? Just wait until I find a way to deal with you unscrupulous merchants." Watching the merchant caravan fade into the distance, Chu Guang turned away, his expression darkened. Chapter 15. The mobilization order. Chu Guang preferred to spend a night on Better Street rather than venture out on the perilous night roads. Having encountered several unpleasant experiences, he was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the dark. Surviving was a stroke of divine fortune. He wrapped the iron pipe rifle he had purchased in plastic bags and secured it to the sharpened water pipe at his back, ensuring that it appeared inconspicuous. Although Better Street did not impose restrictions on survivors carrying weapons, Chu Guang wished to keep his clandestine dealings with the external merchant caravans hidden from the watchful eyes of the mayor. 50 grams of blue umbrella mushrooms could be exchanged for a mere point of credit. It was astonishing how these parasitic leeches could concoct such schemes. As he passed through the gates of Better Street, he observed the ragged figures of the inhabitants, gaunt and weary, carrying woven bags or baskets, their hands clutching plastic barrels or other makeshift containers. Their daily routine was painfully simple. They scavenged trash to trade for credits, which were then used to procure life's necessities. Cooking oil, irrespective of its origin, was a fresh commodity transported from Brown Farm, priced at 10 credits per liter. Somewhat steep, yet justifiable, urging buyers to find others to share the cost. Let us not forget coarse salt. A chunk the size of a thumb was available for 5 credits. Regardless of its source, could they expect better? Come and buy. There were also tobacco leaves, suitable for personal use or for smoking meat, also from Brown Farm. Well, you choose for yourselves. I need a moment's respite. Old Charlie languidly called out at the entrance, his demeanor far from that of a shrewd businessman. In truth, it was less commerce and more a master's charity toward his servants. Do not be misled by the notion that Better Street was a place of freedom. The residents had little choice in their lives. Moreover, do not underestimate the distance of 5 miles. Though Clear Spring City lay within the southern plains, it had transformed into a concrete graveyard more treacherous than the forest itself. Old Charlie wiped the sweat from his brow, delegating the task of collecting payments to the store clerk while he settled down to rest, squinting against the sun. At that moment, a lanky young man clad in a gray coat brandished a wooden sign and stepped forward into the crowd. Mobilization order. The mayor's mobilization order. By the end of the month, each household must submit 100 kilograms of firewood and 2 cubic meters of furs. Spread the word. A stir swept through the crowd, grumbling and complaining, yet no one dared to protest. After all, this was the way things had always been. Better Street did not impose taxes. But that did not mean life was free. Beyond the subtle exploitation and trading rights, the mayor had his ways of requisitioning supplies. The mobilization order was one such method, recurring every year around August or September. As for the consequences of refusal, the punishments were rather straightforward. All men and women aged 16 and older, regardless of whether they lived independently or were unmarried, were considered a single household until they wed, at which point they would combine into one. Should they fail to provide the required supplies, the registrar would strike their names from the roster, confiscating their shelter in Better Street and expelling them from the survivors' enclave. In a world where life was as fragile as paper, losing one's refuge was tantamount to death, especially in the harsh winter months. Although Better Street was not affluent, it was significantly better than the neighboring Brown farm. At least the survivors here retained a modicum of pitiful freedom. It seemed the mayor was intent on reaping one last bounty before the final caravan of the year arrived, gathering supplies to ensure a prosperous winter. He would depart before the cold set in. No one would need to urge him to leave. Chu Guang strode towards his shelter, but as he approached, he saw Yu Xiaoyu and a young man in a dispute at his doorstep. The boy, around 17 or 18, was of short stature. Chu Guang did not know him well, but recalled that he was Wang's third son, Wang Difu. His shelter was at the far corner of the enclave, diagonally across from Yu's home, with Wang's house further down the lane, and he rarely visited that area. What do you want? Wang Difu snapped impatiently, shoving Yu Xiaoyu aside. The girl stumbled back, but held her ground protectively, arms outstretched. I want to let you. This isn't your home, nor is it yours. But he asked me to watch it. What is so interesting about a dead person's house? He is not dead. Yu Xiaoyu glared at him, her eyes wide and fierce. Wang Difu continued, exasperated, your family just wants a piece of the pie. I have no intention of hoarding it all. Here's the deal. I'll take the beams and the door, and you can have the rest. Abandoned homes were typically divided among neighbors. No one could endure several nights outside. Even the most seasoned hunters would struggle. Yu Xiaoyu bit her lip, her eyes resembling those of a small fish, resolutely refusing to yield, yet remaining still. Just then, a hand landed on Wang Difu's shoulder. Who says I'm dead? Wang Difu jumped, startled, his eyes wide and wary as he turned to face Chu Guang. Yu Xiaoyu quickly slipped behind Chu Guang for safety, reporting in a hushed tone, he came yesterday, wanting to tear down your home. Thank you, Chu Guang replied, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Wang Difu. Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you? Wang Difu, realizing he was in the wrong, shot a glance at the blood-stained steel pipe on Chu Guang's back and ultimately fell silent, retreating without a word. He feared neither the Yu family nor this outsider, but no one wished to offend a robust man, especially one who was solitary and devoid of weaknesses. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Chu Guang felt a pang of sadness. Some individuals, despite being alive, bore no distinction from the wild hyenas and vultures outside. He had once witnessed a mutated hyena sever the neck of an injured companion, feasting upon its flesh. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere natural law, yet now he found himself empathizing. In just a few days away, these people had begun to stir, eager for their chance. Yu Xiaoyu, still hidden behind Chu Guang, lingered, hoping that waiting a moment longer might yield another treat like the candy she had tasted that day. She had never savored anything so sweet, nearly chewing the plastic stick along with it. Noticing the large eyes gazing at her, she said, I appreciate your help these past few days. It's no trouble. Yu Xiaoyu cheerfully unwrapped the plastic and popped the lollipop into her mouth, mumbling, I have nothing else to do anyway. I can keep an eye on you while you're out. Earning candy was merely a side gig. Watching over the outsider was the task entrusted to her by her elders, a duty she had not forgotten. However, no matter how swift her actions, she could not outpace the eyes of a hunter. The head of the Yu family, a robust elder with a face etched by wrinkles, cast a glance at Chu Guang but said nothing, entering the house with his eldest son, who bore 2 sacks of green wheat. Yuhu, the second son, paused before Chu Guang. Chu Guang recognized him. The locals largely ignored him, yet this 18 or 19-year-old boy was one of the few willing to engage him in conversation. I thought you had perished while you were away, Yuhu remarked. It seems your instincts are not quite accurate, Chu Guang replied. Yuhu paused, scratching his head with a grin. This outsider was intriguing, his manner of speaking distinctly different from others, always preferring a roundabout approach. Unbothered, he continued speaking. I must inform you that the mayor has just issued a mobilization order. By the end of the month, each household is required to submit 100 kilograms of firewood and 2 cubic meters of pelts. The Yu family, with 3 adult males, needs to contribute 300 kilograms of firewood and 6 square meters of pelts, making them substantial taxpayers on Better Street. However, the latter is no trivial matter. Acquiring 6 square meters of pelts necessitates the hunting of at least 4 or even 5 mutated hyenas. That is manageable. Yuhu, straightforward and candid, continued. We were just discussing with the Li family about venturing into the northern woodlands, as there have been rumors of migrating deer herds. If we can catch a couple, we would not only secure pelts, but also meat. Would you care to join us? I think I will pass and find my own way. Chu Guang politely declined, though he silently noted the suggestion. The scavengers from Better Street intended to hunt in the north, and the Linghu Wetland Park conveniently lies slightly northwest. He hoped they wouldn't cross paths. Yu Hu, oblivious to Chu Guang's thoughts, assumed he was merely shy and persisted. I can see you possess considerable talent. Yet even the most capable individual has their limitations. The Wang family's boy bullies you simply because he has the numbers on his side. How about this? My sister will be of marrying age next year. Why not take her as your wife? That way, we become family. If you are eager, we could arrange for the wedding tonight. Chu Guang nearly choked on those words, coughing as he replied, no need for that. How did the conversation shift to such a matter? Moreover, the acceptable marrying age for these survivors was something Chu Guang, hailing from a civilized society, could not fathom. He was still young. Marriage was far too premature for him. Well, if that's the case, Yu Hu conceded, feeling a tinge of regret. Those emerging from the shelter were quite clever, much like the elderly man named Charlie, who had been assisting the mayor since Chu Guang's earliest memories and was regarded as a prominent figure among the neighbors. Charlie had mentioned that Chu Guang also emerged from the shelter, indicating he was undoubtedly sharp-minded. If he were to father a son with Yu Hu's sister, perhaps the Yu family might someday produce a figure as esteemed as Charlie. He had even prepared to persuade his father on this matter. Yet now, it seemed he was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. Yu Hu turned to his sister. Little fish, let me ask you, would you be willing to marry your neighbor? Brother Chu Guang? With a lollipop in her mouth, little fish mumbled, sure. After all, it was just next door, not far at all. To her, the notion of marriage was merely a change of sleeping quarters, with the added possibility of receiving a couple more candies. Initially resolved to abandon the idea, Yu Hu joyfully exclaimed, then I shall persuade him for you. Oh, little fish responded absent-mindedly, preoccupied with her candy and indifferent to the conversation. Meanwhile, Yu Hu was excitedly making plans. All right, I will speak with our father and brother, but don't just sit idly. Find some time to learn how to make pancakes from mother. What are you eating? Let me have a taste. No. Upon seeing her brother attempt to snatch her candy, little fish instantly grew displeased, darting away with agility, disappearing from sight in an instant. Chapter 16. Gameplay of sandbox games in the Linghu Wetland Park. Outside an abandoned sanatorium stood wooden stakes of various sizes. I heard that freshly cut wood, if not treated, tends to crack and deform. Observing the haphazardly piled logs against the wall, Old Bai, axe in hand, frowned and remarked. Feng Chong inquired, how is it typically processed? Old Bai replied, the moisture in the wood can be dried out, or it can be painted on both ends to allow for natural air drying. Alternatively, it can be soaked in water, but retrieving it afterwards can be quite challenging. I hope it doesn't rain in the next few days. Old Bai estimated that, including the results of yesterday's labor, cutting all these logs into 3 to 4 meter lengths and sharpening both ends for insertion into the ground would be more than sufficient to reconstruct the walls on the north and west sides of the sanatorium. However, since these logs were untreated, their durability was questionable, and after a few rains, they might rot. Thus, he and Feng Chong deliberated and decided to adopt a different approach, opting for cement as the building material. There was an abundance of concrete debris on the wasteland, with plenty also found within the sanatorium. Over time, due to weathering, thermal expansion and contraction, and exposure to the elements, most of these concrete fragments, stripped from their steel reinforcements, had turned into rubble. Relying on these materials alone for stability would be ill-advised. However, mixing these materials with cement and securing them with some steel bars salvaged from the ruins would allow for the construction of rudimentary concrete structures, albeit of questionable quality, yet still superior to wood. After all, they had no intentions of erecting skyscrapers. However, to utilize these concrete waste materials, they first required cement. To produce cement, they needed sufficient coal and a furnace capable of withstanding temperatures of 1,450 degrees Celsius. Feng Chong noticed that the plastic bucket held by Guangfeng was filled with a uniform slurry. To the east of Linghu, there was a river that did not appear on the map, likely formed within the last 200 years. They had explored the entire eastern to southern shoreline of the lake, marking areas of heightened activity from anomalous species and suspected nest locations on the map. As Guangfeng spoke, he instructed Yi Shi to retrieve the map, which bore charcoal markings. With this map in hand, their trips to the lake for water would be significantly safer. Yet, Fang Chang's attention was drawn to the bucket in Quanfeng's hand. The contents were, this substance would not serve as a building material, as it would wash away with water. Kneeling, Old Bai scooped up some of the slurry, rubbing it between his thumb and forefinger. A sudden spark of excitement lighting up his face. This is a valuable find. We have a lead on our kiln. Kiln? You sure asked, taken aback. I conferred with Old Bai. We plan to produce cement, Fang Chang replied. Quanfeng looked at him in astonishment. Is that feasible? Absolutely. Fang Chang responded enthusiastically. Quanfeng and Yishur exchanged puzzled glances before following suit. Old Bai formed a circular structure with the slurry, digging 2 holes for air intake. Then placed the charcoal and dried leaves from their previous cooking fire inside the mud circle, igniting it with matches left by the overseer. The fire quickly took hold, gradually drying the surrounding slurry. Old Bai continued to excavate fresh mud, layering it against the furnace walls until it reached his thigh, after which he began inserting thumb-sized wooden sticks within. What is this for? Fang Chang asked, curiosity evident on his face. Although he had played survival games, he had never engaged in such meticulous tasks. We are making charcoal. Without coal, we must substitute with carbon. To produce cement, we cannot simply burn wood. We must start from the basics. You know about this? I used to play with it back home. That is something, Fang Chang exclaimed. Standing up, Old Bai clapped his hands, and while the fire had yet to ignite the wood, he began to cap the furnace. This step was crucial. Before the wood caught fire, he needed to leave an opening at the top. Once the temperature inside the furnace reached sufficient levels, he would seal all openings with slurry, allowing the wood to smolder for a day, resulting in a full batch of charcoal by the next morning. If you seal all the holes, won't the fire go out? Not immediately, and that's exactly the effect we want. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Old Bai patted Fang Chang on the shoulder. Don't just stand there. Let us build a few more kilns and prepare for tomorrow's cement production. Not only did Fang Chang join Old Bai's construction team, but Quanfeng and Yishur, after transporting enough slurry, were also summoned to assist. The 4 players worked together, constructing 4 earthen kilns for charcoal production and using aluminum silicate clay dug from the riverbank. They built a slightly larger one. According to Old Bai, they would attempt to produce cement the following day, specifically wood ash cement. This rudimentary method of cement production lacked sophistication and durability, but it would certainly outperform wood. With wood ash cement, he could attempt to build a kiln capable of withstanding even higher temperatures. Old Bai was resolute, planning to go online later to research more information. I now understand why the overseer urged us to establish a bathhouse. Yishur lamented, feeling overwhelmed by the stench of sweat, which clashed with his innate cleanliness. This game is far too hardcore. Shall we wash up by the lake before logging off? Old Bai suggested. Perhaps there is something we need to address. How do we inform him of our afternoon's labor? Yishur quickly questioned. Fang Chang glanced back at the sanatorium. No need to worry. I've already spoken to the robot, named Xiao Qi. It indicated that it had recorded our achievements and would report them accurately to the overseer. Hearing this, Yishur finally felt reassured. As the players prepared to log off, removing their helmets and rising to greet a new day, Chu Guang, still at Beach Street, carefully removed the plastic bucket from beneath the water purifier. Beach Street had public wells, and every household possessed its own water collector, and Chu Guang was no exception. Except for the occasional glowing rain carrying radioactive dust or noticeably abnormal cloud formations, the rainwater on the wasteland was generally safe, even safer than in pre-war times. After all, 2 centuries had passed since the decline of civilization, making phenomena like acid rain and smog rare in this environment. Of course, even so, drinking rainwater directly was not advisable. By cutting a plastic bottle in half, Chu Guang layered dried pine needles and moss beneath the bottle's neck, then added crushed charcoal ash. Thus, a simple water filter was born. Whether graphite could absorb radiation was uncertain, but in the outskirts far from the nuclear blast crater, radiation was not the primary survival threat. Rather, diarrhea and dehydration posed greater risks. He recalled that during his first month of settling here, he had nearly succumbed to his own gastrointestinal issues rather than falling prey to the anomalies. Less than 10 liters, a mere drop in the bucket. Observing the jars and bottles in his room, Chu Guang sighed. The supplies he had gathered over several days were nearly depleted, all consumed within a few days since the player's arrival. He needed to devise a strategy. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Chu Guang rose and approached. Unfastening the latch and opening the door, there stood Xiao Yu, hands clasped behind her back, her round, glistening eyes fixated on him, remaining silent. As Chu Guang was about to greet someone, he suddenly recalled the second son of the Yu family and the marriage proposal he had mentioned earlier, feeling quite awkward. To entertain a hypothetical scenario, if there were no Shelter 404, no system, and no players, he would be entirely isolated and would have to attempt to integrate into this society. Yet, he could not bring himself to resort to such actions. He was too frail. It would be prudent to nurture himself for another couple of years. Is there something you need? Chu Guang inquired calmly. Yu Xiaoyu extended her arm, which she had hidden behind her back. Only then did Chu Guang notice that she was holding a small, dark piece of cake, most likely made from a porridge of green wheat. My second brother asked me to bring this to you, she articulated slowly. He said to tell you that I made it for you. The convoluted subject-verb relationship left Chu Guang perplexed for a moment, but he eventually discerned that it was Yu who had instructed her to deliver the cake to him. Thank you. No need, she replied, and with that, she swiftly turned and dashed away, leaving Chu Guang alone in the wind, feeling quite disoriented. In the present day, in Jinling, Yan Feng removed his helmet, rubbed his nose, and fumbled around on the bedside table until he found his glasses. After sitting on the edge of the bed for a while, he finally rose and headed to the bathroom. After freshening up, he donned his coat, descended the stairs, and leisurely rode his bicycle to the cafeteria. The time was 5:30. Apart from students preparing for their graduate entrance exams, few would visit the cafeteria at this hour. The hall was nearly empty, with only a few windows by the door still serving customers. The cafeteria lady, busy behind the counter, recognized this regular patron at a glance and greeted him with a warm smile. Professor Yin, you're here so early today? Yes. I went to bed quite early last night. I'll have 2 buns, please. The buns are just coming off the steamer. You'll need to wait a moment. No rush, Yin Feng replied, taking out his meal card and swiping it at the reader. The fragrant steam wafting from the steamer was quite enticing. Yin Feng relished the aroma, which was comforting, though regrettably, it was not particularly kind to someone wearing glasses. He removed his glasses and wiped the fog from the lenses, which led him to ponder his character in the game Wasteland OL. In the virtual realm, although his initial strength was somewhat lacking, he was still far more formidable than his real-world self. Moreover, the crucial distinction was that his virtual avatar was not bespectacled. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Do you have class this morning? No class. I woke up early because I couldn't sleep. I thought you physicists would be working late into the night, Professor Wang Haiyang remarked, raising an eyebrow. Is it about yesterday's topic? Yin Feng nodded. Yes. Wait a moment. Let me ask you. The novel you mentioned, it wouldn't happen to be one you wrote yourself, would it? Professor Wang chuckled. Novels are best when they blend the real and the unreal. If they mirror reality too closely, they lose their appeal. Actually, it's not a novel, Yin Feng confessed. It's a game. A game? Yes, a post-apocalyptic themed game, he said as he accepted the buns from the cafeteria lady, unwrapped them, and took a bite. Professor Wang's interest piqued, and he inquired further, could you be more specific? No power source. Professor Wang paused for a moment and then smiled. Are you suggesting using remote power technology to replace fixed power sources? Is that very difficult? Yin Feng asked. I can't say for certain, but from my professional viewpoint, wireless power technology isn't particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies in how we can obtain clean and affordable energy, such that even if energy loss reaches 90 or more, the cost remains within acceptable bounds. At this juncture, Professor Wang paused and, with a joking tone, continued. Aside from the controllable nuclear fusion depicted in science fiction, I can't think of a better solution. Nuclear fusion? Yin Feng mused thoughtfully. I see. It seems the narrative backdrop of Wasteland OL is even more grand than I initially imagined. There must be many aspects worthy of deeper exploration. When do you plan to publish your novel? Can I have a look? Professor Wang joked. Who knows, perhaps I could offer you some advice. Yin Feng shot him a glance. I already said it's not a novel. All right. If you say it's not, then it's not. He replied with a smile as he accepted his breakfast from the cafeteria lady. I have class. I'll take my leave now. Good luck. Chapter 17. It is our honor to alleviate your worries. The night was deep, and Chu Guang's sleep was restless, waking several times and instinctively reaching for the gun hidden within his sleeping bag before dozing off again intermittently. He sighed, feeling a sense of lethargy, and once more his hand found the reassuring grip of the gun's rough, elongated barrel. He couldn't help but wonder how the players were faring. Although he had instructed Xiaoqi on what to do in his absence, he still found it difficult to relinquish his concerns. At 5 in the morning, Sleep eluded him entirely, and he lay wide awake, quietly waiting. Only when the dawn light began to filter through the window did he emerge from his sleeping bag, donning his clothes and strapping on the steel pipe along with the newly acquired firearm. The mayor's insistence on collecting debts forced him to expedite his moving plans, compelling all preparations to be concluded by the end of the month. Without sufficient supplies to sustain 100 individuals, he would have no choice but to wait until the following February or March for the next testing round, effectively wasting the entire winter. As he pushed open the door, equipped and ready to depart, he encountered the men from the Wang family. Wang Difu, who had caused a disturbance at his doorstep the previous day, shot him a glance, remaining silent but exuding an air of provocation, perhaps emboldened by the presence of his father and older brothers, and the hunting gear slung over his shoulder. He seemed to be flaunting his bravado. Chu Guang, however, had no intention of engaging with a mere child. At 16, a boy on Beat Street could be considered a man, yet to him, Wang Difu was merely a child yet to mature. Hey, don't you dare die, he thought, dismissing him entirely, not even sparing a glance. Angered by the perceived slight, Wang Difu clenched his teeth, his face reddening with humiliation from the foreigner's disregard. Just as he was about to act impulsively, his older brother placed a hand on his shoulder. Though still somewhat disgruntled, Wang Difu quickly subdued his temper, revealing his respect for his brother. Chu Guang glanced at the eldest Wang's son, a sturdy man who was also observing him. From this individual, he sensed a faint hint of danger, albeit not overtly pronounced. Interestingly, as their eyes met, the man's face betrayed a flicker of surprise, though he concealed it well. Instincts of a hunter warned him this individual would not be easily dealt with. Their brief exchange of glances was swiftly followed by a mutual withdrawal of sight, as neither party sought unnecessary conflict. As the Wang family departed, Chu Guang readied himself to leave. Behind him, a crisp voice called out, "Be careful on the road." With a smile, Chu Guang replied softly, "Thank you." No need. By 6 in the morning, the day was nearly bright. The gates of Beat Street creaked open, and survivors, laden with backpacks, bows, short knives, and crossbows, stepped cautiously over the cracked concrete and through the weeds sprouting from the fissures, forming small clusters as they ventured toward the desolate ruins. In the present day, 200 years after the cataclysm, scavenging for valuables amidst the wasteland was no easy feat. Even finding shell casings left behind by mercenaries or marauders was considered a treasure. "I need 7 kilograms of green wheat. That will cost 21 chips. How much can I get for 4 chips of cured meat?" Chu Guang inquired, having never purchased it before. "1 chip per 2 ounces, came the response. "Then I'll take 4 ounces. Food was crucial for development. Only by accumulating sufficient provisions could he recruit more players to assist him. Survivors could not subsist solely on porridge made from green wheat. Even if they could endure it, he could not. With his new firearm, hunting would prove significantly easier than before. Old Charlie raised an eyebrow. "I recall you purchasing 5 kilograms of green wheat just a few days ago." Old Charlie grinned. "No matter, it's wise to save some money." As Chu Guang contemplated his future, an unsettling thought struck him. The mayor might overlook someone as inconsequential as him, but others might wonder where he had acquired such wealth. Yet, old Charlie said nothing further, perhaps indifferent, as he weighed the grain and cheerfully sent him on his way. He had been careless. Once outside the gates of Beat Street, after rounding a corner, Chu Guang finally exhaled, pausing to observe his surroundings before continuing forward. Over 10 chips was a substantial sum for scavengers, who typically struggled to save money. Yet, he had twice produced over 20 chips to procure supplies that he would not exhaust in the short term. Old Charlie had been relatively kind, given that they both hailed from the same shelter, but ultimately he was a servant to the mayor. This realization made Chu Guang frown. Regrettably, the merchant named Lister only traded in food and sold industrial products from Giant Rock City. Perhaps he should venture to Brown Farm to seek his fortune. 7 kilograms of green wheat and 10 liters of drinking water, along with ammunition and gear, weighed heavily on his shoulders. Besides transporting goods, Chu Guang had to conserve his strength and remain vigilant for lurking dangers. The roads outside the settlement were treacherous, often necessitating detours around collapsed highways and through fallen buildings. He found himself envying the protagonists in games like The Last of Us and Dying Light, who could nimbly traverse the ruins with their burdens, while he could only proceed with painstaking caution. Perhaps he should consider purchasing a cow next time? He wondered if Lister would sell one. Fortunately, the mutated creatures he encountered along the way did not detect him. As he navigated through the ruins, Chu Guang was astonished to discover that all 4 beta players had already logged on upon his arrival. Not only that, but 4 half-height earthen furnaces stood outside the sanatorium's walls, alongside a hemispherical kiln about the size of a person. What is this? He did not recall assigning them the task of building furnaces. I was delayed outside all night, he said, fixating intently on the furnaces, momentarily forgetting the weight on his back. How are things here? Have you encountered any mutants or other survivors? Everything is normal. No unexpected occurrences, Fang Chong reported enthusiastically, his face aglow as he relayed their progress. The 4 half-height furnaces were intended for charcoal production, while the adjacent furnace, equipped with a blower, was designed for high-temperature calcination of raw cement. We burn tree bark to produce wood ash, mix it with water, filter out the upper layer of potash water, and then squeeze the remaining slurry to obtain calcium hydroxide and calcium carbonate for cement production. Next, we place these materials into a blast furnace to calcine them into an orange-red hue, then mix them with sand collected from the riverside and water to create wood ash cement. Wow. To be honest, Chu Guang was astounded by the player's craftsmanship. He had previously attempted to make cement using a mixture of wood ash and slurry, employing a method he found online. But the resulting product crumbled easily and was utterly useless. Now, it appeared that his approach had been flawed. The key was the blast furnace and the secondary calcination, not to mention the purity of the wood ash. Fang Chong continued without pause. We plan to use the cement to repair the walls of the sanatorium. By the way, we also collected the filtered potash water. It can be used for tanning leather and is incredibly useful. You all have done exceedingly well. After contemplating for an extended period, Chu Guang found himself at a loss for how to reward these players, ultimately settling on a mere phrase of commendation. However, upon hearing his words, Fang Chong became utterly exhilarated. The favorability has surely increased. There is no doubt about it. Seizing the moment, Fang Chang earnestly recited the lines he had contemplated throughout the night. For the continuation of civilization, it is our honor to alleviate your burdens. Chu Guang suddenly felt uncertain in how to respond to him. In comparison to himself, these players appeared remarkably noble. Well said. For the preservation of civilization and the future of us all. Clearing his throat, Chu Guang maintained a dignified demeanor and continued to address the enthusiastic players. I shall head below to distribute the supplies. Your plans are commendable. Proceed with confidence. With an upright posture and spirited demeanor, Fang Chong replied, at your command. Esteemed manager, do take care to balance work and rest. Do not overexert yourselves, Chu Guang advised. His concern was not born from a sudden pang of conscience, but rather from a worry that the players might exhaust their enthusiasm too soon. However, this player seemed oblivious to his thoughtful intentions, proudly declaring their loyalty. It is our mission to serve you. This is also my declaration under the banner of humanity. Upon hearing this, Chu Guang nearly stifled a laugh. A declaration, indeed. Have you ever seen what the banner of humanity looks like? Very well, you are quite spirited. Off you go. Watching the player scamper away, Chu Guang silently sighed. Ultimately, his concerns were unfounded. Chapter 18. I made the reservation first seeing how self-disciplined these players were. Chu Guang felt it best to refrain from exerting too much control over them, allowing them the freedom to express themselves. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily task, stockpiling lumber. Reward. 2 reward points. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily task, producing cement. Reward. 5 reward points. The total of 7 reward points from the completed daily tasks was insufficient for even a mid-tier blind box. However, Chu Guang was unconcerned. His players had successfully managed the cement, and their food reserves had surpassed 10 kilograms, soon enabling him to recruit additional players as free labor. System. Exchange all reward points for a basic blind box. The points in the administrator's allowance were instantly reset to 0. The alloy door on the wall swung open, and the conveyor belt began to whir, delivering the rewards from the blind box. 5 lollipops, a 200G bar of chocolate, and a 500G bag of salt emerged. As before, none bore an expiration date or a trademark. How much did this initial manager adore sweets? Staring at the 5 lollipops and chocolate, Chu Guang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, the pristine white salt was indeed a fine item. Chu Guang picked it up, his face lighting up with unexpected joy. The salt available in Beach Street was coarse, transported from Giant Rock City, often yellowish in appearance, expensive, and of poor quality, with a bitterness that could overshadow its saltiness. This fine white salt typically commanded a hefty price, one that most survivors could scarcely afford. If only more could be acquired. This amount was sufficient for cooking, but using it for making cured meats or sausages would be somewhat wasteful. Of course, trading it could be a wise choice. This fine salt could easily be exchanged for 10, 20, or even 30 times its weight in coarse salt. Yet, this endeavor carried its own risks. The Valley Province was an inland region, and salt, second only to arms and profitability, was a trade fraught with danger for those lacking sufficient strength. After confirming his rewards, Chu Guang proceeded to check the player list, verifying the times his players had logged off yesterday and logged in today. To his surprise, Old Bai had actually leveled up. Can one truly level up by chopping trees? Chu Guang was astonished. Previously, the gene sequence development progress of these players had been 0, but Old Bai's had now risen to 1, corresponding to level LV1. However, after some contemplation, Chu Guang understood. Chopping trees, being a physically demanding task, served as a form of exercise, and given that Old Bai's gene sequence was strength-oriented, his progress was hardly surprising. Experience could be gained through means other than combat, although the latter was a relatively quicker path. Closing the system interface, Chu Guang logged into the back end of the Wasteland OL official website from the computer in the residence hall. Previously, he had set a reservation threshold requiring a shipping address, phone number, and account registration, bracing himself for a slowdown or even a halt in the growth of reservations. To his astonishment, upon checking today, the number of reservations had surged from 35 to 45. Good gracious. Does the Cow and Horse Club have so many living members? Amidst his surprise, Chu Guang logged into his QQ account and accessed the game group named Cow and Horse Club, scrolling through the chat history to uncover some clues. It turned out that just yesterday, a wave of newcomers had flooded the group, increasing the member count from just over 100 to over 200. Most of these newcomers had been invited by existing members, many of whom were seasoned players active across various gaming groups. A legend about a fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG had begun circulating within the PC gaming community. While most scoffed at the notion, there were always a few who believed and went to great lengths to join the Cow and Horse Club, uncertain if the management was orchestrating some grand scheme. It seemed the official website was quite well put together. Historical chat records, quit smoking. Why are there suddenly so many newcomers in the group? Confused. JPG, level 99 trash picker, big shots. How do I reserve that game? Does it cost money? Quit smoking. Wait, are they all flocking to Wasteland OL? Shocked. JPG, nemesis of girls. The group name could be changed to Wasteland OL Player Group. Sarcastic. Quit smoking. Brother Knight 10. Did you log in last night? Was there new content to test? Excited. Quit smoking. Cement. Level 99 trash picker. ISNT at just trash picking? The group buzzed with chatter for quite a while. Chu Guang bypassed the lengthy discourse and scrolled to Fong Chang's remarks. Fong Chang. To be honest, this game's performance in terms of realism has exceeded my expectations. Unlike most sandbox building games, in Wasteland OL, logs do not magically transform into lumber. Creating charcoal is not simply a matter of tossing wood into a furnace, but requires the construction of a charcoal kiln, and the method mirrors reality quite closely. Producing cement also lacks a one-click synthesis workbench, necessitating the burning of plant ash to begin. Quit smoking. Really? It's that realistic? Fong Chang, exactly. It's that realistic. The combat system hasn't been tested yet, but in terms of sandbox gameplay, neither I nor Old Bai have discovered any limitations in this game. Fong Chang. Theoretically, all materials we currently encounter can be transformed according to real-world physical and chemical rules, and these alterations to the map environment are permanent. They will not be reset. This is what surprised me the most. This reminded him of the pseudo-sandbox game Death Stranding, where roads were built everywhere. However, this game offered more interactive content than pixelated Minecraft, with visuals that were strikingly realistic, even surpassing the photorealistic racing game Forza Horizon 4 in terms of authenticity. Especially the immersive experience. It was something he had never encountered before. In short, this game was worthy of his highest praise. Arrogant yet unyielding. Haha, I'm laughing. If it's truly that impressive, I could build a Jiangling city on the wasteland. Mercy to the blade. I don't believe it. Too absurd. Time flies. Stop boasting. You'll know once you enter the game. This is the most grind-heavy game I've ever seen. All materials are gathered manually. And it doesn't support idle play. In other games, you can leave your computer on to grind monsters all night, but in this one, chopping a few trees will leave your hands so fatigued you can barely lift them. Level 8 Gale. Indeed, I can attest to that. Quit smoking. Oh my gosh, hearing you all talk makes me want to play so badly. Whoa, Guanggu, I know you're lurking. I'm begging you, give me a chance. Chu Guang continued to scroll through the chat records. Those who had obtained access to the closed beta, including the management and group leader, were mostly singing the praises of Wasteland OL, declaring it the year's authoritative game with its sandbox gameplay. There were also envious players occasionally chiming in, offering exorbitant sums for beta access, one claiming he'd pay 100,000, another humorously stating he'd pay 1 billion. Eventually, the group turned to discussions about survival in the wilderness, perhaps intrigued by Fong Chang's description of the gameplay. Several players who had previously doubted the existence of a fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG began to participate in the conversation, even brainstorming strategies. Among them, the one who caught Chu Guang's attention was a group member with the ID, WC, truly has mosquitoes. Noticing the join date, he realized this member was a newcomer. While others animatedly discussed games, he earnestly elaborated on the 18 uses of wood. The basics, such as charcoal production and furniture making, were merely the tip of the iceberg. He further delved into the process of dry distillation of wood, which involves heating wood in a sealed container to produce charcoal, releasing a plethora of combustible gases and smoke-rich and various organic chemical compounds. Collectively, these intricate mixtures are referred to as wood tar, serving as chemical precursors for numerous chemical products long before the widespread utilization of coal tar and petroleum. According to this knowledgeable individual, filtering the collected condensate yields an aqueous solution composed of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol, along with a viscous tar-like residue. Both are complex mixtures, yet can be separated into distinct organic chemical components through distillation. Acetic acid and methanol are well known, but acetone is particularly noteworthy, as it serves not only as an organic solvent, but also in the production of smokeless powder. Upon reading this, Chu Guang was astounded. Was this fellow involved in chemical engineering? Instinctively, he clicked on the person's profile and then on their space. The space was unlocked, but instead of anything related to chemical engineering, it contained advertisements for furniture and building materials. It seemed he was a furniture seller. His profound knowledge of wood was likely a matter of personal interest. Nevertheless, this expertise might prove beneficial here. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Guang devised a plan and sent him a private message. Friend, would you be interested in joining the closed beta test? In the wasteland. It was 9 in the morning, while in the parallel world of Huagua, it was 9 in the evening. Surely, he was wide awake. Indeed, the individual known as WC responded with a question mark. Question mark. Who are you? Chu Guang typed back, I am the planner for Wasteland OL. WC replied, no way. You are the planner. WC continued, bro, how do I test it? Does it cost money? I'm broke. Chu Guang patiently explained. No payment is required. Just fill out a form, and I will send you the link. Although filled with questions, WC clicked on the link and filled out the address and phone number on the official reservation page. However, when entering his address, he was cautious and wrote the community's delivery station without including the apartment number. WC asked, what is next? Is there any other procedure? Guang replied, that's all. Send me your reservation number, and I will mark you in the back end. I will notify you 3 days before the launch. Creating the clone would take 3 days. As Chu Guang pondered what other talents the forward base might need now that they had a carpenter, the group chat suddenly exploded. Upon opening the chat, he discovered that WC had just filled out the form and was now boasting in the group. Ha ha ha, guys, I got the beta testing qualification, exclaimed. What? No way. Continued, I was the first to reserve. The group chat erupted with messages. Chu Guang's private messages surged as well. Faced with a long list of notifications, he felt overwhelmed and knew he could no longer lurk in silence. Hurriedly explaining himself, implored, I can be a test subject too. I have 7 years of driving experience. T scoffed, huffed, 7 years means nothing. I can drive a bulldozer, chimed in. You all need to quiet down. Didn't you notice that WC just joined the group yesterday? He might be a management alt. This so-called fully immersive virtual reality game is trash. It's all fake. Countered. His space doesn't look like an alt. Pleaded, Brother Guang. I bow to you. Please give me a chance. Guang responded. Wait a few more days. There will be 100 qualifications released soon. Trust me, everyone will have a chance. The group members erupted in excitement once again. Chu Guang attempted to calm his friends, but realized it was futile, as the other managers were busy with the game and couldn't intervene. This situation was untenable. Perhaps he should release another qualification? Pondering this, he stroked his chin. The base had accumulated about 10 kilograms of food, and with a gun. Hunting would soon be feasible. 2 more pairs of chopsticks should pose no problem. Ah, food. Chu Guang's eyes suddenly lit up as he typed furiously on the keyboard. By the way, we are still in need of a chef. Testing the cooking system. To Chu Guang's surprise, his message incited even more heated debate in the group. Not everyone could be a carpenter, but the barrier for becoming a chef was exceedingly low. Who nowadays couldn't whip up a couple of dishes and a soup? It merely required the ability to use one's hands, regardless of their actual cooking skills. The brothers in the group boasted about their culinary prowess. Claims such as "I can cook kung pao chicken with my eyes closed and my dog can do it too" abounded, with some going so far as to claim they were reincarnated culinary gods. In their quest for beta testing qualifications, these internet users spared no effort, leaving Chu Guang utterly bewildered. How on earth was he to choose? The debate raged for a full half hour until one individual showcased their new Oriental certificate, which finally quelled the uproar. This document certainly held more persuasive power than mere bragging. Chu Guang promptly declared the 6th beta testing qualification, inquiring about the reservation number, and then swiftly logged off. Chapter 19. The ambition of the construction captain. Alas, my master, you have finally come to seek me. The sound preceding this lamentation was that of wheels rolling over the concrete floor. Upon returning to the surface, Chu Guang made his way to the 3rd floor of the sanatorium, intending to inquire with Xiao Qi about the situation. However, before he could reach the window, he noticed the forlorn wastebasket rolling toward him. Bewildered, Chu Guang stared at it, unsure of its predicament. What troubles you? Xiao Qi is down to 1 bar of battery. It replied. Oh, is that all? Chu Guang responded, only to pause as a thought struck him. Wait, where am I supposed to find a charging station for you? He then realized why he had not encountered a single outlet in the shelter. The computer on the desk, lacking a main unit, had never run out of power. It was all high-tech. Although, he mused, wireless charging could hardly be deemed cutting-edge. With the wastebasket-shaped robot lifted, Chu Guang began his descent. Xiao Qi obediently retracted its wheels and spoke up. By the way, master, I just remembered that the power system of the shelter seems to be powered by a nuclear fusion core. Nuclear fusion? Chu Guang echoed. So the energy inside could last a long time? Indeed, but that may not necessarily be a good thing, Xiao Qi added, interrupting his train of thought. Chu Guang halted mid-step on the staircase. What do you mean? Considering that it is now the year 2340, it has been quite some time since the shelter was constructed. What? Chu Guang exclaimed urgently. What will happen if the power runs out? However, Xiao Qi's response nearly made him choke in disbelief. I don't know. You don't know? Such a crucial question, and you dare to say you don't know. Is there not an emergency plan? Xiao Qi cautiously replied. According to the plan, the shelter should have opened a century ago, but for some reason, it has been delayed by a whole century. Chu Guang fell silent. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Qi continued softly, you need not be overly pessimistic. The power room of Shelter 404 should be located on the 3rd floor. As long as you can unlock that level, replacing the fuel rods should suffice. Chu Guang almost burst out laughing. Where on earth am I supposed to procure nuclear fusion fuel rods? It's now the 211th year of the Wasteland era. There must be a way, right? Xiao Qi suggested. Regardless, I cannot take my frustrations out on electronic devices. That would be utterly uncouth. Feeling somewhat agitated, Chu Guang understood that panicking would not resolve anything. He must tackle the issues one by one. In contrast, the impending harsh winter deserved his utmost attention. Time was running short for preparations. After leaving the sanatorium, Chu Guang arrived at the cement kiln, where players were diligently working, having already begun construction on a 2nd kiln. Nearby, 8 neatly arranged mounds of carbon were evident. They were poised to leap over the agricultural age and directly into industrialization. Chu Guang felt a surge of joy. His adept leadership and village governance were bearing fruit. As the manager approached, Lao Bai wiped the grime from his face, exuding excitement more akin to a child than a man in his 20s. Master Manager, you have arrived. Yes, I just came from below. Is this your idea? Chu Guang inquired, gesturing toward the earthen cement kiln behind him. It is the result of everyone's efforts. No need for modesty. I have observed everything, and the organization will remember your contributions. Lao Bai beamed. This was precisely the affirmation he had been awaiting, especially the latter part. In addition, on behalf of the organization, I will award each of you 1,000 contribution points as recognition for unlocking cement materials. Furthermore, from this moment on, you shall be the construction captain of Outpost 404. You are free to unleash your creativity within the planned scope to design and construct our outpost. In that instant, Chu Guang wished for the resounding chime of a system notification, which would have been quite spectacular. Alternatively, a pop-up window displaying rewards in the player's view would have sufficed. Alas, such notifications were absent. Nonetheless, even mere verbal promises and accolades ignited Lao Bai's excitement, painting his face with a radiant glow. Achievements, position, and favor. It seemed the hidden systems of this game were far richer than he had imagined. Esteemed Master Manager, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the construction of our home. The other 3 players looked at him with envy, while everyone had earned contribution points. It was evident that Lao Bai, having secured the title of construction captain, was the true winner. The freedom to construct facilities was not merely that of a captain. It was akin to being the head planner of Wasteland OL. Impressed by Lao Bai's spirited demeanor, Chu Guang nodded in approval. Excellent. Now I need you to share your plans with me. Yes. Lao Bai stood tall and began his report. According to him, after logging off the previous day, he had conducted field research at a real cement factory and learned from the workers that adding iron powder to cement could yield a stronger and more durable product. It appeared that discussions of real-world topics were automatically overlooked by NPCs, as Lao Bai moved directly to the crux of the matter. Noting that given the abundance of rusted steel in the wasteland, he intended to mix the collected rust with charcoal, using the latter as a reducing agent. Through calcination, he would produce iron, which could then be combined with the iron slag and ash to create a superior cement. While this approach seemingly increased production costs, the cement produced through this method would be more durable, heat-resistant, and yield a greater output. Relying solely on the few earthen kilns for mass cement production was impractical. Hence he planned to invest all initially produced cement into the construction of production facilities to further enhance cement output. Chu Guang nodded in approval. That idea is commendable, but how much cement can we produce solely with tree bark? He had observed that not only the pile of felled logs on the ground, but also the trees surrounding the sanatorium had been stripped bare of bark by the survivors. They had left no stump unscathed. That is precisely why we require a more professional cement kiln, one capable of generating temperatures of 1,450 degrees. This way, we can produce calcium carbonate cement by calcining limestone and clay, completely replacing the ash-based materials. Cement made from ash containing potassium and sodium is not the ideal building material. It is merely a substitute when conditions do not permit. After being appointed as construction captain, Lao Bai suddenly harbored grander ambitions. He envisioned not merely a wall or a building but the entirety of the wasteland. He aspired to transform this world into his envisioned masterpiece. You have considered everything thoroughly. Proceed with your plans, Chu Guang affirmed with a nod before turning to the other 3 players. After a brief pause, he continued, Who wishes to join me on a hunting expedition? As soon as the words left his mouth, 4 hands shot up in unison. Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, even the newly appointed construction captain raised his hand. Ahem, there is no need for so many individuals. Yi Shi, you shall accompany me. As you possess perceptive abilities. As you command, my esteemed manager. Yi Shi, filled with excitement, performed a salute, and, under the envious gazes of the 3 players, confidently stepped beside the manager. Chu Guang turned to the other 3 players and spoke with gravity. Your task is equally crucial. Cement is of paramount importance for the development of the outpost. We have sufficient wood for the time being, so the logging operations may be paused. I require your full efforts in cement production. Can you achieve this? Although regretting not being able to hunt alongside the esteemed manager, the 3 players obediently acquiesced to his directives. We assure you that the task will be completed. Excellent. Truly, you are the players I have chosen. Chu Guang nodded in satisfaction and, accompanied by the jubilant Yi Shi, proceeded towards the forest located to the south of the sanatorium. Chapter 20. The Mutant Tribe before departing from the Linghu Wetland Park. Chu Guang first took Yi Shi to the vicinity of the parking lot to explore a nest of mutated leeches. We found those mushrooms inside there. Yi Shi pointed towards a damaged concrete pipe not far ahead. Fortunately, you didn't go in, Chu Guang said, patting Yi Shi on the shoulder. Let's go. Our objective today is not this. It was rumored that leeches could be medicinal, but whether the mutated ones held any value remained uncertain. The 2 cautiously circumvented the nest of mutated leeches, steering clear of the lush vegetation and concrete ruins, making their way under the sun. As they approached the elevated highway and residential buildings, Yi Shi, walking beside Chu Guang, could not contain his curiosity. Aren't we going hunting? Indeed, Chu Guang replied. Then why are we moving further away from the forest? The forest lies ahead. Without further elaboration, Chu Guang silently removed the iron pipe rifle from his back, loading a bullet into the chamber, his demeanor shifting with a newfound intensity. Not far off stood a fractured, elevated highway, its concrete pillars adorned with moss. The passage of time cloaked beneath verdant shadows. A rat the size of a basin licked the murky water in a gutter, but upon noticing the two unexpected visitors, it swiftly darted into the nearby grass. Yi Shi raised his head, his pupils dilating in astonishment. As he beheld the sight behind the broken bridge, a cluster of high-rises entwined with vines and moss. Thick roots breached the cracked concrete ground, and tree trunks shot up in the middle of the road, overturning rusted cars and bus stops. In this verdant hell, life flourished. Yet it concealed a deadly threat that could devour all. The world before his eyes was so breathtaking that each scene resembled an apocalyptic masterpiece, causing Yi Shi to momentarily forget that he was in a game world. At that instant, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Chu Guang's words. Here lay the true forest. From this point onward, we must proceed with caution, Chu Guang cautioned, disengaging the safety on his rifle, stepping forward with deliberate care. Although they were still in the northern outskirts of Tianxuan City, far from the core urban area, vigilance remained imperative. Skyscrapers, sewers, vertical gardens, parking lots, drone hives, CNC planting towers, maglev stations, and the secrets behind each window, all these man-made marvels, once abandoned by civilization, had transformed into natural greenhouses and nurseries. Nature's power had reclaimed dominion. The first to succumb were the high-rise buildings, as moss began its encroachment from the sunlit sides, ultimately enveloping them entirely. The low-rise structures were no exception. During humanity's years of decline, a few torrential downpours and a sweltering summer had turned this place into a paradise for fungi and blanket plants, providing ample sustenance for wildlife. After the urban drainage system collapsed, the freshwater resources in the city surpassed even those of the nearby Linghu. Wild animals and uncontrolled poultry began migrating from the forests, lakesides, and farms to the more hospitable urban environment, evolving into fierce, bloodthirsty mutants under the triple influence of radioactive substances, genetic weaponry, and the passage of time. They were collectively referred to as the other species. Yet, the dangers here extended far beyond this. Something's amiss. Chu Guang suddenly halted in front of a derelict vehicle. What happened? Yi Shi inquired, sensing the gravity in Chu Guang's demeanor. Signs of survivor activity. Other survivors. Yi Shi paused, lowering his voice in imitation of Chu Guang, though he could not conceal the excitement in his tone. Are they the natives of the wasteland? Finally, we might meet other NPCs. He had awaited this moment for so long. Chu Guang cast a sidelong glance at him, aware of his thoughts. You need not be so exhilarated. This is not cause for celebration. Why? Because in places like this, strangers are more dangerous than the mutants. Without further explanation, Chu Guang crouched down, discovering a string of pull-tab cans strung together with wire behind a discarded tire. The aluminum cans were ruptured, resembling the aftermath of an explosion. A faint odor of rotten eggs lingering in the air. Excessive sulfur in the explosives, along with tacks and metal shards. Chu Guang's brow furrowed. Mutants? Or raiders? Generally, survivors do not set snares and landmines near their settlements. Such traps are unlikely to harm the scent-sensitive mutants. In other words, they are intended for humans. Based on the lingering scent, the explosion likely occurred not long ago, no more than 5 hours, perhaps even less. When you emerged from underground, did you hear any explosions coming from the east? Yi Shi nervously shook his head. No, stay here. As Chu Guang rose, Yi Shi anxiously asked, what are you going to do? Scout the situation ahead. I can come with you. You will stay here. Yi Shi had intended to insist, but upon meeting Chu Guang's gaze, the words caught in his throat, and he ultimately nodded slowly. The pressure emanating from Chu Guang made it clear that he was not joking. There was a real risk of being kicked offline. Instructing Yi Shi to hide beside the old vehicle, Chu Guang stowed his rifle and drew the sharpened steel pipe from his back, swiftly slipping into the side of the adjacent building. Although he had initially considered using this player as bait, the circumstances had changed. The presence of other survivors, possibly raiders or a mutant tribe, rendered the bait strategy meaningless. It would only alert them. With a serious expression, Chu Guang tightened his grip on the steel pipe. The distance to Linghu Wetland Park was no more than 1 kilometer in a straight line, far too close to shelter 404. Especially now, as players were busy producing resources. The smoke and noise generated would eventually attract attention, even if partially obscured by vegetation and concrete barriers. Leaving such dangers unchecked was a persistent hazard. Chu Guang had resolved himself to take lethal action. Should he determine that the other party posed a threat, he would strike without hesitation. The 10-story building's safety passage was narrow, the cramped space overrun with moss. Fortunately, no particularly dangerous mutants lurked within. Around the 5th floor, a few plump mutated rats appeared, perhaps emboldened by their numbers, baring their teeth at Chu Guang. Had they turned to flee, they would have swarmed him. Yet this unexpected visitor instilled enough fear in them that they dared not act recklessly, only daring to feign aggression with shrill growls. Having grown accustomed to such sights, Chu Guang wasted no time. He lunged forward, thrusting the steel pipe at the nearest rat, instantly dispatching it. The remaining rodents, startled by his ferocity, scattered, retreating into the building's entrance, vanishing into the shadows. Clearly not a rat nest. Likely just 10 or 20 of them. Any more than that, and they would become formidable. A horde of mutated rats could prove troublesome, even for fully armed mercenaries, let alone someone armed only with an iron pipe rifle. Relieved, Chu Guang shook off the bloodied steel pipe, discarding the dead rat and its remnants as he ascended to the rooftop. Using the pipe as a lever, he pried open the rusted door, stepping onto the rooftop terrace. The wind on the rooftop was fierce. Approaching a corroded water tank, he gazed eastward towards the residential complex, the scene confirming his suspicions. In the midst of the concrete structures, there stood a wooden encampment, obscured from the outside world by tattered cloth and construction debris. The survivors' stronghold on the desolate land could be broadly categorized into 2 types. One comprised those residing in buildings that had remained standing since before the war, while the other consisted of those who had established new dwellings amidst the ruins or vacant lots, depending on the surrounding circumstances. Predators inhabiting the urban area typically dwelled within the high-rises, rarely constructing such primitive shelters or fortifications. It was only the towering mutants, averaging 2 meters in height and weighing around 300 pounds, who would resort to building these wooden hovels despite the availability of ready-made houses. The sharpened stakes at the entrance of the encampment resembled the fangs of a beast, adorned with the remnants of dismembered corpses, the ground stained with dried blood. They consumed anything and everything, not merely fungi and fruits of plants, but even the flesh of mutated flies, rats, and cockroaches. However, their preferred delicacy remained their erstwhile kin, 2-legged humans. Scanning the sides of the street, Chu Guang's gaze was drawn to the rooftop of a shop at the end of 76th Street, where he spotted a mutant sentinel wielding a metal longbow. Its green skin bore an uncanny resemblance to an orc from a fantasy film, and indeed, they were just as robust, savage, uncouth, and bloodthirsty. Clad in makeshift armor crafted from scrap metal, with a billboard serving as a chest plate displaying a half-price offer. The sentinel was a striking figure. 2 steel bars protruded from its shoulders, evidently scavenged from a bicycle. These implements proved effective against slashing and blunt force, capable of ensnaring chainsaws or axes. Such a sight was decidedly cyberpunk. Had Chu Guang and Yi Shi advanced further, they would have surely fallen prey to the mutant sentinel's ambush. A shiver of apprehension coursed through Chu Guang as he subtly shifted his gaze towards the mutant encampment nestled within the eastern district. The numerous obstructions prevented him from discerning the number of inhabitants, but based on the encampment scale, he estimated there were likely between 20 to 30 mutants. A minor mutant settlement. Chu Guang's expression grew increasingly grave. These creatures were not to be trifled with. Almost simultaneously, a pale blue system notification materialized within his field of vision. Mission: exterminate the mutant tribe located on 76th Street type. Side quest reward: 200 reward points. Wait. A mission can be triggered outside the shelter? Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback, quickly attempting to access the system, but to no avail. The pale blue notification faded away as if it had never existed. It seemed the system could only be activated near the shelter. Yet missions could be initiated anywhere beyond its confines. However, the prospect of 200 reward points was undeniably enticing. Without hesitation, Chu Guang sheathed his weapon and descended the stairs, hastily departing the area with a bewildered Yi Shi in tow. That was a substantial reward. A side quest summoning 100 players only yielded 100 points. While this mission offered 200, clearly, it was not an endeavor to be undertaken lightly. There could very well be hidden dangers within. Chu Guang was no fool. He would not fall for such an obvious trap. What did you see, Administrator? Yi Shi, panting and resting his hands on his knees, could not contain his curiosity as he finally halted. It's the mutants' camp. So we're just leaving? What else can we do? Engage them in battle? Lose, and end up in a frying pan? Chu Guang shot him a glance, reasoning, we only have one gun. Only one of us can even fight. Yi Shi fell silent. He had initially thought of the mutants as mere NPCs within the game, but now, with the administrator's words, he understood that they were indeed hostile forces, and they consumed humans. Provoking those beasts was not a prudent idea. We needed to be better prepared and concentrate our strength to eliminate them once and for all. As they moved further away, Chu Guang cursed under his breath. What a stroke of bad luck. The mutants' camp was situated right on 76th Street, directly opposite the east gate of the park. We must exercise caution. The originally planned hunting route would have to be altered. Chu Guang led Yi Shi to circumvent 76th Street, heading north along the elevated exit bridge for approximately a mile, where they stumbled upon an abandoned construction site. The site was expansive, likely a recently commenced development, with one building reaching 17 or 18 stories, while several large pits indicated ongoing foundation work. Most of the construction equipment had fallen into disrepair, with a crane collapsing onto the incomplete structure, forming a sloped incline. It was evident that the building's quality was commendable, even though the crane had been toppled by the shockwave of a nuclear explosion. The concrete structure had merely sustained a breach, with the main framework remaining unscathed. However, to his delight, Chu Guang discovered a substantial quantity of unused grayish limestone. He instantly recognized it as limestone, primarily composed of calcium carbonate, an excellent raw material for producing cement. What a splendid find! Chu Guang felt a surge of joy as he marked the location on his map. Transforming all this limestone into cement would enable the construction of 2 buildings without difficulty. Chapter 21. Hostile Forces. New Intelligence Unlocked. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the gains from this exploration were quite promising. Although the 2 mutated hyenas appeared somewhat emaciated, they each weighed around 40 to 50 kilograms. As one of the primary sources of meat for the survivors in the wasteland, mutated hyenas are the most cost-effective prey. They provide meat that is several times more than that of mutated rats, often appearing in groups of 3 to 5, and most crucially, the risk of food poisoning is relatively low. However, without firearms, it is generally challenging for scavengers to overcome such a group of hostile creatures with mere cold weapons. 2 mutated hyenas, along with 1 good piece of news and 1 bad piece of news. Tossing the prey at the entrance of the sanatorium, Chu Guang addressed the approaching players. Lao Bai was the first to inquire. What is the good news? The good news is that to the northeast of Wetland Park, along the elevated road out of the city heading north, there is an unfinished construction site where we discovered a large quantity of limestone, likely processed for desulfurization. There are also some abandoned handcarts that could be repaired for use. A joyful expression spread across Lao Bai's face as he clenched his fists in excitement. This is fantastic. He had been troubled by the lack of materials for refining calcium carbonate cement, and unexpectedly, this issue was resolved so quickly. Moreover, the materials are ready to use. However, standing beside him, Feng Chong sensed that things might not be so straightforward. What is the bad news? Chu Guang continued. To the east of Wetland Park, along Street 76, there is a camp of mutants, roughly estimated to number over 20. The 3 players exchanged glances, not grasping the implication of this statement. Noticing the confusion among his companions, Yi Shi quickly interjected to clarify. Mutants are hostile forces. They are formidable in combat, and crucially, they are cannibalistic. We must exercise caution. Chu Guang nodded. That is essentially the point. After hearing this, the 3 players displayed no fear. Instead, they appeared eager to take on the challenge. However, Chu Guang swiftly dampened their enthusiasm. Those mutants are not something we can contend with at our current level. They are at least level 10. And rash engagement would not only be futile, but could also expose our location. From now on, everyone is prohibited from approaching Street 76 and from exiting through the east gate of Wetland Park until the threat is neutralized. The players, for the most part, complied. Although they were curious about what mutants looked like, they dared not defy the orders from the administrator, who held GM privileges. It was a trivial matter to be confined, but losing the hard-earned goodwill would be quite disheartening. It seemed there was no need for him to worry excessively about the players. After a brief inspection of the morning's labor, Chu Guang focused on how to process the recently acquired prey. Although he had consumed this type of creature before, it was always purchased from a barbecue stall on Better Street. He had never handled one himself. He had heard that freshly caught prey needs to be bled immediately, otherwise, the meat would become foul. However, he was uncertain about the specifics of how to bleed it and what to do afterward. for the past 5 months. He had primarily relied on scavenging for chips, and his hunting experience was rather limited. After all, hunting is perilous for a lone wanderer. In any case, after dispatching the prey, he cut open the creature's major artery, but felt that the blood was not fully drained. Just as Chu Guang was contemplating this, Guangfeng approached him. "Esteemed administrator, is there something you need? May I have a bit of the prey's blood?" "Blood? What do you need that for?" Chu Guang inquired. Guangfeng explained. "I wish to verify some hypotheses, and I require it." Without further thought, Chu Guang grabbed his short knife, severed a foreleg from the nearby mutated hyena, and tossed it into Guangfeng's hands. "Take it. Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Guangfeng departed mysteriously. Although Chu Guang was curious, he refrained from asking further questions. He had intended to inquire, but before he could, Lao Bai impatiently spoke up. "Esteemed administrator, under your wise guidance, the cement kiln at the outpost has nearly been completed. Once the cement dries tomorrow, we can begin testing the firing of the first batch." "Excellent." Chu Guang nodded in approval, encouraging them. "Thanks to you. We have made another step toward the grand goal of reviving the Human Federation. I hope you will continue your efforts. The organization will remember your contributions." Chu Guang felt increasingly adept at crafting lofty promises. However, the players seemed unconcerned about whether he was merely making empty promises. They appeared to have discovered new enjoyment in the labor of rebuilding their home. Ultimately, isn't that the essence of a sandbox game? Witnessing the gradual improvement of their home is part of the joy. To experience such groundbreaking immersive virtual reality technology ahead of others is, in itself, a fortunate occurrence. Chu Guang was certainly pleased that the players were finding joy in their endeavors. The shelter was currently too impoverished for him to offer any substantial rewards. He could only continue to spin enticing tales and perhaps issue some virtual credits for now. After logging off, the atmosphere in the Nyo Ma Club was once again lively. Recently, many night owls had shifted their routines to daylight hours, led by the quit-smoking brother. Those who once couldn't sleep until dawn now went to bed promptly at 10 o'clock each night, rising at 5 in the morning just to witness a few dog administrators at work. Sure, mutants. New Force update. The administrator encountered a mutant settlement on Street 76, confirming that mutants are hostile forces. The first to log off, Yishur couldn't contain his excitement and ignited his friend's curiosity with a flurry of messages. "Mutants? What do they look like? Why hasn't the official website updated yet? Awesome. With hostile forces introduced, the closed beta must be coming soon. Damn. I can't wait to play." A barrage of messages erupted. Yishur continued typing. "I don't know exactly what they look like. I haven't seen them. But everyone, don't panic. The official website will surely update information on the mutants, and I'm also waiting for news. Quit smoking, brother. What about the other 3? Why is it just you online today?" Sure. Not sure. Laoshi seems to be busy with cement. Guangfeng probably has classes in the morning, and Fangchong is a mystery as always. The notorious Yishur was muted for 1 hour by the group leader. "Lao Bai, you dare call me Laoshi?" Fuming. "Spare me." "Huh? Well done with the mute. There are indeed mosquitoes in the WC. Excited. Just wait a couple more days, and I'll be able to participate in the testing. Tomato and egg, one funny. JPG. Quit smoking, brother. Damn. Mute these 2 braggarts too. It's infuriating. I was the first to reserve. I'm beyond saving. Sigh, there's no hope, truly no hope. Even now, the brother known as I'm beyond saving still does not believe in the concept of a fully immersive virtual reality online game, let alone anything that could be 100% real. He and his followers steadfastly believe that this is a trick concocted by the dog administrators, a disinformation campaign. Coming Day did not bubble in the group, but instead updated the official website forum with today's playtest experience, or rather a handwritten account of the game as current state. Today is the 3rd day of the closed beta test. The charcoal kiln has provided us with a substantial amount of coal. And with the successful firing of the ash cement, under Laoshi's leadership, we have constructed a larger cement kiln. If tomorrow's test firing is successful, we will obtain more reliable building materials to repair our home. I must commend the production team. The experience this game has provided me is unparalleled by any other game released thus far, especially the moment the cement kiln was completed. The ensuing sense of achievement was utterly intoxicating, leaving one utterly captivated and unable to extricate oneself. Today's testing was rather limited, primarily focused on evaluating the game's sandbox system. However, it is noteworthy that the administrator revealed to us that at the end of Street 76, there exists a mutant tribe which has been confirmed as an adversarial faction. All players are advised to exercise caution in avoiding them. Yet the administrator did not disclose further information regarding the mutants. As of now, the official website has not updated with any images of the mutants. Perhaps the storyline has yet to reach that point. Should any new information arise, I will promptly update this post. I kindly ask all fellow players eagerly anticipating the public beta to keep an eye on this thread. The term refers to the players who have made reservations. Although there are only about 40 individuals currently, all are active and even fervent participants, quickly elevating the post to numerous layers of discussion. Chu Guang silently observed, refraining from joining in the players' discourse. However, as per usual practice, he noted down some valuable suggestions and marked particularly insightful players in the background. If there were to be new recruitment plans for players, these loyal users would be prioritized, while those prone to inciting disputes and ruckus would be temporarily sidelined. It is better for them to serve as a source of amusement online rather than disrupt the environment. In blunt terms, if one is merely here to stir trouble, why should they be granted entry? What merit is there in allowing them in, simply based on their superficiality? The public beta will undoubtedly have its own distinct gameplay. At that time, a designated area will serve as a novice village. Without a certain level or honor title, they will not even be granted a glimpse of it. Chu Guang realized that he had unconsciously become increasingly cynical. When did this transformation begin? Never mind. Contemplating such matters is futile. He shut down his computer and accessed the system to confirm today's daily mission rewards. Mission: chop down 10 trees. Reward: 1 reward point. Mission: eliminate a mutant. Reward: 3 reward points. Today's completed missions were rather few, totaling merely 4 points. Chu Guang wrestled with his thoughts, ultimately unable to resist the temptation. He accessed the administrator's allowances and allocated all 4 reward points to the basic blind box. The alloy door swung open. The conveyor belt whirred to life. Gazing at the 4 lollipops resting at the end of the conveyor, Chu Guang nearly uttered a familiar expletive in surprise. Just then, above one of the pale gold-wrapped lollipops, a semi-transparent holographic pop-up appeared, resembling a label. Enhanced chocolate-flavored lollipop. Strength boost 10, duration 10 hours. Chu Guang. What? Chapter 22. Capturing mutant leech larvae, a 10% increase in strength. What an intriguing piece of technology. Chu Guang was uncertain about its composition, as the outer packaging bore no production date or ingredient list. Surprisingly, its duration was a staggering 10 hours. A 10% enhancement appeared commendable in critical moments. Even a slight boost in strength could significantly alter the tide of battle. Yet, consuming a lollipop before a confrontation seemed somewhat incongruous with his image as the iron-willed warrior. Wu Wei. Moreover, the timing of the effect remained a mystery. After much contemplation, Chu Guang resolved to keep it for the time being. Having an additional trump card was undoubtedly advantageous. The following morning, players logged in as expected. Despite the exhaustion from their daytime jobs in the real world, they were invigorated upon entering the game, brimming with energy and enthusiasm. Lao Bai's cement kiln had completely dried. In truth, the formula for ordinary Portland cement is readily available online. Simply put, it involves crushing limestone and mixing it with clay and iron filings in specific ratios, followed by heating in a specialized kiln at 1,450 degrees Celsius. The cement clinker produced through this method, when combined with sand and water, can yield a usable cement mortar for construction. With the assistance of some professional websites, one could even find the precise material ratios for different types of cement based on construction requirements. As long as one had done their homework before logging in, the task was far less daunting than starting from scratch in ancient times. Considering it was his first attempt at this endeavor, Lao Bai opted for the simplest formula, as the material requirements were relatively lenient and could be managed with the current conditions of the shelter outpost. Utilizing his innate strength, he swung a hammer to crush the stones he had gathered from the site into finer pieces, then mixed them with clay and iron filings derived from charcoal. Placing the mixture into the newly completed kiln, the charcoal ignited, releasing curling wisps of smoke. Fong Cheng eagerly assisted nearby, rubbing a branch tied to a clay plate, which acted as a makeshift bellows, composed of a water pipe, tree bark, and cotton thread, capable of channeling a substantial amount of air into the kiln to intensify the combustion. How do we measure the temperature in the kiln? I don't know. You don't know? What do you expect? Do you have an industrial thermometer? In any case, stop wasting time and just apply more effort into the bellows. Lao Bai sighed while stroking his chin, and Fong Cheng stood by, somewhat speechless. ever since he became the construction team leader. He had increasingly embodied the essence of a foreman. While manipulating the branch, he pondered where Quang Feng and Yi Shi had wandered off to. In fact, it was not just he who was unaware. Chu Guang, as the manager, was equally in the dark. Although he could verify whether players were online or offline and discern their approximate locations, he could not ascertain their exact coordinates. Not at this moment, at least. Just as Chu Guang was contemplating what those two players were up to, he observed them approaching with buckets in hand. "Where have you been?" "Near the mutant leech nest." Chu Guang frowned. "Did I not instruct you not to go there?" "We didn't venture inside. We merely set traps nearby." "Look, this is a mutant leech larva." Before Quang Feng could speak, Yi Shi, noticing the manager's displeasure, hastily placed the plastic bucket on the ground to explain. Chu Guang glanced into the bucket and discovered it contained several glass jars, each housing palm-sized larvae. Their forms were contorted, extending and retracting their deformed mouthparts, entangled with one another in chaotic writhing, reminiscent of creatures from a horror novel. Quite intriguing. How did you manage this? He recalled that during his time on Better Street, he had never heard of anyone capturing such creatures. Although mutant insects are rich in protein, they also harbor a high parasite content. It is not as simple as boiling them to eliminate the threats. Furthermore, given their unique habitat, they rarely act alone, making their combat capability difficult to assess, and few survivors had shown interest in them. Blood. We used animal blood to lure them into the baited glass jars. The larger leeches couldn't fit, but the smaller ones got in and couldn't escape. Yi Shi exclaimed excitedly, with Quang Feng adding a few supplementary remarks. Chu Guang stroked his chin and nodded. "I see. That is indeed a clever idea. No wonder Quang Feng asked for some of the prey's meat yesterday. He intended to use it as bait to catch mutant leech larvae. However, what do you plan to do with them?" Chu Guang continued to question Quang Feng. "I'm not sure about the leeches, but the mutant ones are certainly not edible. I didn't intend to figure out how to eat them. I plan to use them for fishing." "Fishing?" Quang Feng nodded, his expression slightly excited. "While exploring the lakeshore, I noticed some large blackbirds fishing on the lake's surface. Since there are fish in the lake, we can certainly obtain food through fishing." What a brilliant idea. Upon hearing Quang Feng's words, Chu Guang's eyes instantly brightened. In fact, he had tried fishing before, as it posed far less risk than hunting. However, his fishing skills left much to be desired. Even with professional gear and bait, he struggled to catch anything, let alone without such equipment. This was not entirely his fault. If fish were so easy to catch, survivors would surely settle by the lakeside. The fish in Ling Lake were mutants, classified as aberrations by the survivors. After several unsuccessful attempts, during which he lost the carefully crafted fishing gear he had invested time in making, Chu Guang ultimately gave up. "Can you fish?" In response to the manager's inquiry, Quang Feng hesitated before replying, "Not really. But I looked up some fishing traps online, and I plan to try making a few." Although uncertain whether NPCs could comprehend the phrase looked up online, previous discussions about real-world matters had elicited no reactions from the NPCs. It seemed the programming was designed to automatically disregard such content, so Quang Feng decided to be straightforward. Chu Guang felt elated but maintained a composed demeanor as he nodded. "All right, since you know how to catch fish, I'll leave this task to you." Upon receiving the command, Quang Feng and Yi Shi immediately scurried off to construct traps. Fishing was certainly much more enjoyable than hauling bricks or chopping wood. Chu Guang observed them gathering branches and plastic ropes from seemingly nowhere, squatting in a corner to tinker away, not paying them much mind. Chu Guang focused on mastering the technique of smoking meat with the purchased tobacco leaves. Following the methods of the Better Street survivors, he crushed the tobacco leaves, wrapped them around the meat, and slowly roasted it over a fire, allowing the tar containing ketone and alcohol compounds to permeate the meat's fat layer, eliminating parasites and microorganisms. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something smelled off. Shouldn't it smell pleasant? He picked up a piece of hind leg meat and brought it closer to sniff, frowning. Normally, meat smoked using this method should carry a hint of nicotine aroma and exhibit a glossy, golden brown sheen. However, the piece he held was distinctly dark red, undercooked on the inside, and faintly exuded a scent of decay. Had he made a mistake in the method? Chapter 23. Two newcomers arrive regardless of the circumstances. This meat was certainly inedible. Chu Guang sighed, reluctantly casting aside the meat. If only there were a refrigerator. The blue umbrella mushrooms in the mutated leech nest. For the generator, he absolutely needed to acquire this item. However, it was only the second week of September. Enlist caravan would not arrive in this vicinity until the end of the month, rendering any thoughts of these matters futile. It would be impractical to wait until the end of the month to start stockpiling food. Moreover, with the current economic conditions of the shelter, affording a luxury like a refrigerator was utterly out of the question. His fixed routine was as monotonous as that of an NPC. Although progress on researching smoked meat was still sluggish, it was heartening to note that the players had been performing exceptionally well these past few days. Chu Guang calculated. Over the last 3 days, he had accumulated a total of 7 reward points. While he was close to reaching 10 points, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided to wager all his chips on a basic blind box. Fortunately, this time it was not merely lollipops. He also managed to obtain a bottle of soy sauce. The brand was unknown, but it would surely enhance the player's meals. Chu Guang treasured the soy sauce as if it were a precious gem. However, his culinary skills were hardly commendable. He could merely manage to cook food adequately. The players found the initial eating experience quite novel, fresh, pure, and natural, offering a distinct flavor compared to takeout fast food. Yet, consuming such meals day in and day out was unbearable for anyone. Eating stews every day was making me nauseous. Sitting on the ground with a bowl in hand, Yi Shi wore a troubled expression. Initially excited by the prospect of food in this game, he was gradually coming to realize just how arduous the act of eating could be. Meals consisted solely of stewed meat or porridge made from green wheat. Even if his mouth could endure it, his stomach was nearing its limits. Fong Chang bit into a greasy foreleg of meat, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Perhaps the taste system has not been fully developed. Otherwise, even with minimal salt, this flavor should not exist. It's neither salty nor bland, just greasy. And it has a hint of bitterness. It's even worse than the green wheat porridge. The fishy taste is too strong. It needs to be blanched with cooking wine, scallions, ginger, and garlic to eliminate the odor. It should improve, Lao Bai consoled. Just make do with it. This is the wasteland. Where would we procure those ingredients? Delicious food will surely come in the future. Fong Chong shot him an exasperated glance and remained silent. Ever since being appointed as the construction team leader, this fellow had increasingly begun to view things from the game developer's perspective, even actively contributing to the envisioning of future prospects. However, it was indeed true. Since realism was the selling point, positioning condiments as luxury items was not without merit. Who knows, in the future, they might even have to pay for them. Yi Shi sighed softly, muttering, I hope the next update will include some seasonings. I would gladly spend RMB to buy them. Kuang Feng chewed his meat slowly, not engaging in the trio's conversation. He was more preoccupied with contemplating how to improve the fishing traps. Noticing the sudden lull in the conversation, Yi Shi turned to Lao Bai and casually asked, How is the cement coming along? The quality still needs improvement, but I feel we are getting closer to success. Really? No kidding? Absolutely, and it's not just the cement. Recently, Fong Chong and I have also been researching brickmaking. However, it's quite frustrating without molds. The shapes we produce are not very appealing, but they should still be usable. Yi Shi hesitated. Can't we use wood for molds? Heh, you think it's that simple? Fong Chong shook his head. This is not the same as chopping wood. Making a square shape is entirely a craft. Fong Chong had not anticipated that. Despite being a seasoned player who could construct a building in half an hour in the forest, he was stymied by such rudimentary issues in this game. Of course, this was also due to Wasteland OL's excessively hardcore setting. Yi Shi and Kuang Feng exchanged glances, looking at Lao Bai and Fong Chong with resigned expressions that conveyed their inability to assist. Although they had caught numerous mutated leech larvae these days, and had crafted several traps inspired by survival experts in short videos, they had yet to catch a single fish. It was understandable, as the lake was populated with fish-eating birds. The foolish fish had long been snatched away, leaving behind only the clever ones that would not fall for bait, slipping away after consuming it. Kuang Feng could only console himself, thinking they should first fatten the fish in the lake. Perhaps when the fish relaxed their guard, they might catch one next time. At that moment, a commotion arose from the direction of the sanatorium. The administrator was seen approaching with 2 dazed newcomers. There was no need to inquire. The expression that seemed to have shocked the world for an entire year was undoubtedly that of players entering the game for the first time while wearing helmets. Yi Shi silently sighed again. Why are there 2 more boys? Allow me to introduce our new members. Tomato Scrambled Eggs and Mosquito. What ridiculous names. Chu Guang stifled his urge to comment, for in this game, his identity was that of an NPC. Applause erupted, albeit sparse and half-hearted, from the players seated around the large pot. They set down their bowls to welcome the newcomers, though the enthusiasm was clearly lacking. Nevertheless, the two newcomers paid little heed. Under Chu Guang's guidance, they seated themselves by the fire, staring vacantly at the white mist rising from the pot, the humid warmth and the aroma of meat wafting towards them. It was astonishingly realistic. Noticing that the newcomers remained motionless for quite some time, Lao Bai took the initiative to break the silence. What attributes do you possess? I am agility-based. I am physical strength-based. Have you eaten yet? Initially, the administrator planned to host a welcome ceremony, but it seemed to have faltered, so he suggested they eat first. Yi Shi wore an expression of resignation and said, "You must have just awakened. Would you care for some?" Mosquito swallowed hard. Receiving a bowl filled with large bones and broth, he took a sip, his eyes widening in astonishment. The flavor, incredible. This game truly allows one to eat. Well, this is phenomenal. Not only can one eat, but neglecting to do so leads to low blood sugar, Fong Chong sighed. I feel they need not be so realistic. Perhaps they could have made it taste a little better. Scrambled eggs stared at the bowl, hesitating for a long moment before asking, "What is this? What kind of meat is stewed?" Lao Bai replied, "Meat." "What kind of meat?" "Mutated hyena, actually. We are not quite sure if it is classified as a wolf or a dog. Regardless, it is a mutant." Upon hearing this, Mosquito instinctively moved his bowl away, nearly spilling the broth. Scrambled eggs, however, was different. Instead of recoiling, he leaned in with curiosity and took a taste. However, after that first bite, he furrowed his brow even more tightly. "Why is it so fishy? Did you not bleed it out?" The players exchanged glances, uncertain. "We don't know." The prey was brought in by NPCs. Lao Bai suggested, "If you can cook, you might want to discuss it with the administrator. Anyone with a skill will be valued." Scrambled eggs' expression brightened with enthusiasm. "Really? Then I will give it a try shortly. Can I do woodworking? I know how to work with wood." Mosquito eagerly inquired, "Woodworking?" Lao Bai's eyes lit up, fixating on him with interest as he pressed. "You can do woodworking?" Mosquito was taken aback, smiling sheepishly. "My family operates a furniture business, specializing in handcrafted wooden pieces. Should you express interest, feel free to add me on QQ. I can offer you a better price." "Fantastic!" Old Bai exclaimed, rising in excitement. "I happen to need someone to assist with the molds. Would you lend me a hand?" Not only did Old Bai stand, but Fong Chong also rose to his feet. "Wait, I haven't finished my soup yet." Observing the two eager individuals dragging themselves towards the work site, Mosquito wore a perplexed expression. Just as he was about to voice his protest, Old Bai interrupted him. "Forget about the soup. Why not let the chef prepare another pot this afternoon? Isn't that more appealing?" Fong Chong chimed in, "Exactly. My dear brother, heed my advice. That dish is truly unappetizing. Allow me to introduce you to the nuances of this game." Mosquito. Tomato scrambled eggs watched in bewilderment as the newcomer was dragged into the small woods, swallowing hard. "Is this game legitimate?" Yi Shi and Kwang Fong exchanged glances. "It's acceptable, I suppose." Tomato scrambled eggs. Why is that phrased as a question? Chapter 24, from this moment on. You shall be the chef of the sanctuary. The newcomer, nicknamed Mosquito, indeed possessed remarkable carpentry skills. While Lao Bai and Fong Chong struggled for quite some time with steel bars as makeshift rulers, unable to saw through the planks, he effortlessly crafted a pile using just a saw in a matter of moments. Furthermore, these planks retained their notch edges, allowing them to be easily assembled into square hollow brick molds. Before long, several molds for brickmaking were ready. "You guys are mishandling the wood. Look at this. It's almost sprouting mushrooms," Mosquito remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, setting the saw aside, and glancing at Fong Chong and Lao Bai. "Is this enough?" "Absolutely. Thank you. Brother, you've been a tremendous help," Lao Bai exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he patted Mosquito on the shoulder. Mosquito, appearing somewhat bashful, chuckled awkwardly. "No need for thanks. Just let me know if you need anything." Lao Bai grinned, giving him another pat. "All right, I'll remember that. I won't hold back next time." Mosquito. With the molds in place, the process of crafting mud bricks became significantly easier. Lao Bai and Fong Chong combined the yellow clay collected from the riverside with a small amount of water, kneading it into a thick slurry which they poured into the molds, arranging them into perfect squares. They then filled the gaps with some charcoal and coated the surface of the mud bricks with ash. This was a method Lao Bai had learned from survival videos. Once the first layer of bricks had dried sufficiently, they rotated their position to continue stacking the second layer, continuing this process until the brick pile reached above their heads. When their task was completed, Lao Bai carefully ignited the charcoal within the brick stack, allowing the flames to commence from the center and gradually engulf the entire pile. Will this actually work? Fong Chong wondered, wiping the sweat from his brow, now smeared with mud, looking as if he had emerged from a cesspit. Lao Bai's appearance was hardly better, his face covered in soot, resembling someone who had just crawled out of a coal mine. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. It was his first time attempting such a feat. He had only observed adults do it as a child, uncertain whether this method would yield results. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow. Let us leave it to burn for now. Let us head over to the cement kiln. I feel we are very close to achieving our end product. This time, let us increase the airflow and aim to produce a barrel before we finish. Meanwhile, with the assistance of WC, there is a mosquito, Quangfing, and Yishir finally completed the latest iteration of their fishing device. They replaced the original cylindrical structure with a cage-like design and substituted the flimsy wooden slats with sturdy steel bars, reinforcing the main structure of the trap. No matter what fish it is, once they enter, they won't escape. The three of them went to the lakeside, ready for another attempt, appearing quite joyful. As for Chu Guang, he was still deep in thought, pondering the techniques for smoking meat, though he had made little progress. Dear esteemed administrator, may I inquire what you are doing? Hearing a voice nearby, Chu Guang stood up from in front of his smoking rack. Brushing off the soot from his hands, turning to see, tomato fried egg, curiously observing his smoking setup. If he remembered correctly, this gentleman was a chef who graduated from New Oriental. With this thought, Chu Guang's eyes lit up. I am researching how to prepare smoked meat. You have arrived just in time. From now on, you shall be the chef at Outpost 404. Without giving the player a chance to respond, he maintained a serious expression and continued, we are currently facing a dire situation. In addition to constructing facilities at the surface outpost, we must stockpile sufficient food for the 100 compatriots who will arrive before winter sets in. I need your assistance. Fried Egg appeared bewildered. A chef, sure. In reality, I am a chef. I even cooked 2 dishes before handing the spatula to my colleague before logging in. I didn't anticipate having to return to my old profession in the game. Was this akin to a career change to a life player? After a moment, he finally spoke. But, what can I do for you? Good question, Chu Guang replied, glancing at the smoking rack. I attempted to smoke meat, but the results were unsatisfactory. I need you to resolve the food preservation issue. I've reviewed your profile, and the organization indicated you have experience with food handling, correct? Fried Egg paused. I understand a bit, but this is a game, and I am not sure if my experience applies here. Realizing he was in a game world, he adjusted his phrasing. But it seemed the NPCs were indifferent, likely programmed to automatically ignore elements unrelated to the game. That's fine. I require the insights of a professional, Chu Guang stated. Looking at the smoking rack. Please examine my smoking rack and identify what might be wrong. As Fried Egg gazed at the wooden structure, he fell silent. Rather than pinpointing a singular issue, it seemed that there were problems everywhere. First, smoking meat requires a sealed environment. Your method may char the exterior without achieving the desired effect. Also, is this spice you sprinkled on the meat? A special type of smoking leaf. Smoking leaf? Yes. Chu Guang nodded at the astonished Fried Egg. This is an inland region where salt is expensive. Local survivors use this aromatic leaf, rich in aromatic compounds and tar, to substitute for salt. They crush it and rub it onto the food's surface, allowing the preservative substances to blend with the fat on the food's surface through heating, achieving a preservation effect. Is it really possible to do that? Fried Egg was taken aback. Some aromatic compounds can indeed act as food preservatives, but this was the first time he had heard of such a method being edible. Perhaps in moderation, it wouldn't be lethal? Yet, his intuition told him this smoking process was akin to fighting poison with poison. Even without salt, it is possible to smoke meat, though the flavor may not be ideal. I am unfamiliar with the method you mentioned, but from a health perspective, smoked food prepared in this way may not be suitable. Fried Egg's response was quite diplomatic, as he had heard that NPCs had a favorability system, where higher favorability led to hidden quests. In reality, he would have rolled his eyes. You mean it's possible without salt? Chu Guang was taken aback. Yes, microorganisms require moisture to survive. Smoking meat essentially dehydrates the meat. Having salt improves the process, extending the preservation time and enhancing the flavor. But even without it, proper technique can yield results. Of course, if the fat content is high, dehydration could be more challenging. It all depends on the specific type of meat. At this point, Fried Egg paused, glancing awkwardly at the smoking rack before quietly stating, but in any case, you haven't created a sealed environment. It definitely won't work. If food could be preserved without expending this peculiar smoking leaf, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the outpost. However, Chu Guang remained somewhat puzzled. Even if the survivors of Better Street were ignorant, having survived in this wasteland until now, they could not have completely mismanaged such a survival skill. What exactly was the issue? Nonetheless, Chu Guang did not intend to ponder such a troubling matter for the moment. Firstly, he was not that idle. Secondly, if every problem were to be left for the NPCs to resolve, what would be the role of the players? Very well. This honorable yet daunting task shall be entrusted to you. He firmly patted the shoulder of this novice. Chu Guang solemnly entrusted the task of preparing the cured meat to tomato and eggs, earnestly reminding them of safety precautions before departing with a cheerful disposition. Indeed, another complication had been resolved. Speaking of which, there seems to be a glimmer of hope regarding the grain issue. Shouldn't he consider recruiting more players to enhance productivity? Relying solely on his own two hands, he might not even manage to repair the walls of the sanatorium by the end of the month. As Chu Guang pondered over this, an exuberant cheer suddenly erupted from a distance. Incredible! Finally, it has succeeded. Chapter 25. Insufficient manpower. The jubilant cheers emanated from the cement kiln. As Chu Guang approached, he observed Feng Chong and Lao Bai laboriously mixing a mound of light gray powder with water and sand to form a slurry. A rough estimation suggested that this batch of cement weighed around 20 kilograms. Since it was merely a trial firing, the amount produced was limited. Judging by the volume of the filling opening of the kiln, processing half a ton in a day should pose no problem. While it may not match the efficiency of professional production equipment, it was still serviceable. Esteemed manager, noticing Chu Guang's approach, the two players hastily discarded their tools and rushed to greet him with enthusiasm. Cement! We have finally succeeded in producing silicate cement. Their accomplishment was indeed remarkable. To achieve a temperature exceeding 1,450 degrees Celsius within the kiln, the duo had tirelessly operated the blower, shoveling coal into the furnace with relentless determination, nearly achieving Herculean strength in the process. Particularly, Lao Bai, whose genetic sequence was strength-oriented, had made notable progress in just 3 days. You have done exceptionally well. Chu Guang expressed his approval, nodding at them. The joy on their faces was unmistakable. Their hard work had not been in vain. However, rapid inflation could jeopardize the longevity of the game. What if we introduce a gacha feature? Perhaps a draw for 1,000 contribution points? This notion was feasible. And as Chu Guang contemplated the best approach, Feng Chong and Lao Bai exchanged glances and respectfully addressed him. Manager, there is something we must report. Now that the cement has been successfully fired, we require additional manpower to commence construction at the outpost. Chu Guang regarded them. How many do you need? Lao Bai eagerly interjected, at least 10. Naturally, the more, the better. The kiln requires manual operation, and 2 people can manage 1 furnace, soon. We will need to build a second kiln, necessitating 4 individuals. We need at least 4 for transporting materials from the construction site, and at least 8 more for wall and house repairs. Chu Guang mentally calculated. That amounts to 16 individuals, does it not? Currently, the food reserves at the outpost could only sustain 7 people, including himself, for a week. A sudden tripling of the population raised concerns about whether the logistics could accommodate such an increase. After much deliberation, he resolved to take a gamble. It was already the 9th of the month, with nearly a third of September gone. If they did not intensify their efforts, completing the outpost before winter would be exceedingly difficult. Very well, I understand. Nodding, he continued, I will request support from higher authorities. In 3 days, a batch of new members will awaken from their slumber and join our cause on the surface. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated Lao Bai and Feng Chang's faces. The addition of new members would significantly ease their construction plans. Furthermore, Feng Chang's suspicions were validated. This NPC's authority was indeed more than merely superficial and could influence the game's closed beta progress. This thought led Feng Chang to recall the fantastical premises found in early web novels, particularly in the gaming genre. The game operates on an infinitely powerful supercomputer, with the gaming company establishing the world framework while the content is dynamically generated by AI. Perhaps Wasteland OL was akin to this. The more he pondered, the more excited he became, feeling as though he had gained profound insights. With the introduction of carpenters and chefs, the players' working conditions and quality of life visibly improved. With the assistance of There Are Mosquitoes in the WC, Lao Bai and Feng Chang's construction team procured molds for making mud bricks and helped Quang Feng and Yi Shi enhance their fishing traps. They even crafted a wooden toilet from tree stumps that provided a more comfortable experience. However, not everyone appreciated this new seated toilet. For instance, Huang Feng appeared to have a mild case of obsessive cleanliness. Even in the game, he could not tolerate using a toilet previously occupied by others. He stubbornly dug a new pit next to the original restroom and erected wooden barriers for privacy. As a result, the outpost now boasted a second toilet. Yet, amidst these trivial developments, the most exciting news lay in Huang Feng and Yi Shi's fishing endeavors. With the improved traps, they finally caught their first fish just before dusk, a sizable catfish. Its broad mouth and oversized head were astonishing. Deep blue patterns adorned with white speckles decorated its body, while coral-like red whiskers accentuated its features. Clearly, it was a mutated variant. Watching the thrashing creature attempting to escape from the trap, Huang Feng and Yi Shi were overwhelmed with emotion, disregarding its unappealing appearance. 3 days. It took a full 3 days, but we finally caught one. Seizing the moment before the circling birds and creatures from the lakeside could detect them, they hurriedly dragged the trap ashore and mercilessly bludgeoned the fish to death with steel rods. Brother Chao Dan, take a look. Can we eat this thing? What on earth is it? Staring at the catfish tossed on the ground, tomato and scrambled eggs, who was preparing a fish smoking rack, widened his eyes in disbelief. The head alone could fill a basin. If we toss it back into the lake, will the other fish survive? Catfish are carnivorous, after all. It should be a catfish. Huang Feng replied. Of course, I know it's a catfish, Chao Dan said while crouching down to inspect its mouth, pulling at its tongue and exclaiming, good heavens. This must weigh over 100 pounds. Yi Shi quickly inquired, can we smoke it? Who on earth smokes catfish? Chao Dan retorted, exasperated. This thing is incredibly fatty, and its surface is coated in a moisturizing slime, making it quite a hassle to process. I wonder if it can be dehydrated. What do we do then? Huang Feng asked. I haven't tried it yet. Let's give it a go. Chao Dan glanced at the smoking rack he had painstakingly constructed, falling into contemplation. A fish weighing 100 pounds will surely crush it. I'll have to start over. As dusk settled, Brother Chao Dan, standing in for the manager, prepared a pot of fish head soup for the players, demonstrating that this dish was indeed edible. To their surprise, it tasted quite delightful. Although lacking tofu as a side dish and without scallions, ginger, garlic, or cooking wine to mask the fishy odor, Brother Chao Dan showcased his culinary prowess by seasoning it solely with salt and soy sauce, creating a delectable fish head soup that was flavorful without being greasy. The players were moved to tears. Brother Chao Dan and Mosquito were astonished that the game included a sense of taste, while the other 4 players were touched to finally enjoy a proper meal. Oh, it's been so difficult. The game session ended at 6 in the evening, coinciding with 6 in the morning in reality. As the closed beta players logged off, news exploded in the Nyo Ma Club group before they could even board the Penguin. Quit smoking. Oh my. You all need to check the official website. Grandpa, how can you challenge me? You haven't given up yet. Spare the blade. What is happening on the official website? Quit smoking. Major update for Alpha version 02. The official site will release 24 more closed beta qualifications. The number of closed beta players will expand to 30. Spare the blade. What? Grandpa, how can you challenge me? Haha, time to harvest the chives. Tell me how much. I'm wondering if it's enough to file a case at the police station downstairs. Picking nose. Quit smoking. It shouldn't cost anything. The announcement didn't mention any fees. Huh. I refuse to believe it. This time, I still won't make it. Scavenger level 99. You are overthinking it. The number of reservations has already exceeded 100. There are 24 additional slots. The probability is roughly between 1 in 4 to 1 in 5. Quit smoking. Over 100. What on earth? Are there really that many living souls in our group? Scavenger level 99. Well, not all of them are from our group. I noticed quite a few gaming groups discussing this game last night. Spare the blade. It has actually transcended our circle. Astonished, who understands the game? I just checked, and the number of reservations has reached 111. Quit smoking. What the heck? Chapter 26, Alpha 0. 2 version update significant updates. 1. The number of closed beta players has increased to 30. 2. The expansion pack Winter is Coming has launched. The game will transition into winter within 30 days, with temperatures plummeting to -10 degrees within 60 days. If players successfully withstand the harsh cold, all closed beta participants who maintain an average online duration of over 4 hours will receive the exclusive title of Winter Warrior. Should they fail this challenge, the game servers will temporarily shut down, and the closed beta will resume once the difficulty settings are adjusted. 3. Enhanced freedom within the game. A small number of bugs have been fixed. 5. The player manual has been updated to version 2.0. Invited players are encouraged to review it promptly. Current reservations, 113 individuals. In a moment of refresh, 2 additional reservations appeared. At this juncture, Chu Guang sat in the residence hall of the shelter, fixated on the website's back end, pondering the source of these new arrivals. Where are all these people coming from? There aren't that many active users in the group. Alternate accounts? Impossible. No one can create alternate accounts on the official website of Wasteland OL. Changing IPs or even appearances is futile. Reservation qualifications are tied to individuals, not computers. Jian, why are there suddenly so many people on the forum? Where did you all come from? From the future, Kakarot. King's Gaming Group? I saw a link posted by someone else. Irina, I'm different. I came from the driving group. Humorous. Good names taken by dogs. Bro, lend me a word. A touch of nostalgia. Watching the drama. Tung Tung. What kind of game is this? Is it serious? Tian the Demon King. I second that question. Jian, no need to ask. It's clear it's not serious. Look at those people above. Are they serious? Please, I beg you, do not reserve. It's all fake. Frustrated. Tung Tung. Tian the Demon King. Farewell. Chu Guang. Is Jian out of his mind? The forum finally gained some popularity, and before it could even warm up, he scared off one participant. Perhaps more than one. Chu Guang felt a wave of exasperation but did not dwell on it. He was not the type to harbor grudges. After browsing the forum, he gradually comprehended the sudden influx of new users. It seemed some group had shared screenshots of the Neoma Club's chat along with links to the official website and other gaming groups. Subsequently, the game Wasteland OL, which only had an official site, some settings, and a vague vision, inexplicably gained traction within the gaming community. He hardly noticed anyone discussing the actual game content. Chu Guang pondered whether he should appoint a few moderators to assist in managing the forum. Switching to his desktop, he logged into his QQ account and opened the Neoma Club gaming group, which was currently bustling with activity. The topic of closed beta qualifications had seemingly been discussed previously. Now, the focus was entirely on the Alpha 0.2 update and the winter is coming expansion. This is utterly absurd. Picking up trash level 99. Oh no, doesn't that mean those without closed beta qualifications will miss out? Who understands the game? It's just ridiculous. Jian, someone ping the dog planner. Recruit more people. I don't need money. Actually, I can pay. Picking up trash level 99. Guang, someone S calling you the dog planner. Jian, damn. Chu Guang. Why is it this guy again? Just as he contemplated whether to chime in, he suddenly received a private message from Lai Rifang Chang. Brother Guang, are you there? Grinning. Just finished something. What is up? Lai Rifang Chang. There is something I've been puzzled about and wanted to ask you. Is that NPC referred to as the administrator played by one of your company's employees? Or is it an AI? I'm just casually asking. If it's a corporate secret, forget I asked. Guang, no worries. This ISNT really is secret, and besides, as a mere planner, I don't have access to confidential information. Fong Chong, filled with excitement, quickly typed. Oh great. Please go on. Chu Guang pondered for a moment and, mustering courage, began typing. In simple terms, its existence is quite unique. Unique. Goodness. This NPC is indeed extraordinary. Having keenly caught 2 key phrases, Lai Rifang Chong was thrilled, his thumbs dancing across the screen. Can you elaborate? Guang. It is the first generation of fully artificial intelligence developed by our company. Fully artificial intelligence? Fang Chong looked bewildered. This exceeded his realm of understanding. Nonetheless, it felt impressive. Sitting before the computer, his eyes sparkled, eager for more revelations from this insider. And Guang did not disappoint him, continuing to type. Indeed, it is an artificial intelligence that closely resembles human capabilities. It possesses its own personality, memory, thought processes, values, and motivations, which is why we have granted it the authority to regulate players and guide them into the game. Indeed, this is sheer brilliance. Fang Chong nearly dropped his phone in excitement, his trembling thumbs continuing to type. Lai Rifang Chong. I understand. No wonder its decisions can influence your testing progress. In fact, I've noticed that the game's content is already quite well developed. The immersive experience feels like a real world. It's no exaggeration to say that even someone as picky as I am can't find any obvious bugs. Lai Rifang Chong. The only downside might be that there are too few NPCs. So I thought, is it possible that you're not just testing the game itself, but also the AI? Even the launch of the Alpha 0.2 update in the Winter is Coming expansion pack serves this purpose. Am I right? Hitting the nail on the head. Straight to the point. This was Lai Fangchang's self-assessment of his statement. Combining various clues, he felt he had completely grasped the developer's intentions. He was standing at the atmospheric layer. The mysterious company developing Wasteland OL was ostensibly testing the game, yet in reality, they were assessing the fully artificial intelligence operating within the game's framework. The expansion pack Winter is Coming was a test of this pioneering artificial intelligence. Silence lingered for a moment, noticing that the individual named Guang was silent. Fang Chang already had an answer in mind, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. I am indeed a genius. Guang, you are quite astute. Guang, indeed, as you surmised. The Winter is Coming expansion is indeed intended to test the performance of the first-generation fully artificial intelligence. And this is a necessary procedure to initiate the next round of testing. As he typed these words, Chu Guang discreetly deleted the explanation he had just crafted in the document. He felt that this old brother's ramblings sounded far more convincing. No exaggeration. This guy is truly talented. In terms of creativity, Lai Fangchang, I think I understand your point. So the testing progress is indeed influenced by the game's narrative development, correct? Guang, yes. Guang, correct. Lai Fangchang. Thank you. I got it. I apologize for any inconvenience caused by my disclosure of such insider information. However, rest assured, I shall keep your secrets. In truth, it cannot be deemed as confidential. You need not feel compelled to guard it. Nevertheless, I assure you, I will indeed safeguard it. Those who know me are well aware of my reliability. Is this what is referred to as corporate-level understanding? I have certainly gained new insights. Chapter 27. Winter is approaching. The leaves are withering, temperatures are plummeting, and an unprecedented crisis looms ahead. This winter promises to be harsher than those of years past, and it will arrive sooner. The time left for us to prepare is dwindling. From this moment forth, we must seize every minute, indeed, every second. We must be ready to confront the impending cold wave before the situation deteriorates completely. The task panel has been updated, listing the essentials, necessary facilities, and corresponding rewards. Remember, only through unity can we weather this storm. Winter is upon us. This is a trial set forth by fate for us all, not just for the players. Even Chu Guang himself can sense the urgency in the increasingly frigid air. The supplies at the outpost were never abundant, and the population has surged from 6 to 30, a five-fold increase. While the rising population brings more labor, it simultaneously amplifies the supply pressures on the outpost. To satiate the 30 mouths soon to come, Chu Guang has been deeply troubled, tirelessly hunting day in and day out alongside Yi Shi, who possesses a perception-based genetic sequence, striving to stockpile provisions. In no time, the entire Linghu wetland park has been thrown into disarray by their efforts. However, the results have been remarkably gratifying. Within 3 days, Chu Guang has managed to slay over a dozen mutated hyenas and has caught countless wild rabbits and squirrels using traps. Though they are mutants, they are still edible. Additionally, Yi Shi, responsible for vigilance and reconnaissance, has successfully leveled up from LV0 to LV1, while Chu Guang senses he is on the verge of a breakthrough himself. Yet, the manager's genetic sequence is exceedingly unique. Chu Guang has not yet discerned the secrets to leveling up, relying instead on medical equipment to confirm that the progress of his genetic sequence development has indeed seen a slight increase. On another note, the performance of other players has been commendable, each exhibiting their unique talents. This is a physically demanding task. Whether operating the blower manually or using the repaired two-wheeled cart to transport stones, considerable effort is required. Consequently, the strength-based player, Lao Bai, has leveled up from LV1 to LV2, with his strength attribute increasing by a point. His colleague, Fang Chang, has also finally broken through, advancing from LV0 to LV1, though his increase is in agility rather than strength. Meanwhile, the most unfortunate of the lot is Kuang Feng. As of now, he remains the only one among the 4 beta testers with a genetic sequence level still at 0. Despite having caught many fish using improved traps these past few days, he is still just shy of the experience needed to reach LV1. It appears that the experience gained from capturing mutants through traps does not compare favorably to that earned from direct confrontations. This has puzzled Kuang Feng, yet he finds himself at a loss for a viable solution. Aside from the 4 original players, the 2 newcomers are equally spirited, hardly wasting a moment. For instance, Mosey does not rush to level up. He continues his woodworking, occasionally assisting Lao Bai and Fong Chong or helping Kuang Feng repair damaged traps. Besides these tasks, he is engrossed in his own project. According to Moz, he plans to construct a simple wooden cabin to serve as his chemical laboratory and storage. Although Chu Guang harbors doubts about the safety of such a cabin, seeing Moz so content, he deems it best not to interfere excessively with the player's choices. In contrast to Moz's leisure, the chef, stir-fried eggs, epitomizes the industrious spirit. Not only is he responsible for cooking, but he also assists the manager in processing the game caught, which includes bleeding, skinning, boning, cutting meat, and most crucially, curing. Due to the scarcity of salt at the outpost, stir-fried eggs resorts to the most primitive method of curing, nothing added. He simply hangs the cut meat on a steel frame, places it in a kiln made of clay and bricks, and uses charcoal to produce smoke, drying out the moisture from the meat and sealing the kiln with pine branches and leaves. By early to mid-next month, winter should be upon them. At that time, the cured meat will be wrapped in plastic or tree bark and buried in the snow, likely lasting until spring. However, the taste and texture of this cured meat can only be described as less than desirable. Moreover, stir-fried eggs does not waste the hides from the mutated hyenas. Instead, he collects them to make leather. In truth, leather making is a rather intricate and tedious process, far more complicated than curing meat. Nevertheless, the shelter requires not luxurious, smooth leather, but merely warm materials to fend off the cold, thus quality is of little concern. Consequently, many unnecessary steps can be omitted. Previously, when Lao Bai was burning plant ash, he saved the potassium-rich water in a plastic barrel. Stir-fried eggs utilizes this potassium water as a tanning solution to soak the raw hides he has skinned and cleaned. Once the leather is adequately tanned, he hangs it on a makeshift frame to dry, resulting in a passable quality leather. Esteemed manager, I must report that I am truly overwhelmed with tasks. I desperately need assistance, even just one person. As he received the freshly slain game from Chu Guang's hands, stir-fried eggs gaze inadvertently drifted to Yi Shi, who he perceived as seemingly idle, aside from aiding the manager in retrieving game. Perhaps he could lend a hand. Yi Shi quickly caught on to stir-fried eggs' intentions, waving his hands in refusal. Don't look at me, I'm quite busy. It's a joke. Where else could I find such an opportunity to gain experience by training alongside an NPC? I want to be learning to cook from you. Seeing Yi Shi's resistance, stir-fried eggs couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly, thinking, busy with what, really? Observing stir-fried eggs' complaints, Chu Guang interjected with a calming voice. Yi Shi needs to assist me in hunting, and his perception of danger is crucial, so I cannot spare him to help you. However, I promise your issue will soon be resolved. Reinforcements are on their way and will arrive on the surface shortly. Well, thank you. If that is the case, that would be splendid. Stir-fried eggs sighed, pausing for a moment before continuing. There is another matter. Although I have attempted leather making, I can only manage simple processing. As for turning it into clothing, I truly cannot manage that. Chu Guang smiled reassuringly. You need not worry. Among the reinforcements that are soon to arrive, there are individuals skilled in this area. I will assign the tasks of leather making and crafting warm clothing to that person, not just a tailor. Among the 24 newly selected beta testers he has chosen, there are talents from various fields. While they may not be experts in their respective domains, some are even students. They can still contribute within their capabilities. Moreover, there is the tool of the internet at their disposal. Chu Guang is filled with confidence in these vibrant and industrious players. As long as they exert sufficient effort, it is only a matter of time before they can move into a grand house. Their success is assured. Chapter 28, 24 new players. Reinforcements have arrived. September 12th, 6 o'clock a.m. After a 3-day agonizing wait following the distribution of closed beta qualifications, the day of the server launch has finally arrived. Following the instructions on the official website, Du Mingdao donned his helmet, lay back on his bed, and closed his eyes. He pondered, is this really all it takes? Yet, just as this thought flickered in his mind, a beam of light pierced through the darkness and illuminated his surroundings, despite his eyes being shut. Sitting up from the damp incubation pod, Du Mingdao surveyed his surroundings. His initially vacant gaze gradually replaced by overwhelming astonishment. This is the game world. The metallic walls and tiled floors. The streamlined hatch exuded a sense of science fiction, while wisps of vapor evaporated from his shoulders, slowly stealing away his warmth. Taking a deep breath of the air in this virtual realm, he faintly detected an unpleasant odor. Whether everything before him was real, Du Mingdao could not ascertain. However, the sheer immersion left him utterly speechless. This feeling is simply extraordinary. At that moment, the adjacent sleep pod suddenly opened, and a creature with a lizard-like mouth and covered in dark green scales emerged, sitting upright. The moment their eyes met, Du Mingdao was taken aback. What on earth is that? Who are you? An NPC? What NPC? I am a player. ID, Trash Collector level 99. I was about to ask you, who the hell are you? You're a trash collector? I'm the one who spares lives. Wait, you're that new guy who joined the group a few days ago? How did you end up looking like that? You're the ugly one. With amber eyes wide open, the lizard man appeared dumbfounded, clearly not grasping the situation. However, his gaze soon fell upon his own scaled, dark green skin, and bewilderment gave way to terror. He hastily looked down, glancing left and right, his claws frantically exploring his body, his tail writhing in a manner reminiscent of a lizard caught in a mud pit. Suddenly, his gaze fixated between his legs, followed by a piercing wail. What the hell? Why don't I have that thing? Du Mingdao nearly sputtered blood in disbelief. With such a bizarre appearance, that was his primary concern. That S missing. And so is that. Damn it, the developers are liars. If I can be a lizard man, why can't I choose a female character? If you don't want to be a lizard man, let us switch. Get lost. The sleep pod was equipped with a body scanning device, revealing his attributes and level, all of which were public information on the website. The trash collector extended his index finger and tapped the interface, quickly projecting his attribute panel onto the screen. ID, Trash Collector level 99 genetic sequence, Mutant Lizard Man level, LV, 0 basic attributes, Strength, 8 Agility, 7 Constitution, 8 Perception, 8 Intelligence, 2 Talents, Cold-Blooded, Enhanced Stealth, Sluggish in low-temperature environments, Digitigrade, Enhanced Endurance, Difficulty operating complex machinery, Regenerative Physique, Enhanced Recovery, Difficult to increase genetic sequence level. What? These attributes are quite impressive. The trash collector vaguely remembered the website stating that the benchmark for a normal adult male's attributes is 5, with a fluctuation of 2. Clearly, he was not based on an adult male standard. Aside from a slightly low intelligence attribute, the rest were extraordinarily high. Crucially, he didn't feel unintelligent. So what if the intelligence panel showed a lower value? It didn't hinder his ability to show off. Realizing this, the trash collector couldn't help but grin broadly, calming down momentarily. Meanwhile, Du Mingdao, observing the lizard man's silly grin, inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "Haha, I'm doing splendidly. Let us hurry and exit this room. We need to regroup with the other players and not keep the administrator waiting." As he spoke, the trash collector flipped over and jumped out of the incubation pod. He discovered an advantage of being a lizard man. Clothing was unnecessary, as there was nothing to conceal. Watching this lively lizard, Du Mingdao's face displayed an array of peculiar expressions. At that moment, he noticed a piece of paper stuck to the creature's backside. "You have something on your back." "Where?" The trash collector, upon hearing this, felt the odd sensation on his rear and reached behind him. Still unaccustomed to maneuvering this body, he clawed at his back for a while before finally scraping off the piece of paper. The paper, made of waterproof material, remained dry. Yet the writing upon it was neither Chinese nor any language he recognized. The trash collector scratched his head in confusion. What does this say? Shelter Residence Hall. In what was once a spacious area, the newly joined players filled the space to capacity. Diverse individuals stood there, their faces a canvas of confusion, astonishment, excitement, and curiosity. Prior to this, nearly everyone had believed that this so-called fully immersive virtual reality game was merely a joke concocted by a few board gamers. Even upon receiving the helmets sent by the game company, the majority had remained skeptical. Yet now, all doubts had dissipated. If one were to find a game more realistic than this, it would likely be Earth Online itself. As the trash collector level 99 emerged from the room, the commotion he caused was significant. Initially, everyone thought he was an NPC, but after inquiring, they learned he was also a player, potentially even one with a legendary hidden profession. Bathed in the envious gazes of the crowd, the trash collector seemed to have put aside his lack of a certain appendage, smiling with pride. "Does having that thing matter?" "Not at all. Brother, stick with me in the future, I've got your back." The trash collector patted Du Mingdao's shoulder, who merely rolled his eyes in response, too indifferent to engage. However, his initial panel data was merely slightly stronger. Du Mingdao also attracted considerable attention as he exited the room alongside the trash collector. Regrettably, his genetic sequence was simply that of an ordinary strength type, lacking any extraordinary traits. While players in the hall appraised the two, he too scrutinized the other players present. Aside from the trash collector, most players appeared relatively normal, at least outwardly. Judging by their physiques, they seemed primarily strength and constitution types, with a few perceptive and agile players, as well as some of the intellectual variety. What astonished Du Mingdao most was the presence of two female players among them. One stood at 180 centimeters, her shapely figure straining against the shelter uniform, likely a strength type. The other was shorter, perhaps just over 150 centimeters, unremarkable in appearance, making it hard to discern her type, though she didn't seem to be a strength type. Having a background in civil engineering, Du Mingdao was adept at estimating distances and sizes, generally with minimal error. The two had emerged from the same room, seemingly having had some disagreement, their postures radiating a competitive tension. Who is this little one? Still weaning? You. Just because you're tall doesn't mean you're impressive. In reality, you might be quite short. Hee. Uttering such words, one can easily surmise your age in reality is quite youthful. Could you possibly be an elementary school student? Hee. How unfortunate. For I am a director at a fashion design company, quite grown up indeed. Unlike you, who merely seeks validation within the realm of games. Hee. A mere director. I had assumed you were the president of a grand conglomerate. Pray tell, in which company do you hold such a lofty position? Hee. As if it is any of your concern. Du Mingdao felt an inexplicable sensation that both of these individuals were somewhat juvenile. Naturally, the cacophony was not limited to just these two. After a prolonged wait, those fortunate enough to obtain the coveted closed beta qualification were bubbling with excitement, incessantly chattering, exploring every nook and cranny, utterly restless. Some even struck their heads against the wall, not uttering a cry of pain but instead giggling foolishly, clutching their heads in mirth. This was still relatively normal. Others seized nearby players, pleading for a slap, eager to experience the sensation of being struck, thereby preparing themselves psychologically for the impending battles. Du Mingdao felt his scalp tingle. Had he truly entered a gaming universe, or was he confined within an asylum? As he observed individuals shedding their trousers with intentions of relieving themselves, or engaging in even more outrageous antics, a commanding voice reverberated through the residence hall, emanating from the entrance. Silence. In an instant, all noise ceased. That authoritative voice, imbued with a unique pressure, compelled the players within the hall to instinctively quiet their raucous behavior. Their gazes drawn towards the source of the sound. Du Mingdao was no exception. His gaze fell upon the figure standing at the doorway, and his expression transformed into one of exhilaration. An NPC. The opening storyline. This must be the legendary administrator. Although this was his first foray into the game, he had diligently followed updates on the official website. Thus, he was quite familiar with the game's lore. The other players mirrored his anticipation, all holding their breath in eager expectation for the narrative to unfold. They seemed more suited for manual labor at a construction site than for this setting. Casting a glance around the residence hall, Chu Guang spoke in a steady and solemn tone. Welcome to Shelter 404. I am the administrator here, codenamed Dawn. Chapter 29. Life in the Wasteland begins with brick moving. Chu Guang was quite pleased with the players' reactions, raising his head to survey the hall. However, when he noticed the lizard man standing in the corner, his expression froze for 2 seconds, and his hand almost instinctively reached for the gun on his back. Why is there an aberration here? But, judging by that foolish expression, beneath that exterior should lie a player. There was no cause for concern. In terms of combat experience or panel data, these fledgling players were thoroughly outmatched by him. While he might worry about survivors lurking in the shadows, he certainly did not fear these players causing trouble. Kicking players out, banning accounts, or revoking qualifications could be done in less than a second. What could possibly be accomplished in that brief moment? Deciding to investigate the Lizardman's situation later, Chu Guang shifted his gaze from it to the players in the hall and continued. First, I must share some good news with you. The war has ended. It is now the 200th year after the apocalypse. Fortunately, we have successfully endured the most arduous years. Standing here, you are already more fortunate than 12 billion people. Now, I need you to quickly recognize the reality of our situation and fulfill your pledge to rebuild our homeland under the banner of humanity. This is my assistant, Xiaoqi. You may direct any inquiries regarding the shelter to it, he added, having delivered this routine opening speech verbatim. He planned to repeat it when the next batch of players arrived, provided there were no significant bugs or plot holes. He had no intention of altering it, after all, as it was a hard-earned composition. After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, the resident manual has been updated to version 2.0, which includes the residence charter, code of conduct, and guidelines on public morality and prohibited behaviors. I urge all residents to review it promptly." A stir rippled through the player group. Was this NPC granted too much power? However, the players did not react overly negatively. Having chosen to make a reservation, they had accepted the game as parameters. Before logging into the game, they had already perused the resident manual on the official website, which did not impose excessively harsh stipulations. The newly added clauses merely imposed restrictions on player versus player combat, harassment of other players, illicit trading, and malicious destruction of in-game facilities. These terms aligned with the interests of the vast majority of reasonable players. Some clauses had even originated from discussions among players in the forums, subsequently adopted by the developers. For instance, the suggestions from Lai Rifeng Chong regarding the malicious destruction of in-game facilities, and a female player who had yet to secure a reservation advocating against coercive behaviors, were commendable. After all, this was a brick-moving game, not a nuclear bomb simulator. Nor was it a salacious title. Even games that prided themselves on freedom and sandbox concepts could not permit one player to wantonly dismantle the gaming experience of others. Not only had Xu Guang adopted these suggestions, but he had also refined the regulations further. For example, malicious destruction of facilities would result in enforced labor, while coercive actions would lead to the permanent confiscation of the tools used. Quite stringent indeed. What? Can't accept it? After detailing the necessary precautions, Xu Guang led 24 players out of the shelter, taking the elevator in 2 groups to the surface. The visual impact that greeted them left the new players speechless. It was not merely visual. Every sense, hearing, smell, touch, and even taste, told them that this was an utterly real world. Incredible. Is this truly a game world? Oh my, this is amazing. Watching the players, who were ecstatic to the point of dancing, a subtle smile crept onto Xu Guang's lips. He longed to inform them that it was still too early to celebrate. The construction site at the outpost was in dire need of labor, so there was no concern about the players idling. Veteran players would instruct them on what to do. Some were called to move bricks and repair walls, while others, under Fong Chong's guidance, headed to the northeast construction site of Wetland Park to transport materials for cement production. As for compensation, it was 10 contribution points per hour. Although they were unclear about the precise utility of contribution points, each player brimmed with enthusiasm, eager to commence work immediately. The developers had assured them that there would be no deletions. They simply needed to get to work. The fervor of these players even made Xu Guang feel somewhat bashful. Of course, not all players were assigned to the construction site. Tasks such as making jerky, tanning hides, fishing, hunting, and gathering also required manpower. For example, the female player standing at 1.8 meters tall with the ID, Crow, was designated for gathering. Her genetic sequence fell under the perception category. Although her main attribute, perception, had an initial value 1 point lower than Yishu's, at only 6, she possessed an initial talent, toxin intuition. According to the system's explanation in the player list, players with this talent could detect toxins purely through biological instinct, independent of knowledge or experience. Conversely, before acquiring toxin resistance, toxic effects would impose greater negative impacts on her. Additionally, the Lizardman was also present. After assigning gathering tasks, Xu Guang called the player aside. "Are you a level 99 garbage collector? What a ridiculous name." Upon hearing the administrator address him, Garbage Kuin thought he had triggered a hidden plot and promptly stood at attention, nodding excitedly. "That's me." Xu Guang nodded, about to assign him a task, when Garbage Kuin suddenly appeared to have an epiphany and eagerly handed him a note. "Esteemed administrator, when I awoke, I found this note. I cannot understand the writing. Could you please tell me what it says?" "Let me see." Xu Guang took the note from his hand. It was somewhat damp, as if it had been soaked in water, though not fully saturated. It appeared to be made of waterproof material. The handwriting was familiar and written in the language of this world, prompting Xu Guang to immediately deduce its origin. "Where did you find this?" "From my behind." Xu Guang nearly dropped it in shock. Sensing the administrator's exasperation, Garbage Kuin quickly explained with a wry smile. "What I meant was it was right in the incubation pod. It was stuck there when I woke up." "No worries, I was just asking." Xu Guang continued to examine the contents of the note. "Congratulations, you've won. This is an Easter egg I left for you. The genetic sequences stored in the gene bank are not exclusively human. They also contain a small number of special genetic sequences. To be frank, I was responsible for this." albeit with some unforeseen elements, but I do not intend to take the blame. How should I put it? Don't you think this is part of natural selection? Speaking of which, should we refer to it as a peculiar entity or an aberration? Whatever you choose to call it is fine. It's up to you. The first administrator. This fellow must be insane. Chu Guang was speechless. He could hardly muster the energy to critique the deceased and open the system interface to confirm the five-dimensional data and talents of the lizard man before him. Just as this towering figure possesses a remarkably robust physique, his strength and constitution are astonishingly formidable. Had it not been for a self-administered injection, his power might have even rivaled that of my level 5 self. Furthermore, he is endowed with the extraordinary talents of physical regeneration and cold-bloodedness, rendering him an exceptional asset in combat. Although he bears certain debuffs, such as difficulty in leveling up, sensitivity to low temperatures, and challenges in operating intricate machinery, these do not constitute fatal flaws. In summary, the situation is manageable. Chu Guang is already contemplating whether to equip this individual with boxing gloves or steel claws, or perhaps even to fashion him into a formidable frontline tank. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the esteemed administrator, Garbage Man level 99 felt a slight unease creeping into his heart. However, the NPC did not linger on him for long, swiftly assigning him a unique task distinct from that of other players. From today onward, you shall hunt alongside me. Chu Guang resolved to set aside concerns regarding weaponry. The other players are not necessarily less astute than he. It would be better to allow them to explore their own strategies. The enthusiastic Garbage Man clenched his fists and exclaimed excitedly, "I am at your service, esteemed administrator." "Excellent, quite spirited," Chu Guang acknowledged with a nod, continuing, "You should wait for me at the entrance of the infirmary. I have some matters to attend to and will join you shortly." "Understood." Garbage Man scampered off with alacrity. Chu Guang then turned his attention to another female player, who appeared anxious as she awaited nearby. Her ID was Tung Tung, and her genetic sequence belonged to the intellect category. She seemed somewhat petite, standing at about 1.5 meters tall. The expression of genetic traits is inherently unstable, and even the most meticulously designed sequences can exhibit flaws. Thus, there was little Chu Guang could do to assist her. However, the circumstances she faced were not entirely adverse. Like that of Crow, her talent bar contained an exceptionally unique initial talent, dexterous hands. Talent, dexterous hands, enhanced muscle memory, allowing for quicker accumulation of proficiency in repetitive tasks. If memory serves, her real-world profession is that of a fashion designer. If that is indeed the case, this talent appears tailor-made for her. "Can you make clothing?" Chu Guang inquired of the administrator. Tung Tung nodded nervously. "Yes, if I have the materials and tools, I can give it a try." Although her primary occupation involves design work on a computer, her manual dexterity is not entirely lacking, and she is considerably more adept than the average person. Materials are not an issue. We may need to devise a solution for the tools. Please follow me. With that, Chu Guang led her to the back courtyard of the infirmary, pointing to the rows of coarse for drying on wooden racks. "Are these sufficient?" Upon seeing the array of pelts, Tung Tung's eyes widened in astonishment. Although uncertain of the origins of these furs, their quality and sheen clearly suggested they were far from inferior. "Are these all mine?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Chu Guang nodded, stating yes. "If you are willing, you may take charge of processing the furs. These hides were handled by our chef, who lacks expertise in this area." "Absolutely. You can count on me," Tung Tung replied enthusiastically, nodding vigorously. "Do you have any specific requirements regarding the design?" Chu Guang responded, "No particular demands for the design. Warmth is the primary concern. Do you lack any tools on your end?" While a sewing machine might be challenging to procure, basic tools such as needles, thread, and scissors should be readily available. While a sewing machine would be preferable, if warmth is the only requirement, these tools will suffice. "Wonderful." He appreciated diligent and low-maintenance players. Chu Guang nodded in approval. "I entrust this task to you. In the coming days, I should be able to procure some game. I plan to venture north along the elevated road out of the city, as I have heard there are migrating herds of deer in that region. With a bit of luck, I should be able to gather a substantial bounty." Chapter 30. Is this too much to bear? Chu Guang is a principled individual, and he certainly would not exploit the labor of players without compensation. Although the shelter is currently impoverished, with contribution points limited to purchasing only resurrection tokens, he nonetheless decided to pay Ting Ting for her work. For each garment crafted, she would receive 50 contribution points. The requirements were modest. As long as they were wearable and warm, that sufficed. Once the shop system is operational, he plans to price these garments based on their quality, ranging from 100 to 500 contribution points, to sell to other players. This implies that he must find an NPC to act as a merchant. Perhaps he should venture there to test his luck. Esteemed administrator, when shall we depart? As Chu Guang emerged from the infirmary, Garbage Lord, with his lizard tail swaying, approached eagerly with a flurry of questions. There's no rush. I need to find you a suitable weapon. Follow me. Outside the infirmary's walls stood a small wooden cabin, constructed by WC Really Has Mosquitoes, currently serving as a carpentry workshop. The outpost was lacking in tools, particularly reliable steel implements, forcing many tasks to rely on wooden substitutes. However, necessity is the mother of invention. By combining industrial scrap salvage from the wasteland with wood, this adept carpenter had indeed created numerous post-apocalyptic style tools. Among them was a crossbow, propped against the wall, featuring a wooden stock and simple mechanical components made from stainless steel, with the bowstring crafted from the sinew of a mutated hyena, treated specially for durability. The arrowheads were sharpened metal shards. His supply of iron pipe rifle ammunition was dwindling, with only around 20 rounds left, necessitating careful usage. For any prey he could dispatch with the crossbow, it would be prudent to do so. Upon witnessing the administrator pick up the crossbow, Garbage Lord assumed it was to be gifted to him and eagerly reached out, only to have his hand swatted away. Your weapon is over there. Chu Guang pointed to a few spears with sharpened metal tips resting in the corner, accompanied by a convenient carrying strap. Your initial strength is 8 points. As long as you master the throwing technique, you can dispatch prey within 10 meters with a single throw. Garbage Lord grimaced. But esteemed administrator, I still feel, if I had a ranged weapon, my hunting efficiency would increase significantly. Noting the towering stature of his companion, Chu Guang retorted, at your size, shouldn't you be charging ahead as a tank rather than lurking in the back sniping? Where's your sense of manhood? The spear is fundamental to hunting. Whether in close combat or mid-range encounters, it will prevent you from falling into a passive position. Today, I will teach you the art of hunting. The choice of weaponry for future battles rests with you. It dawned on Garbage Lord that this was part of the narrative. He nodded in understanding, falling silent. Just then, player WC Really Has Mosquitoes pushed open the wooden cabin door, emerging with 2 glass bottles in hand. Upon spotting Chu Guang, his eyes lit up. Esteemed administrator, I was just looking for you. This is the acetone I mentioned. It can be used as a solvent to create smokeless gunpowder. As he spoke, he mimicked the gestures of an alchemist, shaking the bottle excitedly, startling both Chu Guang and Garbage Lord into instinctive retreat. Don't worry, haha. As long as it doesn't meet an open flame, we're fine, haha. The exhilaration on his face was palpable. Such exploits were only permissible within the game. He would never dare attempt this in his own workshop. Yet, he had not anticipated the game would be so realistic as to allow such creations. At that moment, he noticed the lizard man beside the administrator, his expression of excitement momentarily faltering. And this is... Chu Guang cleared his throat and responded. He is a new resident, ID, garbage picker, level 99. Ah, a newcomer. Mosquito exclaimed, gazing at him with envy. Starting with a hidden class? How delightful. Now, tell me about what you have there, Chu Guang said, glancing at the glass bottle in Mosquito's hand. How did you come by this? The method is quite simple. It's essentially the dry distillation of wood. Place the timber in a sealed metal container and heat it, directing a tube to lead the vapors through a cold water bucket for condensation. The collected condensate can easily be separated into an aqueous solution and viscous tar-like residue. A straightforward distillation process. The aqueous portion is wood vinegar, primarily composed of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol, which can be further separated due to their differing boiling points. Acetic acid can react with alkali metal compounds to produce a variety of useful salts, while acetone is what I hold in my right hand. Its utility is remarkable. As he spoke, Mosquito sighed. If only I could obtain sulfuric acid, then we could produce hydrogen peroxide. Mixing hydrogen peroxide with acetone can yield triacetone triperoxide, commonly known as TTP or entropy explosives. Garbage Lord listened in astonishment, unable to suppress a gulp. What on earth does this guy do in real life? Chu Guang was equally taken aback. He instinctively glanced at the modest wooden cabin, struggling to reconcile it with a chemistry laboratory. Only players could dare to undertake such reckless endeavors. Regaining his composure, Chu Guang addressed him. I will keep an eye on nearby chemical factories, but does that mean we currently cannot acquire explosives? High-performance ones are out of reach. but black powder is fairly easy to obtain. Give me a bit more time. I'm considering other methods. However, sometimes you need not rely solely on explosives to achieve lethal effects. Mosquito waved the glass bottle in his left hand with a grin, continuing. This contains a mixture of turpentine and acetone. I've added a bit of plant fiber. Igniting the cotton wick at the bottle's mouth and throwing it can create a long-lasting flame. A Molotov cocktail. This is a splendid item. Chu Guang's eyes brightened as he took the glass bottle from him, weighing it in his hands. Have you tested its potency? There are trees all around. I'm afraid the fire wouldn't be contained, Mosquito replied awkwardly. Not bad. It seems this fellow possesses some sense. Chu Guang thought to himself. I will take it outside to help you test it shortly. Maintaining a neutral demeanor, he tucked the glass bottle away and continued. Conducting chemical experiments in this environment is rather perilous, and the shelter currently lacks the means to safely store such hazardous materials. I will grant you your deserved rewards, but I cannot encourage you to expand production. After a brief pause, Chu Guang shifted the conversation. However, I recommend that you explore the potential of these chemical products in the development of the outpost, creating value that we need. Creating the value we need. Mosquito's expression shifted to one of contemplation as he silently mulled over Chu Guang's words. Yes, take your time to think it over, Chu Guang nodded, adding, of course. I further suggest you converse with the other residents of the shelter to see if they have any valuable insights. You may unearth unexpected treasures. Chapter 31. Encountering the Raiders. The player's first battle. The applications of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol are indeed quite extensive. If the outpost wishes to genuinely embark on industrialization, then these chemical raw materials are indispensable. Although they may not be immediately useful, Chu Guang nonetheless rewarded player WC truly has mosquitoes, with 1,000 contribution points. Publicly acknowledging his remarkable achievement in successfully synthesizing acetic acid, acetone, and methanol from wood. One might wonder, does this count as a server-wide announcement in an online game? Observing, WC truly has mosquitoes, basking in pride, while other players looked on with envy. Chu Guang felt compelled to uphold this commendable tradition. Indeed, it should not be confined to the game alone. It should also be announced on the official website. In the future, a Hall of Fame could be established to commemorate certain players for their achievements on specific dates, whether it be resolving developmental issues or conquering a particularly challenging dungeon. As a modest ruler, the only high-value reward he could offer players was a sense of cheap honor. After completing this task, Chu Guang, accompanied by Yi Shi and Litter King, continued their exploration north along the elevated road leading out of the wetland park. They searched for traces of prey while seeking valuable exploration targets. The industrial clusters of Tianxuan City predominantly occupy the southeastern corner of the city, distributed in a fan shape along the 3rd and 2nd ring roads. In contrast, the northern area where Linghu Wetland Park is located primarily consists of residential districts, with numerous unfinished buildings visible along the exit road. This area, while well-equipped with public facilities such as education, healthcare, and transportation, has yet to form large-scale industrial clusters. With only a few small light industrial workshops scattered in the outskirts away from residential zones, adjacent to a waste incineration station. Currently, much of this region is cloaked in forest. As the nuclear war approached, the northern suburbs of Tianxuan City, due to its vast population and minimal strategic value, suffered little from direct strikes by strategic weapons. However, the complete collapse of order brought about a different kind of disaster. As a massive influx of refugees descended upon the area, supermarkets, convenience stores, markets, and malls were quickly looted, followed by hospitals, schools, office buildings, and every shop lining the streets, down to the refrigerators and storage cabinets within residences. No shelter would gamble its safety to open its gates to accept them. Nor could they. The paralyzed transportation made it exceedingly difficult for these individuals to leave. Even 200 years later, the bullet holes and shattered glass still whisper of the tragedies that once unfolded here. In some shop windows, beside shelves, and even in trash bins, unweathered bones still linger. Alas, how tragic! As Litter King caught sight of a large and small skeleton intertwined, he averted his gaze, compassion welling up within him, and closed the open trash bin door. Yi Shi remained relatively composed, as this was not his first venture out with Chu Guang. He had long grown accustomed to the state of affairs here, and even took on the demeanor of an experienced player, offering a critique. To be fair, the game's scene design is quite impressive, resembling a world in the aftermath of an apocalypse. Well, it is indeed a post-apocalyptic world. This must have been a clothing store. However, few garments remained on the shelves, and the only 2 rags still hanging were covered in dark mold. Clearly, scavengers had frequented this place long ago, and not just once. I believe we are wasting our efforts, Yishur sighed. It is evident that this place has been thoroughly ransacked. We can surely find something useful, like this. Chu Guang produced an unopened sewing kit from behind a nearly shattered cabinet and tossed it to Yishur. The needles appeared to be of alloy material, and the thread was likely synthetic silk. Being unopened, it remained free from oxidation. Even 200 years later, it would still be usable. At this moment, the outpost was in dire need of such small tools. Ving could find it quite interesting. Having exhausted their search, the group prepared to exit the store. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire, unmistakably the sound of 5mm bullets. Chu Guang instantly became alert. Retrieving his iron pipe rifle from his back, crouching down to hide in the shadows against the wall, cautiously peering towards the source of the commotion. Not far away, under a tilted billboard, a man in a gray coat lay on the ground, shot and bleeding profusely, his face reflecting sheer terror as he attempted to crawl backward. Scavenger? Before long, another figure turned the corner. A gunman clad in a fur coat, cigarette clamped between his teeth, approached the pleading man while wielding a crude iron pipe rifle fashioned from scrap. Accompanying him was another individual and a dog. The accomplice carried a similar makeshift rifle, with a fire axe hanging from his waist and a dog leash attached to the other side. Chu Guang's pupils constricted slightly. Within a second, he swiftly deduced their identities. Raiders, what is happening outside? Yishur leaned in, lowering his voice. He believed he was being discreet, yet his stealth skills were lacking. Chu Guang barely had time to gesture for silence when the mutated hyena tethered by a chain turned its head, barking twice in their direction. Chu Guang's expression shifted dramatically. Damn, this beast must have all its skill points and perception. In an instant, the 2 raiders also turned their attention towards them, reacting with remarkable speed as they raised their rifles to fire. Bang! Bang! The makeshift rifles likely lacked rifling. From across the street, their shots went awry, landing harmlessly on the concrete. Are we under fire? What is going on? Have we encountered mutants? Litter King, concealed within the shop, remained unfazed, even excitedly rubbing his hands together. Yishur echoed his enthusiasm, immediately brandishing his spear. Everyone, remain calm. Let me take a look. Take a look at what? They are raiders. 2 armed men and a dog. Retreat through the back door. We will regroup at the bus station, 300 meters due south. Dear esteemed manager, why should we retreat? There are merely 2 men and a beast. Our numbers are not fewer. Litter King clenched his fists. We can fight. Indeed, we can fight. Yishur agreed, excitedly nodding as he picked up the crossbow that Chu Guang had just discarded, his spirits soaring. We may only have 1 gun, but we also have Molotov cocktails. In this 2-meter-tall lizard, I refuse to believe we cannot take down a dog. Exactly. Why should we flee? In the past, I was alone, constantly on edge while scavenging. Avoiding vicious bandits was only natural. Now I have guns and comrades. Why should I run? Besides, there are only 2 of them. Chu Guang reacted swiftly, making a decisive call as he chambered a round into his rifle. Let us go for it. You, take the Molotov and head over there. He tossed the Molotov cocktail and matches to Yishur, pointing towards the opposite corner of the street. Listen to my commands. Once I fire, you ignite and throw. The raiders were unaware of their numbers. Upon seeing someone charge out, they would surely pursue. Night 10, momentarily taken aback upon receiving the Molotov cocktail, stammered, How am I supposed to get over there? Run, unless you wish for me to carry you, Chu Guang replied, reassuring him that the assailant's guns lacked rifling and would not hit him. With that, he gave Night 10 a gentle push. Stumbling, Night 10 found himself at the doorway. Though his heart raced with trepidation, the thought of impressing the esteemed administrator propelled him forward. Damn it, here goes nothing. What is there to fear in a game? As anticipated by Chu Guang, upon seeing Night 10 burst from the shop, the 2 marauders erupted into a cacophony of taunts, firing 2 shots in his direction. Haha. Where do you think you're running, my little darling? Surrender now, and you might just preserve your life. Night 10 could not comprehend their words. He merely felt the bullets whizzing perilously close to his scalp. He dared not halt or raise his gaze, sprinting into a shop across the street with reckless abandon. The marauders exchanged glances, an evil grin spreading across their faces as they advanced with weapons drawn, unleashing their dog. Unarmed, he was likely just a scavenger rummaging through the nearby refuse. To them, Crushing a scavenger was no different than squashing a cockroach. Inside the shop, Chu Guang remained motionless, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. As the barking grew nearer, he suddenly leaned out, taking aim at the frenzied, mutated hyena charging toward him, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The 9mm bullet erupted from the chamber, leaving no chance for evasion at such close range, piercing through the creature's flank, although Chu Guang had aimed for the head. It was struck down before it could emit a cry, tumbling to the ground and rolling 2 meters before lying still. The marauders, closing in, momentarily froze, clearly unprepared for the revelation that their opponent also wielded a weapon. "I will skin you alive," one shouted. "Cheong, stay calm. There's more than one of them." Before he could finish, a Molotov cocktail soared through the air, shattering against the wreck of a car behind them. Flames erupted, propelled by the scattering glass shards. Realizing their adversary possessed a Molotov cocktail, the marauders hastily sought refuge, their resolve beginning to waver. Yet, with their escape route engulfed in flames, they found themselves ensnared in a precarious dilemma. At that moment, one of the marauders caught a glimpse of a terrifying figure from the corner of his eye, lurking beneath the eaves of a nearby shop. It was a lizard with dark green skin, or rather, a humanoid lizard. A monster. Swish. The sound of a projectile slicing through the air interrupted the marauder mid-sentence, as a spear pierced his chest, pinning him against the burning wreckage behind him. In his final moments, he could not fathom why such a creature, so alien in appearance, would associate with scavengers. He had heard of people taming mutated hyenas as pets, and even of those who kept bears and horses, but this was the first time he had encountered someone capable of taming such a being. It was utterly absurd. Chapter 32. Talent carved in bone. The construction site at the old sanatorium is alive with activity. Dust swirls in the air. The sounds of hammers striking and cargo being unloaded create a cacophony of industriousness. The players seem to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy and enthusiasm as they push wheelbarrows salvage from the derelict site, tirelessly transporting gravel to the cement kiln where it is crushed and then fed into the kiln to be calcined into coarse cement. Nearby, players diligently fan the flames, striving to make the fire within the kiln blaze hotter. Not far away, the charcoal kiln operates incessantly, with further out. There are earthen pits for smoking meat and racks for smoking fish, the rising smoke and clamor even driving birds from the trees. The gentle curling smoke forms a cohesive cloud. This place feels akin to a nascent tribe, youthful and brimming with vitality. The construction site has been entrusted to the civil engineering expert, known as Spare the Blade. Lao Bai and Fong Chong have already embarked on a study of traditional steelmaking methods. Meanwhile, the team led by Quang Fong has enhanced their fishing traps, using larvae from mutated leeches as bait, effortlessly catching dozens of fish each day. The bounty from the lake exceeds their expectations, with the surplus being handed over to Brother Chow Dan to be transformed into dried fish. The only caution is not to overdo the bait or set the traps too deep, for larger fish could easily damage the traps. Yet, these are mere trifles. Once the techniques are mastered, everything will gradually become second nature, and the process itself is filled with joy. The new players share this experience. There is no need for them to seek adventure deliberately. Everything here is novel and exhilarating. A stark contrast to the monotony of modern life where many sit at desks for hours, day after day, engaged in work that anyone could perform, losing themselves in trivialities. Here, however, the difference arises not merely from a fleeting sense of novelty, but from a profound fulfillment of self-worth. Civil engineers who have labored for years without ascending to management are instantly revered as leaders the moment they declare their expertise. Likewise, laborers who mix cement and plaster find recognition among their peers. The majority of players are ordinary individuals whose real-world occupations may not shine brightly, yet here, any skill, however humble, garners collective appreciation. The surface outpost of the shelter is visibly improving thanks to each person's efforts. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, this is the highest form of fulfillment, transcending any base desires, and the spiritual joy it imparts is unparalleled. What is most remarkable is that attaining this sense of fulfillment does not require a hefty price, even if their muscles ache from labor. It is merely the avatars in the game that tire, leaving their real lives unaffected. In fact, an early night's sleep leads to a more invigorated existence the following day. Of course, he cannot fathom the thoughts of the players. For the administrators, such matters hold little significance, as long as the number of reservations always exceeds the players on the list, ensuring a steady influx of fresh talent to sweat and toil. Quit the game? AFK? The sentiment remains. Please pass your helmet and account to those in need, and perhaps try a more primitive approach to gaming. Returning to the matter at hand, the spoils from this excursion are quite promising. Two 5mm iron pipe rifles, 62 rounds of 5mm ammunition, and 3 backpacks that had yet to be rifled through. These were all scavenged from the 2 marauders and the unfortunate soul they had pursued. Chu Guang is not one to waste anything, collecting everything, including the mutated hyena that was shot in the neck. Taming it does not affect its taste. To Chu Guang, it is all the same, exotic. He hands the mutated hyena to Brother Chao Dan, who is tasked with cooking, and begins rummaging through the found backpacks alongside players Yishur and La Ji Jun matches, a compass, a map, and some jerky. There are also a few plastic chips. What do these say? Hearing Yishur's murmuring, La Ji Jun, whose claws are not particularly dexterous, leans in with interest to inspect one closely. It resembles a gambling chip. Give me the plastic chips. I have use for them. Chu Guang, maintaining his composure, confiscates the 20 or so white plastic chips, knowing they hold no value for the players. Next, he regards the jerky clutched in Yishur's hand. As for this jerky, I do not mind if you consume it. Yishur pauses, about to take a bite. Why? Chu Guang contemplates and offers a more tactful explanation. Marauders tend to be indiscriminate eaters. You cannot be sure of the meat's origin. La Ji Jun, still processing the situation, watches as Yishur discards the jerky and begins to retch. Even in the game, he cannot accept certain elements. Observing Yishur's reaction, Chu Guang becomes curious about the player's psyche and turns to La Ji Jun to inquire about the sensation of killing. La Ji Jun hesitates, scratching his head. What feeling? What is there to feel? I've played bloodier games. In fact, the blood effects in this game are not overly exaggerated, to the point where he barely noticed at the time. However, when he charged forward and plunged a spear into the last marauder's chest, the blood splattered on him. And in that moment, he felt an unexpected craving for sustenance. It was akin to a primal instinct. Chu Guang glances at the lizard-like player, surprised by his unexpectedly stable emotional state. Could it be that the dreamscape dulled their perception of death? Or perhaps the players view this world through a filter they do not fully comprehend. It is unclear. After all, this system was not designed by Chu Guang, and he has never used the players' helmets. He remains uncertain whether their perception of the world aligns with his own. It seems he ought to engage more with the players in his capacity as a planner. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the northern wall of the sanatorium has been largely restored. One must acknowledge that these players are nothing short of geniuses. Chu Guang even feels somewhat redundant as an NPC. Certain talents may not be inscribed on an attribute panel, yet they are embedded in their very essence. Given a patch of land, they could transform it into a fertile field by the next day. Even if the server were to reset and the world were to end tomorrow, they could reconstruct this place brick by brick. The treasures at the construction site are not merely the bluish-gray gravel, but also the mountains of cement blocks wrapped in burlap. These items are too heavy for most survivors to carry or utilize, thus preserving them in their original state since the onset of the nuclear war. Though the cement has long hardened and cannot be mixed with sand for foundation pouring, a shift in perspective reveals that it could serve excellently as bricks for wall construction. At the very least, it is far more reliable than the yellow mud bricks concocted by Lao Bai. Under Spare the Blade's leadership, the players drive pine logs, cut to lengths of 4 to 5 meters, into the ground, stacking cement blocks from the site in between, and securing them with steel bars pilfered from the construction zone. They then pour a mixture of calcium carbonate cement over the structure. Once the cement hardens, a simple yet sturdy concrete fortification will be completed. As for the interior of the wall, it is sloped with cement blocks and concrete debris. Should an attack occur, the players within can simply lie flat on the slope, using it as cover to retaliate against any intruders. Considering the future expansion of the outpost, an additional defensive structure can be constructed on the outer perimeter, complemented by watchtowers and sentry posts for vigilance. The entire wetland park features a relatively gentle terrain, with the surroundings of the sanatorium enveloped in a vast forest plain, devoid of steep slopes that might serve as cover. I could fell the surrounding trees, thereby enabling us to detect any approaching targets near the outpost at the earliest opportunity. Indeed, my friend, what do you actually do in real life? Observing the new player beside him, Lao Bai wore an expression of astonishment. He had a faint recollection of the ID Spare Lives, recalling that it was someone who had joined the group quite some time ago. He was surprised to find such remarkable individuals hidden within this seemingly modest gaming group. Spare Lives shyly smiled and replied, I'm merely a civil engineer. An inconspicuous figure at my workplace, spending my days sipping tea and perusing newspapers, with hardly anyone paying me any heed. No, your skills are commendable. Honestly, I never anticipated that I would complete an entire wall today. You flatter me, truly. As evening descended, the horizon was tinged with a golden hue. Brother Fried Egg, assuming the role of chef, set up a large pot in the open space before the sanatorium, tossing in fish caught by the strong winds from the lakeside. Preparing a delightful pine nut fish soup. The players sat upon the ground, each with a bowl in hand, accompanied by a piece of smoked meat. Savoring the soup and the meat together offered a unique culinary experience. However, not everyone was able to appreciate this flavor. For instance, sitting on the ground was Tung Tung, who pinched her nose, a frown etched on her face as she gazed at the bowl in her hands. Ugh, it's so fishy. Whether in the game or in reality, she was particularly sensitive to smells, and she simply could not tolerate such a strong culinary style. Nearby, Brother Fried Egg overheard her and rolled his eyes. Do you think I want this? There isn't even any cooking wine here. I've done my best. His expression was clear. Eat it if you like, or don't. You'll have to make do. In this game, if you don't eat, you'll go hungry. Night 10 comforted her from the side, suggesting, why don't you pinch your nose and gulp it down? I can help. Tung Tung recoiled slightly. That won't be necessary. The administrator was also not far away. Yet he did not join the players for a meal. He lingered for a moment before hurriedly departing. A stir arose among the players. Noticing the commotion, Lao Bai felt a surge of curiosity. He set down his bowl, stood up from the ground, and approached swiftly. Grasping the arm of the nearby Gale to inquire, Brother, what is going on? Gale's expression was grave as he spoke in a hushed tone. I've heard. It seems someone has died. Chapter 33, The First Drop of Blood. Death. Someone has perished. Not only was Lao Bai perplexed, but Chu Guang was equally bewildered. He never anticipated that the third batch of players, upon their initial login, would suffer a non-combat casualty, an occurrence that arrived at least half a month earlier than he had expected. The player who had met their demise went by the ID Crow, possessing a perception-based genetic sequence and a talent for toxin intuition. Chu Guang recalled dispatching her earlier that morning to gather berries and edible mushrooms, only to later discover that she had somehow wandered into the lair of mutant leeches. The young mutant leeches were manageable. Their mouthparts had already degenerated, making bloodsucking a challenge. They primarily fed on decaying matter and were occasionally preyed upon by cockroaches and rats in the wasteland or caught by diligent players. However, the adult mutant leeches were an entirely different matter. These creatures consumed their prey whole, and their anesthetic digestive fluids could render a victim's muscles relaxed within a minute, leading to unconsciousness within mere moments. There was no doubt. It was likely that even the bones would be untraceable now. Regardless, the logout time had arrived. A layer of dust had settled on the cylindrical extraction furnace. Since acquiring it, Chu Guang had never utilized it due to a lack of power. What was particularly frustrating was that although the cultivation pod had a compatible wireless charging interface with the shelter, this task reward device did not, leaving only a plug with positive and negative terminals. Clearly, the designer of this device had no intention of allowing him to pilfer electricity from the shelter. Xiaoqi, what troubles you, master? Tell me, how should the synthesized materials generated by this device be injected into the cultivation pod? Chu Guang inquired, stroking his chin. Quite simply, the active material storage tanks of the cultivation pods can be detached. You should be able to directly pour the active materials inside, Xiaoqi replied. Chu Guang nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly remarked, in other words, it is also feasible to dismantle the storage tanks from other cultivation pods? Xiaoqi hesitated. I'm not certain, but master, you aren't contemplating theft, are you? Borrowing, Chu Guang interjected firmly. The generator won't be available until the end of the month, and I cannot afford to wait that long to resurrect the deceased player. Besides, there are still 70 cans unopened, rather than letting them sit idle. I might as well utilize the active materials within. Xiaoqi whispered, but what if we run out? Without hesitation, Chu Guang replied, we will find a solution then. For now, we must address the immediate issues first. There are always more solutions than problems. Increasing the penalties for death or imposing additional consequences for consecutive deaths should help curtail the player's curiosity to some extent. Even now, Chu Guang could not fathom what the player named Crow was thinking. Although others may be excused, she was, after all, a perception-based player. However, the crux of the issue was not how she had met her end, but rather that she was a novice, one who had not accrued any contribution points to be deducted. In other words, She was incapable of affording the death penalty. This predicament was rather disconcerting. It wouldn't do to let her accrue a debt. What would the other players think? They would surely feel liberated from any constraints. It appeared necessary to establish mandatory labor or punitive tasks to substitute for death penalties in situations where payment was unfeasible. Furthermore, there could be a reduction in favorability and an extension of the respawn cooldown for consecutive deaths. There are always more solutions than difficulties. This had become a habit of his in recent times. As the number of players increased, the daily fluctuations in stockpiled resources became significant. As the manager, he had to meticulously plan every resource. When timber was scarce, he would mobilize players to chop down trees. When food supplies dwindled, he would rally everyone to hunt and gather, ensuring that construction and production could proceed smoothly without stagnation due to any resource shortages. The inventory for building materials included 84 logs, 500 kilograms of carbon, 500 kilograms of calcium carbonate cement, 2 stacks of yellow mud bricks, and several hardened cement blocks. In terms of consumption, 220 logs were used, and the day's production of cement was nearly exhausted, with an additional 200 kilograms consumed from stock. Food inventory received 50 kilograms of smoked jerky, 10 kilograms of smoked fish, along with 2 kilograms of edible tubers and a small quantity of raspberry berries. Approximately 10 kilograms of smoked jerky had been consumed, and tonight's dinner would feature pine nut fresh fish soup, without touching the stock of smoked fish. Perhaps I should hire a warehouse manager. I also need to devise a more accurate scale and measuring tools. Chu Guang took some time, using the statistics provided by Xiao Qi to allocate contribution points to each player's personal account based on actual performance. The newly joined players primarily earned their contribution points through labor, with a calculation of 10 points for every hour worked, generally ranging between 90 and 100 points. Only Tung Tung still had a contribution point count of 0. Once she fully acclimated to the tools and materials here, her contribution points would soon snowball. After distributing the players' rewards, Chu Guang opened the system to confirm the rewards for today's daily tasks. Task: chop 10 trees. Reward: 1 reward point. Task: kill a mutant species. Reward: 3 reward points. Task: collect 1 ton of stone. Reward: 1 reward point. Task: stockpile 10 kilograms of food. Reward: 1 reward point. A total of 6 reward points. In truth, the amount of work the players had accomplished far exceeded the daily task requirements. Yet the rewards readily available each day remained limited. Chu Guang calculated the reward points he had accrued over the past few days, and with today's total, he now had 17 points. Let's take a gamble. After some contemplation, Chu Guang opened the subpage for manager allowance and allocated 10 points to the intermediate blind box, with the remaining 7 points spent on the beginner blind box. Soon, the wall trembled. As the alloy door swung open, the rewards from the blind box rolled out along the conveyor belt. Nano healing needle, primarily used for non-lethal external injuries, capable of temporarily enhancing tissue repair capabilities to accelerate wound healing. This item was likely from the intermediate blind box. The specific efficacy was not detailed, side effects unknown, and the active ingredients and mechanisms of action were similarly unlisted, making it akin to previous enhancement needles that bore no labels. As Chu Guang was currently uninjured, he decided to stow the healing needle in the drawer of his desk for the time being, and then turned his attention to the other rewards. As expected, 5 out of the 7 rewards were lollipops. One of the orange-flavored ones, like the previous chocolate-flavored one, offered a 10-hour attribute enhancement buff, though this time it boosted constitution rather than strength. The other 2 consisted of a 200g bar of chocolate and a 230g can of beef. The chocolate should be fine to eat, but is the canned beef really safe? If memory serves, canned goods were invented during the 1800s, amidst the Franco-Prussian War. This aged can might be older than the antiques displayed in the museum from his original world. Oh well, I suppose I'll find a player to test it out and see if it's edible. After much hesitation, Chu Guang ultimately decided to wait for the players to log in the next day, intending to invite a player with high favorability to share a meal. Such a delightful offer should not be refused. Having confirmed the rewards, he initially thought it would take considerable effort to find relevant information, but upon opening the forum, he was surprised to see that this ID was prominently displayed on the homepage, with nearly 100 replies to the post. Wah, it's my fault for being reckless. I shouldn't have put myself in danger. I earnestly beseech the planners to be merciful. I truly did not mean to do it. Please do not ban my device. QQ ban the device? Surely it couldn't come to that. This fellow, truly possesses an extraordinary talent for self-destruction. Chapter 34. We are a serious company post-content. I admit, I truly acted impulsively. Alas, one can only blame the toxic intuition skill. Anything poisonous appears to me with a green glow, which is utterly maddening for a perfectionist. What? Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback, then astonished. Is it possible to identify something with the naked eye? How impressive. Yet, what exactly constitutes this poison determination roll? Are there dosage restrictions? What is the triggering mechanism of this skill? Confounded, Chu Guang resolved to set aside his bewilderment and continue reading. The post continued at that moment. I didn't think much of it. I figured with so many mushrooms inside, why not take a look? After all, I could identify anything toxic and simply avoid touching it. Moreover, I didn't see any dangerous monsters around, so I approached and peeked inside. I swear, I only took a quick glance. Then, a horrifying incident transpired. A lump of flesh. I couldn't discern what kind of meat it was, but it landed squarely on my face. I was unable to breathe, unable to open my eyes, and soon, I couldn't even move, feeling as though I had been swallowed by something. In any case, though I felt no pain, the sensation was utterly dreadful. Just as I was losing consciousness, I suddenly awoke in reality, as if everything that had occurred was merely a nightmare. Initially, I thought I had disconnected, so I hurriedly donned my helmet to reconnect, only to see the words connection interrupted followed by login restricted. No matter how I tried, I couldn't log in. Boo-hoo. Incredible. What a waste. After reading the post, Chu Guang was left in disbelief. This player truly possessed courage, boldly risking their face in the underbrush. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't dare undertake such a venture. The comments below were equally unkind. Some had already obtained beta testing qualifications and were merely spectators, while many others lamented their inability to secure a reservation, condemning such a disgraceful waste of opportunity. One must understand, the resurrection cooldown lasts at least 3 days. Such a reckless loss equates to a direct waste of 3 days of gameplay. With that time, one could accomplish something worthwhile. Night 10. Losing one's head is one thing, but a headless senior sister? Humorous. Quit smoking. What? Is that it? If you cannot play properly, please donate your game qualification to someone in need. Damn. That big eyes. Indeed, that was quite impulsive. ISNT, that essentially a free loss? I'd rather have been the one to do it. Irina, keep updating. Please share what it felt like to be eaten. Humorous. Good names have all been taken by dogs. Now that you mention it, I can't help but think differently, my friend. Let us have a word. Humorous. From this point forward, the discussion began to veer off course. What started as a straightforward help request devolved into a spectacle, with no one caring whether her problem was resolved. Ultimately, perhaps seeing that the officials ignored her and the comments were too harsh, the post transformed into a one-sided exchange, with the original poster engaging in a heated debate with the commenters. This young player certainly had a sharp tongue, clearly a seasoned critic. Unable to bear it any longer, Chu Guang locked her post and sent a private message through the backend. Hello, I am a game planner for Wasteland OL. We have received your feedback. According to the game's death penalty settings, you will need to wait 72 hours to resurrect. Please be patient until the cooldown ends, at which point you may log back into the game. Croa, I have to wait 3 days. Can it be changed to 1 day? I am willing to pay. Just tell me how much. Chu Guang, this is not a matter of money. Crow, can we make an exception? I beg you, planner. I truly didn't mean to do it. Please help me. By the way, what is your QQ number? May I add you? It's so cumbersome to type here. Let us chat on QQ. Pitiful. Chu Guang. Rules are rules. I cannot assist you with this. Crow, can't you make an exception? Pitiful. Chu Guang remained unmoved. Continuing to type. I have yet to finish my explanation. Besides the resurrection cooldown, the first death in the game also deducts 500 contribution points from the player. Crow, you deduct contribution points too. But I don't have that many. Chu Guang. The troublesome part lies here. Currently, you only have 30 contribution points, earned from gathering tasks, which are insufficient to cover the death penalty. Crow, what happens if I don't have enough? Nervously, Chu Guang. The current setting impacts NPC's evaluation of that player. In other words, it will decrease their favorability. Crow, decrease favorability? No way. QQ, now you're frightened? Where was your awareness of the severity of the issue earlier? Just imagine, the character you portray bears the mission of saving civilization. However, as an elite human sent to support construction on the surface, you have not only failed to create any value, but have also caused significant trouble for everyone. Don't you feel any remorse? Not even 500 free coins earned, and you wasted a large amount of active matter. How can you justify that? Crow, but this is a game. Indeed, it is a game, but it is not solely your game. Chu Guang typed with righteous indignation. You must have played a murder mystery game, right? Crow, yes, I have played. Chu Guang. This is akin to a game with 30 players, where 29 are playing seriously, while one is merely goofing off, holding a character card. You should understand how detrimental such behavior is to the other players. In truth, isn't is exaggerated. It's merely a novice, and death is just death. However, Chu Guang felt that if he didn't react, these players would not learn their lesson. Education is essential, yet perhaps he had spoken too harshly, or this young player was too sensitive, or perhaps they had genuinely faced hardship while playing murder mystery in reality. Sitting at the computer, Crow was nearly in tears, desperately typing apologies. I'm sorry, it was my fault. A flurry of messages flooded the chat window, and as Chu Guang prepared to continue typing, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Why does it feel like I'm engaging in psychological manipulation? Forget it. It's unimportant. Chu Guang, there's no need to apologize. I merely wish to explain the game's penalty mechanism and the rationale behind such settings. In a while, you can also inform other players in your post. I will unlock it. Chu Guang. Furthermore, I must reiterate that Wasteland OL is designed as a hardcore game, and at least in the initial stages, there will not be many casual elements. This was a decision made when we designed the entire game framework. If you truly cannot accept the settings, I suggest you try another game or wait for the public version to launch, at which point the content will be more enriching. Crow, don't. I want to play. I'll die without my helmet. QAQ Chu Guang. It might be useful, but it holds little significance. The AI personality and behavioral logic of the administrator are designed to be neutral and lawful, with evaluations primarily based on whether the player's actions align with the overall interests of the shelter. Thus, if you wish to make amends, let them see your efforts and refrain from engaging in thoughtless behavior. Crow, I understand. May I offer a small suggestion? Chu Guang, speak. Crow, in the future, could you introduce some purchasable gifts that could increase favorability? I see other games have them, like the big-nosed mole manor. I'd be willing to spend money. Chu Guang could only shake his head in exasperation as he typed. My dear friend, do not always consider monetary solutions to problems. We are a reputable company. A life has been lost. What use is money now? Can it be burned to ashes? Sitting before the computer, Yu was momentarily taken aback, her fingers pausing on the keyboard as her mind struggled to comprehend. A reputable company. Is it not merely a guise for extorting money? Surely, those who do not seek payment are the true charlatans. Closing the webpage, Chu Guang set aside the matter of this minor player and logged into his QQ account. Interestingly, the Nyoma Club was concurrently discussing the post on the official website. It seemed the community was indeed invested in the game's death penalties. Yi Ao Naiwahi. What the hell? Even you, with those thick brows and big eyes, have been bribed by the dog administrators? Yi Ao Naiwahi was muted by the admin for 1 hour. Yi sure, is the dog barking again? Lao Bai, no nonsense. Have you all seen that post on the official site? It pertains to the individual who died today. Yi sure, I saw it. The ID is Yaya, the one with the long legs at 180 centimeters. Group leader, hurry and bring them into the group. Funny, Lao Bai, get lost. Do it yourself. Yi sure. But what about the other matter? Quang Feng. Let me add, if you don't court death, you want to die? Feng Chang. Exactly. Jia Yin. I'm so frustrated. Why can't I make a reservation? I really want to play. Lao Bai. Why not ask Wang Gu for a favor? Jian. I already asked him. He told me to wait. Lao Bai, huh? That's not like him. Did you secretly offend him? He does hold grudges. According to the data, he is a Scorpio. Jian. No way. I would never dare offend him. I'm Guang Gu's most loyal follower. Okay. Lao Bai. That's strange. I'll ask him for you another day. Feng Chong. By the way, has the character garbage picker level 99 logged in yet? Yi sure. I don't know. Should I tag them for you? Lao Bai. Garbage picker level 99. Garbage picker level 99. Ahem. What is up? I'm in the group. What is the point of lurking in a chat? Moreover, in such a familiar group, a newcomer like him, who had just joined days ago, found it challenging to interject. Observing the conversation, Chu Guang felt intrigued. He was curious about the experience of a player entering the game as a lizard man, particularly how it felt to lose a small tail and gain a larger one. He wondered if it was comfortable. Garbage picker level 99. It seems fine. I feel incredibly agile in the game, and my reflexes are quick. Once I logged out, everything felt normal. However, one thing I struggle with is the urge to eat raw meat in-game. Seeing blood makes me feel feverish. But once I remove the helmet, it's all gone. Quite fascinating. Feng Chong, damn. Why can they choose non-human characters while creating a female avatar is off limits? Quang Feng, ahem, let us be rational, brother. Lao Bai, you're making me a bit uneasy. Fang Chang, get lost. I just wanted to see what it feels like. Pure curiosity, you understand. Yi Shi, no, we don't understand. Quang Feng, speaking of which, Yi Shi and Garbage Picker, did you encounter any raiders while hunting with the administrators today? Garbage Picker level 99. Yes. There were 2 raiders and a tamed mutated hyena. They were executing a scavenger when we arrived, and by the time we noticed, that person had already been killed by the plot. We then took out the 2 raiders and claimed their gear. Feng Chong. Tamed? So the mutants can be domesticated? I wonder if players will be able to raise pets in the future. I suspect this is an official foreshadowing. Stroking Chin, Quang Feng. You killed an NPC? Garbage Picker, level 99. Well, it was under the administrator's orders. That shouldn't violate the resident handbook, right? I even checked. It only prohibits attacks on neutral and friendly NPCs. Yi Shi, I think those were probably spawned wild monsters, not NPCs, right? But that bleeding effect was quite realistic. I almost thought someone had actually died. At this point, Chu Guang fell into contemplation. He had previously speculated whether the world players perceive might be filtered. It now seemed there was indeed a possibility. However, this filter might not be akin to those beautifying filters, but rather a conceptual blurring. Much like how this device manages pain perception. Overwhelming sensations of pain would be blocked by the player's brain, and sensory shocks beyond tolerable limits would likely undergo emotional desensitization. Otherwise, triggering the brain's meltdown mechanism would result in players waking from nightmares, thereby severing the connection. Upon reaching this analysis, Chu Guang felt a twinge of envy. When he first arrived in the wasteland, it had taken him considerable time to overcome such psychological barriers. Quang Feng, were they speaking Mandarin? Garbage Picker level 99. Their speech was strange. The pronunciation resembled Chinese, but was not quite it. I couldn't understand it. It's likely randomly generated by the program. For instance, akin to the mumbling characters in The Sims. From Garbage Picker level 99's perspective, Wasteland OL likely employed a similar design. Yi Shi, isn't it a randomly generated plot? Feng Chong, everything you see is pre-designed. There is no true randomness. Lao Bai, I think Feng Chong has a point, especially since such an event occurred on the day a new player logged in. It feels somewhat orchestrated. Feng Chong, we can actually start preparing for war now. I estimate that soon, following the conclusion of the winter is coming expansion. The next one will be about base conflicts. Quang Feng, impressive. Garbage Picker level 99, 6666. This analysis is spot on. Yi Shi, awesome. Feng Chong, you're on another level. Jian, damn, I want to play so much. Then the group members began exchanging techniques for smelting steel and making gunpowder, leaving Chu Guang staring at the screen, utterly astonished. Goodness, even aspects his own planning had overlooked. This brother had considered thoroughly. What a talent. Chu Guang mused, casually copying and pasting this brother's analytical insights into a document for safekeeping. You all are right. You are all seasoned veterans. In the future, if anyone inquires. Chu Guang decided to simply explain it this way. Chapter 35. I beg you, let me get to work. The player transitioned from a single digit to a double-digit level. And with this enhancement came not only increased productivity, but also a plethora of new challenges. One such challenge was online availability. Chu Guang realized he had overlooked an essential fact. Not everyone had daytime commitments such as work or school, especially within the realm of single-player gaming. The gaming community was rife with individuals who seemingly spent every hour of the day online, leaving others perplexed about their means of sustenance in the real world. As he peered at the screen late into the night, Chu Guang was jolted awake by the sound of a private message notification. Damn it! Who could it be at this hour? Rubbing his eyes, he squinted at the message and discovered it was from a player named Garbage Picker, level 99. Garbage Picker 99, Brother Guang. When is the earliest I can log in? Garbage Picker 99. I simply cannot wait any longer. I beg you. Let me log in and start working. Chu Guang was taken aback. What kind of person is this? Guang, I was just catching up on sleep. Don't you have a job during the day? Garbage Picker 99. Hee, who cares about work? This game is bound to make big bucks in the future. I might as well level up while I can, hee. Chu Guang. Is it really acceptable to say such things in front of the planners? Never mind. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Guang, you should take it easy. The public test date hasn't been announced yet. It could very well be a year or two of closed testing, followed by another 3 to 5 years of internal testing. Garbage Picker 99. That's not important. You guys are a big company and aren't worried about going bankrupt. What do I have to worry about, haha? His reasoning was remarkably clear, even more so than that of the vast majority of players who had secured internal testing qualifications. Compared to the games currently on the market, none could hold a candle to this one. They were all inferior. Just the prospect of reclaiming nighttime hours made this game a formidable contender. Who would refuse an additional 8 hours of life each day? Garbage Picker looked even further ahead. Although he didn't know when the public testing would commence, he was certain that once it did, it would be a sure thing. Getting to play ahead of others was akin to earning a profit. Starting even a day earlier meant gaining an advantage over others. Not to mention the game itself was already captivating enough to keep him enthralled. Guang. Do as you wish. Garbage Picker 99. Then, can you let me log in, dear planner? Hiki. I promise to test whatever you ask me to. Guang. What you do is none of my concern as long as you abide by the game rules. However, it's quite late. What will you do once you log in? The game time is synchronized with real time, so it should still be the middle of the night in the game. This was precisely why Chu Guang had not urged the survivors to work through the night. Even he wouldn't dare to linger outdoors all night. Garbage Picker 99. That's precisely why it's the middle of the night. You might not know, but my genetic sequence in the game is of an alien species. Strictly speaking, night is my territory. I should be sleeping during the day. Hee. Dear planner, please let me log in. Guang. I will submit a request. Garbage Picker 99. Thank you, Brother Guang. With a sigh, Chu Guang stood up from his chair, adjusting his somewhat disheveled collar and buttons. He had never encountered such an enthusiastic player before. Still, there was a semblance of logic in his argument. In a strictly technical sense, night indeed belonged to the alien species. For Garbage Picker, a lizard man, darkness didn't necessarily signify danger. It could serve as a cover. With a newfound resolve, Chu Guang accessed the player list and switched Garbage Picker's status from locked to enabled. Almost instantaneously, a sound of a hatch opening resonated from the adjacent room. Goodness. That was quick. Observing the lizard man emerging from the room, Chu Guang composed himself, clasping his hands behind his back, and addressed him with a serious demeanor. Awake? Just in time. I have a task for you. A task has been triggered. Garbage Picker 99 stood tall, brimming with energy. Please, command me, esteemed manager. Chu Guang wasted no time, diving straight into the details. There is a mutant tribe located at 76th Street, directly across from the east gate of Wetland Park. During the day, we have detected signs of raider activity along the elevated streets to the north. I suspect there may be a raider stronghold in the northern area. Remember to conceal yourself and avoid unnecessary confrontation. Additionally, if you encounter suitable targets, feel free to undertake hunting side quests. Rewards are always applicable. Upon receiving Chu Guang's orders, the towering figure immediately bowed respectfully. At your command, esteemed manager. Having finally obtained permission to log in, Garbage Picker wasted no time. He exited the shelter and boarded the elevator leading to the surface, swiftly vanishing into the night outside the clinic. Chu Guang could sense each player's general location and distance. The following day, just before 6 in the morning, apart from the crow that had been remaking clones from yesterday, other players began to emerge one by one from their incubation pods. However, Chu Guang could confirm through the player list that Garbage Picker was still alive and not too far from Wetland Park. Esteemed manager, what are today's arrangements? Lao Bai was the first to step forward, respectfully inquiring. Though it was a redundant question, he asked it daily, hoping to trigger some plot. If not, it was still a way to assert his presence before the manager. As with yesterday, the tasks were posted on the bulletin board. Beyond that, they were free to exercise their ingenuity. The outpost was in urgent need of food, building materials, and fortifications. The wall of the outpost had been repaired on one side, and the remaining 3 sides should be completed within 2 days. What concerned Chu Guang most was that the activities at the outpost had grown increasingly noisy, potentially alerting the mutant tribe on 76th Street to their presence. Currently, the outpost was armed with only 3 firearms, 2 of which were mere 5mm pipes. While they could hold their own against the green-skinned muscle-bound brutes, it was certain they would suffer significant blows, and likely only he would manage to escape. Should that pack of beasts capture any players, it would be a fate worse than death. Typically, the mind would break before the body. Of course, if players were captured, they would likely be forcibly disconnected, and whatever transpired afterward would remain unknown to them, no matter how curious they were. The group made their way to the surface in shifts, energetically preparing to commence their new day's work. Where's garbage picker? I don't see him. Yi Shi scanned the crowd, realizing the lizard man was absent. Chu Guang glanced at him and replied, he departed ahead of time. I assigned him a special mission. Upon hearing this, the nearby players displayed expressions of envy. Indeed, special occupations were quite different. While they were still toiling away, he had already triggered a unique task. Damn that European. Yi Shi, you and I will venture out shortly in Fangchong. You should join as well. After careful consideration, Chu Guang decided to bring someone with intellect. Fangchong, taken aback, promptly abandoned the resentful Lao Bai and hurried over. Although they had planned to experiment with traditional steelmaking techniques before logging in, following the boss on a mission was far more exhilarating, not to mention the generous rewards. The first-hand information alone was enough to entice him. Disregarding the communication between the two players, Chu Guang removed the two 5mm iron pipe rifles strapped to his back and tossed one to Fangchong and the other to Yi Shi. Alongside these, he also provided them with 20 rounds of ammunition. He harbored no expectations that these novices would be able to hit anyone with such rudimentary firearms. But in a critical moment, the sound of 2 shots could serve to intimidate the opposition and uphold appearances. After all, what if they actually hit something? Even a single shot on target would be a considerable gain. Naturally, it would be ideal to avoid conflict altogether. The safety is located on the right side of the trigger. Familiarize yourselves with its position, but refrain from manipulating it unless I instruct you to disengage the safety. Observing the two players, who were eagerly toying with their newfound weapons, Chu Guang paused before continuing. We are to visit a nearby survivor outpost shortly to exchange some supplies needed for our forward base with the locals. Regardless of what transpires, you must heed my commands without question. Under no circumstances should you act independently, especially in terms of discharging your weapons or displaying any hostile behavior. Remember, we represent the entirety of Shelter 404. Do you understand? Understood. The esteemed administrator, Fang Chong exclaimed, standing at attention and executing a clumsy and unrefined salute. Your command is our mission. Yi Shi's response was slightly delayed, but he quickly caught on and mimicked Fang Chang's gesture. I like him. Chu Guang. Where did you learn that? Reciting such lines is rather awkward. However, as the administrator, he certainly could not voice such sentiments. His authority over the players was, in a sense, directly proportional to their immersion in the role of shelter residents. The more they identified with their status, the more inclined they would be to obey his commands rather than cause trouble. Excellent, very spirited. Chu Guang cleared his throat and cast a serious gaze towards the exterior of the infirmary. We need to transport 50 kilograms of jerky, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, 10 pelts from mutated hyenas, along with a cart for transport. You two shall prepare these items together. We depart in 10 minutes. Chapter 36, Brown Farm. A new NPC stronghold. The establishment of the outpost necessitates a considerable array of tools. Essential items include fire tongs and hammers for forging, axes for felling trees, and saws for lumber processing. Additionally, there are various small tools such as screwdrivers, screws, nails, and wrenches. Without these instruments, many tasks either become exceedingly difficult or, if attempted, are executed with dismal efficiency. Currently, the players at the outpost are utilizing makeshift plastering knives crafted from wood by WC really has mosquitoes. In the early years of the Wasteland era, these tools could easily be found in hardware stores, department stores, and repair shops. Thanks to the advanced material technology that prevailed before the war, which typically ensured their high quality. However, 2 centuries have elapsed, and locations that were once easily scavenged have been stripped bare. Places rich in resources, such as department stores and repair shops, were once havens for survivors and now contain little to nothing. Nevertheless, nothing is absolute. Just as scavengers today can still find meager supplies scattered across the wasteland, some valuable items are inevitably left behind by careless individuals. Such items are often sold by scavengers at nearby survivor settlements, displayed as refuse on shelves for passing caravans to peruse. Chu Guang's plan was straightforward. He intended to disguise himself and 2 other players as a trading caravan and head to the nearby Brown Farm to procure supplies essential for the outpost. Before setting off, He donned some casual attire he had scavenged. Together with Yi Shi and Feng Chong, he departed from the southern gate of Wetland Park, avoiding 76th Street, and proceeded along the dilapidated path towards the southeast. The distance from Better Street to Brown Farm is roughly equivalent, about 3 kilometers in a straight line, with one located directly south and the other southeast. The rationale for choosing Brown Farm is simple. There, no one is acquainted with him or aware of his background. Furthermore, the route to Brown Farm is considerably more navigable, with fewer ruins to traverse. Even so, traversing the wasteland on foot implies that the actual journey far exceeds the mere 3-kilometer figure. The group moved cautiously, navigating around impassable wreckage, while remaining vigilant against aberrations and wary of predatory survivors. By 9 in the morning, they finally approached their destination. At the end of the muddy road stood a spacious iron gate, flanked by a wall constructed of concrete blocks. The wall, though under 3 meters high, bore a row of aluminum canopies and rebar, seemingly an improvisation from industrial refuse. The wall was riddled with bullet holes, and gallows hung with bones outside, all signaling that the inhabitants were not to be trifled with. A roadside sign indicated that this area was once a pastoral-style farm before the war. Various signs suggest that early in the chaos following the collapse of order, survivors fleeing the urban center seized control of this place. Unlike Better Street, Mr. Brown, the proprietor of Brown Farm, is a true landowner, and the residents here fall into 2 categories, either the farm owner's enforcers or serfs. However, Chu Guang was not overly concerned about potential hostility. Any faction with land to cultivate is rarely inclined to attack outsiders, as those who wear shoes tend to weigh the worth of preying upon the barefoot. Stopping about 10 meters from the iron gate, Chu Guang raised his right fist, signaling the 2 players behind him to halt. At that moment, a dark gun barrel emerged from the gaps in the aluminum panels of the wall. The display of weapons signified a lack of intent to harm, and Chu Guang felt a slight sense of relief that this initial encounter was proceeding smoothly. The man atop the wall shouted menacingly, "Hey, stop. Who are you? What brings you here?" "We mean no harm. We simply wish to trade some goods with you," Chu Guang replied, maintaining his composure and gesturing for the players behind him to remain calm. "Trade, you say?" The man cast a quick glance at the cart behind the trio, his fingers still poised on the trigger, scrutinizing Chu Guang with a skeptical gaze. "I don't recognize you. Where do you hail from?" Chu Guang recited the prepared lines. "We come from the wilderness. We recently migrated to this area." The man hesitated, asking, "Nomads?" "Interpret it as you will. Nomads are not uncommon in the wasteland, particularly in suburban regions, and can often be seen traversing the wilds between cities. They do not engage in agriculture, but survive by herding and hunting, following the tracks of aberrations and herds from one area to another, occasionally trading like merchants, exchanging hunted game and scavenged refuse for necessities. Of course, they occasionally partake in thievery as well. In the wasteland, there are no absolute good or evil. Under specific conditions, anyone can become a predator. Though the man did not immediately trust the trio at the gate, the firearms they wielded gave him pause, especially since he was unaware of the number of individuals in their tribe. "What goods do you possess, and what do you intend to trade?" 50 kilograms of smoked jerky, 20 kilograms of smoked fish, and 10 pelts from mutated hyenas. "We require hardware tools and crops grown from the earth," Chu Guang assured him. "I guarantee that once the trade is completed, we shall depart immediately, without lingering here for even a second." "Very well," the man replied, and Chu Guang stood quietly, awaiting the response. Meanwhile, the 2 players behind him whispered among themselves. "This survivor's stronghold is quite impressive. I mean, the architectural style has that post-apocalyptic flair." "Indeed. It seems this update has introduced a substantial amount of content. Is that the new NPC we see?" "It appears so, but I wonder what he is chattering about." "Who knows? All I can say is that expression looks rather punchable." "I agree. No one enjoys being threatened at gunpoint." Neither did Chu Guang. However, given that he could not respawn, he had to exercise restraint while outside. Not long after, the iron gate swung open. A wooden cart was pulled out by a shackled serf under the watchful eyes of 2 armed guards, laden with sacks of grain and crates filled with tools. The man who had earlier shouted at Chu Guang stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on him. "Lu Zhengwei, Chu Guang." The 2 exchanged a brief handshake before quickly releasing it. Lu Zhengwei continued, "I need to know what type of meat you carry." "The jerky consists of mutated hyena meat, while the smoked fish is catfish and crucian carp. Feel free to inspect it," Chu Guang replied calmly, fully aware of Lu Zhengwei's concerns. Without further ado, Lu Zhengwei approached the cart, lifted the plastic covering, and examined the contents closely, particularly scrutinizing the smoked meat. Eat it, the serf, fearing punishment for delays, quickly stuffed a piece of jerky into his mouth and chewed nervously, stating, "It is indeed mutated hyena meat, no salt, just air-dried." The absence of saltiness was quite ordinary, for this was indeed an inland area. Lu Zhengyue said little, quietly awaiting with his eyes half closed. Approximately 10 minutes passed. 1 kilogram of smoked meat or smoked fish could be exchanged for 2 kilograms of green wheat or 2 kilograms of goat horn potatoes. Fur could be traded for tools. 1 piece for 1 item. Goat horn potatoes, a tuber resembling potatoes but shaped like a goat's horn, were rich in carbohydrates and easy to store and cultivate, making them a staple food for the nearby survivors, much like green wheat. Previously, while on Better Street, Chu Guang had observed survivors growing these tubers right outside their homes, such as the Yu family across the street. Chu Guang had attempted to cultivate them himself, but soon abandoned the endeavor. It wasn't that he couldn't grow them. Rather, he had to scavenge daily, and with no one at home to tend to the plants, the very first shoots were mysteriously taken by neighbors. 1 kilogram of smoked meat could be exchanged for at least 5 kilograms of grain, split equally between green wheat and goat horn potatoes. Moreover, the furs in question were of high quality, with each piece capable of trading for at least 3 tools. Chu Guang shook his head, stating, "I have been to Better Street. Do not assume I am unaware of the market rates." Quoting such a price was merely a tactic for negotiation. However, to Chu Guang's astonishment, Lu Zhengyue did not counteroffer after hearing his price. Instead, he stared at him in bewilderment. Had he perhaps quoted too high? The deal was made. Did these traders not engage in haggling? Damn, that doggone mayor. Even the prices of food were being manipulated so recklessly. The 2 players beside him were utterly confused, unable to comprehend the exchange between the manager and the indigenous man due to the language barrier. However, seeing Lu Zhengyue nod, it seemed that a transaction had indeed been reached. Yet, for some reason, the manager's expression appeared rather grim. 50 kilograms of dried smoked meat and 20 kilograms of smoked fish were exchanged for a total of 350 kilograms of green wheat and goat horn potatoes, filling a good number of burlap sacks. The remaining 10 pieces of fur garnered 30 tools. As Chu Guang selected the tools, he chose those of superior quality, preferably pre-war alloy products. Despite being relics from 2 centuries ago, their quality surpassed that of the iron or pure steel replicas crafted by the indigenous people of the wasteland. Lu Zhengyue said nothing, seemingly indifferent to Chu Guang's meticulous selection. It was evident that plenty of these tools were available at the farm, likely leftovers from nearby scavengers or merchants passing through. Once the grain was weighed, it was loaded onto the cart. Lu Zhengyue and Chu Guang shook hands, and the tension on the manager's face, once marked by distrust, finally softened into a stiff smile. "You are welcome to return." "I shall," Chu Guang replied. "We also cultivate some mutated tobacco here. Would you be interested?" Lu Zhengyue took out a small handful of dried tobacco leaves from his pocket, promoting them as a means to relieve fatigue and enhance flavor when wrapped around food, asserting their usefulness. "Perhaps next time. We have nothing left to trade." No, my friend, this pack is a gift for you." Lu Zhengyue smiled as he pressed the tobacco into Chu Guang's hand, his smile now appearing much more genuine than before. Hearing it was a gift, Chu Guang ceased to decline and accepted it decisively. Although he had no intention of smoking it, selling it could still yield a couple of tokens. Smoking it? Not a chance. The transaction was finally concluded. Chu Guang instructed Feng Chang to pull the cart as they set off, ultimately shaking hands with Lu Zhengyue before turning to follow Yi Shi. On the return journey, Chu Guang felt remarkably pleased. This trade could only be described as bountiful. The 2 players who accompanied him were equally elated, animatedly discussing their experience. "Is this place called Brown Farm?" Feng Chang queried. "Yes, I believe so, if all goes as expected. Today's test should revolve around the trading system and a new neutral faction stronghold. Just a hypothesis, but I suspect they will introduce a brand new merchant gameplay shortly. Do you remember what the planner mentioned before about the economy in Wasteland OL? The economic system will be designed according to a completely realistic demand and supply model, making exchanges with other survivor enclaves essential. I estimate that this content will be updated within 2 versions. Wow, with your words. I'm really looking forward to the public test." Feng Chang gasped. "Damn, with what you just said, I'm feeling anxious." "Brother Guang, I was wrong. Please forgive me," Chu Guang replied. "Let us just pretend I didn't hear that." As a diligent NPC, Chu Guang refrained from joining the players' discussion, allowing his gaze to wander around, seemingly casual, yet he was keenly observing every shadow that might conceal danger. It was around 10 in the morning, a relatively safe time. Yet, one could never be too cautious. In the wasteland, anything could happen. Did you hear something? Suddenly stopping mid-conversation, Yisher frowned and glanced around. A sound? Fang Chong paused, though he had heard nothing. He too halted his steps. Chu Guang's brow furrowed as he scanned the surroundings, instinctively disengaging the safety on his gun. He had heard it too. It was the breath of a mutant. Chu Guang sharply lifted his head, gazing towards a vine-covered building to his right, where a grotesque creature was clinging to the wall, its grayish-black skin nearly blending with the surface, its blood-red eyes fixated on the group. It had no legs. Instead, it possessed 4 elongated, powerful arms, with emaciated fingers resembling hooks, firmly anchoring its body to the concrete structure. Its chest muscles subtly heaved, and the bloodied corner of its mouth clutched a human leg bone, exuding a thirst for flesh and blood with its hissing breaths. Chu Guang's pupils constricted suddenly, almost reducing to a pinpoint. A crawler. Chapter 37. The crawler. But why during the day? A chill coursed down my spine. There was no time to ponder this question. Chu Guang abruptly raised his firearm, his finger tightening on the trigger as he barked, "Scatter!" Bang! The muzzle erupted in a blaze. However, the distance was too great, and the bullet failed to strike its mark, leaving a deep bullet hole in the wall behind the crawler. Infuriated by the ricocheted debris and shrapnel, the crawler bit through the leg bone it was gnawing on, emitting a chilling roar from its bloodied mouth. Players stood frozen beside the cart, paralyzed by the sheer ferocity of the creature, their feet seemingly glued to the ground. Damn! This is far more shocking than the raiders. Chu Guang shouted repeatedly, "Get away from the cart," as he continued to pull the trigger, shooting off several rounds. His hunting experience accumulated over the days had not transformed him into a sharpshooter, but at least his reloading became significantly smoother than when he first handled a gun. The crawler's 4 arms flailed rapidly, and in an instant, it darted into a nearby window. At this moment, 2 players finally snapped out of their stupor, hurriedly raising their weapons and nervously aiming. "We're not going anywhere, manager." "That's right. We'll defend to the death. I told you to get away from the food." Chu Guang seethed, wishing he could kick these stammering fools. Yet, it was evidently not the time for such actions. He could sense danger closing in swiftly. The crawler was different from the devourer. Although both were products of fungal mutation, the latter resembled mindless zombies, driven solely by their hunger, fearful of sunlight, and with combat abilities inferior to those of mutated hyenas. The former, however, was akin to a living creature. It hunted not by instinct, but by intellect. They not only devised tactics, but could also pursue targets that had vanished from sight. While sunlight instilled fear, it did not hinder their movement. Which fool provoked this creature? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chu Guang's forehead as his gaze darted among the concrete edifices lining the street, his nerves taut. Left or right? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting shadow, and he swiftly pivoted his gun towards the second floor of a shop to his right. Almost simultaneously, the grotesque crawler charged at him, brandishing its 4 arms. Bang! His index finger reflexively squeezed the trigger. In a flash, the bullet struck the devourer's shoulder. Dark blood splattered. The crawler let out a pained scream, tumbling to the ground. Although slightly delayed, the 2 players finally reacted, raising their inferior 5mm smoothbore rifles to fire. However, due to the poor quality of their weapons and their complete lack of shooting experience, their shots were futile. The shoulder wound did not halt the crawler. Instead, it ignited its ferocity. It rolled, adjusted its stance, and recklessly charged toward what it perceived as the greatest threat. Death approached like the wind. Chu Guang, having just reloaded, instinctively dropped his iron pipe rifle and drew the steel pipe he had been using as a spear, bracing it before him to intercept the monstrous jaws aimed at him. The steel pipe creaked under the strain as Chu Guang gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body taut with effort. Nevertheless, even with his extraordinary strength, he was still at a disadvantage against the crawler. Despite pouring every ounce of his power into the struggle, he felt his feet losing grip on the ground. Pushed back by the brute force of the crawling aberration, crashing heavily against a rusted bus in the middle of the road. Thud! The corroded shell of the bus crumpled upon impact, and Chu Guang felt a jolt of numbness shoot through his back. Yet, it was this imminent threat of death that ignited his instinct for survival. As blood vessels in his eyes became prominent, he stared intently at the advancing sharp teeth. Suddenly, he felt a surge of strength coursing through his veins, compelling the monstrous maw to halt its advance, even pushing it back slightly. Perhaps sensing the danger emanating from its prey, the crawler raised its forelimbs, aiming to seize Chu Guang's shoulders and rend him asunder. In that fleeting moment, 2 gunshots rang out. One struck the bus, the other the crawler's scapula. The crawler shrieked in agony, its grip on the steel pipe slackening as its head jerked back, momentarily losing balance and control over its prey. Die! Fang Chong, discarding his weapon, snatched the 9mm iron pipe rifle that Chu Guang had earlier discarded, charging forward with a howl. Shooting skill? Then shoot close. Bang! The trigger was pulled, flames erupted, and dark blood exploded upon the crawler's back. This shot was still not fatal, but it was sufficient. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Guang raised the Navi-shaped steel pipe and thrust the pointed end deep into the crawler's neck. Once, twice, thrice. He then exerted all his strength, twisting it. Black blood gushed forth like a turned faucet, splattering Chu Guang entirely. The crawler emitted a hollow wail, flailing its arms wildly, struggling backward before ultimately collapsing in a twisted heap, convulsing before falling still. Leaning against the bus, Chu Guang panted, wiping the black blood from his face and spitting onto the ground. Thanks. Witnessing the blood-soaked manager, the 2 players were deeply awed. So strong. No need for thanks. I'll help you up. Seeing the narrative seemed to have reached its conclusion, one stepped forward to assist the manager, only to have Chu Guang raise a hand to stop him. No need. I'll rest for a moment. Gasping, Chu Guang glanced at his bulging veins, as if he could see the pulsing blood vessels beneath his muscles. Was this the latent potential hidden within his genetic code? When he had been pushed to the brink earlier, he felt an inexhaustible strength surging from his arms, contending with the crawler equally. It was difficult to articulate that sensation. He yearned to understand what had transpired within his body just moments ago. At this moment, Yi Shi, still shouldering his rifle, approached. Manager, shall we rest in the nearby shop? The street feels too open. I worry about dangers. Indeed, after all the gunfire, anyone nearby would surely have heard. Fang Chong echoed his sentiment. In truth, Chu Guang wanted to say that any survivor hearing the crawler's howl would flee far from here, not daring to glance in this direction. But at that moment, his muscles ached as if they had been battered, and he truly needed to recuperate. All right. Fang Chong, help me to the restaurant across the street. You sure? Drag our cart to the entrance. You sure nodded vigorously. Chu Guang shook his head. No need. Its flesh is inedible. The crawler's nervous system has been entirely ravaged by the mutated fungi, and every cell harbors lethal neurotoxins. Strictly speaking, the black blood that dripped onto him was indeed toxic. However, discussing toxicity without considering dosage is rather disingenuous. As long as he refrained from recklessly taking a couple of sips, he would likely be fine. Moreover, with a physique rated at 7 points, his recovery abilities, resistance to abnormal states, and immunity were approximately 140 of that of a normal adult male, making him not so easily poisoned. If he could manage to fix the generator, it would be worth a try. Yet, casting a glance at the cart piled high with food, Chu Guang sighed silently in his heart. What a pity. He was already at his weight limit. He certainly couldn't pile that person's corpse atop the food they needed. Yi Shi jogged towards the cart. Chu Guang placed a hand on Fang Chang's shoulder and limped toward the restaurant across the street. However, as the two crossed through the open doorway, preparing to find a place to rest for a moment, they suddenly noticed someone lounging at the bar. It was a woman with red hair. Her strikingly handsome face was pale from blood loss, her slender brows tightly knit, and beads of sweat visible on her forehead. Alarmingly, the entire lower part of her right leg, below the knee, was missing, the wound crudely bandaged with a torn sleeve and some gauze. Goodness. So it was you who attracted the ire. Yet, she hadn't passed out, which was quite impressive. Chu Guang finally understood where that leg the crawler had been clutching had come from. A new NPC. While Fang Chong remained astonished, Chu Guang seized his rifle from Fang Chang's hands and unhesitatingly aimed it at the woman lying on the ground. You'd best behave. My injuries are far lighter than yours. The woman's hand had already reached for the handgun on the ground. Noticing the dark muzzle pointed directly at her, she resignedly pursed her lips, pushed the handgun to Chu Guang's feet, and simply closed her eyes. Is she an enemy? Observing the manager's actions, Fang Chang nervously confirmed the woman's identity, but to him, asking such a question in the wasteland was rather foolish. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Hearing the sound of a bullet being chambered, the woman's brows twitched, her tightly closed eyes filled with regret. Who would have thought? That guy's gun wasn't even loaded. Despite the pain coursing through him, Chu Guang managed to force a smile. We can have a conversation now. The woman feigned calmness and said evenly, "What do you wish to know?" Chu Guang didn't beat around the bush. He introduced himself and got straight to the point. "Chu Guang, what is your name?" "Xia Yan." "What are you?" "A mercenary from Giant Stone City." "Where are your teammates?" "Just me." "Oh, how many died?" Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly, gritting her teeth as she replied. "3. Everyone but me is dead." Chu Guang nodded, glancing at Yi Shi, who was dragging the cart in from outside. In Mandarin, he instructed, "Leave the goods at the entrance, don't drag them inside. Go look around here and see if there are any bodies dressed like this lady on the ground." Yi Shi stared blankly at the woman slumped at the bar, bewildered by her sudden appearance. "Damn, did I just miss a plot point?" Watching the man turn to leave, Xia Yan's gaze flickered slightly. She neither understood the bird language Chu Guang spoke nor was she clear on what he intended to do. "It has targeted us," Xia Yan admitted candidly. "We were searching for the entrance to Shelter 117 when we encountered it. It chased us all the way from the subway, and we were almost annihilated." The crawler was indeed quite a tough opponent, especially in narrow terrain. Even seasoned veterans could find it challenging. This was Chu Guang's first encounter with such a creature. He had only heard old Charlie from Better Street say to run as far as you can when you encounter a four-armed monster. In retrospect, it was fortunate he hadn't heeded that old man's advice. There was no way to escape. "Shelter 117? What is that?" Chu Guang inquired curiously. "I don't know. We only know its approximate location is near the New World department store on Line 7 in the northern suburbs of Tianxuan City. There is something in there that our employer wants." Chu Guang nodded. He wasn't particularly concerned about the truth of her words, nor did he care much. There might be some good items in Shelter 117, but they weren't worth the risk. Just look at her miserable state. Even a professional had been beaten to such a degree. Who knows what dangers awaited inside? Why should he take that risk? Seeing that Chu Guang seemed uninterested, Xia Yan tentatively asked, "Are you not interested?" "Why would I be? I heard there is a power armor inside." "Oh, did you see it? Let me see the pictures." "No." Chu Guang smiled lightly. "Then we'll talk about this when you have it." He would leave the handgun on the ground for her. As for whether she could survive, that was no concern of his. "By the way, is your hair dyed or natural?" Xia Yan was momentarily taken aback. The topic was so abrupt that she didn't respond right away. "Natural. Oh, the color is quite nice, but you should wash it." Xia Yan glared at him in annoyance. "Are you mocking me?" Chu Guang chuckled, finding it quite amusing. However, just as he was about to tease her further, a sharp voice rang out from the doorway. "Let her go?" Chapter 38. Shoot me. Chu Guang turned his head to see a burly man standing at the door, his left arm firmly locking Knight Ten's neck and bound hands, while his right hand gripped the gun, the muzzle pressed against Knight Ten's temple. Just as he uttered the words to release her, 2 guns swiftly aimed at him. The burly man instinctively ducked behind Knight Ten, hurriedly exclaiming, "Don't move. Your companion is in my grasp. I know you're strong, but can you outrun a bullet?" With the gun in hand, Chu Guang hesitated for a moment, the corners of his mouth curling up involuntarily. "I'm strong? How flattering. After more than 5 months in this wasteland. It's the first time someone has praised my strength." "Xinyang? You're alive." Xia Yan's eyes widened as she looked at the man by the door. The burly man's expression was somewhat awkward, yet he managed to force a smile. "Heh, I'm not that easy to take down. Just wait. I'll get you out first." Hope rekindled in Xia Yan's eyes. If possible, she certainly wished to avoid falling into the hands of these primitives. With her remaining 5 toes, she could imagine how she would be treated as a captive. But even if she survived, they were no different from the dead, both mentally and physically. Finally breaking free from the burly man's grip, Knight Ten gasped for air, desperately shouting, "Shoot. Fire at me. What are you waiting for? Damn, this idiot reeks. I'm going to suffocate." If he knew the absurdity of Knight Ten's words, perhaps the burly man would have inadvertently pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, he didn't understand, merely finding the hostage annoyingly loud. He raised the gun but struck the back of Knight Ten's head, barking, "Behave." Knight Ten, however, had no intention of being subdued. The excessive pain was lost on him. Instead, the hit only fueled his rage as he yelled louder, "Fire. Lord Manager, don't worry about me, I won't die." "Of course, I know you won't die. Who do you think is buying your lives?" Chu Guang rolled his eyes internally, but his expression remained impassive as he regarded the burly man, Xinyang, and calmly stated, "I do not appreciate being threatened. You would do well to lower your weapon. Raise your hands above your head against the wall, and I might spare your life." Xinyang, agitated, retorted, "I'm not joking. I will shoot." "Likewise." Chu Guang replied coolly, "Do you want to test that?" We'll count to 3 and then draw. Xia Yan, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, enough, Jiang. Just go. You don't need to worry about me. Ignoring her, Chu Guang softly uttered the first number, 3. As he began counting down, cold sweat trickled down Jiang's forehead. This madman, did he not care at all about his companion's life? And the hostage, with an expression of willing sacrifice, certainly did not resemble a typical hostage. 2. Insanity. They were all insane. Wait, stop. I don't mean to threaten you. Just give me one thing. Jiang conceded, glancing at Xia Yan on the ground. Give me the key on her. I'll release her immediately. Chu Guang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A key? A magnetic card. She knows what I'm talking about. He turned to Xia Yan, but she merely stared blankly at her former teammate. So you were after the key. Call it what you will. I would rather not die here for nothing. Let me fulfill part of the commission. Teammate, this is wasteland. He had initially planned to wait until the crawlers left before rummaging through his teammates' corpses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have feigned death, watching coldly until now to assist her. Chunyang disregarded the disappointment in his former teammate's eyes, pressing the gun against the hostage's temple as he slowly retreated, his gaze fixed on Chu Guang's expression. What do you say? A woman, and your companion. I only want the card from her. You have no use for it anyway. Chu Guang nodded. That makes sense. So, I stand to gain. However, no need. Chu Guang looked at Xia Yan. Give it to him. Seeing the manager hesitate to fire and instead negotiate with the kidnapper, Knight 10 struggled even more fiercely, fearing that this NPC would compromise with the captor for his sake. Don't worry about me. Fangchong, are you stupid? Shoot. I'm a player. Why should I be afraid of anything? If I die here, it's a glorious sacrifice, and my favorability will soar. Damn, don't move. Let me aim. Fangchong stammered, nervous. He dared not move. It wasn't that he couldn't bring himself to harm a teammate. He had done that in games before, but this was not that kind of game. With the manager not taking action, he wouldn't dare to move. What if he missed a critical plot point? Xia Yan silently fished out the blood-stained magnetic card from her pocket, the one their captain had entrusted to her before dying. Logically, Qinyang should not have known it was in her possession unless he had already rifled through the captain's corpse. In an instant, everything clicked. Xia Yan gazed at her former teammate, feeling more numb than sad or fearful. Perhaps her fate would be grim. Discarded like a dirty rag in a corner waiting to rot, or sold off by these savages to other slavers until she could no longer labor. But suddenly, she felt that none of it mattered anymore. Take it. Pinching the card between 2 fingers, she tossed it away, as the card landed at Qinyang's feet. A fleeting moment of wild joy and uncontainable greed flickered in his eyes as he reached out to kick it towards the door. However, just then, something unexpected occurred. Almost simultaneously as he extended his right foot, the hostage, who had been struggling violently, suddenly went limp, sliding from his arm, kneeling directly to the ground. A spray of blood erupted from his forehead. With wide eyes, Qinyang fell back, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Damn! Headshot! Fangchong shouted in excitement. That was my shot. Your bullets flew off to the street lamp. You need to practice more. Chu Guang remarked, exasperated, reloading his rifle. He had lost all hope in the player's marksmanship. This was the first time he had used GM privileges to forcibly kick a player offline. He hadn't expected the feature to be so effective. Of course, if players inquired, he wouldn't admit it, merely attributing it to network fluctuations in his capacity as a planner. You killed him. Xia Yan stared blankly at Chu Guang, clearly taken aback by his sudden gunfire. I said, I dislike being threatened, especially after I gave him a chance, Chu Guang replied impatiently. Moreover, that man had a gun pointed at him. As he spoke, Knight 10, who had been sliding on the floor, suddenly twitched, awakening in a daze. What just happened? Why did I disconnect? With a bewildered gaze, he turned to the lifeless body behind him, and a sudden jolt coursed through Yishur, prompting him to leap to his feet instinctively. How on earth did this fellow meet his demise? Is the plot twisting again? Fangchong approached and patted his shoulder. Impressive. Truly remarkable. Well, it seems I can forego even this explanation. Moving to Qinyang's corpse, Chu Guang bent down to retrieve the blood-soaked card and the fallen handgun from beside his feet. The former was of no immediate use, but the latter was indeed a valuable find. After examining the handgun for a moment, it appeared to be a semi-automatic. Its power remained uncertain, yet it seemed substantial. I intend to leave now. May fortune favor you. Noticing Chu Guang speaking to him, Xia Yan looked up, bewildered. Aren't you taking me with you? Chu Guang retorted. Did I ever say I would take you along? Xia Yan was taken aback. This was entirely different from what she had envisioned, and it caught her off guard completely. However, there was no time left for contemplation. The man named Chu Guang was evidently not jesting as he strode toward the exit with his two loyal subordinates. The thought of being left behind by someone sent her into a panic. Are you truly not raiders? Chu Guang halted, glancing back at her with a teasing smirk. Disappointed. Are you? Xia Yan opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, then cleared her throat and continued. What I meant to say is, are you survivors from the area? Could you take me to your settlement? After all, she had nowhere else to go, since this group was neither raiders nor slave traders. Accompanying them might not be so bad. However, Chu Guang was reluctant to carry this extra burden. The current medical conditions at the shelter would certainly not suffice for her mechanical prosthetic. At most, they could fashion her a cane. Missing a leg would render her incapable of heavy labor, and adding another mouth to feed was not ideal. It would be better to invite another player into their midst. At that moment, he overheard two players whispering. Is that woman a new NPC? Possibly, but it's hard to say. It seems the administrator does not plan to include her, yet I believe she could still be salvaged. Indeed, she appeared to have a mercenary background. Even with a missing leg, she should still manage to craft firearms and weapons, right? That does seem somewhat reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Guang turned his gaze back to Xia Yan. Let me be frank. Right now, you are nothing but a liability. Even if I were to leave you at a nearby survivor settlement, your fate would not be much better than death. Xia Yan bit her lip and lowered her head. This was the truth. Without needing to be told, she could envision her grim fate. Observing the silent woman before him, Chu Guang continued, however, if you possess a skill, I might consider taking you with me, provided you are willing to work for me. Chapter 39. A new NPC has finally appeared? Yet, there is hardly any choice. Although she has been in the mercenary business for quite some time, she has amassed little wealth. A decent Neuralink bionic prosthetic costs upwards of 10,000 chips, while a less sophisticated mechanical prosthetic still commands a price in the thousands. Such expenses rival that of a chemical-powered exoskeleton. Even if she were sold, she could not afford one. It was either to follow these individuals or await death. The choice, in truth, was not so arduous. Perched on the edge of a swaying wooden cart, bouncing alongside a heap of bulging sacks, Xia Yan let out a silent sigh. A skill? Employment? After much contemplation, she realized that she was left with little more than this body, which still held some semblance of value. She had heard it would be quite painful, though she was uncertain if that was indeed the case. We have arrived. The voice from ahead interrupted a mental narrative that could have easily filled 200,000 words. In the heart of the jungle, there lay an open space littered with wooden stakes, where an unfinished concrete wall stood. Beside the wall were several smoking kilns, and further back, pits for smoking meat and racks for smoking fish. The air was thick with the aroma of grilled meat, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of hammers striking stones. Some individuals hammered away at stone, others operated bellows to stoke the fires, while yet others transported stones, built walls, or chopped down trees. It resembled a bustling construction site. Primitive yet industrious. Were these people his subordinates? Observing the scene before her, Xia Yan's pale face displayed sheer astonishment. She counted roughly and found quite a number of individuals, at least a dozen or 20, dressed in matching blue uniforms. In an instant, upon recognizing the attire, she deduced their identities. Residents of a refuge. She had not heard of any refuge in this vicinity. However, what were they doing? Refuges were not uncommon in Springwater City. Some had been operational for many years, while others remained sealed, awaiting the expiration of their lockdown periods. The more successful refuges occasionally became local powers, while the less fortunate ones had essentially become fodder for mutants or other entities. Xia Yan recalled that not far from Giant Rock City, there was indeed a refuge. But its inhabitants were notoriously insular, reluctant to engage with outsiders, and were exceedingly cautious. They rarely ventured beyond the confines of their refuge, let alone undertake construction projects on the surface. Was this wall even meaningful? It was undeniably sturdy. Bullets would likely not penetrate, but could any wall be more robust than the entrance to a refuge? That gateway could withstand even gamma rays. Are you from the refuge? Yes, Chu Guang replied, glancing at her injured leg. I thought you had fainted. You had been so quiet during the journey. He had been preoccupied with his surroundings and had not paid much attention to her, initially believing she had succumbed to blood loss. To his surprise, she was still conscious. I am not that fragile. Xia Yan lifted her chin, her brows and expression rigid as though cast in lead, hoping it would lend her an air of fortitude. At the very least, She did not wish to appear timid. Alas, no one paid heed to her feigned bravado. In fact, they scarcely noticed her at all. Using the attribute template of Refuge 404, this individual's physique was estimated at least 8 points, with a margin of error of about 1. Under normal circumstances, even without significant blood loss, one would likely succumb to a high fever by now. Yet, she managed to endure, merely breaking into a light sweat, her complexion pale, and her awareness somewhat dulled. Of course, it could also be attributed to some innate talent. Survivors in the wasteland often possessed traits that deviated from the norm, so it was not surprising. Chu Guang turned to the two players and instructed, deliver the food to scrambled eggs and ensure it is properly stored. A few days prior, he had advised scrambled eggs to construct a granary capable of preserving grains and meats. If all went as planned, it should be complete by now. Whether the items were dried and stored or simply piled in bags, he trusted the chef's expertise far more than his own. The last time he had attempted to prepare smoked meat, it had proven quite the ordeal. Entrusting the granary to himself would surely lead to spoilage or rodent infestations before winter even arrived. Upon hearing the administrator's orders, Fong Chang and Yishir nodded in unison. Accepting the task. Yes. Understood. Chu Guang said nothing further. He reached down to lift the mercenary slumped on the cart, disregarding her startled exclamations, and hoisted her over his shoulder as if she were a sack of grain. With his other hand, he grasped Yishir's backpack, which had been scavenged from the other 3 mercenaries, and strode purposefully toward the sanatorium. Fong Chang and Yishir watched in admiration from the side. This heavy load of equipment, along with a living person, must have weighed over 100 kilograms. To lift it with such ease was remarkable. As they observed the administrator making his way toward the sanatorium, Old Bai, who had noticed the situation, stealthily approached. What happened? Who is the person our boss is carrying? Asked Fong Chang. He is the one who witnessed the entire scene. I merely observed in vain, whether it was scavenging or being taken hostage. I feel like a mere tool, Yishir replied, his face a picture of frustration. Fong Chang made a resigned expression. Don't look at me, the game lacks subtitles. And I couldn't comprehend what the NPCs were saying during the cutscene. Just consider her a newly introduced NPC. While he could guess the general idea, articulating it fully proved challenging. Perhaps they would have to wait for updates on the official website. Old Bai was perplexed. What did you encounter? Crawlers. Seriously? Old Bai's face registered shock as he stared at Yishir, hurriedly asking, did you encounter crawlers? What do they look like? The official website had information on crawlers, but apart from a few abstract descriptions, there was no mention of their combat capabilities, nor was there a reference guide. All Old Bai remembered was that they seemed to belong to the same category as devourers, both being symbiotic mutated organisms birthed from fungal infections, and possibly related to biological weaponry, their origins now lost to time. He had thought crawlers were merely fictional creatures, perhaps not even modeled yet by the game developers. To his astonishment, these two had actually encountered one. They look quite grotesque, with 4 long arms. When crawling, they stand about half a meter tall, and when upright, they are likely around 2 meters. Not only are they absurdly strong, but their speed is also astonishing. We fired 3 rounds at it, but not a single shot hit. It was only thanks to the administrator's prowess that he managed to take it down with a few blows of a steel pipe. Yishir animatedly recounted the encounter. Yet his abstract narrative style left much unsaid. Old Bai turned to Fong Chang for assistance, who sighed. I can't explain it clearly at the moment, but fundamentally, as Yishir described, that devourer was extraordinarily powerful. I suspect the new update not only introduced new in-game activities, but also added more mutants, new NPC factions, and related quests. We can discuss this further once we log off. The administrator asked me to deliver the cart to scrambled eggs. I'll go complete that task first. Though he yearned to discuss his newfound discoveries with Fong Chang, with only 3 hours until dusk, there was truly no time to waste. Old Bai sighed and nodded. All right, you go ahead. I'll ponder the steel-making furnace once you're done. Hurry back to assist me. On the other side, within the confines of the sanatorium, attention was undoubtedly drawn to the woman draped over his shoulder. Look, look. The manager is carrying someone. Who could that be? A new NPC? And a female one at that. Finally, a fresh NPC has emerged. My fellow comrades, we are one step closer to the closed beta. Oh, the excitement surged through the players, energizing them to toil even harder. The young woman, Xia Yan, resting on Chu Guang's shoulder, felt her cheeks ablaze, not merely due to her position, but rather because the multitude of gazes bore into her like a burning sensation upon her back. She could not comprehend the words being exchanged. Yet the meaning was abundantly clear. They were akin to the lewd banners shared among these men, echoing with insidious undertones. She could envision them as hyenas in a wasteland, offering flattery and adulation to the leading male, hoping for a morsel or a share of the spoils once he had savored his prey. It was evident that she was the tender, delectable lamb among them. The more Xia Yin contemplated this, the deeper her dread grew. Her clenched teeth began to tremble, and tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over. A sudden wave of regret washed over her. Rather than face humiliation and be discarded like a piece of carrion for the wolves, she would have preferred to take her own life with dignity. Yet her body betrayed her. The elevator descended. Arrival. Chu Guang strode purposefully through the sanctuary's entrance, traversed the buffer zone, and entered the residence hall, carelessly tossing aside a bag laden with equipment before unceremoniously depositing Xia Yin onto a chair. Careful, what are you doing? She gasped, wincing in pain as she gazed anxiously at the approaching Chu Guang. Be gentle. Paying her no mind, Chu Guang casually opened a drawer and retrieved a sleek silver metal cylinder. With a flick of his thumb, he dislodged the plastic cap, his index finger instinctively giving it a light tap. It shouldn't hurt, just bear with it. Chapter 40. Upgrades and New Abilities. Nano Healing Needle. Primarily utilized for non-lethal injuries, it significantly enhances tissue repair capabilities within a short duration, facilitating accelerated wound healing. This peculiar item was extracted by Chu Guang from a blind box. Left unchecked, the wound could worsen, potentially leading to amputation. Currently, the shelter lacks a surgeon, and there are no anesthetics or disinfectants available, let alone a sterile environment for major surgeries. With this thought, Chu Guang resolutely made up his mind. Anesthesia could wait. He needed to ensure that Brother Mosquito procured some alcohol first. As Chu Guang approached, Xia Yin instinctively wanted to retreat. But with only one leg and half of her life remaining, she found herself slumped helplessly in the chair, unable to move. Don't come any closer. Chu Guang, uninterested in lengthy explanations, swiftly injected the needle into her right leg. Huh? It doesn't hurt? What is happening? Why can't I feel anything? Xia Yin barely managed to voice her confusion when her consciousness suddenly wavered. What have you done to me? I saved your life. No need to thank me. Although, if you wish to express gratitude, just work hard. However, Chu Guang did not harbor high hopes that the natives of this world would exhibit the same diligence as players from his own. Xia Yin attempted to say something further, but her tongue had already lost its mobility, and her awareness rapidly descended into darkness, her erratic breathing slowly stabilizing. He had anticipated that this device would also induce a state of hypnosis. Thank goodness it wasn't used in the heat of battle. Quietly observing her reactions, Chu Guang retrieved a pen from the drawer and made notes of her clinical responses in a small notebook. The nano-healing needle has side effects such as drowsiness, anesthesia, and disorientation. It is unsuitable for use during combat. After completing this, Chu Guang carried her to an adjacent room, finding one where all 4 incubation pods were inactive, and laid her on the floor. The effects of the nano-healing needle had begun to manifest. The swollen, pus-filled wound was gradually subsiding, and her pale cheeks were regaining a hint of color. The temperature and air quality in the shelter were relatively stable, comfortably within the range suitable for human habitation. Although the floor was slightly cool, it was undoubtedly preferable to the outside. All that remained was for her to recuperate. This individual had a decent constitution. Chu Guang felt confident that she would endure. He left a piece of chocolate and a bottle of purified water produced by the outpost for her, then locked the door to the room, using his administrator privileges to prevent her from wandering about the shelter upon awakening. ID: Chu Guang Gene Sequence. Administrator level, LV. 5 to LV. 7 basic attribute strength. 9 agility. 6 constitution. 78 perception. 7 intelligence. 6. To his astonishment, he had leveled up twice. Although he had sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, he had not anticipated that this crisis would propel him directly from LV5 to LV7. A look of surprise and delight spread across Chu Guang's face. While other players possessed primary attributes, he did not. His increased points seemed to be randomly allocated. Nevertheless, an increase of 1 point in both strength and constitution was not unwelcome. These 2 attributes were among the most useful and cost-effective in the early stages. Now, with a strength value of 10, his physical power was nearly double that of an average adult male, as reflected in the physical examination metrics concerning endurance and explosive power. Furthermore, the boost in constitution signified a more robust physique and heightened resistance to negative conditions. Yet, What intrigued Chu Guang the most was the newly added line in the talent section of his attribute panel. Talent, primal instinct, can awaken primal instincts under extreme conditions, enhancing all attributes by 10 to 15 during the duration, while fatigue accumulation rates increase by 20 to 30. Primal instinct, indeed. Chu Guang felt the term sounded rather peculiar. However, he could understand its essence. After all, the original administrator who designed this attribute panel and its conversion formulas was a character with a rather twisted sense of humor. Comparing it to his previous examination data, Chu Guang speculated that this talent likely meant an enhancement of cellular function and metabolic efficiency or stimulation of adrenaline secretion for a limited time. The effect bore some resemblance to a performance enhancer, albeit merely in similarity. The physiological and chemical reactions involved were undoubtedly complex. Moreover, the data derived from the physical examination panel was merely a reference. For instance, the devourer he encountered today would undoubtedly overpower him based solely on panel statistics. Nevertheless, even so, the creature would find it no simple task to eliminate him. After inputting the examination data into his computer for archiving, Chu Guang turned his attention to the backpack he had tossed aside earlier and reached to retrieve it. Inside lay the equipment scavenged by Yishur from the corpses of 3 mercenaries. The moment he unzipped the bag, an expression of joy illuminated Chu Guang's face. For handguns, 2 submachine guns without stocks, a pump-action shotgun, and a broken assault rifle split in half. Regardless of whether the assault rifle could be repaired, the bounty from this excursion could only be described as bountiful. He had struck it rich. This was an extraordinary windfall. In addition to the firearms, there were approximately 100 to 200 rounds of ammunition, some in magazines and others loose, filling the backpack to the brim. It was evident that Yishur had meticulously looted, leaving nothing behind, even including empty magazines. However, the quality of the ammunition was rather ordinary, with most being fully steel-forged, while only a few loose rounds had either steel cores coated in copper or lead cores coated in copper. Chu Guang also noted that several bullets had red paint on their tips, suggesting they were special rounds. Although these mercenaries were not affluent, they were certainly well armed. The overall strength of a region is typically correlated with its productivity. For example, suburban raiders often utilized homemade pipe rifles or scavenged weapons, with some resorting to cold steel weaponry. The fact that these ragtag soldiers were armed to such an extent indicated that the industrial capabilities of Giant Stone City were likely more impressive than the rumors had suggested. Chu Guang resolved firmly within himself. Once this winter passed, he must journey there. Ideally, he would organize a trade caravan to accompany him. The size of the outpost would continue to grow, and engaging in trade with other survivor strongholds was inevitable. He could not always rely on unscrupulous merchants to deliver goods to his doorstep. To avoid exploitation, he would ultimately need to make the trip himself. Chapter 41. The official game is truly considerate. In the evening, tonight's menu features salt-boiled horned potatoes accompanied by smoked meat. Thanks to the recent discovery of a new NPC stronghold, the players in the shelter finally indulged in a meal beyond their usual fish soup. The flavor of these horned potatoes was quite delightful. After being boiled in saline, a drizzle of soy sauce lent it a taste reminiscent of KFC mashed potatoes. However, the soy sauce usage was somewhat excessive. Preparing just 28 servings of mashed potatoes consumed nearly 1/5 of a bottle of soy sauce. And that was while trying to be frugal. On the other hand, the salt supply in the shelter seemed to be dwindling, with only a small bag remaining. At this rate of consumption, it wouldn't be long before they were reduced to a diet of plain broth once more. Oh dear, this mashed potato is simply marvelous. Uncle Fried Egg, may I have another bowl? Clutching his bowl and squatting on the ground, Tigding wore an expression of pure satisfaction. No more. Each person is allotted 1 bowl. Uncle Fried Egg rolled his eyes, clearly displeased with the term uncle, and retorted grumpily. Will we have mashed potatoes again tomorrow? Tingting asked with a pitiful look. We can't afford it. The soy sauce is running low and must be conserved. If you want mashed potatoes, you'll have to get up and order takeout yourself. As he spoke, Uncle Fried Egg sighed internally. Preparing meals for these individuals daily was quite taxing. After years of being a chef, he had never been so frugal on behalf of an employer. He felt as if he were making every grain of salt count. Meanwhile, sitting at the center of the players, Yishur held his bowl and animatedly recounted the events of the day, even forgetting to eat. At that moment, as I walked down the street, a chill ran down my spine, and my body was filled with a sense of foreboding. Just as quickly, I grabbed my rifle and fired a burst. Fong Chong, sitting nearby, could not contain himself and interrupted. A burst? If one didn't know better, they might think you were wielding a Gatling gun. Yisher cleared his throat. That is not important. And then what? What happened next? How did you manage to overturn that thing? Exactly. Don't divert the topic. Everyone, stay calm and let me continue. Just as quickly, when the crawler lunged at me, I executed a slide. Seeing the interest from everyone, Yisher swiftly adjusted and resumed his tale, detailing how he supported the administrator entangled by the otherworldly creatures, how he scavenged on the battlefield, including the moment he was ambushed by a rogue, and how he tactically logged off, collaborating with his teammates for an ultimate counterattack. Feng Chang listened with rolling eyes, unable to bear it any longer, and moved to another spot to eat, out of sight, out of mind. After the meal, the sun was nearing its descent. However, Chu Guang was not particularly concerned about it. By checking the player list, he confirmed that the individual was still alive, albeit having logged off 2 hours prior. Even if one were to grind endlessly, it was impossible to remain online for 24 hours. One must get up to eat and stretch one's limbs. Furthermore, the clones in the game also require rest. No one can stay awake for 24 hours. Not even a lizard man. According to the publicly available information on the official website. This includes options like giving oneself a thump on the back of the head or finding a place to lie down and sleep. However, such methods of logging out were not entirely reliable. Firstly, there was no way to save progress, and secondly, it was unsafe. Clones synthesized quickly from cultivation pods lack any form of consciousness. In other words, without a connection to a conscious entity, these clones would scarcely react to external stimuli, aside from reflexive actions. At that moment, should a mutated rat or cockroach happen to pass by, they could easily be consumed bite by bite. Nonetheless, Garbage Quinn must have found a secure hiding spot, as he seemed to be safe for now. Setting aside the matters concerning Garbage Quinn, Chu Guang took a seat at the computer in the residence hall and, as per usual, began summarizing the day's accomplishments. The construction of the eastern wall was completed. In terms of resources, the inventory had received 110 logs, 1 ton of charcoal, 1 ton of silicate cement, 2 stacks of yellow mud bricks, and several hardened cement blocks. In terms of consumption, 240 logs and 800 kilograms of cement had been used, though its inventory had seen a consecutive decline over the past 2 days. But surprisingly, cement was beginning to accumulate. It seemed necessary to assign a few lumberjacks or increase the daily logging requirements for players. As for food inventory, there were 350 kilograms of green wheat and horned potatoes, 5 pounds of smoked meat, and a small amount of berries and mushrooms. The consumption was approximately 5 kilograms of smoked meat, 10 kilograms of horned potatoes, along with 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 20 kilograms of smoked fish reserved for trade. Hunting would have to commence again tomorrow. Next was the inventory of pelts. Aside from trade consumption, 5 pelts had been utilized as raw materials. And today, surprisingly, Tingting had crafted 5 garments? Not bad. I reckon that should yield around 250 contribution points. Oh, and the increase in weapon inventory. A plan for an armory must be devised. Finally, the daily task yielded 7 reward points. It was time for another delightful round of blind box opening. With the data compiled, Chu Guang leaned back in his chair and stretched. Simultaneously, in the adjacent room, 30 activated cultivation pods completed scanning and cellular sampling of the clones within, compiling the player's genetic sequence development progress and panel data into a single table. Chu Guang glanced at it briefly. For instance, Lao Bai had now reached LV3. Additionally, Yisher, who had been accompanying him, had progressed from LV1 to LV2, with his primary attribute of perception reaching 9, making him the player with the highest perception attribute in the entire outpost. Master. As he watched the little Chi roll beside the table, Chu Guang shifted his gaze from the computer. What is it? Chu Guang nearly choked on those words. Although it was not incorrect to say so, it felt somewhat off. What are you talking about? Chu Guang replied impatiently. So? In a monotonous electronic tone. Xiao Qi said with a hint of grievance, it's nothing much. I just wanted to remind you that, compared to clones whose actions can be easily restricted, the natives in the wasteland are much harder to control. It would be wise not to place too much trust in them. You're overthinking it. I have never fully trusted anyone, be they players or the locals here, Chu Guang replied coolly. Then I feel reassured. The camera atop Xiao Qi's head bobbed up and down, indicating agreement. By the way, you can always trust Xiao Qi. No matter what happens, Xiao Qi will remain your most loyal assistant. All right, I understand. How dismissive. Can't this fellow stay quiet while charging? Chu Guang restrained his urge to retort, and continued to focus on the computer screen. It had been over 10 minutes since the players logged off, and as expected, this was the most bustling time on the official forum. It was once again a delightful time for some screen peeking. Humming a little tune to himself, Chu Guang accessed the official website's backend, first confirming the number of reservations. The small leaks with their bowls had doubled from just over 100 to nearly 300. The threshold for reserving the game had evolved from merely filling out a form to completing a questionnaire. Although these were mostly general knowledge questions, the ability to patiently read through the questions and fill in the blanks could effectively filter out serious players. Those who passed could be deemed quite high quality. Meanwhile, the website's traffic had significantly increased, with the daily average reaching 1,000 visits. Although not everyone has registered an account, and even fewer have clicked to make an appointment, it is evident that the notoriety of Wasteland OL is steadily ascending within the gaming community. It is surprising that such a site, lacking even basic registration information and consisting merely of a plethora of textual lore and a handful of construction site photographs, has managed to attract such a considerable audience. Chu Guang could not help but reflect on the number of idle individuals. Perfectly, since he had nothing pressing to attend to. He might as well engage in some work within the game. He closed the background page and entered the forum. As anticipated, the offline players had flocked here to report, and the forum was abuzz with activity. Even the player who had logged off merely 2 hours ago, referred to as Garbage King, was present in the forum. Level 99 Garbage Picker. Damn, I am utterly exhausted today, but thankfully, I did manage to gather some resources. Approximately 2 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site, there lies a tire processing plant. There seems to be someone walking their dog on patrol nearby, possibly a raider camp, though I am not yet certain. I plan to get closer once night falls to investigate further. Once I confirm, I shall return to the forum to boast. Strong wind. 666. Old by damn. I was wondering why I didn't see you when I logged off. Also, how can you log in during the day? Level 99 Garbage Picker. If you were an aberration, you could too. Enough of this nonsense. I'll take a break and log back in. Grins. Night 10. You must be here to show off. Quit smoking. Forget about logging in during the day. I would be content just to log in for a fleeting moment. Crow. I'm still on resurrection cooldown, crying. Level 99 Garbage Picker. Grins. The latter particularly piqued the player's interest. At the top of a lengthy thread, Chu Guang swiftly discovered an analytical post authored by Changri, who consistently excelled in summarization. His posts garnered the highest popularity in the forum, and had circumstances allowed, Chu Guang would have been tempted to invite him to assist in planning this game. I must commend the Alpha 0.2 version update. It is evident that the game developers are genuinely committed. This is truly commendable. The content of this update extends far beyond the few optimization items listed on the official website. It includes new factions, new monster models, a larger map, and much more, far richer than I had previously imagined. Moreover, there is a testing of the combat system. On our return journey, we encountered an attack from a crawler, resulting in a thrilling yet safe battle. Previously, I had believed that such extraordinarily powerful aberrations existed solely in lore. Yet they have now been implemented in the current version. I must say, our administrator is indeed a capable guide. Their combat prowess is astonishing. The moment the crawler lunged at us, both Knight 10 and I were momentarily taken aback, nearly caught off guard. It was solely thanks to them that we managed to fend off the 2-meter-high devourer with nothing but a small water pipe. I was utterly exhilarated. Additionally, on a personal note, I was most delighted to discover that a new NPC has joined our outpost. Her unique identity may introduce us to a plethora of new gameplay mechanics, such as weapon modifications and even more side quests. I believe there is much to look forward to. I will continue to update this post with further information regarding the Alpha 0.2 version update, and those interested can feel free to follow along. It is commendable indeed. How embarrassing. After reading the post from beginning to end, Chu Guang could not help but smile. However, I must admit, Chu Guang felt he had been quite fair, at least in not siphoning funds from the players. This next-generation game, capable of liberating dreams and sleep, if sponsored by major corporations, would undoubtedly demand a hefty fee for entry, not only for playing, but even for merely engaging in the grind. One would likely need to purchase a membership first. What? No money? Well, that can easily be remedied. Surely you wouldn't mind applying plaster with your hands? After all, how else could one showcase the prestige of a RMB warrior wielding a plastering trowel? Of course, one could opt to watch 2 hours of advertisements to unlock a membership discount coupon. At least such unscrupulous actions are not within Chu Guang's character. In light of his self-proclaimed integrity, he awarded Changri's post with a highlight. Closing the post, as Chu Guang pondered how to pass the long night ahead, he was suddenly met with a melancholic voice from beside him. Master. Chapter 42. Please have some self-respect. Thirst. Water. Uncertain of how long she had been unconscious, Xia Yin gradually regained consciousness. Feeling an intense hunger gnawing at her stomach and her throat parched as if scorched by a branding iron. Her arms felt heavy, as though filled with lead. Her blurred vision appeared to be shrouded in mist. She attempted to rise from the ground, but quickly abandoned the effort. It was only when her gaze fell upon a plastic bottle and a wrinkled bag nearby that she was stirred to action. With a sudden burst of energy, Xia Yin lunged for the plastic bottle, disregarding the contents, and tilted her head back, greedily gulping down the liquid within. Her thirst was instantly quenched. After savoring the last drop, she discarded the bottle and, like a ravenous ghost, snatched up the plastic packaging and tore it open. Her instincts told her that it contained food. However, upon seeing the dark, unidentifiable contents, her desperate expression faltered momentarily. What on earth is this? Leaning closer to sniff, she found it did not emit an unpleasant odor. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Yin summoned her resolve and cautiously took a bite. The instant her lips made contact, her expression froze, followed by a violent tremor in her pupils. What is this flavor? She devoured the dark substance in one go. And when she finished, she licked her lips, even turning the packaging inside out to savor every last trace. At that moment, the heavy alloy door swung open. Xia Yin lifted her gaze to see a man standing in the doorway. Awake? Instinctively shrinking back in fear, she quickly glanced at her attire and, steeling herself, nodded. Yes. Was it delicious? Although she wished to project an air of defiance, her mouth betrayed her. Delicious. Chu Guang smiled faintly. Would you like more? Yes. Xia Yin nodded vigorously. What you just ate is called chocolate. From today onward, you will work for me. You will do as I instruct. In exchange, I can provide you with safe lodging and food. Furthermore, if your performance meets my satisfaction, I will give you another piece of that delectable treat. Xia Yin had never tasted chocolate before. She had only heard that it was a popular delicacy before the war and a luxury item among the elite of Giant Stone City. Is this the taste of chocolate? She subconsciously touched her lips, a bewildered expression creeping over her face, gradually tinged with regret. Damn! If only I had eaten it more slowly. Chu Guang, of course, could not have guessed her thoughts. Had he known, he would have rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was merely a piece of chocolate. Was it really that significant? I am willing. After all, there was no alternative. Like a decaying orange peel, no one would care. To survive, naturally, no one wishes to perish. At least, she herself had not reached that level of enlightenment. Xia Yin turned her head, resignedly closed her eyes, and spoke softly. Though I have not tried it, it should be fine. I know what you want. Be gentle. What? Chu Guang paused instinctively, but being an experienced driver, he quickly deduced her misinterpretation from her expression and promptly adopted a serious demeanor. Madam, please have some self-respect. I am currently discussing work matters with you in utmost seriousness. If you continue in this manner, I may lose the ability to remain serious. Hearing Chu Guang's words, Xia Yin was taken aback. What on earth? Her pupils quivered violently, as if she finally discerned the line between her imagination and reality. Her face gradually flushed a deep shade of crimson. Turning away in humiliation, she fixed her gaze on the crack in the wall, muttering indignantly, Just kill me. Chu Guang. What on earth? After a moment, Chu Guang briefly explained the situation to Xia Yin, who lay on the ground. The concept of games was not prevalent in the wasteland, and using the term players would only confuse her further. Therefore, he opted to communicate in terms she could understand. In simple terms, my subordinates and I plan to establish a settlement for survivors on the surface, driving away aberrations, sheltering refugees, and restoring order to this area. Upon hearing this, Xia Yin wore a skeptical expression. How much confidence must one possess to utter such unrealistic words? Restore order? Countless individuals had attempted this over the past 2 centuries, yet none succeeded. Instead, the aberrations in the city multiplied, and the mutants increased, continually squeezing the living space of survivors, worsening the situation year by year. Did he think restoring order was as simple as erecting a wall? With her spirit wounded, Xia Yin spoke with a hint of sarcasm. You should visit Giant Stone City. There are countless who are stronger than you. Even they can only linger on the outskirts of the third ring. What makes you think you can succeed? I naturally have my plans, Chu Guang replied calmly, observing her. I do not intend to achieve this goal in a few months. I fully understand that this will be a protracted battle, and I am prepared to sacrifice generations to see it through. How tiresome. It's merely a setting. Can't you let me finish my words? Chu Guang was well aware that restoring order was not something easily accomplished with a mere phrase. He had never arrogantly believed himself invincible simply because he had dispatched a few impoverished marauders from the outskirts. But this was his persona, or rather, the game setting. Yet, it was evident this woman had only heard the latter part of his statement. Generations? Xia Yin instinctively shrank back. So, we really must bear children? Xia Yin nodded. Yes, that's fundamental. Very well, Chu Guang nodded in approval, continuing, from now on, you will be the proprietor of the weapon shop. What? Xia Yin looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend his words. The term he used was not in the language of this world, but rather in the standard Mandarin of a parallel universe. Selling guns? Xia Yin asked, confused. To whom? To the residents of the refuge. Ah. Xia Yin was even more perplexed. Were those not your subordinates? Yes, but they differ somewhat from the subordinates you envision. Chu Guang paused, continuing, in simple terms, we have just emerged from underground, and we need to concentrate our efforts on significant matters. Moreover, resources are scarce. So we are temporarily implementing a planned economy. Everyone will work together and share meals from a communal pot. Once the survival crisis is resolved and resources begin to surplus, they will need to proactively demonstrate productivity and break out of their comfort zones. At that point, our settlement will adopt a new set of rules. Food, medicine, weapons, and other resources will no longer be free. Since you mentioned Giant Stone City, you must understand the concept of leverage, right? It's essentially the same idea. It was clear that this woman did not grasp the implications of what he was saying. In the wasteland, any survivor with a modicum of education could at least secure a position as a lackey to a local tycoon, much like old Charlie, who merely survived by mooching off others in Better Street. If one possessed a skill, they might find a job in a factory, assisting the bigwigs by stoking boilers, preparing medicines, or repairing power armor. Only the impoverished would engage in life and death trades, just like the present Xia Yin before him. In the wasteland, mercenaries were never a glamorous profession. They were merely a group of expendable pawns without welfare or subsidies. However, Chu Guang was unconcerned. All he needed was a tool capable of executing his commands. Knowledge, experience, quality, all of these were learnable. After a pause, Chu Guang looked at her and said, the language employed by our people differs somewhat from that of those on the surface. However, this poses no significant issue. I shall impart to you a few simple lines for everyday communication. You need only to follow my instructions. Chapter 43. The exceptional players have begun to assign tasks to the NPCs. Language barriers? Inability to communicate? For Chu Guang, these are hardly obstacles. As a mere tool, mastering a few basic phrases is sufficient to satisfy the player's demands for game functionalities. For instance, the simplest transactions of buying and selling can be learned without resorting to complex vocabulary. And what if the player's banter is incomprehensible? It is of little concern. Even in a fully immersive virtual reality game, it is unreasonable to expect that every NPC possesses genuine intelligence. Thus, Chu Guang did not insist that Xia Yin learn Chinese. He merely required her to grasp a handful of fundamental words and fixed phrases. However, to his surprise, even this modest expectation proved too much for her. What on earth is this? Holding the paper in her hands, Xia Yin wore a distressed expression, looking beseechingly at Chu Guang, who sat in a chair. Although every character was annotated with phonetics, she still struggled to adapt to the peculiar pronunciations, even if they bore a resemblance to human speech. Noticing her gaze, Chu Guang diverted his attention from the computer screen and turned towards her. Have you learned it? He inquired. Not yet, she replied. Then why are you staring at me? Keep rehearsing, he instructed. In that fleeting moment, she suddenly pondered whether the task of childbirth might be easier, though she could not fathom why this person showed no interest in her. Am I truly that unattractive? Surely not. Yet, it seemed he simply did not take a liking to her. The life of a mere pawn is harsh. Every day is fraught with the threat of death. Her dream was to marry into the inner city of Giant Stone City and live a life of luxury. Upon reflection, it was not entirely impossible. Who knows? Perhaps one day she might receive a task to escort a prominent figure, leading to a scenario reminiscent of a beautiful maiden rescuing a hero in a novel. Alas, it was a pity that, rather than escorting dignitaries, their marginalized team could barely manage tasks near the second ring road. relegated instead to the desolate wilderness to open blind boxes. As for her dreams, they seemed utterly unattainable. Who would want a cripple? Particularly one who had been captured by barbarians. Just as Xia Yin lamented her misfortunes, a light cough interrupted her reverie. Could you temper your expression a bit? Huh, she replied, bewildered. Evidently, she had been daydreaming. Observing her instinctual reaction, Chu Guang felt exasperated. Sighing, he paused momentarily before stating flatly, I will start the timer now. In 2 hours, I will test your progress. If there is still no improvement, perhaps the brown farm next door would be more suitable for you, as they are in need of serfs. Conveniently, I could profit as well. It was winter, and the brown farm had no need for serfs. In fact, they would be disposing of a batch of unable workers or those with severe injuries by the end of the month. A crippled mercenary would not even be accepted for free. As for beauty, that was a far-fetched notion. Even the local landlord on Bet Street could afford clones so exquisite that they would incite envy among celebrities. How much could a weak, crude soul possibly be worth? This was a wasteland. Selling her off was merely a jest from Chu Guang, an attempt to frighten her into action, to provide a bit of motivation. Even if she were truly foolish enough to fail memorizing these few lines, he would not reduce her to slavery. At worst, he would cast her out. What a pity it would be. Chu Guang shook his head and returned to his online activities. He had just discovered that his Steam account was still operational, providing a perfect diversion. The following morning, after a restful sleep, Chu Guang opened the player list, unlocking the login privileges for the players who had come online, leading them to the surface. Respected administrator, may I inquire about the lady from yesterday? Fong Chang asked respectfully, standing beside him. Are you referring to Xia Yin? Her injuries are quite severe. She needs a few days of rest. I spoke with her last night, and she has agreed to join our cause. Once her injuries have healed, she will be responsible for the weapon maintenance at the outpost. Of course. Chu Guang did not mention that she had been up until 2 or 3 in the morning studying her lines, and he ended up carrying her to the adjacent room. Undoubtedly, she was currently in a deep slumber. New intelligence. The new NPC is named Xia Yin. Her role appears to be that of a weapon shop owner or a similar profession. After silently noting these 2 details, Fong Chang planned to update this information in his post once he logged off for the day. Chu Guang could easily guess what he was thinking. Otherwise, he would not have shared such details with him. Continuing to fulfill his responsibilities as an NPC, Chu Guang gathered the players in the open space of the infirmary for a brief motivational speech before announcing their dismissal. As he observed the rising flames and black smoke outside the construction site, along with the players diligently working on the scaffolding, Chu Guang suddenly felt akin to a farmer tending to ducks. Yet, this analogy was not entirely accurate. After all, most of the tools they were using were provided by him, and much of the jerky they consumed was sourced from his own hunting. Contemplating this, he realized he had contributed significantly. Perhaps, standing before the construction site for a while, as Chu Guang contemplated the day's tasks, Knight 10 approached him. Respected administrator. With a respectful demeanor, Knight 11 greeted him, and, eager to participate, asked, Are we going hunting today? When do we depart? Chu Guang paused for a moment, then nodded. Now, remarkably, the players had become quite proactive, already taking the initiative to organize their own work. However, Chu Guang said nothing further. His primary weapon remained his trusty 9mm pipe rifle, along with the versatile steel pipe that served as both a melee weapon and a tool for prying open doors. While there were now submachine guns and shotguns available as close combat weapons, they held little significance for hunting. The shotgun's ammunition lacked deer rounds, and using it would damage the pelts. Compared to utilizing close-range firepower to subdue prey, Chu Guang preferred the precision of a quality 9mm pipe rifle, capable of delivering a fatal shot at medium range. At the very least, he aimed to incapacitate the target before moving in to deliver the finishing blow with the steel pipe. It is worth noting that each additional bullet hole or cut would reduce the quality of the pelt by 10%. Take this, Chu Guang said, handing Knight 10 a handgun and a crossbow, along with a quiver containing 15 bolts. Can I use that shotgun? Knight 10 asked, glancing between the handgun and the shotgun leaning against the wall, casting a pitiful look at Chu Guang. However, Chu Guang had no intention of compromising, stating flatly, We are going hunting, not hunting mutants. Familiarize yourself with these 2 weapons before discussing anything else. And with that, Chu Guang set off with Knight 10 for the hunt. The players at the outpost were, as before, diligently engaged in their tasks carrying bricks, mixing cement, and plastering walls. None were idle. Particularly the players building the walls, whose work was advancing at a visible pace. not just at the construction site. With the fire tongs and hammer in hand, Fang Chong and Old Bai were making new progress in their steel-making endeavors. They salvaged the rusted car frames, hoods, suspensions, and even the engine casings from the vehicles in the parking lot, decrepit relics, eroded by 2 centuries of wind and rain, now unrecognizable in their structure. Yet for them, these scraps were akin to an open-air treasure trove. They shattered the brittle iron rust and cast it into the furnace, employing charcoal as a reducing agent and manually operating the bellows. This time, they finally succeeded in transforming that refuse into molten iron. Incredible! They had achieved it. Lao Bai and Fang Chong clenched their fists in excitement. At this moment, they had waited a full 3 days. The molten iron, produced through this method, would cool into high-carbon pig iron. By repeatedly heating and cooling, they could reduce the carbon content to between 2 and 1.5, thus yielding the most fundamental form of steel. However, the addition of metals like chromium and nickel to create alloys was still beyond their capabilities. True steelmaking required specialized equipment. At the very least, an electric furnace. In truth, even the ability to extract molten iron from industrial waste was a remarkable feat for them, given their rudimentary production facilities. What should we forge? Lao Bai eagerly inquired of Fang Chong. An axe? Tools? Or something else? Fang Chong, equally elated, pondered for a moment before responding. Let's first create a large pot. I'm getting sick of stews. I can't eat another bite. Although yesterday's mashed potatoes were rather decent. The brother who cooked them mentioned that soy sauce was running low, and it was likely they would have another day of pine nut fish soup. That dish was utterly unappetizing, with every bite saturated with the taste of catfish. Haha, splendid idea. With an iron pot, we can finally fry some dishes. The two reached a swift consensus and began to contemplate how to craft the molds necessary for forging the iron pot, using the remnants of yellow clay from their brick-making endeavors. Meanwhile, outside the woodworking shed, Brother Mosquito sat on a small stool at the entrance, engrossed in his handiwork. He was fashioning a lid for a garbage bin he had scavenged, using wooden planks, and had subsequently inserted a stainless steel pipe to create a simple yet effective watering can. Yet, he was not content with merely a slanted sprinkler. Brother Mosquito proceeded to seal the joints with resin, fitted a wooden handle onto the outer shell of the bin, and crafted a makeshift pressurizer from a plastic bottle, connecting it to the rear of the bin with a soft hose bent in an S shape. Perfection. As he gazed at his creation, a look of joy spread across his face. A manual pressurized flamethrower. By pouring wood tar into the bin and inserting a cotton wick into the front hose, this device could theoretically become a nightmare for any human or creature within a 5-meter radius, provided he didn't accidentally ignite himself in the process. From a high-context perspective, the design bore a certain cyberpunk aesthetic, but Brother Mosquito felt that it could be refined in the future. For now, he decided to dub it Hellfire 01. Just as he contemplated where to test it, he looked up and spotted the whirlwind approaching him, carrying a plastic bucket. "Oh, you're here so early today?" Brother Mosquito chuckled, teasing, "I hope you didn't break another trap." "It has nothing to do with traps," the whirlwind retorted, tossing the plastic bucket to the ground. "Look what I found." Upon seeing the contents of the bucket, Brother Mosquito was momentarily stunned. Inside were some white stones, mingled with yellow and light brown impurities. The stiffness on his face instantly transformed into unbridled joy. Bird guano stones. Chapter 44. The merchant from the neighboring city. I should have realized. The bountiful resources of Linghu are not merely the fish within its waters, but the abundant nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium along its shores. We are almost there, just ahead. As the wind of madness excitedly spoke, they made their way to the lakeside, accompanied by Mosquito. The two paused at a shallow area by the lake, where the dense vegetation provided excellent cover, serving as an ideal water source for both humans and animals. Just as the wind of madness extended his hand to point, Mosquito darted ahead, squatting before a relatively smooth rock. He extended his index finger, gently brushing against the stone wall before leaning closer to sniff and attempting to taste it. Despite the unpleasantness, the wind of madness urgently inquired, "What is it like?" Spitting on the ground, Mosquito's expression was a mixture of joy and sorrow. Ugh. How can there still be fresh? Though he had inadvertently sampled fresh bird droppings, one thing was certain. There was indeed an abundance of guano. This mineral, primarily composed of Mg and H4, PO4, 6H2O, features an orthorhombic crystal structure. It is evident from its chemical composition just how versatile this substance can be. Moreover, once a sufficient quantity of guano accumulates, The ammonia it contains gradually oxidizes into nitric acid under the action of nitrifying bacteria, ultimately accumulating in the soil as potassium nitrate, sodium nitrate, calcium nitrate, magnesium nitrate, and other forms, resulting in what is known as nitrous earth. This associated mineral, nitrous earth, can be easily extracted into nitrate by simple methods, such as mixing it with wood ash that has not been filtered to remove potassium and boiling it to precipitate calcium and magnesium ions, yielding nitrate with minimal impurities. In simpler terms, discovering guano essentially means mastering the art of producing nitrate, and possessing nitrate is tantamount to possessing gunpowder. In truth, it is not solely bird droppings that adorn the shores of Linghu. A plethora of diverse excrements has accumulated over time, gradually weathering and cementing into fecal stone deposits. The reason for such an abundance of feces by the lake is quite clear. These droppings must have originated from the creatures that once inhabited the area. It was not until the harsh winter ended that the deserted urban landscape began to foster a more flourishing ecosystem, gradually becoming desolate once more. The Wind of Madness, puzzled, asked, "We have nitrous earth and charcoal, but I recall that the recipe for black powder also requires sulfur. Where do you intend to find sulfur?" If his memory served him right, sulfur typically appears near volcanic craters or hot springs. However, this area clearly did not resemble either of those environments. Mosquito paused momentarily, evidently caught off guard by the question. If we cannot find sulfur, sulfates should suffice, albeit the process is slightly more complicated. They should still be relatively easy to locate, right? The Wind of Madness glanced around, shrugging in resignation. In any case, let us see what we can find. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor them. There was no sulfur to be found in the forest, nor did they encounter any suspected sulfurous substances by the lake. It was hardly surprising. How could such a material possibly exist in a wetland park? Nevertheless, just as they were on the verge of giving up, they stumbled upon some gypsum deposits by a small river extending from Linghu, composed of calcium sulfate. Gypsum can react with carbon at high temperatures to produce calcium sulfide and carbon dioxide, precisely the sulfate mineral they sought. How could I have forgotten this? Mosquito lamented, slapping the back of his head. Just the other day, I saw old by mixing this gypsum powder while making cement. Isn't this just calcium sulfate? The Wind of Madness chuckled ruefully. This is what they call darkness beneath the lamp. Nodding, he followed closely behind Mosquito. They observed that the players working at the construction site had, at some point, descended from the scaffolding, now brandishing tools as they encircled a two-headed cow. Beside the bovine stood an unfamiliar man wearing a leather jacket, sporting a disarmingly amiable smile, gesticulating with strange hand movements while uttering incomprehensible words. Mosquito, intrigued, halted. Who is that? A new NPC? I don't recall any updates scheduled for today. I don't know, let me go ask. The Wind of Madness, ever the action-oriented one, set down his plastic bucket and strode towards the crowd gathered around the smoking meat rack, pulling Egg Brother aside with curiosity. What is happening over there? Who is that person? Egg Brother, arms crossed, shook his head. The Wind of Madness edged closer, overhearing snippets of the players' discussions. How did this cow grow two heads? Is it a tamed mutant? This guy has been following us the whole way. I bet he is up to no good. He might even be a raider's spy. Not necessarily. What if he is an NPC? That doesn't make sense. If he were truly an NPC, he wouldn't be unable to communicate, would he? Could it be that the conditions haven't been triggered? Feeling the increasingly hostile glares from the surrounding crowd, Sun Shichi felt the weight of pressure mounting. While he concealed a revolver beneath his leather jacket, with the safety disengaged, he knew that even if he fired all 6 rounds, it would be futile against the encroaching residents of the shelter. A single blow from the crowd would send him sprawling. I will say this once more, I mean no harm. I am a merchant, do you understand? For heaven's sake, even 200 years ago, the profession of a traveling merchant existed. Or have you forgotten after sleeping for so long? All right, calm down. Let me rephrase. I would like to trade these goods on the cow's back for something you have in abundance that I happen to need. Anything will do? Of course, if you do not wish to trade, that's fine too. I will take my leave and not trouble you any further. Seeing that communication was impossible, Sun Shichi began to consider retreat. However, the residents of the shelter showed no signs of parting. Instead, they closed in even tighter, some brandishing ropes. Despair engulfed Sun Shichi. Just as he contemplated a desperate last stand, the residents surrounding him suddenly parted to reveal a man striding towards him, shouldering the carcass of a mutated reindeer. The creature weighed over 100 kilograms, nearly the size of a horse, yet the man carried it with ease, as though it were a trivial burden. Though he donned a seemingly harmless blue jacket, Sun Shichi sensed an aura of extreme danger emanating from him. This individual was undoubtedly no ordinary resident of the shelter. The man dropped his quarry heavily to the ground, exchanging a few words with his companions, who obediently dispersed. As he approached, Sun Shichi's anxiety heightened, his nerves taut. In an instant, a thought flashed through his mind. If he could take this man hostage, perhaps he could escape. However, his instincts warned him that if he attempted such a move, he would perish in an instant. "Who are you?" Chu Guang inquired, fixing his gaze upon Sun Shichi. Taken aback by the man's inquiry, Sun Shichi's face lit up with surprise. "You can speak?" "No, that's not what I meant. I mean, do you understand the language here?" The language here naturally referred to the Human Federation language. Prior to the war, this region belonged to the Human Federation, which naturally employed a unified tongue. Logically, the residents of the shelter should also communicate in this language, yet for some reason, these individuals seemed different. Chu Guang furrowed his brow, continuing to scrutinize him. "Now it is my turn to ask you questions." Detecting the unfriendly tone in the air, Sun Shichi hastily clarified. "My surname is Sun, and I am Sun Shichi from the neighboring Honghe town. I am a merchant." "Honghe town?" Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Chu Guang raised his eyebrows slightly. He was aware that this place was Tianxuan City, situated in the heart of the Hegu province. However, he was not well acquainted with the other cities within the province. "What brings you to Tianxuan City?" Sun Shichi cautiously inquired. "I am a merchant, naturally here to conduct business," Chu Guang replied, his expression remaining impassive. "A merchant? Then why have I heard my companions say that you were following them?" "It's a misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding." Sun Shichi waved his hands, exasperated. "I intended to head to Giant Stone City but happened to see them wearing blue coats on the way. I thought there might be a shelter nearby. So I wanted to trade something with you. I am merely a merchant, truly without any intention to offend." He had not anticipated that these individuals would be so sensitive. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to approach a typical survivor settlement alone, but this was a shelter. And those clad in blue coats were notoriously naive in the wasteland, both easily deceived and manipulated. They were predominantly the elites of the pre-war society or their descendants, often priding themselves on being the heirs of civilization, arrogant and oblivious to their surroundings. He had thought it would be harmless to follow them. At worst, he would be chased away like a beggar, with no real loss. To his astonishment, once they brought him in, they surrounded him without a word, refusing to listen or consider his explanation. It was utterly devoid of martial ethics. Despite Sun Shichi's explanations, Chu Guang's expression remained unyielding. "Regardless of your intentions, you have indeed committed an offense against us. I believe that in any corner of this wasteland, following someone cannot be deemed a friendly act. Wouldn't you agree?" Sun Shichi, drenched in sweat, nodded reluctantly. "You are right. Good. It seems you have recognized your error," Chu Guang acknowledged with a nod. "However, you need not worry. We are reasonable individuals. I have already persuaded my companions that you are willing to apologize for your transgressions." Sun Shichi hurriedly nodded. "Absolutely, I am willing." Upon hearing this, a smile finally grazed Chu Guang's face. "Very well. By the way, you wouldn't suggest we choose for ourselves, would you?" Sun Shichi, taken aback, stared blankly at the man before him. "Wait, what do you mean by choose for ourselves?" Chu Guang replied matter-of-factly. "You can't apologize empty-handed, can you? How else would an apology be expressed? We won't extort you. We merely wish to select something from your cart." At this point, the smile that had previously appeared on Chu Guang's face began to fade. "You wouldn't be reluctant, would you?" Sun Shichi wore an expression more sorrowful than crying, yet he stiffened his resolve and nodded. "Not at all. Everything is in this cart. Please, choose." These brigands, where had the restraint and pride of civilized people gone? To rob a tattered wanderer of the wasteland. It was akin to a wealthy man robbing a beggar on the street. Did they not feel any shame for their actions? Fury surged within Sun Shichi. Yet he maintained a facade of cordiality, daring not to reveal any negative emotions. He gradually began to realize that this shelter was fundamentally different from those he had previously encountered. As for Chu Guang, he paid no heed to the merchant's inner thoughts, for they bore no significance. Noticing the man's compliance, a pleasant smile returned to his face. "Then I shall not be courteous." Chapter 45, The Grainless Red River Town. To Chu Guang's surprise, the ox's back bore an impressive cargo. Atop the load rested 5 revolver-style rifles. Each boasted a caliber of 7 millimeters, with 2 rudimentary rifling grooves within the barrel, ensuring that bullets remained stable within a 50-meter trajectory. Particularly noteworthy was the rifle's simplistic spring-loaded mechanism, which not only allowed for easy maintenance, but also proved remarkably reliable in combat. Even in the event of a jam or misfire, a mere twist of the cylinder would resume firing. The barrel could be detached and utilized as a handgun, albeit with uncertain accuracy. What delighted Chu Guang the most, however, was the weapon's firing rate. Although designed as a semi-automatic, a swift pull of the trigger could unleash 6 shots in quick succession, effectively creating a suppressive effect. It was, in a word, quite user-friendly. As Chu Guang contemplated selecting a rifle as compensation, his gaze fell upon the burlap sacks tethered to the sides of the two-headed ox. Upon opening one, he discovered it brimming with coins. These coins, some a brass hue and others silvery white, were intriguingly rust-free. The brass coins appeared slightly smaller, while the silver ones were a bit larger, with denominations marked as 1 and 10 respectively. Pre-war currency? He mused, before flipping one over to reveal a faint inscription, Galaxy Arcade. Goodness, these are game tokens. Where on earth did you acquire these? I found them in the basement of an arcade, Sun Shichi replied. I thought they might be useful for smelting copper and steel, so I collected them. Typically, merchant caravans seldom paused to scavenge, preferring to trade with local scavengers for mutual benefit while avoiding potential conflict. Yet, circumstances varied. Even the most destitute mercenaries occasionally resorted to pillaging, and merchants short on funds might venture to scavenge on their own. This merchant clearly had not been in the trade long, as evidenced by the two-headed ox, likely a recent purchase. Are there more? Chu Guang inquired. Sun Shichi hesitated, then instinctively nodded. I believe there are still 2 cabinets. These sacks could probably hold 4 to 5 more. Excellent. I will take them all, Chu Guang declared, unloading the 2 sacks from the ox's back. Consider these sacks and their contents as your compensation to us. Next time you visit, be sure to bring the remaining tokens. How about this? For every 100 kilograms of tokens, I will offer you 4 kilograms of dried meat. 100 kilograms would roughly equate to a single sack, containing around 30 to 40,000 coins. In business, a steady flow of trade was essential, and Chu Guang was not inclined to exploit the situation too heavily. Thus, he selected these 2 sacks, which would serve his purposes well. Furthermore, as he intended to let this man leave, he preferred not to overtly display his need for weapons. Sun Shichi, visibly surprised yet cautious, nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I will ensure to bring them all next time. He had little interest in understanding the man's motives for acquiring these tokens, perhaps for sentimental reasons or something else entirely. After all, these old tokens were originally intended for trade in Giant Stone City for copper and steel, which yielded little profit. If they could facilitate access to a market and a refuge, it would be a worthwhile exchange. Moreover, lightening his load would ease his journey ahead. In addition to the 2 sacks of coins, Chu Guang also retained the 5 revolver rifles he had previously admired, purchasing the 200 rounds of 7mm ammunition Sun Shichi carried. In exchange, he provided the distant merchant with a total of 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 10 kilograms of smoked fish. Despite initial misunderstandings, both parties emerged satisfied from their transaction. Chu Guang obtained his desired items, while Sun, the merchant, acquired the trading rights and food he required. Survivors residing in Clear Spring City could scarcely fathom the plight of those in Red River Town. Although the 2 locations were less than 100 kilometers apart, the ecological conditions were starkly different. According to Sun Shichi, there existed a large-scale chemical industrial base and a landfill in the area. Following the war, these facilities fell into disrepair, leading to leaks that contaminated the soil with heavy metals and caused widespread desertification and compaction, a situation that had yet to be rectified by nature. Intriguingly, the landfill, once a source of local protests prior to the war, transformed into a significant resource for survivors over the 2 centuries following the nuclear conflict. Buried beneath decades of waste, a considerable portion had not been processed, creating what amounted to an unnatural mineral deposit in the current wasteland era, thus fostering the prosperity of local mining, archaeology, and trade. What do you eat then? Chu Guang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity after hearing Sun Shichi's account. Do you rely solely on imports? The price of grain must be astronomical. Certainly. We cannot rely solely on imports, Sun Shichi replied. Though we lack reindeer and hyenas, many mutated moles and rats are quite edible. Additionally, we capture some less dangerous insects to create protein extracts for livestock or to make a nutrient paste, much like this. As he spoke, Sun Shichi retrieved a sealed glass jar from the ox's pack, containing a dark gelatinous substance that resembled turtle jelly. Chu Guang had seen this earlier, but had not comprehended its purpose. What is this made from? He asked. Mutated cockroaches, Sun Shichi chuckled. Chu Guang was taken aback, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Although the substance was derived from the proteins and fats of mutated cockroaches through a lengthy process of boiling, filtering, drying, grinding, soaking, and reducing, it bore little resemblance to its original source and was rich in protein. Would you care for some? Sun Shichi offered. No, thank you. Chu Guang replied sternly. I would rather starve than consume that. However, Sun's assertion that the cost of such food was low piqued his interest. Mutated cockroaches were ubiquitous, and those in Clear Spring City likely had far lower heavy metal content than those in Red River Town. In a pinch, using this nutrient paste as emergency rations for players might not be such a bad idea. Chu Guang found himself deep in contemplation regarding the ethics of consuming such fare. Just then, another thought struck him. You seem quite knowledgeable about insects, he commented. Sun Shichi nodded eagerly. Of course, we deal with them daily. Do you have a method for dealing with leeches? Chu Guang pressed. Leeches? Sun Shichi blinked, momentarily taken aback. Are you referring to those mutated leeches? Indeed. Seeing Chu Guang nod, Sun Shichi pondered for a moment, his expression somewhat troubled. Such a creature is quite rare in Honghe Town, perhaps due to the abundance of ants in our area. Chu Guang furrowed his brow and inquired, Ants? Sun Shichi nodded, continuing, Indeed. We have a species known as ironback ants, roughly the size of a thumb, with the largest reaching the size of a fist. Their exoskeletons are incredibly tough and resistant to corrosion, consuming nearly anything. Most soft-bodied creatures stand no chance against them. Chu Guang asked, Could you bring a few for me to see next time? Sun Shichi chuckled, No problem. You can count on me. After the transaction was completed, the merchant named Sun did not linger, opting instead to continue his journey. Chu Guang made no effort to retain him, merely reminding him that there was a mutant camp near Street 76 and signs of raider activity towards the northern direction of Wetland Park, before wishing him a safe journey. The silhouette of the two-headed cow gradually vanished into the woods. As the players watched him depart, they began to speculate. That fellow was indeed a merchant. Phew. Good thing I didn't hit him. Would it have been all right to do so? I could have kept his items. While that sentiment held some truth, what if the merchant died and didn't respawn? It was unlikely he would not respawn, but perhaps with the impending winter expansion, he might truly be the only merchant available. Moreover, did you not hear the developers claim that Wasteland OL aims to create an economic system that accurately reflects supply and demand? If this isn't merely a tantalizing prospect, then a long-term strategy is indeed the correct approach. That does seem somewhat reasonable. Not paying heed to the players' discussions, Chu Guang was entirely focused on those 2 sacks of game currency. A bold idea struck him. If plastic chips could serve as a common equivalent, why couldn't metallic currency? Those 2 sacks contained no less than 60 to 70,000 coins, and it wouldn't be long before that merchant named Sun could procure a plethora more. For a scale of under 500 people, these coins would be more than sufficient. The brass coins could be deemed copper, while the silver-white coins could represent silver. With a value ratio of 10 to 1, the original contribution points would be merged into a new honor system, usable for purchasing identities, titles, and even private land. Simultaneously, the forthcoming systems for mercenaries, caravans, guilds, and legions would also be linked to contribution points. Only players with sufficient contributions would be qualified to lead others. This not only strengthens management, but also significantly restricts those players who cause disturbances. After all, the higher the value of a player's account, the more they cherish their hard-earned gaming privilege, tending to invest more effort and voluntarily uphold order within the game. Causing disturbances can be entertaining, and that is human nature. Wasteland OL Closed Beta Alpha 0, 3 version update announcement. Major adjustments to the economic system. As he typed this line, Chu Guang opened his document. He had previously noted down several brilliant ideas from the forum. Now, they were perfectly timed for application. Chapter 46, Developer's Log, Alpha 0, 3 version greetings. Esteemed players, I am your beloved planner, and thanks to our tireless efforts and the timely contributions of our dedicated closed beta testers, the development of Wasteland OL has made significant strides. I do not wish to boast, but the update in this Alpha 0.3 version marks the most consequential change since the inception of our closed beta. Previously, numerous players expressed grievances regarding the cumbersome process of calculating contribution points, which could only be checked after logging off, depriving them of the joy of counting their earnings in-game, all while worrying about potential NPC wage cuts. However, this concern was entirely unfounded, as the 404 Shelter's manager, who also serves as a novice guide, is fundamentally just and would never shortchange a player. This I can personally vouch for. Nonetheless, while the issue of wage cuts was non-existent, the convoluted process of contribution point settlement indeed required our attention. After receiving feedback, our planning department convened for 3 consecutive days and nights, ultimately concluding that we cannot sacrifice gameplay for the sake of realism. Thus, we have resolved to design a brand new currency to replace the existing contribution points as the primary reward players earn from quests. This new currency is remarkably convenient, categorized primarily into denominations of 1 and 10, with brass and silver hues, and can be utilized to purchase food, equipment, as well as other paid services and goods. Yes, with this update, food will no longer be provided for free. Players will need to spend in-game copper or silver coins to procure it. Concurrently, players will also receive monetary rewards from quests. Does that not sound intriguing? The gameplay has been instantaneously enriched. Moreover, following the Alpha 0 free update, the shelter will now permit its residents to possess personal property. Items or equipment scavenged from the wasteland will belong to the players, who may trade with others or sell them to the shelter for rewards. To facilitate this, we have introduced an additional storage system located in the buffer room at the shelter's entrance. There, you will find a row of lockers that can be secured with a password. You may have already noticed them, and they are now available for use. Both money and weapons can be stored there, excluding hazardous materials that are prohibited within the shelter. What? You inquire if it is free? Of course. There is a nominal fee. However, fret not, for the rental cost is quite affordable, accessible to all. Additionally, players with substantial contribution points need not despair. Although contribution points will no longer function as currency, your contributions to the shelter and civilization at large have not gone unnoticed by the NPCs. After thorough deliberation, our planning department has decided to incorporate contribution points into a brand new honor system. This system operates independently from the economic framework and primarily pertains to the privileges players enjoy within the shelter. In simple terms, it can be exchanged for identities and titles. All players will begin with the default identity of shelter resident, and for 2,000 contribution points, they can upgrade to citizen status. Within the 404 shelter, residents possess only basic human rights, whereas only citizens may own private land. Currently, only the citizen identity is available for exchange. The most basic citizen status permits the purchase of 5 square meters of private land, and as one's status advances, this limit will increase. More identities and titles will be released in subsequent updates based on testing progress. Simultaneously, the systems for mercenaries, caravans, guilds, and legions are being designed, each of which will have certain requirements regarding identity and contribution points. After the Alpha 0 free update, daily quest rewards will primarily consist of money, with contribution points awarded only for actions that benefit the overall interests of the outpost, including but not limited to holding public positions, resolving emergencies, and significant creations and inventions. Please keep this in mind. Upon posting the announcement, an immediate uproar did not ensue, though this was anticipated by me. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon here in the wasteland, while it was the dead of night elsewhere. For those who did not secure a reservation, the timing was rather unfortunate, while it was too early for those currently engaged in the game. Once they log off, they will naturally see it. Player, what is happening? Has the update rolled out already? Did I miss the entire 0.2 version? QEQ, upon seeing this post, I was taken aback. This player truly kept his word. No helmet, no sleep. However, there was little I could do. If it were possible, I would wish for the player's resurrection cooldown to be shorter than anyone else, but regrettably, the journey from embryo to fully developed individual requires some time. Just a little longer. They should be able to log back in by tomorrow. Not dwelling on the plight of this unfortunate player, I shut down my computer and stepped outside the shelter. The third batch of players had only been in the game for 2 days, and the concrete walls surrounding the sanatorium were nearly complete. Moreover, I noticed several players, under the guidance of a leader, beginning to dig the foundation in the clearing before the sanatorium, laying yellow mud bricks and applying cement. It appeared they were constructing a building. I approached one of the players transporting bricks and inquired, "What are you all doing?" The player, quite straightforward, chuckled and explained, "We heard the new NPC is a weapons merchant, so we are building her a weapon shop." What? Hearing this, I was astonished. Were they so proactive? Although I had indeed shared some information about the NPC with Fong Chong, I had never hinted at the construction of a weapons shop. This level of foresight was extraordinary. Maintaining a neutral expression, I glanced over at the adjacent foundation and continued, "And what about that one?" "That one? It should be a bathhouse. We used to go to the lake to wash up, but we realized it wasn't very safe. Especially after Old Boy nearly got bitten by a catfish yesterday. So, we decided to create a public bathhouse." I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. I maintained a stiff expression and nodded. "Ahem, good luck. It's commendable to prioritize hygiene." The player chuckled. "All right, I'll get back to work." Time swiftly passed, and evening arrived. Brother Fried Egg set up an iron pot in the clearing, first tossing in a chunk of hyena fat to render oil. Then adding chopped venison and some leafy greens he had scavenged, stir-frying it over a high flame with salt for seasoning. Tonight's menu featured fern stir-fried venison, accompanied by lightly boiled green wheat porridge. Thanks to the reindeer provided by the manager, the players could finally enjoy an improved meal. Curious about the pot, which I had never seen before, I turned to Old Boy, who was nearest to me. "Where did that pot come from?" Old Boy chuckled. "That is something Fong Chong and I put together." "You made that?" I glanced at him in surprise, then asked, "Is your furnace operational?" "It's up and running. Though the quality of the steel produced may be deemed mediocre, it suffices for crafting various tools." Lao Bai, brimming with pride, chuckled softly and remarked, "I intended to report this to you earlier, but could not locate you." He was pleasantly surprised that even the rudimentary technique of steel smelting had been mastered by these players. While the steel produced through such methods might not meet the highest standards, isn't all technology perfected through gradual progress? With the advent of iron, if not enhancing combat capabilities, at least the productivity has ascended to a new level. Chu Guang felt a surge of admiration, his face reflecting his esteem. "You have done remarkably well. I shall commend your contributions to the organization. You and your companions will be awarded 1,000 contribution points as recognition for addressing the steel needs of the outpost." Lao Bai was elated and promptly responded, "It is my honor to alleviate your burdens." Chu Guang shook his head, saying, "You are being overly modest. These players are truly exceptional, possessing both talent and eloquence, making my role as a manager rather effortless." I recall hearing from old Charlie at the general store on Better Street that most overseers of shelters do not fare well in their roles. The inhabitants of shelters are often more challenging to please than the survivors in the wasteland, even when provided with sufficient food and warmth. They tend to overlook their dire circumstances and voice unrealistic demands. Rarely do raiders manage to breach the formidable defenses of a shelter. Their feeble weapons hardly leave a mark on its gates. Most shelters that fall into disrepair due to external factors do so because of internal strife and discord, leading to self-dissolution. When I first heard old Charlie express such sentiments, I sensed a hint of melancholy in his tone, as though it stemmed from personal experience. When I initially assumed control of Shelter 404, I too felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing I might not fulfill my responsibilities well. Thus, I maintained a safety net on Better Street, employing small fish to watch over my interests. However, that apprehension has since dissipated. Similar issues may arise in any shelter, but such circumstances shall never transpire within my domain. Approaching the cooking station, Chu Guang held out a bowl and addressed Brother Fried Egg, who had just finished preparing a pot of stir-fried dishes. "Please serve me a bowl as well." Brother Fried Egg looked taken aback in his recollection. This NPC had never dined with them, leading him to question whether this esteemed individual was even programmed to require sustenance. Had the artificial intelligence been upgraded? "I'll do it," exclaimed Ting Ting, who had been waiting by the cooking station. She eagerly took the bowl, filled it generously with green wheat porridge, and handed it to the manager. "Be careful, it's hot." "Thank you," Chu Guang replied with a nod, then requested Brother Fried Egg to serve him a spoonful of stir-fried venison, which he poured directly over the thick green wheat porridge before turning toward the shelter's elevator. Chapter 47. As a planner proficient in human nature inside Shelter 404, in the room adjacent to the residence hall, Chu Guang handed a bowl and spoon to the wall side sitting Xia Yin. Observing the venison and fern leaves floating atop the green wheat porridge, Xia Yin swallowed hard, disregarding any potential poison, and began to voraciously consume the meal. The ability to eat indicates her recovery is nearly complete. Watching the mercenary devour her food, Chu Guang cast a brief glance at her right leg. Although the severed limb could not regenerate, the wound had largely healed, with scabs beginning to fall away and new flesh emerging. It seems the healing serum truly possesses remarkable properties. If only he could extract another dose. Once Xia Yin had eaten sufficiently, Chu Guang spoke up. How is your back feeling? Xia Yin set down the bowl and nodded nervously. To be honest, she lacked confidence. Yet, she feared that a refusal could lead to being sold off as a serf at the neighboring farm. This ruthless individual had torn a crawler apart and had shot at his own people without a flicker of hesitation. One could only wonder what else he might be capable of. Very well, Chu Guang nodded. Continuing, you can rest one more day, but you will officially start working the day after tomorrow. Xia Yin anxiously inquired, what exactly does the weapons shop proprietress do? Chu Guang replied, that is your character role. Have you not memorized your lines yet? With a bewildered expression, Xia Yin clearly did not grasp the implications of her new role. Chu Guang sighed. It matters not if you don't understand. My assistant, Xiao Qi, will provide you with on-the-job training. You simply need to follow my instructions diligently. Additionally, while I do not concern myself with matters elsewhere, you must refer to me as the manager in front of others. Do you understand? Xia Yin nodded affirmatively. Understood. Chu Guang instructed, now say it. Manager, Xia Yin muttered, lowering her head in submission. Hey, you learn quickly, Chu Guang remarked, pleased with her attitude, and handed her a chocolate-flavored lollipop. Very good. This is your dessert after the meal. Keep it. Xia Yin accepted the lollipop with a puzzled look. Staring blankly at the treat, her mind evidently wandering, Chu Guang was uninterested in her musings, nor did he wish to ponder what she was thinking. Login permissions were locked to prevent anyone from being restless during the night. Aside from the garbage player out in the wilderness, all 29 players had returned home. Sitting down at the computer in the residence hall, Chu Guang opened the forum. As he expected, the players who had removed their helmets, upon waking, did not first wash their faces or brush their teeth, but rather instinctively grabbed their phones or computers to log onto the Wasteland OL official website. The moment right after players logged out was, without a doubt, the most bustling time on the forum throughout the day, particularly just 3 hours prior. The Wasteland OL official website had released significant news. The Alpha 0.2 version had been online for less than 3 days, and now it was updated to version 0.3. Moreover, the content of this update was not lacking compared to the previous version. There was no need for it to be pinned at the top. The post Chu Guang had made as a planner had, without a doubt, replaced the lengthy analysis posts, becoming the hottest thread on the entire forum. Player old by the most diligent official in history. A major update every 3 days and a minor update every day. I love it. Player let them live. Tears of gratitude. Finally, tasks will yield wages. T player night 10. What do you mean? Were we not paid before? Did contribution points and affection not count as wages? Amusing, player Fong Chong. Wait a second, I have a question. Does this mean daily tasks will no longer grant contribution points? Player Gale, what the hell? Player let them live. What the hell, what the hell? Player Night 10, no way man. You can't do this. Panic, player Canyon escaping mole. Woo, I want to build a house. Don't stop me from building a house. By the way, what happens if I don't buy land to build a house? Player Elena, that should be considered illegal construction. Amusing, player Makabazi. What is the point of building a house? I want a farm. Damn it. 5 square meters isn't enough for anything. Angry, these players' focal points always seem to be peculiar. Chu Guang merely wished to convey that tasks and labor would now be compensated. However, the players fixated on the notion that contribution points would become harder to obtain. Furthermore, they seem to have misunderstood certain aspects regarding the identity system and private land system in this update. Nonetheless, the fault lay with him, as he had not clearly explained these components. First and foremost, players who had received the beta testing qualification should have already experienced that the game map of Wasteland OL is an open world, with the actual game map being exceedingly vast, almost infinite. In contrast, the surface outpost base of the shelter provides a limited safe zone. This 5 square meters of private land can be understood as the personal space within the walls provided to players by the outpost base. Players can construct houses on their designated land, provided that their height does not exceed that of the ruins of the sanatorium located at the center of the base. If one wishes to expand the area of their private territory, aside from striving to earn contribution points to elevate their identity level, they can also collaborate with friends for joint development and shared use. Of course, some smaller players might wonder if they can build a house outside the outpost walls if they do not have their own land. The answer is affirmative. We have promised that players can freely exercise their creativity to transform this world, and the server will retain these modifications as one of the core gameplay mechanics. However, It should be noted that free building is merely a function supported by the server. Players may utilize this function, but must adhere to the regulations established by the NPCs within the game. After all, in the narrative, players are residents of Shelter 404. The territory of the outpost encompasses not only the walls, but also the defensive buffer zones, agricultural areas, and so forth. As long as players do not encroach on these lands and do not pose a threat to the public safety and facilities of the outpost, they are free to express their creativity in construction. However, it must be highlighted that facilities built outside these territories are not protected by the shelter. Additionally, due to the fact that the scale of the outpost will continually evolve with development, nearby lands may be incorporated into the new territorial boundaries at any time. Therefore, for an optimal gaming experience, it is advisable to choose locations slightly farther away from the outpost when exercising creativity. In the asset disposal process, the manager will determine whether to demolish, classify as a public facility, or auction a building based on its intended use and quality. Depending on the method of disposal, the manager will consider providing a degree of compensation to players who lose their land. As we approach the end of the game testing phase, we will contemplate integrating the currency system with the attribute panel using digital currency and electronic bookkeeping, presenting it to players via a visual interface. Akin to the games you play on traditional PCs, attributes and assets will be readily accessible for review. However, achieving this functionality is no small feat, as it involves numerous complex technical challenges. We kindly ask for your patience and a bit of time for our development team. By the way, this update has added 20 beta testing qualifications. We believe the fortunate individuals have already received emails from the backend. Please check promptly. Chu Guang, of course, had not slept. In the wasteland, dusk had just fallen, and it was not yet 6:30 p.m. Sleeping this early would lead to waking up in the middle of the night. He had no gaming helmet to assist with sleep. Instead, he opted to lurk in the forum, observing the conversations of this motley group. Player Human Outline Vegetable Chef, Brother Guang, it's you. Sweat drips onto the earth beneath the crops. I fervently beseech for a chance to partake in the closed beta. I implore you, grant me this opportunity. The proud one retorts, continue your fanciful tales. I remain unconvinced. Allow me to reiterate, there exists no such thing as a fully immersive virtual reality game. Those accounts above are mere automatons. To the living souls in this forum, do not let yourselves be deceived by the malicious management of the herd. They are not virtuous. Elena interjects, are there indeed living beings in this forum? Or are they merely my alternate accounts? Humorously, Quitting Smoking exclaims, what? Have the 50 slots already been filled? Why have I not received any notification in my inbox? The one in debt with large eyes chuckles. Ha, I received it. A touch of nostalgia. One ha ha. The ID of the proud one seems somewhat familiar. It appears to be from the herd. However, what surprised Chu Guang was that this proud individual had actually followed him to the forum. Hadn't this fellow previously claimed that the official website was a fraudulent black site? What has prompted this capitulation to reality? Upon clicking on the account, Chu Guang found himself further amused. To his astonishment, this individual was indeed a pre-registered player. Having completed 10 questions after the threshold for reservations was raised, he was not the only skeptic in the forum regarding the existence of this game. All Chu Guang needed to do was filter through the 300 or so reserves and select 20 reliable players to join. Those who lack discernment and exhibit naivety need not apply. The construction site is replete with steel bars, yet they choose to enter the gaming realm to play the wise. One must wonder how profoundly they have faltered in their lives. Upset? Frustrated? I am indifferent to your plight. As a cunning planner adept in human nature, all Chu Guang needed was to employ 3 sentences to have the players labor throughout the night. Chapter 48, The Launch of Alpha 03. New gameplay unlocked. The following morning, outside the walls of the sanatorium, voices roared and shouts filled the air. The abandoned construction site was bustling with activity as groups of 4 transported stones, with rental fees for 2 small carts already paid. Quickly board the carts. Are there any strength-based companions? Let's wait for a teammate to chop trees, earn money, and level up. Looking for agility-based teammates. Perception-based players take priority. Intelligence-based players step aside. Let's tackle the scavenger tasks in the northern row houses. GKD. Damn it. Are intelligence-based players devoid of rights now? The outpost was recruiting part-time warehouse managers, offering a fixed daily salary of 9 silver coins and 100 contribution points, with working hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., including a 3-hour break. Job responsibilities included checking account books, inventory counting, and purchasing and selling supplies. With a preference for intelligence-based candidates, hiring only 2 individuals. Take note, the manager will always be watching you. Any discovery of favoritism or fraud will be severely punished. Wow, I'm signing up. The carpentry workshop was also hiring, with a guaranteed minimum salary of 10 silver coins and 200 contribution points. Additional commissions would be granted for tool-making orders. However, woodworking experience was required, including the ability to process logs and create furniture, bows, and spears. Time to leave. After the version update, every player received a novice gift package containing 5 copper coins from the generous manager. What could 5 copper coins accomplish? Quite a lot, actually. For instance, one could rent an axe at the lumberjack's hut for 5 hours, or rent a cart or other tools from the warehouse for the same duration. In addition to rentals, one could purchase a pound of ram's horn potatoes, green wheat, or 100 grams of jerky from the warehouse, showcasing a commendable purchasing power. It must be said that players are undeniably the most adaptable beings. If the scavengers of Better Street heard someone wanted to replace their long-used tokens with metal pieces, they would likely rise up in rebellion. But players are different. They are akin to particles engaging in Brownian motion within a bottle, embodying a duality of chaos and order. As long as they must repeatedly don and doff their helmets, they will never escape that bottle. The game operates under its own rules, with updates and adjustments being the norm. For players, this is common sense. In less than an hour, these self-taught prodigies had already familiarized themselves with the new version's rules and began devising strategies to adapt to this gameplay. In the open space before the walls, Feng Chong did not rush to set off. Instead, he gathered Lao Bai, Yi Shi, and Kuang Feng to sit together for a strategy meeting. Feng Chong, the most significant changes in Alpha 0.3 involve alterations to the economic and identity systems. Feng Chong, I just consulted the manager's assistant. To earn contribution points. Aside from making significant contributions, one can only acquire them through employment. Taking the warehouse manager as an example, working a day earns 100 contribution points. Starting from scratch, it would normally take 20 days to reach citizenship. Kuang Feng rubbed his nose and raised his hand. Let me add that it's not solely through the employment system. Daily active tasks have a guaranteed minimum. For instance, chopping down 20 trees and hauling them to the carpentry workshop not only rewards you for the trees themselves, but also grants an additional 80 contribution points. However, the daily limit for contribution points from active tasks is only 160 points, roughly filling up with 2 tasks. Feng Chong. Utilizing the rest periods of professional tasks for daily activities, the theoretical maximum contribution points one could earn in a day is 260. To accumulate 2,000 points would take 8 days. However, for the average person, that seems quite challenging. Yi Shi whispered, wait, so? My 3,000 contribution points are somewhat impressive. Lao Bai scratched the back of his head and chuckled, I have 5,000. Yi Shi, damn. Upon first entering the game, contribution points from chopping trees were calculated based on the length and thickness of the wood. A tree as thick as an arm yielded 1 point of contribution per meter, while one as thick as a thigh yielded 2 points. Perhaps the game's numerical design was flawed, as Lao Bai, with his strength-based character, directly amassed 800 points from chopping trees, while even Feng Chong, with the least stamina, earned 300 points in a single day. This was clearly unreasonable. Indeed, since the Alpha 0.2 version, the earnings from chopping trees had been significantly reduced. Now, in Alpha 0.3, the income from chopping a tree was limited to only 2 or 4 copper coins based on its thickness and length. Moreover, without one's own axe, a rental fee of 1 copper coin per hour had to be paid, leading to debt. Even if one chopped down 25 thick pine trees in a day, the earnings would only total 80 copper coins, equivalent to 8 silver coins. Adding the 80 contribution points for reaching the 20 tree threshold, the lumberjack profession had been drastically nerfed compared to the initial launch. However, the outpost was certainly not lacking in wood, as the tree chopping was likely intended to prepare for the upcoming spring planting. Thanks to the early game data overflow of contribution points, the 4 of us now held the highest contribution points in the game. I have already exchanged for citizenship, and soon you all should upgrade your statuses too. Together, we can secure a 20 square meter plot near the sanatorium. What is the point of securing land? Are you foolish? To build houses. Feng Chong rolled his eyes at Yi Shi, wondering how he could ask such a silly question. That makes sense. Lao Bai's eyes lit up. We could engage in commerce. Precisely. That's exactly what I had in mind. Fong Chang snapped his fingers, a smile brightening his face. The new version evidently encourages players to unleash their creativity and self-organize production and trade. Remember what Dogka said? The game's objective is to establish an economic system that accurately reflects supply and demand, which will largely determine how players acquire equipment and supplies, often through trading among themselves. If we don't secure land now, when will we? It's a pity the identity system restricts the amount of land each player can purchase. Otherwise, I would love to save up and buy all the land surrounding the sanatorium to develop wasteland real estate. Isn't that more cost-effective than buying property in major cities? Is there any possibility that this game won't be a hit upon public release? Kwang Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Your analysis is spot on. Yi Shi and Lao Bai exchanged excited glances, their faces brimming with enthusiasm. How much does it cost to buy land? Fong Chang smiled and replied, I checked, and it only costs 10 silver coins per square meter. What we need to do now is to gather 200 silver coins before any other players. Lao Bai hesitated. What if someone beats us to it? Fong Chang made a helpless expression. If that happens, we can just invite them to join us. There aren't many players who have reached citizen level yet. Even if someone is quicker than us, how many can there be? A couple more 1T hurt. The three nodded, agreeing with the idea of inviting others to join their cause. I have another question. Yi Shi raised his hand and said, what can we do to earn money? I checked, and the highest paying job without experience is burning cement, but it only pays 10 silver coins a day. Even with a 20 production bonus, it barely reaches 12. And it requires 2 people. Kwang Feng pointed in the distance and reminded, moreover, there are no spots left. Look at the cement kiln over there. Smoke is already rising, so it's likely full. Although the cement kiln was built by Lao Bai and his companions, after the Alpha 0.3 version updated the land system. The facilities within the walls were classified as public amenities. As the constructors of these facilities, Lao Bai and Fong Chang enjoyed a 30-day priority purchasing right. However, the location of the cement kiln was rather remote, almost adjacent to the wall's base, making it vulnerable to enemy incursions where a volley of bullets could easily render it useless. Neither of them intended to squander their precious land acquisition quota. After all, the technical complexity of this facility was not particularly high. It would be wiser to await the expiration of the 30 days, at which point the fixed assets on the land would be officially confiscated. The management would also compensate them with a sum of money and contributions. They would even relish the opportunity for immediate confiscation, as they could use the demolition compensation to purchase land. Fong Chang stroked his chin and remarked, even if we do not fill all positions, I would not recommend applying for those fixed roles. To outpace other players, we must carve our own path. Yi Shi looked at him and inquired, such as? For instance, hunting. Fong Chang replied with a nod. I just noticed at the warehouse entrance that the carcass of a mutated hyena can be exchanged for 5 silver coins. For prey weighing over 30 kilograms, we would earn an additional 2 copper coins for every kilogram beyond that. Yi Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. 5 silver coins? Such a bounty. This is calculated at the minimum standard. Although mutated hyenas typically weigh around 30 kilograms, it is autumn now, and most prey are accumulating fat, resulting in a general increase in weight. He continued, besides mutated hyenas, mutated reindeer are also on the acquisition list, with each specimen priced at no less than 12 silver coins. If our team of 4 can hunt 8 mutated hyenas in a day, we would consistently surpass the income generated by 4 individuals working together to produce cement. Every additional hyena is pure profit. This was Fong Chang's identified method to amass 200 silver coins swiftly. But where shall we find so many prey? Lao Bai hesitated. It seems that Wetland Park is mostly home to birds and small animals. We would likely need to venture from the wetlands to the city to find larger game. You need not worry about that. I have been shadowing the manager and hunting these past few days, and I have memorized which areas are perilous and where the game is abundant. Moreover, just yesterday, the manager and I discovered a migrating herd of deer. As long as we follow their tracks, locating prey should be quite manageable. Kwang Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, our Yi Shi possesses the highest perception among all players, with 9 points in perception, so searching for prey should not pose much of a challenge. The real question is, how do we hunt? The weapons dealer has yet to open for business. Fong Chang smiled with confidence and said, there is no need for firearms. Javelins, slingshots, bows, and crossbows. If wielded effectively, these weapons perform comparably to guns at medium to close range. Kwang Feng frowned and asked, have you ever used a bow? It is quite the challenge to hit a target. He recalled a previous outing organized by the university to an archery club where he had tried his hand at archery, utilizing a bow with professional sights. Not to mention hitting a target 20 meters away, merely managing to retrieve his arrows from the target was considered a sign of talent. Many individuals, despite aiming at their targets, often shot at others' targets or missed entirely, with arrows landing on the floor or the protective padding on the ceiling. If one were to use a bow without sights, Huang Feng could hardly fathom the abysmal accuracy. Yet, Feng Chong appeared unconcerned about this issue, maintaining a confident smile. "You need not worry. Archery will be my responsibility, and I possess a modicum of skill. You shall handle trap-making and finishing off the prey, while Lao Bai takes the front line, and Yi Shi will be in charge of reconnaissance and vigilance. Trust me, this lineup is exceptionally reliable." Chapter 49. Chu Guang is strategizing a grand game. It is not only Feng Chong who has noticed. Many players have become aware of this as well. The significance of this update transcends merely refining the economic system and integrating contribution points into the honor system. Its most profound implication lies in emphasizing collaboration among players. As the player base expands, this development appears inevitable. A robust social system not only enhances players' gaming experience, but also increases user engagement and daily activity. Although the latter seems somewhat superfluous for the technologically adept Wasteland OL, the players filtered in by Chu Guang are a hardcore bunch, practically yearning to remain online for 24 hours a day, reluctant to log off until the mandatory shutdown time. Their self-discipline is akin to a life devoid of personal relationships. Regardless, from the perspective of the majority of players, the impact of this update on interplayer cooperation is profoundly significant. While the official social system remains unchanged, many existing settings have laid the groundwork for party and guild systems. For instance, a quintessential example is that players can share land usage rights with friends. A mere 5 square meters of land might seem inconsequential, but when 4 players combine their efforts, they can amass 20 square meters, enough to construct a modest dwelling. Is this not the embryonic form of a guild? Little Chi, do you understand what the soul of a game is? What is it? Standing on the 3rd floor of the infirmary, observing the bustling players inside and outside the forward base, Chu Guang's lips curled into a subtle smile. It is mathematics. Mathematics? Indeed, more accurately, it is the design of values. This is an art form. Excellent numerical design can even constitute a gameplay style in itself. In contrast, the narrative, graphics, and settings serve as the added values bestowed upon the game by art. Baidu is not entirely useless. Occasionally, it can yield some nonsensical drivel. After a brief pause, Chu Guang continued thoughtfully. Through the design of values, we can ensure that most methodical players receive contribution points and currency within a reasonable range throughout the day. For instance, under normal circumstances, transitioning from resident to citizen requires 2 to 3 weeks. This duration cannot be excessively long, as it may lead to a loss of player confidence. Nor can it be too short, as easily attained rewards lack significance. Once players achieve citizenship and become our core users, we will promptly set new objectives for them, such as purchasing land. Little Chi tilted the camera slightly. Purchasing land? But the prices you set seem rather affordable. Indeed, Chu Guang nodded. For players who have already attained citizenship, acquiring land itself requires little time, merely a matter of reaching into their wallets. However, once they acquire land, they must build something upon it. Constructing houses necessitates cement, bricks, and for sturdier small buildings, steel. By erecting several houses, the production capacity of these construction materials will inevitably increase. I cannot believe these players would willingly tolerate their in-game abodes resembling shanties. Why do citizens only receive 5 square meters? If I were to grant them 10 or 20 square meters, our safe zone would soon be littered with useless shanties and debris. Little Chi. I see. For AI, empathizing with these concepts might pose a challenge. Nevertheless, Chu Guang remained unperturbed. With a faint smile, he elaborated, whether selling land, constructing houses, or acquiring furniture, all of these require financial resources, correct? And where does the money come from? Apologies, but this game is still in closed beta. Currently, it does not support microtransactions. To earn money, players must diligently complete tasks, grind through dungeons, or labor in the fields. Through the task system as a lever, Chu Guang can effortlessly regulate the flow of currency, thereby indirectly influencing players' actions. For example, if the shelter is short on food, he would raise the rewards for gathering and hunting tasks. If there is a need to construct houses, he would enhance the earnings from transporting bricks, plastering, and mixing cement. And if mutants or raiders come knocking, then it is no longer a matter of money. Chu Guang would initiate a game event, launching an unyielding war mobilization and temporarily exempting players from death penalties during the event, providing them with weapons. Faced with a horde of fearless calamities, even mutants, who know not the meaning of fear, would tremble. Once they have experienced enough gameplay, I will unlock new identity levels for them. Beyond citizenship, there will be intermediate citizenship, and the purchasable land will increase to 25 square meters. By then, the second circle of walls will be erected, and materials like cement, bricks, wood, and steel will be plentiful. Unsurprisingly, they will construct larger houses and repeat the aforementioned processes. When they grow weary of building houses at their doorsteps, I will bestow noble titles upon these veteran players and assign them a slightly more distant fief to experiment with. Weapons, ammunition, food, fuel, building materials. They will always find something to produce. If they cannot produce it, they can import it from their homeland, conveniently providing new players with tasks. As for what lies beyond that, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Goodness, I have only just unlocked the B1 level of the shelter myself, and yet I find myself worrying so far ahead. The number of cultivation pods stored in Shelter 404 remains an enigma. He may eventually have to devise a method to create such things himself. He is confident that the extraordinary original administrator accomplished an unprecedented technological feat within the shelter and will surely reveal all truths to him once he uncovers the secrets. However, although the path ahead is unpredictable, Chu Guang remains filled with confidence regarding this substantial update in Alpha 03. He is strategizing a grand game. By achieving the foundational industrialization, survival in the wasteland is now feasible. Players who have upgraded to citizenship can be liberated from basic labor positions, allowing them to engage more in creative, combat, and exploratory endeavors, fully utilizing their advantage of being able to resurrect and learn through trial and error repeatedly. Ideally, a unique symbiotic social relationship should have formed between the NPC wasteland natives and the clone players, complementing each other's strengths while imposing mutual constraints. If all goes well, players possessing property, wealth, equipment, friendships, and even love will regard Wasteland OL as their second life, becoming proponents of order rather than challengers, thus establishing a healthy game ecology. Such games do exist in reality, commonly referred to as server environments. Of course, Chu Guang understands that plans are forever subject to change. So he has prepared numerous Plan Bs to address unforeseen circumstances. These beta players, meticulously selected by Chu Guang, have clearly been enticed by the grand vision he painted, cooperating even more than he had anticipated. Little Chi raised the camera, gazing at his master standing nearby, softly reminding him, "Master, do you realize that you are smiling like a villain right now?" "A villain? Have you ever encountered such a benevolent villain as I?" Chu Guang shot a glare at this inarticulate creature. "I liberated them from their mundane existence, granting them an extraordinary 12 hours in their lives. All they need to contribute is a modicum of sweat and the time to dream. Beyond that, they incur no losses, not even spending a single penny. Goodness. When put this way, it does seem like a loss. This helmet should be monetized." However, after much contemplation, Chu Guang found himself at a loss as to what he would do with the money. Online purchases could not be delivered, and he bore no responsibility for the server's electricity costs or the helmet's production expenses. At least for now, collecting payment could be quite troublesome. The wind atop the rooftop is rather strong. The squad of cattle and horses, which he had the utmost faith in, has already set off with bows, javelins, and provisions procured through crowdfunding, presumably for a hunting expedition. Previously, Chu Guang had been diligently training a player named Yushir, imparting upon him the survival skills necessary for the wasteland, as well as how to utilize perception to track prey and discern danger. He had even successfully guided him to find the tracks of a deer herd. With the 9mm ammunition running low, Chu Guang decided to grant himself a day of respite. Shao Qi adjusted the camera, obediently responding, "As you command, master." As noon approached, a hoarse whimper emerged from the half-open cultivation pod adjacent to the residence hall. "Wowu, dear sister, I have finally come to life." Having risen too excitedly, her forehead struck the still-closing hatch, and Yiya rubbed her reddened brow as she sat up in the pod. Gazing at the delicate skin and impressive physique reflected in the mirror across from her, her eyes brimmed with tears, half from pain and half from exhilaration. Before logging in, she had endured 3 sleepless nights on the forum. 3 whole days. God knows how she survived those restless nights without the helmet. Wiping away her tears, Yiya quickly donned the clothes stored in the pod's compartment, tugging the zipper tight and trotting out of the room. The lights in the residence hall were on. Hearing footsteps from next door, she hastily closed the web page she had been browsing, released the mouse, and glanced at the player entering the hall. The young player, head bowed, spoke in a tone of remorse. "Esteemed administrator, please allow me to apologize for my rash and thoughtless actions." Although the planner had told her that apologies held little significance, this NPC felt astonishingly lifelike, especially when he looked her way. She felt compelled to utter an apology, lest she be unable to forgive herself. "There is no need for you to apologize to me. It is the trust of the organization and those who still lie in slumber underground that you have let down." Chu Guang observed her attire. If he recalled correctly, this blue uniform jacket was provided in only 2 sets for each cultivation pod. Should she perish again, she might find herself in dire straits. While Ting Tung had crafted some warm animal skin jackets, they were only suitable for outerwear, and wearing nothing beneath would be somewhat inappropriate, especially given her rather unique physique. Chu Guang continued, his expression impassive. "According to the rules, I should deduct 500 contribution points from you. Unfortunately, it seems you have none to forfeit." Yaya lowered her head, expressing her shame. "I am truly sorry. I am willing to accept any punishment. Punishment is intended to impart a lesson. To survive in this wasteland, one requires not only courage but also intellect. I hope you will cherish your life and this hard-earned opportunity to return to the surface." Chu Guang paused briefly before continuing, "Take care of yourself. Permanent deportation means the forfeiture of your gaming privileges." Upon hearing the words permanent deportation, Yaya shuddered and hastily replied, "Yes. I promise it will never happen again." Satisfied with her attitude of contrition, Chu Guang nodded slightly. "You may go." Yaya, feeling dejected, was about to head for the door when the administrator, seated at his desk, suddenly called out to her, "Wait a moment. Do you have any further instructions?" Just a moment. Let me show you something." With that, Chu Guang retrieved a metallic can from the drawer, peeled back the tab, and tore off the lid. An enticing aroma wafted from within. Chu Guang was momentarily taken aback. To his surprise, the aged can showed no signs of oil separation and appeared as pristine as if it had just been produced. Could it have been freshly processed? Chu Guang's expression turned peculiar. Is there a need to test for poison? It hardly seems necessary. Meanwhile, the just resurrected Yaya had not given it much thought. Although her stomach was empty, she wasn't particularly hungry until she caught sight of the delectable can, causing her to involuntarily swallow. She looked up at the administrator, her face radiating disbelief and gratitude. "Is this for me?" Chu Guang did not respond but inquired, "Do you wish to eat it?" Yaya nodded eagerly, "Yes." Chu Guang then asked, "Is there anything unusual about its color? Perhaps a green glow?" Yaya vigorously shook her head. "No. When one is hungry, everything appears delectable." Her attention was completely captivated by the food, and she swallowed again in anticipation. This administrator truly has a heart. Despite having just punished her, she thought to herself, "All right, I understand. I'll let you see it, but don't overthink it." Yaya left with tears glistening in her eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Guang, seated and enjoying the can, reflected that perhaps he had been a tad excessive this time. Chapter 50. The Diligent Players. How long does it take to harvest 100 kilograms of mushrooms? In truth, Chu Guang had no precise answer. He generally avoided such tasks. His sustenance was always self-sourced, and he would never resort to fungi unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Yaya stepped out of the shelter, her demeanor dejected. The moment she set foot on the open grounds before the sanatorium, she was taken aback by the astonishing sight before her. Had the map been updated? This was an entirely unfamiliar landscape. Surrounding the sanatorium was a 3-meter-high concrete wall, with slopes of cement blocks and rubble forming the inner side. The top of the wall was fortified with hoods salvaged from junked vehicles and aluminum strips collected from the wasteland, creating a makeshift barrier that exuded a distinctly cyberpunk aesthetic. Not only was there a perimeter wall, but directly in front of the sanatorium stood 2 small brick and wood structures, one larger than the other. Hanging at the entrances were wooden signs, one marked weapon shop, the other bathhouse. 3 days offline felt akin to a century. The changes from this version update were monumental. Yaya was momentarily bewildered. After a while, she located the gate in the wall and, as she approached, observed 2 players laboriously hammering sharpened wooden stakes into place. "What are you doing?" she inquired curiously as she neared them. Without lifting their heads, the 2 players continued their task, puffing with effort, making fences and barriers. "The quest was picked up at the carpentry hut. It requires 2 people, and you're late." One replied. "Exactly. Reinforcing a barrier nets you 5 silver coins and 50 contributions. If we are attacked, we can push the fence to the entrance, even if they breach the wooden door. We can encircle them with the barrier and shoot from a distance. It's incredibly effective. Is it really necessary to make this so complicated? The task board mentions just placing 2 stakes horizontally. You don't understand. This is a replica of the wooden anti-tank barricades from World War II. Once we have the resources, we can wrap it in barbed wire. Not even the green-skinned, muscle-bound marauders will get past this. As the 2 players squabbled over the practicality of their defensive construction, Yaya stood there, perplexed and laden with questions. Silver coins? Was that the new currency introduced in the recent update? What was this carpentry hut for? Hadn't T-quests always been viewed on plastic boards? It seemed the recent update had indeed brought significant changes. Regardless, she needed to complete her punishment task quickly to regain her citizenship status. She couldn't afford to miss out on this version only to find a new one had arrived. With that in mind, Yaya resolved to find a container for her mushroom collection. However, as she approached what she thought was a pile of plastic buckets, she discovered that the refuse accumulated within the sanatorium had been collected and stored in a wooden shed. Upon approaching, she noticed a player seated at a wooden table, casually reclining with a notepad and an oil-based pen beside him. Upon seeing Yaya approach, the player looked up, astonished. "Oh, you're alive?" Yaya was taken aback. "Do you know me?" "Of course. Who wouldn't he? You're the only one who ever gave away free stuff since the server opened." Fuming, Yaya felt the urge to retaliate, but sensed she might not win, so she merely shot him a glare. "Move aside, I need a bucket. Small bucket for 1 copper coin, large bucket for 2. "What?" Yaya's eyes widened. "You're charging for this trash? Why don't you just steal it then?" "Look, lady, I didn't set the rules. I'm just working here," the player replied with an exasperated expression, twirling the pen in his hand. "If you have complaints, take them to the NPC. There are penalties for not adhering to the rules. The only tools available are steel ones. This trash is for sale, not for rent." He continued, "Wasn't everyone given 5 copper coins in the update? It's not a lot, just buy 1. Yaya was stunned. "Huh, we were given money? Why didn't I receive any?" The player scratched his head, clearly unsure. Could it be a favorability issue? Did you offend an NPC? If your favorability drops, it could affect your rewards." Yaya felt a pang of sorrow. "Seriously? I've already been punished. Do I have to suffer a drop in favorability too?" At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in from behind her. "I'll pay for her. Hey, that has 2 items total. Please note that down." The player flipped open his notepad, jotting down a line with his pen. Date: Tailor Ting completed 2 hyena skin coats. Upon becoming a tailor, as long as one completed a certain number of orders daily, they would receive a basic salary plus a reward of 2 silver coins for each quality garment produced. Players could also purchase hides, fibers, and other materials from the warehouse to craft coats for sale to others or back to the warehouse, akin to running a small business. The profit from each coat produced in this manner could be around 15 silver coins, and if crafted exceptionally well, it was likely that players with ample funds would pay a handsome price for them. Ting planned to hone her skills further, save up some funds, and open a clothing store right at the entrance of the sanatorium. Running her own shop would surely be more profitable than working for an NPC, wouldn't it? Ting. Snapping back to reality, Yaya grasped Ting's arm, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. She never expected that the only hand extended to her upon her return would be from Ting, with whom she had previously quarreled. Feeling a bit embarrassed under Yaya's gaze, Ting blushed and pulled her arm away. "Don't look at me like that. It's just 1 copper coin. Not a lot. You can pay me back later. I'm sorry for how I acted before. You're truly kind." "Well, I didn't hold it against you. Just do your best. I need to get back to making clothes, so I'll be leaving now." Leaving a copper coin on the table, Ting clutched a basket brimming with animal hides and turned to depart. However, Yaya quickly intercepted her, eagerly offering, "Let me help you." No. You go to your thing. Just let me be." Raising the basket high, the enthusiastic Yaya grinned. "That won't do. You're too small to handle all that. Where's your workstation? I'll help you carry it." Why does she have to be so infuriating? Ting thought, feeling a vein pulse on her forehead as she trembled slightly. Meanwhile, seated on a stool, Brother Mosquito diligently secured 2 wooden planks with tools, using a thin aluminum sheet scavenged from the wasteland sandwiched in between. Once he strung it with a bowstring crafted from the sinew of a mutated hyena. A simple wooden bow was complete. Done. Another order fulfilled, and 2 silver coins were earned. Brother Mosquito hung the finished bow on a nearby shelf. waiting for other players to come and select it. Strictly speaking, however, to craft a true hunting bow, these rudimentary methods were far from sufficient. Brother Mosquito had heard that the quality of the wood used for the bow's handle was crucial, even down to its moisture content. However, it must be acknowledged that for players without firearms, this contraption proves to be quite commendable. Within a distance of 30 paces, dispatching a mutated hyena poses little challenge, provided one is accurate, which he himself evidently is not. Crafting 20 wooden bows that can penetrate the skull of a mutated hunting dog within a range of 20 meters. This task may require a couple of days to accomplish. Mosquito mumbled to himself, casting a glance at the various bottles and jars perched on the corner of his table. Within them lay the nitrate he had extracted from the soil, while a nearby container held gypsum powder laced with calcium sulfate, and beneath the shelf sat a barrel of dark, dense charcoal. Initially, he had intended to produce black powder today. However, the reward offered by the manager for fulfilling the order was simply too enticing. By crafting merely 5 wooden bows each day, he could secure a guaranteed wage, in addition to earning 2 silver coins for each bow produced. Perhaps it is best to prioritize earning money first. Spending all day conducting chemical experiments in the carpenter's shed is hardly ideal. He planned to save up some funds, purchase a plot of land, acquire cement and bricks, and construct a small house dedicated to selling the weapons he designed. Surely, this would be far more engaging than woodworking. At that moment, the door of the carpenter's shed swung open, and Feng Chang, who had previously purchased a bow from him, strode in with purpose. "Bring me another 20 arrows." "Of course, but are you certain this item is still usable?" Feng Chang expressed his frustration as he placed the quiver on the table. Inside, it was filled with a heap of broken arrows, along with arrowheads that had detached from their shafts. He plopped down onto a nearby stool, sighed deeply, and continued his lament. "The quality of these items is utterly disheartening." Mosquito picked up the quiver, drew an arrow for inspection, and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Rational analysis suggests that leaving the arrowhead embedded in the prey could be considered a merit. However, as you pointed out, the wastage during hunting is rather excessive. I shall contemplate how to improve this. The arrowheads were fashioned from sharpened metal pieces, affixed to the wooden shafts with resin, and their quality was indeed lacking. "Please. No need for formality. This is simply my duty." Mosquito counted out 20 arrows from a nearby shelf and handed them to Feng Chang. The price for one arrow was 2 copper coins, amounting to 4 silver coins for 20. Without hesitation, Feng Chang retrieved 4 silver coins from his pocket and placed them generously on the table. This was payment he had obtained from his latest hunt. "Thank you, my friend." "Not at all. I wish you a pleasant hunting experience," Mosquito replied with a grin, waving farewell to Feng Chang as he exited. "By the way, would you care to try my new weapon? I assure you it is exceptionally effective." Upon hearing this, Feng Chang, who had just reached the doorway, nearly stumbled as he misstepped. "Cough, cough. Next time for sure." That would truly be a test of one's life. Mosquito scratched his nose, puzzled. Is it really that exaggerated? He had originally planned to equip his Hellfire Zero, one with a close combat bayonet. Chapter 51, The Economic System of Wasteland OL on the inaugural day of the Alpha 03 version. The test results were exceedingly promising. Through the concerted efforts of the players, the walls surrounding the outpost were finally completed. This 3-meter-high concrete construction not only instilled a sense of security, but also facilitated nighttime gameplay for the players. With the protection of the walls, players could remain above ground until their characters began to tire, fatigue values depleted, provided they wished to do so. However, for safety reasons, Chu Guang still prohibited players from using facilities with open flames, such as blast furnaces, during the night, while steel smelting and cement production during the day was manageable. With the trees mitigating much of the smoke and flames being less conspicuous, the situation was less certain after dusk. The mutant tribe of Street 76 posed a persistent threat, akin to a thorn lodged in the throat of the outpost. Until this threat was neutralized, Chu Guang could not find peace of mind. In addition to the walls, the weapon shop and bathhouse were also completed through the players' diligence. Though modest, they were operational. Chu Guang was particularly pleased with the bathhouse, which featured partitions. Previously, both he and the players had to wash by the lakeside. Now, with the bathhouse, hygiene concerns could be addressed directly within the base. However, the wooden water tank atop the bathhouse could only store 5 cubic meters of water, which could lead to shortages with prolonged usage. Thus, it would require manual labor to transport water from the lake to refill the tank, presenting a certain inconvenience. Consequently, The astute and magnificent administrator was contemplating transforming the bathhouse from a public facility to a fee-based service, charging 5 copper coins for each cubic meter of water. Additionally, a position for a water attendant would be created, responsible for replenishing the water tank. This seemed quite reasonable. On another front, aside from construction, the players' performance in production, gathering, hunting, and crafting also exceeded Chu Guang's expectations. The emergence of currency significantly stimulated the players' enthusiasm for production. The mere sound of coins jingling in their pouches invigorated them, dispelling fatigue and invigorating their spirits as they labored diligently. Among them, the outstanding beef and horse team, composed of 4 seasoned players, showcased remarkable prowess. Their quadrilateral strategy integrated reconnaissance, frontline engagement, damage output, and support, leading to impressive results in their inaugural collaboration. By evening, having ventured south along the elevated highway, they had successfully hunted 8 mutant hyenas and 1 mutant reindeer. The proceeds from their hunt amounted to 55 silver coins, with 43 from the hyenas and 12 from the reindeer. Although both the mutant hyena and reindeer had low meat yields, typically exceeding only 40 and not surpassing 50. The temporary butcher, Brother Fried Egg, managed to extract over 100 kilograms of hyena meat and an equal amount of deer meat. These meats would be processed into smoked products for storage. Before being transformed into smoked goods, players could also purchase fresh raw meat as their dinner. It is noteworthy that previously, all players dined communally, with Brother Fried Egg orchestrating the meal plans for 2 daily servings. However, that had changed dramatically. The base's granary was now open to all players, with fair and reasonable prices. 1 silver coin could be exchanged for 1 kilogram of green wheat, 300 grams of raw meat, or 200 grams of jerky. What does 1 silver coin represent? According to Chu Guang's design, 1 silver coin could be converted into 10 copper coins, roughly equivalent to the median hourly income of the players. In other words, the vast majority of players could satiate their hunger with just 12 hours of diligent work or by patiently completing tasks. As for whether players consumed the purchased food directly or prepared it with seasonings into porridge or flatbreads, or even shared meals or traded, they had the freedom to decide. When Chu Guang designed this simple economic system, he calculated the figures. A mutant hyena weighing slightly over 30 kilograms, after accounting for inedible organs and the head, could yield approximately 12 kilograms of meat. Purchasing the prey from hunters at a base price of 5 silver coins and spending an average of 2 silver coins to hire a butcher for dressing and skinning. The total cost amounted to merely 7 silver coins. Assuming the yield of 12 kilograms of meat, at the price of 300 grams of raw meat for 1 silver coin, it would equate to 40 silver coins, with a production cost of 7 silver coins and negligible circulation costs. This simple economic chain would yield a surplus value of 33 silver coins. While this figure held little significance for the players, who were immersed in the game, it bore immense importance for Chu Guang as the administrator. As long as this economic chain from prey to raw meat continued to function, each cycle would provide the granary of the outpost with 33 silver coins worth of raw meat and a certain number of silver coins worth of pelts. Of course, players could not consume all the raw meat. Even if they emptied their pockets, they could not purchase everything they produced. Overindulgence was unwise. Therefore, aside from a small portion of meat purchased by players using the silver coins they earned, the majority would remain as raw materials flowing into a new economic chain, stored in the granary as food reserves for the shelter. In addition to the industry of transforming prey into jerky, activities such as tree cutting, scavenging, cement production, brick moving, gathering, and fishing operated under a similar economic model. For instance, with the completion of the walls, the base's demand for plastering and bricklaying diminished, replaced by a greater need for food and weapons to feed and arm more players. Thus, Chu Guang would judiciously lower the prices of weapons in the carpenter's workshop to encourage players to order weapons and upgrade their gear while simultaneously raising the purchase price of prey, urging capable players to hunt with their newly acquired weapons and enhance their skills. In this manner, players would become financially prosperous, equipped with better gear, and accumulate combat experience. Meanwhile, Chu Guang would not only amass a substantial food reserve, but also cultivate a robust source of soldiers. It was, without a doubt, a win-win situation. No, rather, it was a try-win. As the administrator, Chu Guang could reap the benefits twice. Those few coins acted as catalysts, invigorating the entire economy of the outpost without creating any real value. Chu Guang felt like a genius. The only minor issue was that no one had cooked today. Brother Fried Egg had yet to save enough money to open the restaurant. To save costs, nearly everyone flocked to the granary to claim their meager rations. Using 1 silver coin to buy a kilogram of horned potatoes, several teammates would rent a large pot, ignite a fire, and cook them haphazardly, passing the pot to the next person after feasting. Not cooking them properly was inconsequential, as these potatoes were edible raw. It merely pertained to hygiene and taste. In an instant, with their newfound goals, the players seemed to abandon their standards for food quality and fully embraced a spirit of hard work. With only one requirement, to fill their stomachs. Only Yi stood apart. While others happily gnawed on potatoes, she could not even afford a single one. The administrator had forgotten to allocate her rations, and having logged in too late to find teammates, she sat forlornly in a corner, munching on sour berries and mushrooms. Finally, it was Tung Tung who could no longer bear to watch. She approached and shared half a bowl of mashed horned potatoes with Yiya. Observing Yiya devour the food ravenously, Tung Tung could not bring herself to mock her and sighed. Starting tomorrow, you must diligently complete tasks to earn money. I cannot support you indefinitely. Yiya, touched, embraced Tung Tung tightly. Tung Tung, are you an angel? Gazing at the tear-filled eyes of Yiya and the contorted face of Tung Tung, heaved a sigh as he blushed and wriggled out from beneath her arm. What nonsense are you uttering? The sky gradually darkened. Walking leisurely through the base, Chu Guang was surveying his territory and the condition of the players. Although the majority of players wished to linger a little longer, they knew that in 2 hours, dawn would break on the real side, and the working folk would need to prepare for their morning routines before heading off to their jobs. Chu Guang pondered that it was getting late and was about to call for their assembly when, at that moment, a series of loud knocks echoed from the northern gate of the base. The players turned their gazes towards the door, and Chu Guang instinctively grasped the handgun tucked in his pocket, though he soon relaxed his grip. Through the player list, he confirmed the identity of the visitor, Garbage June. Glancing at the 2 players nearest to him, Chu Guang commanded, Fong Chang, Lao Bai, go open the door. Yes. Fong Chang and Lao Bai jogged forward, lifting the latch that had secured the door, and together, they pulled it ajar. As Garbage June squeezed through the crack, Fong Chang and Lao Bai were taken aback. What the hell? Brother, what happened to you? Blood. You're covered in it. Although some of his wounds had begun to heal, numerous visible bite marks and gunshot wounds remained. Noticing Garbage June's condition, Chu Guang's brow furrowed slightly. He had a good idea of what this fellow had encountered. Fortunately, if they mistook him for a mutant, particularly one that was not particularly appetizing, the likelihood of pursuit would be minimal. Ignoring his own injuries, Garbage June hurried to the manager, gasping for breath as he spoke. The raiders' camp. It's about 2 kilometers to the north of the abandoned construction site. Roughly 3 to 4 kilometers from here. It's a tire factory. You sure couldn't help but inquire, did you engage them in combat? No. I swear I didn't provoke them. Garbage June hastily waved his hands in denial, sneaking a glance at the manager before continuing. I was actually planning to retreat, but I just happened to run into their patrol. I saw there were 3 of them. Ye sure pressed on. And then you still ended up fighting them? Garbage June's expression turned awkward, averting his gaze. I was spotted. There was no choice. It appeared that this fellow had suffered a defeat. However, it was not unexpected. A patrol of 3 would likely include a dog, and the bite marks on him probably resulted from that encounter. Despite having a significant advantage in panel data, he would not necessarily fare well against seasoned raider veterans. The cultivation pod accelerated the repair of its synthesized clones, and combined with Garbage June's inherent physical attributes, he would likely heal in no time. Yes, my lord. With that, Garbage June wagged his tail and limped towards the infirmary. Along the way, many players noticed his condition, whispering among themselves. This guy is heavily injured. I heard he discovered the raider camp. A raider camp? Are we about to unlock a new dungeon? Awesome. Damn, I need to hurry and save up for a gun. It's a dilemma. Should I buy land first or a gun? Don't be foolish. Start by earning some bricks. Clearly, these players were oblivious to the gravity of the situation, instead discussing it with excitement. This was understandable. After all, to them, it was merely a game. Only Chu Guang, as the manager, felt a sense of urgency. To the north lay the raider camp, to the east the mutants' lair, to the west the Ling Lake, and to the south the area where the survivors of Beta Street and Brown Farm roamed. The outpost's location was indeed precarious, severely limiting its development potential. Whether confronting raiders or mutants, the only recourse was to engage in battle. Chu Guang had already formulated ideas for the next expansion's content. Chapter 52. The game has been fully understood as players gradually logged off, the official website began to buzz with activity. 12 hours had elapsed since the launch of version Alpha 03, and both prospective players who had yet to secure their slots and those who had not even attempted to register were eagerly awaiting first-hand information about the new version. The first post that caught their attention was from a user known as Garbage. Damn it, that beast nearly bit off my tail. The raiders I encountered this time were far more ferocious than the last. Chu Guang paused, contemplating the post. The account contradicted what he had heard merely half an hour ago. It seemed as though the poster had deliberately embellished their encounter to capture attention. After a moment's reflection, he shrugged off the inconsistency. It was inconsequential. Posts from initial sources often lacked substance. The tales of Garbage's raider camp had been recounted for nearly 3 days, yet the culmination of 3 days' worth of anticipation resulted in a hasty retreat. Many users expressed their disbelief in the comments. What is the deal with the number of enemies being between 50 and 100? Just how many are there? As a scout, you're worse than a Teletubby. I took my pants off without farting. Hey, I'm just playing. What a joke. If there aren't even 100 monsters, why are you so scared? Can't you just kite them? Kill one at a time, and eventually they'll all be gone. Ugh, what am I saying? This game doesn't even exist. Dodge, you noob. You can't even defeat minor enemies with a special class? How embarrassing. Let me take over. 99. Can you show me how to dodge? Seriously. Even minor enemies can perform tactical flanking and alternate fire, and they can even unleash dogs. Can you believe it? I'd love to. Just give me your account, and I'll show you how it's done. 99. I'm a newbie. The discussion devolved into chaos, resembling the earlier exchanges between followers and various players. Regardless of how well he articulated the situation, Garbage could not change the perception that had been formed in the minds of the casual players. Perhaps only when a photo feature was introduced would he be vindicated. Chu Guang was acutely aware of the combat prowess of those raiders. While their gear might not be formidable and their physical capabilities subpar, their aptitude for urban warfare was nearly unparalleled. Since the dawn of the Wasteland era, these individuals had never ceased fighting. The genes of plunder had long been ingrained in their blood and bones, passed down through countless generations. After revisiting the eloquent Mandarin in Garbage's post, Chu Guang closed the thread and continued browsing the forum. It had been a while since players had logged off, and an array of quality content had begun to emerge. To his surprise, many new faces that he had never encountered before had surfaced, including one user with the ID. Upon examining his profile, Chu Guang discovered that he was a newcomer who had joined during the Alpha 02 version. Based on his historical posts, it seemed he had stumbled upon the Wasteland OL official website through a link shared among friends, likely drawn in by urban legends circulating in the single-player gaming community. In summary, he appeared to be another individual with ample free time in the evenings. Mole News, a hardcore observation of the new version. Cloud players and newbies, please deter. Hello everyone, I'm your big-nosed mole. After logging in today, I discovered a significant overhaul in the game. The development team has finally delivered on some of the promises made. I absolutely adore the new version. Hooray. However, I won't shower you with excessive praise. Instead, let me share some of my findings that may prove helpful. Hunting doesn't require much skill, so I'll focus on the hunter gameplay. A 30-kilogram mutated hyena can be sold to the granary for 5 silver coins. If you take the time to butcher it, you can obtain 12 kilograms of raw meat, which instantly becomes worth 40 silver coins. Isn't that fascinating? Of course, this only pertains to value. Emphasis on that point. If you hunt your prey and transform it into dried meat to sell to NPCs, you can earn a bit more. However, if you buy raw meat from an NPC's shop to smoke yourself, you might even incur a loss. Nevertheless, it's not too terrible. I've seen even more absurdities in other games. This isn't anything new, especially in online games, where you can purchase items for 1,000 game coins only to sell them for 1 game coin. It's a common occurrence. The brilliance of this game's design lies in its encouragement of player-to-player trading rather than relying solely on NPC inventory through the price discrepancies in the NPC shops. Here's a small idea. Hunting teams can collaborate with 1 or 2 players to butcher their prey, turning it into dried meat and pelts. They could sell a portion of the dried meat to players at a price lower than that of the granary, perhaps slicing it into 10 portions, selling for 19 silver coins depending on the market. If it doesn't sell, they can offload it to the granary before nightfall for a profit. After this operation, even though it may take a bit more time, the theoretical income from a single mutated hyena could easily double. How delightful is that? Considering the current expansion is titled Winter is Coming, it seems the development team's testing focus is not on the trading system. I eagerly anticipate the next version, hoping the developers will prioritize the trading system. An economic system lacking exports and relying solely on internal sales is incomplete. Wouldn't it be more intriguing to balance production and trade through tariffs and commodity prices? I urge the development team to consider this, if server CPU allows it. After perusing the post, Chu Guang clicked a like, but refrained from commenting. Keyboard economists often fall into the trap of idealism. Grand narratives do little to address current issues. From the perspective of both developers and players, this suggestion indeed enriches the game's playability. However, from the viewpoint of the administrator of Shelter 404, the situation alters. For Chu Guang, everything within the shelter, including the players' bodies, belonged to him. Why would he allow them to barter with their possessions against their neighbors? Unless they could perform better than him, which was evidently impossible. Even Chu Guang often faced exclusion and suspicion from some scavengers on duty as accent. And lacking understanding of market trends and regulations rendered his past sales experience futile. This is the wasteland, a dystopian amalgamation of scoundrels and villains. Compared to meticulous bankers or economists, the rogues engaged in contraband and deceitful financial derivatives fare better. Allowing players to trade with these local tycoons raises concerns, even if they could articulate their thoughts. What difference would it make? It's far better to carry a gun along. Suddenly, Chu Guang began to grasp the motivations of the old leech from, or rather, the old mayor. While he was indeed a wretched individual, gluttonous in his exploitation, with no long-term vision for S future. Permitting scavengers to engage and trade with merchants would only lead to their further oppression. This is not merely an issue of ignorance. Only those with a certain level of naivety would believe that merchants from would be more benevolent than the local tycoons from the outskirts. It's akin to comparing bats and leeches in terms of who can drain more. However, tariffs are indeed a commendable idea. This is worth noting. In the future, it may be considered feasible to permit external NPCs to directly engage in the player's marketplace, contingent upon bartering goods or utilizing the currency of the refuge, all under supervision. Free trade? When the time comes for you to engage in combat, I shall inform you precisely with whom you may trade freely. Apart from the strategy posts shared by the Canyon's escaping mole, there are threads by the construction dogs discussing techniques for building houses, and metallurgy engineers deliberating on how to efficiently smelt steel with limited resources. Some individuals, while conversing, inadvertently shared links leading to the end station A Island, thus unwittingly attracting a considerable influx of new traffic to the website. The urban legend surrounding a fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG is showing signs of continuous expansion. Although the vast majority regard it as mere hyperbole, a small faction takes it seriously, playfully clicking the reservation button. The number of reservations is steadily increasing. However, what surprised Chu Guang was that the usually most popular and insightful individual, who understands the long game, did not share any gaming insights on the forum this time. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. While Chu Guang was browsing the forum, the Bull and Horse Club group was bustling with activity. Even though Brother Guang had not chimed in for days, the discussions in the group primarily revolved around Wasteland OL, at least in the morning. Lao Bai, Feng Chong. Did you see the post on the official website? It was written by the big-nosed mole, Kuang Feng. His name is Canyon's escaping mole. Lao Bai, it doesn't matter. Feng Chong. I saw it. The methods proposed in that post are somewhat intriguing, but lack substantial significance. Lao Bai, huh? I think it's quite viable. Selling a single hunted beast to an NPC nets 5 silver. If we find someone to butcher and dry it, the value could at least double, don't you think? Feng Chong. Haha, theory is theory, but he overlooks the existence of contribution points. Ye sure, what do you mean? Feng Chong. You can understand citizenship as akin to a permanent residency permit in a bustling city, with contribution points acting as the requisite points for settlement. Kuang Feng, absolutely. That metaphor is rather clever. Feng Chong, same concept. Among all players, aside from the few of us who have upgraded to citizenship, only the Carpenter Mosquito and the Tailor Ting Tung might barely accumulate 2,000 points. In other words, apart from these 6 individuals, everyone else needs to grind for contributions to attain citizenship before they can earn money. Only after achieving citizenship can one purchase land. Feng Chong, once you've contemplated this issue, we can analyze further. Who among these 6 do you think is most suited to become a butcher? Do any of you have butchering experience? Lao Bai, that is indeed a concern. Ye sure? No, I just want to ask, is butchering very difficult? Kuang Feng. Anyone who has ever shopped for groceries in a supermarket would not pose such questions. Feng Chong. Yishur is still in school and lacks life experience, which is understandable. As for the method mentioned in that strategy post, it currently seems impractical. We need to find a seller and a butcher. Splitting the profits among 6 may not yield greater returns. In fact, I've already calculated this, but I just didn't voice it. Once that tomato stir-fry reaches citizenship, we can attempt to negotiate a collaboration with him, although I don't harbor excessive hopes. Yishur, why? Feng Chong, are you naive? Why would he want to collaborate with us? If he saves enough money to buy a piece of land, why not open a restaurant and take on the butchering business himself? Lao Bai, oh wow. If only I had some butchering and cooking skills. We could make a fortune in this game. Feng Chong. Our primary focus should still be leveling up, followed by increasing proficiency. In any open-world game, the gameplay of life professions is relatively easy to profit from in the early stages, but as the game progresses into mid and late stages, the top tier will always be occupied by the true powerhouses. Kuang Feng. Sai, it seems you've truly grasped the essence of the game. I've always wondered why you didn't pursue a career as a professional player. Feng Chong. I previously lacked the opportunity, but now, I sense that the chance has arrived. Jian Laji, Master, please accept my humble admiration. WC Jinyu Mosquito. Count me in too. Feng Chong. Sure, We're all in the same group. Let us name the Guild Bull and Horse Club from now on. Lao Bai. Ahem. How about we change the name? Yishur. Change it to what? This name sounds delightful. Humorous. Feng Chong. Whether or not we change the name is inconsequential. However, I must mention, Mosquito, your contributions should be nearing completion. But Garbage Picker has been grinding in the wild these past few days, so he probably still needs a bit more. Your immediate priority is to achieve citizenship and save money. When the time comes, we can team up and place the house right in front of the revival point. With the first floor serving as a street shop and the second and third floors divided into spacious rooms for each individual. Wouldn't that be splendid? Lao Bai, that will be our guild's stronghold in the future. Excited, WC Jinyu Mosquito. Steady bro. Jian Laji. 6666. Jian Dam. I really want to play. T Chapter 53. Consider it a benefit for the players. 30 reward points. Recently, the players have been rather diligent. As Chu Guang turned off his computer, preparing to retire for the night, he opened the administrator's allowance and was surprised to find that he had amassed 30 reward points. Without hesitation, he allocated 20 points to the intermediate blind box and the remaining 10 to the beginner blind box. However, the rewards he received were far from satisfactory. They did not include anything he desired. Among the contents was a box of oral antibiotic capsules, containing approximately 12 capsules, and a pack of hemostatic bandages, which included 2 uses. Unfortunately, he did not receive the muscle enhancement injection he had hoped for. Even a healing injection would have sufficed. As he picked up the supplies from the conveyor belt, Chu Guang sighed inwardly. It wasn't entirely useless, but rather mediocre. As for the 10 beginner blind boxes, aside from a collection of colorful lollipops, the only useful items were a 500 milliliters bottle of soy sauce and a 500 g bag of salt. The salt, however, piqued his interest. Consuming more than 10 g at once could enhance immunity and metabolic capacity by 15. Goodness, was this a legendary find? What would happen if one consumed an entire bag? As the notion of stacking buffs crossed his mind, he quickly realized how foolish that thought was. Consuming an entire bag of salt would surely lead to dire consequences. In any case, he decided to place it on the shelf tomorrow. The 500 g could be divided into 5 100 g independent packages, and selling each for 35 silver coins seemed reasonable. Honestly, this is not unreasonable. After all, it is refined salt, free from sulfates and organic impurities, the pristine kind. With an added buff effect, consider it a boon for the players. The soy sauce would be trickier to portion out, as finding a 100 milliliter sealing container was challenging. So he decided to simply price it at 20 silver coins for the shelf. Since he wasn't planning to open a restaurant, it was unlikely that any players would be interested in purchasing it. With that settled, he prepared for sleep. Xiao Qi, wake me up at 6 in the morning. Xiao Qi, who had been idling in the corner, lit up its signal light. Understood, master. Before long, Chu Guang drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Xia Yan found herself unable to sleep. It wasn't due to any snoring. The soundproofing in the room was quite effective, and closing the door blocked out most noises. What truly kept her tossing and turning was the fact that tomorrow marked her first official day on the job. Was being a weapon shop owner truly a legitimate occupation? Chu Guang had been treating her to lavish meals these past few days, which left her feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, captives typically received only meager rations, such as nutrient paste or perhaps a mix of wood chips and bark, if they were fortunate. The mere fact that she was consuming real food felt like a blessing. Having indulged in her thoughts for too long, Xia Yin unintentionally fell asleep, only to be awakened from her drowsiness to find it was already 8 in the morning. Get up. She rubbed her eyes and, upon seeing the man standing at the doorway, steadied herself against the wall, attempting to rise from the floor, only to notice 2 crutches placed before her. Are these for me? Chu Guang chuckled. Who else would need them besides you? Perhaps it would be wise to equip her with a biomechanical prosthetic in the future. This sight was rather pitiful. This guy? Why was he so infuriating in his speech? Gritting her teeth, Xia Yin awkwardly positioned herself with a crutch under each arm, struggling to rise, watching her complete the entire process on her own. Chu Guang nodded in approval, pleased with her resilience. Well done, you seem quite suited for this. Xia Yin maintained a stoic expression as she replied, whatever you say. After all, I'm your captive, so you can do as you wish. All right, enough of that. I don't wish to delve into your musings. Chu Guang interrupted her without hesitation, clearing his throat before continuing, I will assign you some tasks shortly. For now, follow me outside. It had been 3 days since she last breathed the fresh air. Accompanying Chu Guang, they took the elevator to the surface. Upon stepping outside the rehabilitation facility, Xia Yin instinctively raised her left arm, which held the crutch, shielding her eyes from the sunlight that streamed down. Did you build the walls outside? Chu Guang asked casually. What is your assessment? Xia Yin grimaced. Mediocre, I suppose. It might suffice against a few rural raiders. However, if it were to face off against mutated beings, they could probably leap over with ease, let alone in the event of a wave. Hearing unfamiliar terminology, Chu Guang regarded her with renewed interest. Wave. Xia Yin spoke nonchalantly. It's a common occurrence along the Third Ring Road. You probably wouldn't experience it here. Swarms of Nars migrate from the vicinity of the Second Ring Road toward the Third Ring, often accompanied by crawlers and even more formidable mutants. Even if I explain it, you might struggle to envision it. Given the vastness of Stone City, any aberrant creatures migrating north from within the city would inevitably pass through this survivor stronghold, making conflict between humans and aberrations unavoidable. Though the mercenary team Xia Yin belonged to was merely a fringe group, they had participated in several operations addressing waves. Moving alongside larger forces reduced the risk factor, and such missions were often lucrative. Eager to restore trade and production, the city's elites would readily invest heavily in hiring them and generously supply ammunition. All they needed to do was pull the trigger and brace the stock against their shoulders. Many impoverished residents from the slums had taken the path of mercenaries during the waves. Indeed, Chu Guang nodded. I've only encountered Nars a few times. They seemed to fear light. That was when I first arrived in the wasteland. I was nearly lost. Xia Yin confirmed. Yes, not only do they fear light, but mutated hyenas, wolves, moles, and batflies also regard them with disdain, often preying on them when starving. Thus, these creatures frequently crowd in subways or sewers. Generally, if you see one, you might as well see a horde. Encountering them in confined spaces is quite perilous. Quietly noting these details, Chu Guang resolved to update the term wave in the official database later. However, this was the moment for such tasks. From now on, this house will serve as your workshop. When conditions permit, I will arrange for a new one to be built for you. For now, make do with this. Guiding Xia Yin to the entrance of the weapon shop, Chu Guang hung a wooden sign that had been resting at the door on a hook beside the frame. I've inscribed the prices on the sign, and I've taught you the necessary phrases. If you have any further questions, seek out Xiaoqi. Although it's on the 3rd floor, so that might be challenging for you. My players are quite friendly. If you don't understand what they're saying, just maintain a blank expression while staring at them. For socially inept individuals, a blank stare can be quite intimidating. Players? Since Chu Guang had used Mandarin when mentioning this term, Xia Yin did not comprehend its meaning. The term refugee residence is merely a translation, Chu Guang casually explained. There's no need for you to memorize their names or deeply comprehend the meaning of the term. Simply refer to them as such. Yet, it feels somewhat impolite to call them refugee residents. Nevertheless, as Chu Guang had said, Xia Yin had no further objections. After all, her identity was merely that of a slave, and having a decent job was the greatest kindness she could hope for. Remember, every item sold must be accounted for. I will reconcile the ledger and inventory daily. However, even the cheapest iron pipe rifle costs over 100 silver coins, which the players currently cannot afford. Therefore, your workload should not be too demanding. During your downtime, please help me repair that assault rifle and, within your capabilities, assist in crafting some ammunition and weapons. Cheyenne glanced around the empty room, which contained only a table and a chair, with a wooden board nailed to the wall. Hanging from the nails were shoddy iron pipe weapons, seemingly labeled with prices on wooden tags below them. With a somewhat vacant expression, Cheyenne turned to Chu Guang and couldn't help but ask, "Do you intend for me to carve a gun out of a fingernail?" Chu Guang replied, "Is that feasible?" Cheyenne retorted, "Feasible? Not at all. Even if there were no electric lathe, there should at least be a manual workstation, right? Mercenaries often find themselves unable to locate the necessary ammunition and parts for DIY weapons on store shelves. In such cases, they typically seek out medium-sized workshops that specialize in custom machine parts or precision instruments, renting their workbenches to fabricate what they need." Due to her impoverished circumstances, Cheyenne had indeed crafted her own weapons and ammunition before, while she could not afford advanced automated machining tools. It was not overly difficult to create such items using more affordable electric machines, and it wouldn't take much time. Yet, the current situation exceeded her imagination. Not only were there no electric machines, but there was also no electricity or proper workstations. In fact, there were no basic tools like lathe tools, boring tools, or milling tools at all. It was utterly impossible to create any weapon here. Chu Guang appeared unfazed by her complaints and continued calmly, "If you need anything, just let me know. Do not expect me to guess. For now, I require you to compile a list of the items you need, preferably with simple sketches of what they look like. If I can find them, I will ask the players to assist in locating them. If they are truly unavailable, I will figure out how to purchase them. Oh, and remember to note their prices, as I do not wish to spend unnecessary money." Cheyenne replied, "I need lathe tools, boring tools, milling tools, as well as pliers and hammers. These are the bare essentials. Additionally, I require a slot with threads and markings. Forget it, I will just draw them. Having illustrations is the best. You can detail them as much as possible, and perhaps my players can replicate them." Chu Guang produced paper, a pen, and a wooden ruler and handed them to Cheyenne. After receiving them, she furrowed her brow and began sketching based on her memory. Chu Guang did not rush her. Creating drawings that others could comprehend was no easy task, especially for a non-professional mercenary. Yet, was not every endeavor initiated with a first step? Once Cheyenne completed her sketches, Chu Guang took the drawings and added a couple of lines of text before heading to the warehouse, where he found a player on duty seated at a wooden table. Handing the paper to him, Chu Guang succinctly stated, "I need these items on the paper. If anyone comes here to sell something, please inform them to keep an eye out for these while scavenging. When you have free time, replicate the drawings and create several copies to post at the entrance. And also send one over to the steel furnace." The warehouse manager's role also included collecting and issuing production tasks, as assigning tasks individually would be too cumbersome. Upon receiving the paper, the player's eyes widened in astonishment. Task: forge or collect a lathe tool, with illustration. Reward: 10 silver coins, 100 contribution points, 10 silver coins. Goodness, that's equivalent to a day's wage for making cement. If I could find that, wouldn't I strike it rich? There seemed to be multiple tasks, including similar ones for boring tools, milling tools, and so forth. Regardless of how envious the player at the warehouse desk felt, once Chu Guang finished his instructions, he turned to leave. Although the task indicated forging or collecting, he honestly held little hope that players would uncover such valuable items from the wasteland, akin to 3D printing. While this technology was still in its infancy on Earth in the 21st century, who could predict the future? Chu Guang's true anticipation lay with his delightful players, hoping they could resolve this issue with their limited tools and materials. For instance, one of the brothers who frequently discussed metallurgical techniques on the forum was among the third batch of closed beta players, with additional members added in the fourth batch. Aside from those who merely talked without action, he believed that among these players, there must be one or two who could genuinely tackle the challenges at hand. Chapter 54. The launch of NPC number 2 and the new stall gameplay. The player's performance did not disappoint Chu Guang. 2 metallurgical experts crafted the tools needed by the weapon shop's proprietress in just 2 days. They even managed to improve the blast furnace, ingeniously resolving the issue of air bubbles within the steel castings. The completed castings included a boring tool, a turning tool, and a milling tool. Although they were all cast pieces, their strength was quite reliable, and with proper care and maintenance, they could last for several months. Additionally, They created a dual-rail threaded caliper from screws, steel bars, and scrap gears. One side of the caliper was connected to a winch featuring a drive shaft and handle. This device could convert torque into horizontal thrust-through gears, moving the knife holder on the caliper precisely 1 millimeter for every notch the winch turned. While this contraption could not match the efficiency of an electric lathe, it was still sufficient for processing components with millimeter precision. The only aspect that left Chu Guang somewhat speechless was the absurdity of the usernames of the two brothers who completed these tasks. One was called Wade's Athlete's Foot Laven, and the other, Yar, I want to go to the toilet. Such bizarre names. In any case, according to the order at the warehouse entrance, the two earned a considerable sum of 80 silver coins, which they planned to split evenly. They intended to grind for contributions for a week, aiming to accumulate 2,000 points to purchase a plot of land in front of the sanatorium. The rewards from crafting tools had given them a taste of success, and they aspired to establish a workshop dedicated to metallurgy and forging. Are these tools sufficient? At the entrance of the weapon shop, Chu Guang placed a wooden crate filled with metal tools on the table in front of Xia Yan. She glanced at the tools inside the crate and nodded hesitantly. They're acceptable. With these tools, making bullets should pose no problem. If we can manage seamless steel pipes, I could assist you in crafting some rudimentary iron pipe rifles. Did you purchase these? They were made by the players. Made by them. Xia Yan looked at Chu Guang in surprise, not expecting his people possessed such skills. Chu Guang smiled and asked, how does this compare to Giant Stone City? Giant Stone City is vast, but it depends on whom you compare it with. As she began to install the threaded caliper onto the wooden table, she continued, not everyone there is as impoverished as we are. They also have heavily armed regular army militias. They possess powered armor, dual-engine aircraft, neural interface drones, half-tracked support vehicles, and other devices whose names I cannot even recall. Oh, they're that formidable? Chu Guang replied with a grin. Then why haven't we seen them come here? Who knows? Perhaps they're simply uninterested. After all, there isn't much of value in the countryside. In truth, she had not finished her thought. While the militia in Giant Stone City did indeed possess some impressive equipment, not all were heavily armed. For instance, regarding powered armor, she understood that the entire militia comprised only a handful of such units, with the majority being inferior replicas produced post-war, featuring outdated power sources and weaponry. Only a select few were still operational pre-war models, utilizing a scarce He3 cold fusion battery. As for drones, aircraft, and support vehicles, they sounded intimidating, but their practical significance was often overstated, particularly in urban warfare where disposable infantry remained the most cost-effective choice. In the slums of Giant Stone City, it took only 13 years for an infant to become a soldier, and the maintenance costs were negligible, manageable by mere cockroaches, spiders, and rats producing nutrient paste. Though Chu Guang only believed half of what she said, these intriguing details could certainly enrich the official database. Both cloud players and regular players relished such lore. As evening approached, Chu Guang noticed several players had already set up stalls in the open area just inside the northern gate of the outpost. Notably, the most popular stall belonged to Yaya, selling mushrooms. Fresh mushrooms. Don't miss out as you pass by. After a long day of work, Yaya felt the need to reward herself with a pot of mushroom soup. So delicious. Unable to accept quests from NPCs and not wanting to mooch food daily, she resorted to setting up a stall. Besides the mushrooms required for completing penalty tasks, she kept about 20 pounds for herself, trying her luck by selling them at her stall. Passers-by quickly gathered around. Are your mushrooms edible? Are they ripe? Are they male or female? Can those with sensitive skin use them? Will eating them make me see little people? They're edible. You can see. No. Wait, you can't see. Don't believe me? Look. Yaya took a mushroom and bit into it, bouncing in place to show she was still alive, without disconnecting or feeling dizzy. Seeing the vendor eat one herself, the players gathered around no longer hesitated and began pulling out their copper coins. As Yaya mentioned, a pound of mushrooms was a mere 3 copper coins, far cheaper than the food sold in the granary. The new version had been live for 2 days already, making it affordable for the vast majority of players. I'll take a pound. I want to eat meat today, and we'll try mushroom porridge instead. Roasted mushrooms sound good too. What a pity I can't see little people. Next time, please bring me some that can. I want Klee to call me husband. Hello? Is this Yao Ling? There's a pervert here. In less than 5 minutes, the 20 pounds of mushrooms on the stall were completely sold out. Holding a handful of shiny, heavy 60 copper coins, Yaya felt tears of joy welling up. Is this what it feels like to be wealthy? It's so hard to come by. Although, upon reflection, It amounted to only 6 silver coins. Meanwhile, as the players who purchased mushrooms passed by the weapon shop, they noticed an array of previously unseen tools on the wooden table in front of the shopkeeper. This meant they could now gather materials and have NPCs assist in modifying their equipment. Are you the Celestial Kelly? Where's the boss? I know, but being so serious makes you look foolish. Xia Yin stared blankly at the players surrounding her, though she couldn't comprehend their chatter. She vaguely remembered the instructions given by Chu Guang. Maintaining a cool demeanor, she recited her lines slowly. Hello, I am Xia Yin from the weapon shop. How may I assist you? This NPC seems rather lacking in intelligence. That's normal. With such a large server, having 1 or 2 sentient NPCs is already commendable. A 5mm smoothbore iron pipe rifle, quality, inferior. Ugh, even the inferior ones cost 100 silver coins. I'm out of here. Alas, I can't afford it. Wah. Truly a Celestial Kelly, I can sense a wealth aura just from the price list. Xia Yin thought to herself, these people are so bothersome. Why are they so chatty? Are they buying or not? However, she felt slightly relieved that, as Chu Guang had mentioned, the players were generally friendly, although staring at her was somewhat impolite. At least they didn't resort to irrational behavior due to her ignoring them. In the tavern of Giant Stone City, 99 of brawls stemmed from one player glaring too long at another. After the players logged off, a new post appeared on the official forum of Wasteland OL, quickly rising to the top of the day as hottest topics. Mole Daily, Shelter 404 welcomes NPC number 2. From the Celestial Realm comes the weapons shop proprietress, Xia Yin, the escaping mole from the canyon. Hello everyone. I am the red-nosed mole, fleeing from the canyon. The land in the manor is insufficient for cultivation, so I have decided to seek refuge in the wasteland for a while. Now, to the main point, let us discuss the newly introduced NPC, Xia Yin. Additionally, I have included my humble hand drawing for reference. Please refrain from harsh criticism if it does not meet your expectations. Although Wasteland OL does not support in-game screenshots, this does not hinder talented artists from using their drawing boards to replicate the characters from the game. Old by, impressive. You sure? It's remarkably similar. Tung Tung, I adore it. Sister looks so cool. This is simply magnificent. The escaping mole from the canyon. Hee, I actually studied fine arts. But after failing the entrance exam for the Central Academy of Fine Arts, I shifted my career path. I would like to offer a small suggestion to the officials. Consider adding a punk-style Z-shaped studded belt and goggles for the new NPC. And perhaps change the attire to jeans and a white shirt, complemented by red hair for an even more striking appearance. Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Quit smoking. Big boss, please draw the Dawn boss as well. I am much more interested in him. That hint of longing, exactly. Who is interested in the weapons shop NPC? I want to see what the boss looks like. There isn't even a single image on the official site. The escaping mole from the canyon. Don't worry, I'll start drawing it right now. Ugh, what is so appealing about male NPCs? Please bear with me for a moment. Irina, no rush. After all, I'll be able to log in tomorrow night. Quit smoking. Today, the official Saintess spotlight has completely been stolen by Xia Yin. Chu Guang glanced at the artwork created by my mole brother, then at Xia Yin, who was sitting in the corner reciting her lines. It does bear a striking resemblance. However, would adding a belt and goggles truly enhance the appearance? As a man of pure lineage, Chu Guang's fashion experience is akin to the algorithmic recommendations of an online marketplace, and he is well aware of this fact. Nevertheless, he looks good in anything, so it hardly matters. Noticing Chu Guang's gaze, Xia Yin nervously shrank back. What does he want? It's nothing. I was merely pondering how many days it has been since you last changed your clothes. Chu Guang observed her right leg, where the wound had nearly healed. Yet blood remained on her trousers, which appeared somewhat unsanitary. Change clothes? Xia Yin grew increasingly anxious, her complexion shifting from pale to rosy, then to a faint hue of blue. Relax, I merely wish to inquire about your measurements. But halfway through, Chu Guang shook his head, deeming it inappropriate to ask. It would be better to draft a task for Tung Tung to measure it instead. Chapter 55, The Hunter and the Hunted. On the following morning, within the sewing shop, the diligent Tung Ting, just beginning her workday, peeled a note from the wooden board. Task: to craft a complete outfit for the proprietress of the weapons shop, with a reward of 510 silver coins. As she scanned the order from beginning to end, her eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. In a mere second, a flawless design had taken shape in her mind. Excellent. Leave it to me. Stuffing the note into her pocket, she eagerly set off towards the weapons shop. Meanwhile, inside the sanctuary, Chu Guang stood in the residence hall, addressing 20 fledgling players who had just emerged from their incubation pods, reciting the lines he had painstakingly crafted. Perhaps due to the lengthy wait, or perhaps because this batch of female players exceeded the last by one, these novices exhibited a remarkable level of decorum, far surpassing their predecessors. At least no one resorted to the embarrassing act of public disrobing. It appeared that incrementally raising the reservation threshold, employing strategic scarcity marketing, and increasing the cost of waiting time had proven somewhat effective in filtering for higher quality players. After allowing Xiaoqi to elucidate the game's mechanics, Chu Guang ushered the players onto the elevator leading to the surface, guiding them outside with an urgency akin to herding ducks. Standing on the ground before the sanatorium, these newcomers experienced the profound awe of immersion for the first time. Wow, 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 wow. This is the world of Wasteland OL. The sensation of sunlight on their faces felt indistinguishable from reality. The wind caressed their cheeks. It was as if they had stepped into a dream. No, it truly is a dream. The technology is astonishing. And this isn't even open beta yet. What more does the development team hope to test? Hurry up and launch the open beta. Just give me a code, and I'll buy it out. In a word, incredible. The reactions of all new players entering the game seemed remarkably similar. Chu Guang understood this state of mind. From the moment he donned the helmet, the half-joking thrill transformed into skepticism, and he endured the most arduous 72 hours, tossing and turning in anticipation. With the opening of his second pair of eyes, all expectations coalesced into reality in an instant, akin to rebirth. The impact of that moment was beyond the capacity of words to encapsulate. With feet planted on the soil of a foreign realm, inhaling the fragrance of dust, chasing butterflies through the grass, embarking on an adventure into the unknown, how many gamers would dream of such a scenario? Not to mention, Chu Guang himself had fantasized more than once about standing on the soil of a virtual world. Yet alas, knowing all the truths, he was destined to be unable to relish the game's pleasures as they could. Perhaps, for him, the ungraspable reality was the true illusion. Go forth, warriors. Go forth and transform this decaying world. With a heart full of reflections, Chu Guang spontaneously added 3 lines of dialogue for himself. He then did not linger, but rather entrusted the players to their own devices, taking Xiaoqi with him to the 3rd floor, placing her at the best window with a view, the prime seat from which to observe all the players. Simultaneously, in the open space before the sanatorium, the fresh players, having just stepped into the game world, were swiftly surrounded by seasoned players who had arrived on the surface ahead of them. Any brothers with special talents? Raise your hands. What? You do? Wow, impressive. What talent do you have? Calm and collected? What on earth is that? Sounds rather useless. Any strength-based newbies? Let us chop trees together to level up. It'll be so much fun. Big shot. I'm a strength type. How do you play this game? Seeing a novice finally engage with him, the seasoned player beamed with delight. You're a strength type? What is your name? The construction boy with bricks. Wow, brother, you've got this game figured out. Listen to me. Strength type players should chop more trees and carry more bricks. Roll up your sleeves and get to work. Chop down 100 trees to reach level 1. With 78 points in strength, you'll dominate the wasteland. When you encounter mutants, just swing your axe and it's done. But what if we encounter someone with a gun? Just do it. Standing before the window on the 3rd floor of the sanatorium, Chu Guang observed the players below for a while. Watching the novices gradually grasp the nuances of the game under the guidance of seasoned players, he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Very reliable. These closed beta players indeed did not disappoint his expectations. The only slight regret for Chu Guang was that, although this batch of newcomers was quite obedient, it seemed that none possessed the special gene sequence known as mutant, left behind by the original administrator. However, 2 special talents did pique his interest. One was calm and collected, which enhanced resistance to negative mental states such as fear and despair by 50 and allowed for quicker recovery from psychological impacts. On the surface, this talent might seem trivial, but those who have experienced combat know just how crucial this quality is in a fight. The other talent was thermal vision, held by a player named Elf King Fu Gue with an agility gene sequence. According to the system's description, this talent was extraordinary for nighttime combat. When in a focused state, it activates automatically, making the retina more sensitive to infrared light. This manifests as the ability to see heat sources in darkness within a certain range. Of course, this talent is mostly ineffective against cold-blooded creatures. Chu Guang silently noted the name, Elf King Fu Gue, Should the need for nighttime operations arise in the future, he would enlist this individual. In addition, there were several peculiar talents. For instance, temperature intuition, which allows one to perceive the temperature of heat sources without contact, plant whisperer. Capable of discerning the growth status of plants, an insect hunter, who could detect the pheromones released by insects. While these talents might not hold much practical significance in combat, they could prove quite useful in production and exploration. Chu Guang believed that there was no need for him to intervene. These players would surely discover the most suitable gameplay on their own. In the northern apartment district of Wetland Park, a four-man team cautiously approached their quarry. The terrain within the urban area was exceptionally complex. The dilapidated tower-like greenhouse ruins indicated that the pre-war society had lived quite luxuriously. Wow, the people of the pre-war era really knew how to enjoy life. Let me brainstorm. The residents living in this community might have grown vegetables and fruits inside the tower, making it both their market and garden. Who maintained it? Surely there was some kind of property management, or perhaps they outsourced it to a specialized company. This ecological community could serve as a valuable reference. The designer of this game is quite skilled. Kuang Feng offered a high praise, genuinely intrigued by the design of the area. You all better focus on our prey. I sense we are very close. Knight 10 immersed his senses in the surroundings. From the flowing essence of the air, he felt he could already hear the heartbeat of their quarry, one strong, one weak. Wait, two? Ahead. Fang Chong had already spotted the deer that had fallen to an arrow, but just as he was about to advance, he suddenly noticed another arrow embedded in the creature's neck. The neck? He paused. Didn't he shoot the backside? Lost in thought, he locked eyes with a boy facing him. Both were taken aback for a moment, then simultaneously drew their bows, aiming at one another. Who are you? An NPC? The two individuals engaged in an animated exchange, neither comprehending the other's words. The reactions of Kuangfeng and Lao Bai were swift. Upon noticing Fang Chang's predicament, they swiftly flanked the youth, maneuvering to his side. The boy, anxious, retreated against the concrete wall, concealing his back. Fang Chang sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the glint of the arrow, yet he remained undaunted, advancing step by step. After all, at a distance, he would be an impossible target. Do not approach. Lower your weapon. You are surrounded. What is this person saying? A raider. The youth observed the trio closing in, recalling the fates of those ensnared by raiders, and, steeling his resolve, he released the bowstring. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air was like the wind itself. Instinctively, Fang Chang sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the arrow that grazed past his cheek, its feathers nearly brushing his nose. Damn. Capture him. With a beautifully uttered expletive, Fang Chang, in a mix of urgency and frustration, discarded his carpenter's tools, unsheathing a steel rod, and charged alongside Lao Bai and Kuangfeng. The boy drew a short knife from his waist, his expression resolute, prepared to fight to the death. However, a stone suddenly flew through the air, striking him squarely on the forehead and momentarily disorienting him. Onward! Shouted Yi 11, brandishing a slingshot, as the three swiftly encircled him. A blow knocked the short knife from the boy's grasp, pinning him to the ground. Let me go? The boy shouted in fury, struggling with all his might, but it was Lao Bai who held him fast. The strength of this technological behemoth was no jest. Stay still. Damn. This guy's grip is quite strong. Fang Chang, observing the boy's futile struggles, turned to Lao Bai. In the desolate realm of OL, mere acts of killing or slaying beasts did not yield experience. The growth of genetic sequences came naturally through battle or training. In other words, the experience gained from capturing was akin to that of killing. Kuangfeng rummaged through the boy's belongings, discovering little more than a single flatbread, a few arrows, and a finely crafted small knife. Shaking his head, he rose and declared, very impoverished. Gazing at the youth lying on the ground, glaring defiantly, Fang Chang fell into a contemplative silence. I cannot discern what he is saying either. Chapter 56. The efficacy of antibiotics. A living captive is worth 5 silver coins, while the deceased are only valued at 5 copper. You in the blue coats, are you from the sanctuary? No one responded to him. The boy, filled with terror, watched as the concrete wall loomed overhead, transporting him beside the grain store. The cart came to a halt. Fang Chang and Old Bai hoisted the reindeer and tossed it onto the table before Egg Brother. Brother, settle the payment. 12 silver. The coins clinked as they struck the table, and Egg Brother unsheathed the cleaver resting there, beginning to chop meat with a series of dull thuds. Each thud echoed like a hammer striking the heart, sending shivers through the boy's spine. I've never heard of blue coats eating people. Manager, Just in time. We were about to bring him to you. Where did you find him? Stumbled upon him while hunting. He shot an arrow at me, but missed. I see. He counted out 5 silver coins from his pocket and handed them to Fong Chang. Chu Guang gestured for him to untie the captive. Although Fong Chang felt uneasy about the situation, having witnessed the manager's prowess in combat, he was not overly concerned and headed toward the cart with the wind at his back. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, the boy struggled more fiercely. However, when he recognized the figure following them, he froze. Chu Guang. It was the name pronounced in this world. Yes, it is I. Chu Guang smiled and reached out to him. I apologize for the offense. Yu shifted his reddened wrists and anxiously glanced at the surrounding bluecoats, whispering, Are they all your people? It has been a while. He had thought this outsider had perished outside, only to find him here again. Just yesterday, he had advised his sister not to guard that outsider's shelter anymore. It had gathered dust. They are my companions. Why are they gathered here? To observe the plot. Plot? What is that? Not important. Just ignore them. By the way, how did you end up here? Where are your father and elder brother? Chu Guang recalled that they always moved in groups, scavenging or hunting. Yu's expression darkened as he softly replied, The hyenas, vultures, and jackals, the 3 rogues of the wasteland, are indiscriminate in their choice of food, especially the hyenas that roam around Clear Spring City. When unable to find prey, they often resort to scavenging, and when starved, even turn on each other. Their fangs are typically teeming with bacteria. If bitten by a mutated hyena, untreated wounds can easily become infected, potentially threatening one's life. After listening to Yu, Chu Guang furrowed his brow. The Yu family had treated him well. While it wasn't to the extent of special care, their young daughter always looked after his place and had once thwarted the Wang family from robbing him. If you bring your elder brother to me, perhaps I can heal him. Yu was momentarily taken aback. Really? Chu Guang nodded. Yes, just bring him here. Yu's face lit up with gratitude as he lowered his head. I'm sorry. You truly are a good person. We were worried you might be a bad one. Chu Guang responded with kindness. It's all right. Caution is only natural. I can hardly be considered a good person myself. There is something I need to apologize for. What is it? Yu blushed and fumbled for words, scratching the back of his head. The horned yam you planted by the door. I saw it hadn't sprouted, so I dug it up and ate it. Damn it. So it was you who dug it up. Forget it. It was just a potato, not a big deal. Chu Guang replied, No worries. It was probably a planting issue. Yu nodded vigorously. Yes. The way you planted it wouldn't yield anything. I looked after digging it up, and 2 pieces were already rotten. To plant horned yam, it's not enough to just cut pieces. You must first sprout them, ensuring each piece has at least 2 buds, then coat the cut end with ash before planting. In a month or 2, they'll be ripe. Chu Guang gazed at him in astonishment. You know how to plant? The boy chuckled innocently, scratching his head. It's nothing special. Everyone knows a little. But usually, it's my mother, sister-in-law, and Xiaoyu who plant at the doorstep. Anything outside rarely survives. Either dug up or eaten by rats. Hearing this, the boy recalled that his elder brother was still lying in bed and quickly nodded. All right, I'll go right away. Wetland Park is approximately 3 kilometers from Better Street. Upon exiting the park, one encounters vast expanses of concrete ruins interspersed with greenery. To avoid the more dangerous areas, one must take at least an additional 2 kilometers. Nonetheless, Yu managed to carry his elder brother here in under 2 hours. Chu Guang instructed Tung Tung to fetch a piece of fur to place on the wooden table, allowing Yu to lay his elder brother, Yu Xiong, upon it. The robust man now appeared on the brink of death, his complexion a ghastly pale. The scavengers of Better Street had a monotonous diet, leading to widespread malnutrition, compounded by a lack of effective medical care. If they were fortunate enough to avoid illness, they would struggle to endure, often facing a fatal outcome. Chu Guang examined his wounds briefly, and from the purulent color of the injury, he preliminarily determined a bacterial infection. He administered one of the antibiotics he had drawn previously and proceeded to treat the wound with simple care. Is it all right to use ash? Yu asked anxiously. It depends on the situation. Ash from high-temperature calcination is fine. This substance is composed of potassium salts and has alkaline properties, making it rather effective in killing bacteria. The Binsao Gongma mentions this very thing. Although its efficacy is slightly inferior to that of alcohol, in the absence of high-purity alcohol, especially in the wild, it serves as a reasonable substitute. Of course, this refers to ash produced from high-temperature incineration. If it's from the stove below, that poses a problem. Who knows if there are tetanus bacteria in there? Applying a handful of that might be fatal. After approximately 5 minutes, Yu Xiong's complexion visibly improved. His tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and the cold sweat ceased. Chu Guang took note, realizing the effectiveness of the antibiotic. Beside him, Yu was less restrained. Upon seeing his elder brother's condition improve, he rushed over, tears welling as he grasped his brother's hand. "Brother, how are you feeling now?" "Xiaohu, where?" Noticing Chu Guang standing nearby, the drowsy Yu Xiong paused, his weak expression morphing into surprise. "Chu Guang? It is I. Wherein to you?" Yu Xiong hesitated, observing the blue coats around him, likely grasping the situation, and a smile broke across his face. "Congratulations. It seems you found your companions." "Yes. I found them recently," Chu Guang replied with a faint smile. "Thank you for looking after me." "Please, don't say that. We hardly did anything, in fact. You saved my life. That capsule must be quite valuable." The burly man appeared embarrassed. These capsules, resembling plastic, were treasures exclusive to Giant Stone City. He had only heard of them and had never seen one. It was likely that even in Giant Stone City, not everyone could afford them. "Don't worry about it. It was a mere act of kindness. I'll give you another one shortly. If you feel feverish, take it. If not, keep it for later use." Chu Guang would remember the kindness bestowed upon him, no matter how trivial. Moreover, the pills held great value for them, yet for Chu Guang, they were merely a reward akin to a lucky draw. It was said that Chu Guang intended to use the medicine for himself, prompting Yu Xiong to quickly shake his head and protest. "How can that be allowed? You have saved my life. I cannot possibly accept such a precious gift." Chu Guang did not engage in further argument, instead pressing the small pieces of aluminum foil into his brother's hand. Yu hesitated, but upon glancing at the injury on his elder brother's leg, he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. "There is no need for that. You are the pillar of your family now. You are the only one left capable of hunting. If you toil for me, what will your family eat? If you truly wish to repay me, then let us first overcome the challenges before us, and we can discuss other matters come spring next year." Seeing Chu Guang's resolute stance, the two brothers ceased their refusals, their eyes brimming with gratitude, vowing to repay him once the winter had passed. Old Bai, observing the unfolding scene, tugged at Fang Chong and, in a voice inaudible to the manager, whispered, "What are they discussing?" Fang Chong pondered, stroking his chin. "I cannot comprehend it entirely, but I can surmise." "Yi sure?" Encouraging from the side, chimed in, "Do share. Even a rough outline will suffice." "Very well. I shall provide a brief overview, though it may not be entirely accurate. That indigenous youth ventured out to hunt in order to treat his ailing family and ended up captured by us. The manager recognized him and requested he bring his gravely ill family members here, where they were treated with the shelter's medicine. The indigenous people were deeply moved and expressed that we were their friends, indicating that we would likely establish diplomatic relations moving forward." Old Bai was taken aback. "How will diplomatic relations be established?" Before Fang Chong could respond, Yishur patted his shoulder and, with a playful grin, remarked, "Are you foolish? How do the indigenous people establish relations? It is, of course, through marriage. The chief will marry off his daughter. It's a classic approach." "Good heavens! Wouldn't that be a substantial sacrifice for our manager?" Huang Feng cleared his throat lightly. "Do not heed Yishur's nonsensical prattle. While I cannot entirely dismiss such a possibility, I still hold a more favorable view regarding the pairing of him and the weapon shop proprietress." Fang Chong nodded in agreement. "I can always find common ground with Huang Feng. You too ought to reflect on why your thoughts are consistently out of sync with those of rational individuals." Tung Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement as she whispered fervently, "Why must the pairing be with the proprietress? Could it not be with the grateful youth instead?" "What? You are not making any sense. Is this game serious?" "It is serious, isn't it?" Chu Guang could no longer bear to listen and pretended not to hear as he walked away. "Speaking of which, the current version's tailor seems to be yielding rather high profits, does it not? Perhaps it would be prudent to balance things out in the next version." Chapter 57, The First Snowflake on the Wasteland. The antibiotics produced by the shelter proved remarkably effective. Not long after taking a dose, the eldest brother of the Yu family not only reduced his fever, but also experienced a remarkable decrease in the swelling of his leg injury, even managing to hobble a few steps. The two brothers expressed their immense gratitude, vowing to repay this kindness in the future. However, as dusk approached, they bid farewell to Chu Guang and assisted the elder brother towards the entrance. As they passed by Fang Chong, Yu paused, retrieving a finely crafted knife, seemingly not of this era, from his pack, and handed it to Fang Chong. This was a prized possession he had found while scavenging. Yu then remarked in a voice that contrasted with his appearance, "You are quite formidable to have evaded my arrow. However, in a one-on-one encounter. I would not be defeated. Feng Chong did not comprehend his words, but discerned that Yu Hu intended to gift him the knife. Was this a gesture of gratitude for indirectly saving his relative? He pointed at the knife and then at himself, and upon receiving a nod from the NPC, he joyfully accepted it. You are too kind. Yu Hu, equally baffled by Feng Chang's response, simply nodded before continuing to support his brother as they departed. Watching the two vanish behind the gates of the base, Feng Chong toyed with the knife in his hand, then turned to the howling wind beside him, reflecting, "Wind, did you understand what he said?" The wind replied, "Did you comprehend his words?" Feng Chong shook his head. "No, it matters not." Knight 10 approached with a sly grin. "What if he intends to betroth you to his sister, weighing 300 pounds? This knife could be a token of engagement." Scram. As they helped the elder brother exit the base, Yu Xiong remarked, "I told you he is no ordinary person. I urged you and our father to consider marrying Xiaoyu to him, but you disagreed. Now, do you regret it?" Yu Xiong sighed, his emotions complex. "Regret what? He is our benefactor. Let us not dwell on unrealistic matters. Furthermore, I never opposed Xiaoyu's situation, nor did father." Yu Hu frowned. "Then why did it not come to pass?" Yu Xiong reluctantly reached out, ruffling his younger brother's head. "You only think of the positive. Have you considered whether he would be willing? Forgetting Xiaoyu, did you notice the girls among his companions? Those who emerged from the shelter are all clean and fair, who would look kindly upon your bear-like demeanor." Hearing this, Yu Hu grew agitated. Yu Xiong barely stifled a laugh, casting him a sidelong glance. "You are eager to marry off Xiaoyu." Yu Hu chuckled, his naive expression betraying a sharp awareness. "Is this my decision? Whether or not to marry? Our younger sister will reach the appropriate age next year. According to the customs on the street, upon reaching adulthood, she must be counted as a separate household, requiring additional resources. Given our harvest this year, we can barely manage. How will we sustain another next year? Per the regulations of Beach Street, turning 16 qualifies one as a separate household. During the autumn mobilization, regardless of marital status, resources must be amassed for each household, effectively serving as a form of head tax. Boys fare somewhat better, as they generally begin accompanying elders on hunts and scavenging around the ages of 13 or 14, maturing into capable scavengers or hunters within a few years, thereby becoming productive members of society. For girls, however, the chaotic world makes it challenging to forge their own paths at such a young age, often leading to early marriages. Xiaoyu's carefree existence at home is primarily due to their father's continued ability to work, the eldest sister-in-law not yet having children, and the second brother remaining unmarried. The three men can still manage the household. If they delay further, should Yu Hu marry or should Yu Xiong's family expand, they will inevitably have to marry off Xiaoyu, regardless of their reluctance. Survival often becomes a heavy topic. Regardless, if she must marry, it is better to secure her a good match than for her to endure hardship in our circumstances. Yu Xiong squinted at the sky. The third son of the Wang family is of marrying age. Their family is respectable. Coincidentally, their daughter is also growing up, making it a fitting match for you. Yu Hu shook his head vigorously. That will not do. I find Wang Difu insufferable. He even shoved Xiaoyu last time. Just the sight of him makes me believe he would become an abusive husband. The Li family. That is not suitable either. Our mother hails from the Li family. Yu Xiong was momentarily at a loss for words, casting a meaningful glance at his brother. You must consider carefully. Once she marries outside, your wife must fend for herself. It does not matter. Do you truly worry that I cannot find a wife? Yu Hu chuckled. But after a moment, he murmured, I simply do not wish for you all to worry about me. My own affairs are my own concern. How can one barter their sister for personal gain? As dusk fell, the sky darkened. Just like the previous day, many players had set up stalls in the clearing within the northern gate of the outpost, calling out to sell their goods, the sounds of bargaining filling the air, creating a lively market atmosphere. Fresh meat for sale. Delicious squirrel meat, whether stir-fried, roasted, or boiled, it is simply delightful. 1 silver coin per piece, take your pick. The price is reasonable and the quality superb. Who would buy that? How much meat can one squirrel yield? Quite a bit. Mutated squirrels weigh around 2 kilograms each. You can buy 6 liang of meat for 1 silver coin at the granary. Think about it. I have no money. Then scram. Teeth from mutated hyenas. Perfect for crafting ornaments. Selling for just 1 copper coin each. Only 10 available. Act fast. Who would use that to make ornaments? It looks hideous. You do not understand. What if the game later introduces an ornament system? Equipment can be enchanted and embedded. This material will surely increase in value. Really? Is that true? Indeed. Trust me. Then, I'll take 2. All right, here you go. In addition to players selling hunting materials, others dealt in trash collected from the wasteland. Although it is now the year 211 of the wasteland era, diligent searching can still yield some valuable items that have yet to be taken, particularly in locked doors, cabinets, or buried beneath rubble. One can occasionally find worthwhile items. Some alloys with excellent antioxidation properties can be easily transformed into superior weapons. For instance, Chu Guang spotted a fire axe, its anti-rust paint still intact, marked at the price of 7 silver coins. It was indeed worth that amount, but few could afford it. Anyone interested in gold? I found a gold chain while scavenging in the linked buildings. Only 3 silver coins, cannot be cheaper. Too expensive. 3 silver coins could buy a considerable amount of food. What use do I have for your gold chain? It cannot be forged into a weapon or spent. I'll take 1. Damn it, I cannot afford it in real life, but at least I can indulge in the game. Ah, wasteful, truly wasteful. If we do not complete the initial capital accumulation now, how can we ascend to the top tier in the future? Brother, have you lost your mind? This is just a game. The most popular stall remained that of Yiya. Each time she showcased her skill of consuming raw mushrooms, applause erupted from the players. These players did not come empty-handed. The mushrooms at her stall quickly sold out. Yesterday, they were 3 copper coins per pound. Today, the price surged to 4 copper coins. Yet buyers continued to flock to her. Additionally, she crafted a jar of Yiya's secret berry jam from the berries she had gathered, priced at a mere 1 silver coin. Unfortunately, this particular jam stubbornly refused to sell, as its unappealing green hue deterred potential buyers. Next came the weapon shop of Xiaoyan. Although the weapons displayed on the shelves, each costing hundreds of silver coins, were beyond the reach of any customer. This did not hinder the curious crowd from coming to see the shopkeeper. Madam Boss, could you utter a phrase declaring that you are Kelly from the Celestial Realm? Just one, I implore you. The aloofness of the Madam Boss leaves us in silence, undoubtedly due to our impoverished state. Alas, is this the essence of a realist game? Have you all noticed? The glances she casts towards the overseer are distinctly different. Have the NPCs already formed couples? How delightful. You jest, for the dashing dawn, my beloved, is solely mine. No one shall claim him. Woe is me. What are you pondering? What affection level are we even at? We've merely moved a few bricks. Let not your tongue run wild. What do you think the NPCs will do once we log off? Await our return? How nonsensical. Curiously, humans often share unspoken thoughts. Though the words of these players elude her understanding, the expressionless Xia Yin finds herself contemplating this very notion. This group of lunatics. She muttered softly, casting a glance toward the sanatorium, then at Chu Guang. I am so hungry. By the way, will there be dessert tonight? That chocolate was rather delightful. Perhaps due to the influx of 20 new players, today's market is livelier than yesterday. Standing before the sanatorium, Chu Guang begins to envision the scene when 100 players gather here, imagining the bustling spectacle. Life is beginning to improve. Lost in thought, a paternal smile graces Chu Guang's face. He feels a joy surpassing that of anyone else. For the players, this is merely a game, but for him, it could very well define the latter half of his life. At that moment, a slight chill unexpectedly grazes his proud nose. Chu Guang looks up to behold a flurry of tiny, silvery flakes descending gracefully. Touching his nose, he wipes away the cool dampness, staring pensively at his fingertips, softly murmuring, "Snow? Or perhaps hail?" The temperature hasn't yet dropped to 0. More accurately, it should be between 10 and 15 degrees. There are no cumulonimbus clouds above, nor can one see any thick cloud cover. The horizon faintly hints at dusk. Tentatively, he surmises that perhaps a surge of cold air has met with rising humid currents, condensing into ice crystals at low altitude. What nonsense he speaks. This cannot be classified as snow, nor hail. It resembles a climate unique to the wasteland. Nonetheless, this does not bode well. Flicking the droplets from his fingertips, Chu Guang softly sighs. It seems old Charlie was correct. This winter will arrive earlier than in years past. Food, fuel, materials, and weapons. Alas, merely contemplating it brings about a sense of despair. However, human joys and sorrows are seldom shared. From a distance, one can faintly hear the carefree cheers of players, their joyful chatter ringing out. A newly joined female player gazes at the sky with anticipation. It's snow. Chapter 58. This man is incomprehensible. Announcement. Update. Testing weather system. Snowfall added. Notice. Today's wasteland will experience light snowfall. The planning team kindly reminds all players to dress warmly and take care not to catch a cold. Comments section below the announcement. Another announcement from the official site? I thought there was a proper update. The planners said they made changes. But it's only partial. Today is merely a test for snowfall, and tomorrow will test for rainfall. KPI metrics met. Another day of idling. Amusing. Where is the planner from? It's still 20 degrees here. A drop in temperature is far off. Are you also from Gaia? Amusing. Not surprisingly. The forum is buzzing, resembling a continuation of the previous flea market in the forward base. The 20 new players who just logged in eagerly rushed to the official site to share their gaming experiences. Elf King Fugu. On my first day as a new player. I have to say, just look at the graphics, the special effects, the lighting. This game is absolutely amazing. Proud Grandpa. Let me pour some cold water on that. The person above is a shill hired by the development team. Don't be fooled. I'll say it again. This game does not exist. It simply does not. Elf King Fugu. Are you annoying? Picking on people for no reason is enough. Once or twice is fine, but daily spamming is excessive. I roll. Mosquitoes in the WC. You must be a newcomer. This guy is a pet of the cattle and horse group. He got banned for criticizing management last time and left the group. Now he is just here to seek attention. Treat him as a joke. Grinning. Elf King Fugu. 0. Garbage picker, level 99. Damn. Is anyone concerned about the rights of the lizard men? Seriously, just before logging off, I felt a chilling sensation on my back. Stiff as if possessed. Spare me. I don't care about you. You're just a lizard. Evil grin. Fong Chong. That's quite normal. Lizards are cold-blooded animals. Don't panic. When summer comes, it will be your time to shine. Garbage picker, level 99. Besides sharing gaming experiences and insights, many enthusiastic young players offered him advice. Each time he read these posts, Chu Guang felt as though he were reviewing official documents. Mole escaping the canyon. Raise your hand. I suggest the development team consider designating a trading area within the game. Most games have consignment and stall features. Even if we can't temporarily hire NPCs to manage stores, at least open a shelf for consignment. This would be far more efficient than everyone crowding together to sell. Especially since the trading time just before logging off is too brief. Guang. This suggestion is indeed commendable. I will bring it up at the next planning department meeting to propose creating a flea market for players to trade freely within the game. Additionally, we can set up a rentable storage unit in the Sanctuary S buffer zone for players to consign their goods. Mole escaping the canyon. Awesome. Night 10. It's starting to feel like a game hall. How about making a quest board that allows players to assign tasks to one another? Amusing. Guang. No rush. Testing for each system needs to be done step by step. As the game contents expand, we will consider establishing a player quest panel. Once players have more activities available, a larger space for engagement, and richer content, we can contemplate opening this feature. Through players' quest requests, Chu Guang could also better understand and supervise what these players are up to outside. Guang. Haven T, I always been present. Professor Yang. The Lightning Mage. Is the planner around? Perfect timing. I have a suggestion. The price of food is utterly unreasonable. 200 G of dried meat costs 1 silver coin. It's the same price as 300 G of raw meat. Can't we adjust this? It's simply too unreasonable. I suggest changing it to 150 G of dried meat and 350 G of raw meat. Guang. From a design perspective, the game does not have a fixed price system. Trading prices are influenced by various factors. Furthermore, the NPC's warehouse is primarily for stockpiling supplies, with prices fluctuating more due to strategic needs than supply and demand. Guang. Wasteland OL encourages trading between players. The prices you trade with other players truly reflect the market price based on supply and demand. Professor Yang. The Lightning Mage. What if I hoard supplies? For instance, buy out all the food. Night 10. Wow, buddy, how much money do you have? I can't even afford a gun. Guang. Not sure. Why don't you give it a try? Irina. The scalpers are dancing in front of the planners. Is this an act of self-reporting? Amusing. Night 10. Dude, I'm not saying this, but you should buy in secret while the NPCs aren't looking. Hide it in a rented storage unit, and then when everyone is starving, reveal it all at once to astonish everyone. Amusing. Makabatsi. Ha ha. A true insider calling out the cleverness. Professor Yang, the Lightning Mage. I haven't drawn a closed beta qualification yet. Let me get that first. Awkward damn. Turns out he's just a cloud. Chu Guang wondered how this guy could ask such naive questions. Guang, then let us talk when you get it. Don't be disheartened if you don't. The slots for internal and open testing will be more plentiful, and the content will be much richer than the closed beta. With improved rules. These ideas will come in handy eventually. Professor Yang, the lightning mage. I feel confident. I have a premonition that it will be my turn next time. T so optimistic? Guang, keep it up. Like yesterday? Chu Guang gathered some useful suggestions and noted them down. For instance, some players suggested that a tax should be levied on trades. He acknowledged that he had indeed overlooked this detail, but it felt premature to rush into taxation. What would he do with all that money? Everything in this sanctuary belonged to him anyway. Up to now, he had only distributed about 1,200 game coins, and the consumed inventory was less than a quarter of that, not to mention that in a few days, that merchant named Sun would send him another batch. Taxation could be implemented, but it must wait until the players had accumulated enough money, equipped themselves adequately, and were ready to open shops. Only then would it be appropriate to discuss it. While Chu Guang was browsing the forum, Somersault, who was studying in the corner, couldn't he help but glance at him repeatedly. It wasn't he because he had any peculiar allure, but because this man always gave her a somewhat terrifying impression. For the past hour, he had been staring at the screen with a sinister smile, and she couldn't tell what wicked thoughts were brewing in his mind. Thinking about cohabiting with a demon, Somersault decided to say something to redirect his attention, hoping desperately that he wouldn't turn any ill intentions toward her. What are you looking at? It's none of your business. After a moment of silence, Somersault continued. May I ask you a question? Chu Guang, go ahead. Somersault, puzzled, inquired. Why do you all insist on going outside? I mean, isn't it safe enough in the sanctuary? Why repair those walls on the surface? Wouldn't it be better to stay underground? Chu Guang, for survival. Somersault, isn't it possible to survive here? The sanctuary has clean air, protects against rain, frost, and theft. Speaking of which, where are your water purifiers? I've never seen any. And what about facilities like hydroponic growing rooms? I heard that the sanctuary should have these resources. Chu Guang felt embarrassed as he listened. He didn't know how to explain. He couldn't very well say that although he was the manager here, he hadn't yet fully acquired all the permissions for this sanctuary, could he? That would sound utterly absurd. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Guang replied, Perhaps you are right. Hiding underground indeed seems a prudent choice. What do the events above ground have to do with us? It is not we who have wrought this chaos. Regardless of the deluge outside or the possibility of another nuclear conflict, we can remain secure in our refuge. Xia Yan, but why? Chu Guang turned to her. Yet, perhaps some sanctuaries are destined to differ from others. The inhabitants are not merely fleeing from something but are destined to create and transform. After casting aside this thought-provoking statement, Chu Guang paid her no further heed and resumed his exploration of the forum. His little players were truly remarkable, each one a talent. Eloquent in speech, and, crucially, possessing a boundless imagination that surpassed even his own as a planner. To be frank, if he did not draw inspiration from these young geniuses, Chu Guang would feel he was doing them a disservice. In this world, what creature could be more suited to be the chaff than players? At last, Chu Guang began to grasp why the original overseers had inscribed that phrase on their notes. There was an inexplicable sense that the man's silhouette had momentarily grown imposing. However, this feeling lingered in her heart for scarcely 2 seconds before it dissipated as her gaze fell upon the notebook in her hands. This fellow was undoubtedly a demon, subjecting her to such incomprehensible burdens. He showed no mercy not only to himself, but also to his companions. He compelled them to undertake grueling physical labor, sent them forth to hunt, thrusting them into the fray as mere fodder, and deceived them with worthless scraps of metal, which they treasured as if they were treasures. Even expressing heartfelt gratitude towards him. For a fleeting moment, she entertained the notion that he might be a good person, surely because he was subtly brainwashing her. Brainwashing. Reflecting upon the myriad tales and rumors circulating in Giant Stone City, Xia Yan could not suppress a shiver, pulling her shoulders in as her apprehension and wariness towards Chu Guang deepened. To manipulate the human heart to such an exquisite degree, this man was unfathomable. Chapter 59. These players are becoming more and more disturbing. The snow from yesterday seemed merely fortuitous. The morning sun of the following day retained a hint of autumn warmth. Stepping out of the shelter, Garbage Kuan cautiously peered outside, relieved to find it not as cold as anticipated. He joyfully wagged his tail and darted outside. The previous night had been frigid. Other than Chu Guang and Garbage Kuan, it appeared that no one else was in a hurry. Rather, there was a subtle anticipation for the impending winter, particularly among southern players who seldom experienced heavy snowfall. In this wasteland, snowflakes had begun to fall before September had even concluded, suggesting that in another 10 days or so, a more substantial snowfall would likely occur. As he traversed the walls of the outpost, Chu Guang surveyed his territory, silently contemplating which area to enclose next. Should he expand northward or southward? This question warranted careful consideration. At that moment, he noticed two young players bustling in front of the northern gate, constructing a frame resembling a gallows. "What are you two up to?" he inquired, observing their handiwork. Upon noticing the manager's presence, the two players immediately halted their activities, excitement evident on their faces. "Respectful manager, we are building a gallows," one exclaimed. Chu Guang responded, "A gallows? What purpose does that serve?" "Because it's more fitting for the wasteland. It's also more punk," the other player chimed in. "Indeed, and quite practical. If anyone breaks the laws of the shelter, we can hang them up." "Hee." The first player added. "That's acceptable, but unnecessary," replied Chu Guang. Aside from these two peculiar individuals, the other players in the shelter appeared relatively normal. They were either engaged in tasks or busy gathering resources. The outpost was still in its early stages of development, lacking in everything except work, alleviating any concerns about players finding tasks to complete. Occasionally, one or two players might slack off, but that was inconsequential. The art of management lies not in micromanagement, but in overseeing the broader direction. As long as the players remained diligent overall, that sufficed. Unless someone was consistently offline, he might offer a gentle reminder. If confirmed as AFK, he would reallocate their testing eligibility. There is no merit in baseless skepticism. While scientific reasoning emphasizes doubt, including self-doubt, it equally underscores the necessity of evidence, cautioning against treating conjectures as truths. Thus, why concern oneself with the affairs of so many parallel worlds? Arriving at the carpentry shed, Chu Guang assessed the equipment on the shelves. Thus far, Mosquito had crafted 15 wooden bows and over 100 arrows, his skills in production becoming increasingly adept. Not only that, Chu Guang recognized this individual as exceptionally talented, exhibiting innovative thinking and the ability to apply concepts learned in one context to another. For instance, regarding the arrows, he devised two distinct types of arrowheads. One utilized the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, heating the arrowhead before embedding it into a wooden shaft with a fixed groove, ensuring a tight bond upon cooling. This arrow could be reused multiple times until the head was utterly destroyed. The other type simply involved adhering rusted iron fragments to the shaft using a mixture of resin and animal fat. Although this arrow was single-use and had slightly diminished penetration power, if it struck effectively, it would likely leave the rusted tip embedded in the target, causing lingering damage. Even if the target did not lose mobility immediately, there was a high probability of succumbing to tetanus or other infections days later. "Manager, I was about to seek you out." Upon seeing Chu Guang at the door, Mosquito's eyes lit up, and he set down his tools, rising from his chair. Chu Guang looked at him and said, "I'm merely here for a casual stroll. Do you have something to report?" "I have completed the gunpowder you instructed me to make," Mosquito excitedly declared, producing a glass jar filled with black powder and eagerly offering it to Chu Guang, who instinctively took a step back, nearly using his authority to kick Mosquito offline. "It's fine. There are no open flames here. It's perfectly safe." Mosquito chuckled, continuing, "I used a recipe I found online with 74.6 potassium nitrate. At this ratio, the gunpowder can burn most efficiently." As before, Chu Guang disregarded the player's references to information outside the game. He examined the glass jar closely and nodded. "Well done. Have you tested it? I can demonstrate it for you right now. Please follow me." Mosquito replied, leading the manager outside the carpentry shed. From his pocket, he produced a small glass vial, approximately 150 milliliters in volume, filled with gunpowder, its opening sealed with animal fat and a cotton wick. As the wick burned down, a thunderous explosion ensued, shattering the glass vial and violently splintering the nearby tree trunk, causing it to tilt precariously. Many players chopping wood nearby were startled by the sound and rushed over to witness the spectacle. "Wow, bro, that's impressive. Did you just create TNT?" one exclaimed. "What TNT? You only know about TNT. Look at that smoke. It's clearly black powder. But still, that's quite powerful. Everyone knows the recipe. It's just the materials that are hard to come by. You're amazing." Having overheard the other players' praises, Mosquito looked at Chu Guang with excitement. His face flushed with exhilaration. "How was that?" Chu Guang's expression mirrored surprise. This player is quite remarkable, isn't. What does a carpenter intend to accomplish with such knowledge?" "Excellent. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. Although the smoke was somewhat excessive, and the explosive force could be improved, These are minor issues. I will report your achievements to the organization, and you shall receive a reward of 500 contribution points. Additionally, you might attempt to create smokeless powder, such as nitrocellulose. If successful, the shelter will grant you 1,000 contribution points, and I shall have new tasks for you. New tasks? Mosquito's expression turned instantly ecstatic. Does this imply a hidden quest? Even without a hidden quest, the allure of 1,000 contribution points was already enticing. Since the commencement of version Alpha 0.3, the rewards for contribution points had been reduced. Completing daily active tasks yielded only around 160 contribution points, and labor contributed similarly. Thus, 1,000 contribution points was a substantial amount. Although he was now a citizen, who would refuse more contributions, the difficulty of acquiring such points would only increase over time. He recalled that the developers had hinted on the official website about future ranks above citizenship, which would allow for the purchase of more land. Absolutely, respected manager. Once I procure the nitric and sulfuric acids, I will give it a try. To facilitate transport, the charcoal kilns and cement kilns were constructed nearby, forming a makeshift industrial area. The fires burned continuously, raising the surrounding temperature by a couple of degrees compared to other areas. Since Ward's innovative improvements to the traditional steelmaking process, the carbon chamber and iron melting chamber had been separated. Utilizing the carbon monoxide from incomplete combustion to reduce iron oxide, instead of employing charcoal directly. Thus, the steel scrap used as raw material will not experience a significant increase in carbon content during the smelting process, eliminating the need for repetitive forging and quenching to remove carbon, as was previously necessary to produce steel. While it may be implausible to revert the material to its state from 2 centuries ago, its overall strength will undoubtedly surpass that achieved through traditional or smelting. After all, the rare metals originally mixed within the steel cannot simply vanish. Some remnants will certainly remain. Experience is always garnered through gradual exploration. Observing the industrious players, Chu Guang was filled with profound reflections. Several days prior, the tools at the outpost base had to be imported from the nearby Brown farm, requiring the exchange of animal pelts. The carpentry workshop addressed immediate needs, yet this location is where true miracles can be conceived. The production efficiency of these makeshift kilns remains somewhat antiquated, necessitating an expansion of facilities that requires additional building materials and tools. To achieve this, a portion of players must gain direct or indirect control over production resources, thus enabling them to exercise initiative and creativity in enhancing production. I ponder. Future versions could designate this area as an industrial zone, explicitly defining land use and permitting players who attain citizenship status to lease land, establish workshops, and engage in light industrial processing, thereby directly controlling a segment of production resources. As for heavy industries such as steel and cement, which entail substantial output, significant initial investment, and unstable returns, a public steel mill and cement factory could be established, appointing capable players from the crafting professions as managers through hidden tasks to oversee production planning, indirectly controlling production resources. Regarding balance, this could be addressed through taxation and land rental settings. After all, these ideas originated from the players themselves. Stroking his chin, Chu Guang contemplated. As a competent planner, the foremost duty is to comprehend the necessities of the current version. For instance, if players struggle to secure ADC roles, enhancing ADC becomes imperative. If everyone rushes to play marksman, it may warrant a nerf to marksman or an enhancement to junglers. The greatest distinction between games and reality lies in the fact that policy reforms in reality incur costs. However, in games, adjustments to balance typically result in players merely expressing their frustrations. As long as the game remains playable, they will ultimately continue their pursuits. Administrator, what is it? To the north of the outpost base, near the elevated bridge, 2 individuals approached, leading a cow with 2 heads. The one in the lead appeared familiar, resembling someone who had visited our establishment previously. The player, hands on their knees, intermittently reported the situation. A 2-headed cow? Could it be the traveling merchant from Red River Town? So soon? Chu Guang felt a twinge of surprise but maintained a composed facade, instructing the player, "Take me there." Yes. Chapter 60. The arrival of the gift at the northern gate of the outpost. 2 avant-garde dressed men flanked a 2-headed cow, halting their steps before the entrance. Chu Guang's first instinct was that this man was formidable. The one positioned behind was none other than the merchant he had encountered previously, Sun Shiqi. "Ah, my old friend. We meet again." Upon seeing Chu Guang at the gate, the tension on Sun Shiqi's face dissipated, replaced by a warm smile as he opened his arms to greet him. However, the scent wafting from him was unbearable, prompting Chu Guang to refrain from embracing him, instead extending his right hand. Sun Shichi chuckled, unfazed, and readily adapted, shaking Chu Guang's hand vigorously before releasing it. Apologies, I've been on the road for 5 days without a chance to bathe. I must be a sight. No matter. Chu Guang replied, glancing at the man beside the two-headed cow. And who might this be? He is a hired gun I employed from Honga Town, responsible for ensuring my safety along the way. There are several reputable gunner guilds in Honga Town, and they know how to avoid conflicts with local marauders. For insurance purposes, just pretend he isn't here. A gunner guild? Likely ex-robbers turned mercenaries, Chu Guang thought, nodding slightly as his gaze lingered on the robust two-headed cow, his brow raising with a hint of intrigue. It appeared their dried meat was quite popular in Honga Town. Last time's venture must have yielded considerable profits, enabling him not only to acquire new stock but also to hire a bodyguard. This was indeed a positive development, for mutually beneficial trade fosters longevity. How's the road to Giant Stone City? Is it navigable? Chu Guang inquired casually. The roads in the city are exceedingly complex. The ruins within resemble a labyrinth. I would prefer to traverse 10 kilometers in the wilderness than a mere mile in the city. You must have sensed it too. This winter will likely be harsher than usual. The grain prices in Honga Town have skyrocketed. Those mine owners and slave masters can't stomach the dark, nutrient paste. I barely delivered my goods to the trading post before they were snatched up by their servants. I thought, since they sell so well, I should make another trip before the heavy snow blocks the roads, hence hiring a bodyguard, he chuckled. Such high demand? It seems I sold mine too cheaply, Chu Guang remarked in a half-joking manner. Realizing he had become a bit too boastful, Sun Shichi quickly cleared his throat and smiled apologetically. My lord, you jest. We itinerant merchants risk our necks to do business. While it may seem we earn a bit, it's merely enough for travel expenses and sustenance. Enough of this sob story. The amount you earn is a testament to your skill. When you have the means, remember to procure a couple more cows and bring more goods next spring, Chu Guang interjected, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Now, do you have what I requested? Of course. Rest assured, I would never forget your instructions. Sun Shichi responded eagerly. The mutated two-headed cow could weigh over a ton, with a carrying capacity of approximately 700 to 900 kilograms, making it quite adept in both ruined and wild terrains, though slightly inferior to the mutated yaks. In addition to 500 kilograms of coins, Sun Shichi had also purchased nearly 100 kilograms of goods with his profits. Among these were items of trade value, including a bag of coarse salt with a waxy yellow appearance, weighing around 10 kilograms, 10 7mm caliber revolvers, and 2 hefty bags of ammunition. Despite having some carrying capacity left, he lacked the funds to procure additional stock. Typically, in such situations, these less affluent merchants would risk detours to scavenge. But given the current timing, that seemed imprudent. While inspecting the bags of ammunition, Chu Guang noted that they were all made of copper. It appeared that the area around Honga Town wasn't lacking in copper resources. However, compared to the stamped cartridges produced in Giant Stone City, many of the bullets from Honga Town were rolled copper, showing visible dents and protrusions. No wonder they resorted to manufacturing these straightforward semi-automatic revolvers. Utilizing such ammunition in a more sophisticated chamber design would likely result in frequent jams. Was this the disparity between industrial survivor strongholds and resource-based ones? How do you find these goods, my lord? Sun Shichi asked with a solicitous smile. He hoped Chu Guang would purchase everything. I shall take the weapons, the coarse salt, and those coins, Chu Guang stated, his gaze falling on the last bag. Upon peering inside and discovering a yellowish powder, he inquired, what is contained within this bag? Ant powder. Sun Shichi chuckled. It's ground from the dried mutant yellow-backed highfoot spider, rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, primarily used as fertilizer. Chu Guang nodded in understanding. Fertilizer was indeed something that Brown Farm sought. However, he had yet to commence any agricultural endeavors himself, rendering it unnecessary. Nevertheless, this sparked an idea. He had heard players mention that there was an abundance of guano near the lake. Perhaps he could attempt to make some fertilizer to sell to Brown Farm. At that moment, Sun Shichi suddenly remembered something. Approaching the two-headed cow to open a leather pouch hanging from it, he retrieved a glass bottle, its neck corked with a softwood stopper featuring small ventilation holes. Inside was a fist-sized cluster of ants, their limbs and antennae moving visibly, creating an eerie sight. Intrigued, Chu Guang stared at the bottle for a moment before asking, is this the iron-backed ant? Indeed, Sun Shichi replied with a grin. We typically use them for feed or other purposes. A trader at the trading post had some for sale, and I bought a bottle. After handling the bottle for a brief moment, Chu Guang turned to Sun Shichi and asked, "How much?" Sun Shichi waved his hands repeatedly. No, my friend, you misunderstand. This is a gift for you, no charge." "Oh, thank you then." Chu Guang graciously accepted the gift, not one to refuse such kindness. Allowing this man to conduct business with him was already a generous act. Seeing Chu Guang accept the gift, a broad smile spread across Sun Shichi's face. Chu Guang nodded, simply uttering one word, "Good." Unlike merchants from Giant Stone City, many itinerant traders from other regions do not recognize the currency of chips. They either have their own currency or none at all. Thus, in most cases, interregional trade occurs through bartering, devoid of fixed price lists. Even though he received a token of friendship from Sun Shichi, friendship could not fill one's stomach. During negotiations, Chu Guang made no concessions, remaining steadfast in his stance. Who has thicker skin than a seller? The 500 kilograms of coins remained at the previously agreed price of exchanging 100 kilograms for 4 kilograms of dried meat, equating to 20 kilograms of dried meat. Chu Guang was a man of his word, having no intention of reneging on their agreement. Nor was there any need to do so. Both parties reached a pleasant consensus. However, the agreeable atmosphere was short-lived. Just moments ago, Sun Shichi had naively believed this man was easy to deal with until he uttered the outrageous claim of 3 kilograms of dried meat for 1 kilogram of salt. "Apologies. Did I mishear you? Perhaps you meant 1 Jin?" The reaction from this individual was entirely within expectations, as Chu Guang calmly replied, "You did not mishear. I am indeed referring to 1 kilogram of coarse salt." "This is impossible," Sun Shichi exclaimed almost reflexively, abandoning his previous deference and arguing indignantly. "You must be joking. The process used for your cured meat involves roasting and air drying. It has not undergone any curing process and cannot possibly be worth this price." "Oh." Noticing that Chu Guang remained unfazed, Sun Shichi took a deep breath and continued in a more measured tone. "Well, you are not a merchant, so perhaps you are not familiar with the market. Let us do some calculations. If I transport this 10 kilograms of coarse salt to Stone City, I could at least exchange it for 1 point of chips per 100 grams. Chu Guang remained silent. In truth, he had never been to Stone City. He only knew that the coarse salt, which was of poor quality and bitter, was sold by the old leech on Better Street for 2 points of chips per 100 grams, likely doubling in value. But what did that matter? The price of grain had tripled with that old leech. Discussing prices in the wasteland was utterly pointless. Clearing his dry throat, Sun Shichi continued, 100 points of chips. If I were to exchange these chips for electrical appliances and industrial goods, or daily necessities at Brown Farm, I could at least obtain 300 kilograms of green wheat. If I were to trade these grains for cured meat, a reasonable exchange would be at least 60 to 75 kilograms. Thus, the lowest price I can accept is 60 kilograms, which equates to 1 kilogram of salt for 6 kilograms of cured meat. In consideration of our friendship, I can accept 59 kilograms as my minimum offer. This is my greatest concession." Sun Shichi felt he had articulated his point clearly enough. Even if those holed up in the shelter had never engaged in trade on the wasteland, they should at least understand his predicament. However, after listening to his discourse, Chu Guang merely smiled. There was one thing Sun Shichi said that was indeed correct. He was not a merchant. If anyone were to perceive him as such, their perspective would be rather limited. But to think he did not understand trade? "Huh. You are entirely correct," Chu Guang replied. Sun Shichi's expression brightened. Yet, before he could savor his joy for even a second, the next words from Chu Guang froze the smile on his face. "Then my friend, why not?" Gazing at this far-flung companion with a gentle smile, Chu Guang softly stated, "What I mean is, if you wish to exchange 59 kilograms of cured meat for 300 kilograms of green wheat, I would not be averse to that." Chapter 61. The nemesis of the mutated leech. After concluding the transaction and departing from the wetland park, Sun Shichi, his face contorted with indignation, could no longer restrain himself and began to vocally express his grievances. It was utterly unbelievable. I have never encountered such a miserly individual clad in blue. Where is the decorum of civilized society? What happened to the principle of reciprocity? These avaricious groundhogs. I should never have harbored any illusions about them. In the tavern of the trading center in Honghe Town, the most captivating tales often revolved around the blue-clad figures. There were those who, seduced by a few flattering words, received bountiful gifts from these blue jackets, while others entered with a plethora of colorful notes, only to emerge after being ejected, clutching a hefty bag of supplies prepared for them. These blue jackets had almost become synonymous with foolishness and wealth, and stories of them invariably hinted at the prospect of overnight riches. Sun Shichi had never imagined he could, as the rumors suggested, pry open the treasures of a shelter merely through his eloquence. Conducting business in a conventional manner seemed a more sensible option. However, the reactions of these individuals were entirely unexpected, leading him to question whether they were not just a band of vagrants in disguise. Would there truly be blue jackets constructing buildings above ground? Moreover, he ultimately failed to discern the location of the shelter. So, was this transaction a loss? Having served as a bodyguard for many years and engaged with numerous merchants, he had rarely witnessed them suffer losses. Yet, Sun Shichi grumbled in frustration. I could have earned so much more. The gunman remained speechless, his attention shifting away from Sun Shichi as he resumed his vigilant scanning of the surroundings. Sun Shichi rummaged through his pocket, revealing his ledger with a pained expression. 10 kilograms of salt had only netted him 30 kilograms of smoked meat. Were it not for the fact that he had no plans to journey to Giant Stone City on this trip, he would never have accepted such a harsh price. Even under the threat of a gun to his head? Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. He could not, as he had envisioned, transport this salt to Giant Stone City to exchange for daily necessities and appliances, trade those at the farm for grain, and then use the grain to barter for meat here. The roads in the city were far more treacherous than those outside, and with winter fast approaching, both humans and mutants were frantically preparing for the impending cold season. Considering the time cost and the associated risks, he could not afford such a roundabout strategy. That man, it seemed, had discerned this very point. Not just the 10 kilograms of salt, but also the 10 revolvers and 2 bags of ammunition he carried had been subjected to relentless price suppression by that individual. While firearms might hold little value in Giant Stone City, any survivor's outpost would gladly stockpile such easy-to-maintain, durable, and inexpensive weapons. Trading one for 3 to 4 mutated hyena carcasses would suffice, and hiring a butcher could yield 60 to 70 kilograms of meat. That was a staggering 70 kilograms of meat. Surely, exchanging it for 30 kilograms of dried meat was not excessive? If worst came to worst, 20 kilograms would still be a fair trade. Yet, that man was only willing to offer him 10 kilograms of unprocessed jerky for each gun, despite his persuasive efforts. The man merely nodded in acknowledgement of their camaraderie, allowing him an additional kilogram of smoked fish. Curse that groundhog. I don't quite understand, but isn't profit the goal? The gunman remarked nonchalantly, contentment is often said to be a source of happiness. Huh, what do you know? Contentment does not lead to great wealth. Sun Shichi, disinterested in his comments, impatiently waved his pen while continuing to focus on the road, muttering calculations into his ledger. This dried meat must be exchanged for at least 60 kilograms of coarse salt. No, at least 80 kilograms to avoid a wasted trip. I must carefully consider which mine to negotiate with. The gunman glanced at him, then at the cargo atop the two-headed cow, and casually remarked, You should embrace gratitude and humility. At least I, accompanying you on this journey, am a person who finds contentment in simplicity. 130 kilograms of smoked meat along with 10 kilograms of smoked fish had yielded 10 kilograms of coarse salt, 10 revolvers, and 2 sizable bags. Chu Guang was quite satisfied with this transaction. Of course, timing played a crucial role. With winter approaching, those who possessed food held the upper hand. And as prey began to hibernate, any wild game found in the snow could be preserved, rendering salt less critical. However, by the time spring arrived, the situation would change entirely. After all, attempting to produce jerky without any salt in the spring and summer, with hopes of storing it for winter, was somewhat fanciful. Chu Guang was not so sure. In any case, the production cost of 130 kilograms of smoked meat and 10 kilograms of smoked fish amounted to merely 60 to 80 silver coins. Even when calculated at the grain depot's purchasing price, it was hardly more than 140 silver coins. However, currently, players were directly selling their catches to the grain depot and had not yet begun slaughtering their game or curing meat, making it more appropriate to calculate based on production costs. Ultimately, it mattered little how one calculated the price. After all, Chu Guang had amassed an additional 500 kilograms of the same gaming currency. For him, as a manager, money was merely a numerical figure. Alone, he dragged these coins into the shelter, placing them in an unoccupied room. Gazing at the gleaming coins, a satisfied smile crept across Chu Guang's face. If only he could convert them all into chips. Not to mention power armor. Perhaps even purchasing an aircraft would be feasible, provided someone was willing to sell. Money that does not circulate in the market holds no significance. A fist-sized ant, crowded within a glass jar, flailed its legs and antennae, desperately searching for an escape. Among them, a particularly spirited ironback ant, facing outward, rhythmically tapped its mandibles against the glass wall of the jar. However, the inner curve of the glass was simply too smooth, offering no points of leverage for biting. No matter how strong its bite, it was futile, as it could only fret against the transparent barrier. Chu Guang held no particular interest in insects. Yet he found himself curious as to how such small creatures could become the nemesis of mutated leeches. It was worth noting that even the offspring of mutated leeches were significantly larger than these ants. Thus, Chu Guang sought out the fisherman by the lake, borrowing a juvenile mutated leech, and selected a robust and lively ironback ant, placing both creatures within the same container. An intriguing event unfolded. The mutated leech did not immediately attack its prospective prey, but rather extended its mouthparts cautiously. The ant, exhibiting remarkable composure, seemed to recognize the formidable presence nearby. It neither rushed to attack nor fled, instead circling the inner wall of the jar while waving its antennae. What is it doing? Could it be? Chu Guang, crouched down in observation, stroked his chin as a moment of realization washed over him. So that's it. It must be searching for companions. He felt he was beginning to grasp why these ants could counter the mutated leeches, just as Chu Guang was prepared to further validate his hypothesis. Nearby players were whispering amongst themselves, casting furtive glances in his direction. What is the manager doing? I don't know. It seems like he's playing with ants. I saw him borrow a juvenile leech from the fisherman. Could he be intending to watch a battle between the ant and the leech? How bizarre. Carrying a mushroom toward the grain depot, Yia happened to overhear the player's conversation, a chill running down her spine as she involuntarily shuddered. Leech. How could anyone find something so repulsive entertaining? This is truly terrifying. After several repeated experimental comparisons, Chu Guang finally validated his hypothesis. Firstly, leeches lack eyes and primarily rely on their sense of smell to hunt for prey. The mutated leeches are no different, and due to their heightened olfactory sensitivity, they exhibit a remarkable responsiveness to scents. Upon discovering their prey, ironback ants do not immediately attack. Rather, like other ants, they promptly release pheromones to inform nearby companions of the presence of a plump target, urging them to gather together. Although the digestive fluid of the mutated leech can corrode most prey, it proves nearly ineffective against ironback ants. Even if swallowed whole, the leech cannot digest them, instead succumbing to internal gnawing. The mystery is solved. It truly is due to this substance. Gazing at the translucent, gel-like matter in his hand, roughly the size of a thumbnail, Chu Guang gently squeezed it. It resembled deteriorated sago. This substance is the pheromone gland of the ironback ant, located beneath its abdomen, easily detachable with minimal effort. This time, the mutated leech displayed a greater degree of courage. After a few tentative attempts, perhaps perceiving that the scent of this substance did not closely resemble that of its natural enemy, it finally mustered the courage to gulp down the prey, followed by a wave-like undulation of its body. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes passed. The mutated leech larva, previously writhing, suddenly ceased all movement. Chu Guang poured it out from the bottle and used a knife to dissect its abdomen. Inside, he found that the ant had suffocated, though it still clutched a piece of flesh in its mouth, likely torn from some part of the mutated leech larva. This minor injury was insufficient to defeat the leech. The true lethal factor may have been the formic acid or some other substance injected into the leech's body. Eradicating the leeches in their nest is unrealistic. However, if the pheromone gland extract could be applied to oneself, masquerading as the mutated leech's natural enemy, would it not allow for a seamless passage through the leech's lair? Realizing this, excitement washed over Chu Guang's face, and his gaze shifted toward the glass jar beside him. A windfall. 20 kilograms of blue umbrella mushrooms could be exchanged for 2,000 points if he could harvest 200 kilograms. Of course, 200 kilograms might be a slight exaggeration. Nonetheless, 100 or so pounds should not be out of reach, right? Unfortunately, these ironback ants are all worker ants, lacking a reproductive queen. Otherwise, one could continuously exploit the mutated leech's nest. He needed to find a player with a high proficiency in gathering skills to undertake this task. Chu Guang's eyes began to scan the outpost for this fortunate individual. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a player not far from the granary. Yaya. The moment he spotted this young player, Chu Guang's eyes lit up. That was close. He almost forgot her. If memory serves. This player named Yaya possesses the talent of toxin intuition, seeing blue umbrella mushrooms radiating a green glow. While others would need to illuminate their way upon entering the cave, she could navigate effortlessly, focusing solely on the glowing items. Surely, she could easily gather over 100 pounds, right? Feeling the gaze of the overseer upon her, Yaya shivered involuntarily. Her perception-based intuition alerted her to impending danger. However, just as she intended to make a discreet exit, Chu Guang anticipated her move, stepping forward to trigger the narrative. How is your penalty task coming along? Completed. I just finished, having submitted a total of 100 kilograms. Chu Guang nodded. Perfect timing. From now on, your identity level will be restored to that of a resident. Additionally, I have a glorious yet arduous task to assign to you. Under normal circumstances, Yaya would have beamed with joy at this opportunity, proudly pledging her loyalty, for who wouldn't cherish a hidden task? Perhaps it could even enhance her rapport with NPCs. However, ever since earlier, her right eye had been twitching uncontrollably, forewarning her of a significant pitfall ahead. I might not be able to do it. Perhaps you could find someone else? Believe in yourself. You can accomplish this, and this task can only be completed by you. Without granting Yaya a chance to refuse, Chu Guang interrupted her softly murmured protest, pausing for 2 seconds before continuing. I will provide you with a vial of special powder that you must apply to yourself. It will ensure your safe passage into the mutated leech's nest. Your task is simply to collect the glowing blue mushrooms within. Yaya felt a surge of panic, especially upon hearing the words mutated leech's nest, nearly causing her to disconnect in fright. But, will I be able to emerge unscathed? Chu Guang assured her with certainty. In theory, yes. Yaya, theory? Without allowing her any opportunity for protest, Chu Guang continued. The term theory is merely for precision. Rest assured, the success rate exceeds 90, even in the event of failure. It would be a noble demise in a special task, with no penalties beyond the resurrection cooldown. But there is still a punishment. The most dreadful aspect is the resurrection cooldown. Yaya lamented pitifully. Is there any way to waive the resurrection cooldown? Chu Guang paused for 2 seconds, selectively ignoring her query. The task's requirements are quite simple. You will have 10 minutes of absolute safety and 20 minutes of relative safety. Once inside the nest, you need not concern yourself with anything. Just avoid those leeches and collect all the glowing blue mushrooms you can see. Gather as much as you can before time runs out. For every pound of blue umbrella mushrooms, I will reward you with 4 copper coins and 5 contribution points. Chapter 62. You saved our entire family. The expression on Yaya's face as she stepped into the mutated leech's lair did not catch Chu Guang's attention. However, when she appeared at the warehouse entrance holding a large bag of mushrooms, her face was undeniably adorned with a delightful, albeit dusty, joy. Observing the bulging sack filled with blue mushrooms, Chu Guang couldn't help but express a hint of astonishment. So many? Breathlessly, Yaya nodded vigorously, chuckling as she replied. I went in 3 times. Almost got bitten. Heh. Chu Guang. 3 times. That's incredibly brave. I certainly wouldn't dare. After weighing the mushrooms, it turned out that the sack contained a total of 70 kilograms, a figure that far exceeded Chu Guang's expectations. He had initially estimated that she would manage to harvest only around 40 to 50 kilograms, yet she had astonishingly gathered 70. This amounted to 560 copper coins, equivalent to 56 silver coins. Additionally, there were 700 contribution points. Am I perhaps giving too much? Ah well, after all, it was she who risked her life to earn this reward. Upon hearing the numbers announced by the manager, Yaya leaped in excitement, pumping her fist in the air. Nice. We're rich, ha ha ha. Chu Guang. Although I am an NPC, could you perhaps contain your excitement to a more secluded area? A single silver coin measures less than 2 millimeters in thickness, and a stack of 50 coins would reach approximately 9 to 10 centimeters. In comparison to the small vault of the shelter, it was merely a drop in the ocean. After receiving her reward, Yaya merrily hummed a tune and departed. While Chu Guang, standing at the warehouse entrance, stroked his chin in contemplation. The wealthiest players at the moment were likely Lao Bai and Feng Chang, who ranked among the top tier of players regarding both strength and understanding of the game. For safety reasons, Chu Guang conducted daily checks of the players' storage cabinets. As expected, the Nyoma squad should be able to accumulate 200 silver coins today, pooling resources to acquire land closest to the resurrection point. Aside from them, the savings of other players were steadily increasing, even though purchasing wooden weapons, iron weapons, leather armor, warm coats, tools, and food would deplete some of their resources. The players with the least savings generally held over 10 silver coins. Perhaps it was time to update the bank feature. The more Chu Guang thought about it, the more it seemed reasonable. He promptly took out a small notebook from his pocket to jot it down. When the opportunity arises, this feature must be arranged. While storing the mushrooms in the warehouse, Chu Guang also took the opportunity to inventory the stock, excluding the portion consumed through transactions with the merchants of Hongna Town. The remaining supply of cured meat was nearly 700 kilograms. After deducting daily consumption, approximately 100 to 200 kilograms could be added to stock each day, and more than half of that was contributed by the Nyoma squad. Today was already the 20th. If luck was on their side, by the end of the month, their inventory should be raised to 2,000 kilograms. If half of that were exchanged for grains and tubers, they could at least acquire around 5 tons. Based on the consumption rate of 4 taels of meat and 7 taels of rice per person per day, 1,000 kilograms of dried meat would suffice for 100 individuals over 50 days, while 5 tons of grains would last 100 individuals for 142 days. Of course, these figures were based on ideal conditions. Actual circumstances could deviate by more than 20 from theoretical estimates, as appetite naturally correlates with physical activity. Those engaged in labor would naturally grow hungrier, while on days without work, 1 meal a day might suffice. If the number of players in the closed beta were to increase to 100, the estimated grain reserves would need to be doubled, especially for meat. It would be ideal if they could still hunt during winter. If not, it could pose a problem. However, considering an alternative perspective, perhaps such a large quantity of food would not even be necessary. During extremely cold weather, it might not be essential for everyone to log in, or even to log in every day. Furthermore, while in a dormant state, the resources consumed by clones would significantly decrease, with the potential to go without food for up to 7 days. Yet, players might not be too keen on not working for such an extended period. They would likely complain on the official website. Nevertheless, Chu Guang had already devised a countermeasure. A simple announcement of server maintenance would suffice. After all, which server does not undergo maintenance? It was entirely reasonable. Gazing at the ledger in his hands, Chu Guang was contemplating the future of the shelter when suddenly, a player dashed in from outside. Manager, there are natives coming. Natives? Chu Guang, momentarily distracted from his ledger, raised an eyebrow. Could there be others? Returning the ledger to the player assigned as warehouse manager, he turned to the one who had brought the news and inquired, "How many are there? From which direction do they come?" "From the south. There are 2 men and a girl." "The south?" Upon hearing this direction, Chu Guang could roughly guess who was approaching. At the southern gate of the outpost, an elderly man with a face lined with wrinkles, clad in a fur coat, gazed up at the imposing concrete wall stretching over 100 meters wide, his murky pupils filled with shock and amazement. His last visit to Linghu Wetland Park had been 2 years prior. The scavengers from Beach Street primarily explored southward, unless hunting. They rarely ventured north along the elevated exit from the city, as that path could lead to encounters with bandits preying on passing caravans. As for Linghu Wetland Park, it was likely a blind spot for both scavenging and hunting. There were not many animals to hunt, nor much garbage to collect, and few survivors would intentionally visit this place. To his surprise, he discovered that a survivor outpost had been established within this forest. Though the 3-meter-high concrete wall appeared somewhat lower, its newness and sturdiness provided a sense of security far surpassing that of the patched-up wall on Beach Street. Near the gate of the enclosure stood several residents of the shelter clad in blue jackets. The elderly man mustered his courage and called out, "I am here to see your manager." The onlookers regarded him with curiosity, whispering to one another in a manner that revealed neither kindness nor malice, but rather a simple intrigue. "Are you sure this is the place?" The elderly man glanced at his second son, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. With a large bundle slung across his back, Yu-Hu, faced with his father's questioning gaze, nodded emphatically and replied, "This is it." The expression on the elderly man's face grew more doubtful. "They seem not to welcome us." Yu-Hu's expression turned subtly awkward as he leaned closer to his father, whispering, "Perhaps they do not mean to be unwelcoming. They might just not understand what we are saying." The elderly man was taken aback. "Not understand? Surely not. The outsider in the blue jacket understood us before." Yu Xiaoyu glanced at her father and brother, then at the towering wall before them, her big, curious eyes brimming with wonder. "Is Chu Guang really here?" At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Upon recognizing the face, Xiaoyu's eyes instantly lit up. However, there were too many strangers nearby. Hiding behind her brother, She revealed only half of her face, peering out timidly yet curiously. Amidst the throng of blue jackets, Chu Guang approached the trio and came to a halt before them. As he turned to address the elderly man, the latter suddenly dropped to his knees, leaving everyone around him momentarily stunned. Chu Guang was equally bewildered. What is happening? Dad, Yu exclaimed in shock, but before he could voice his question, his father grabbed his arm, compelling him to kneel as well. Xiao Yu remained in a state of innocent confusion. She was perplexed by the actions of her father and brother, unsure of how she should respond, so she attempted to imitate their movements. What are you doing? Get up, Chu Guang exclaimed, rushing forward to assist the elderly man from the ground. However, the old man refused to rise, bowing his head as his throat worked for quite some time before he managed to utter a single phrase. Thank you. You have saved our family. He had aged considerably and could only manage a few more years of labor. Indeed, this year was already somewhat arduous. His son, Yu Xiong, as the eldest of the Yu family, was simultaneously their strongest laborer, serving as the pillar of the household. If anything were to happen to Yu Xiong, the entire family would face starvation and hardship. The old man was acutely aware of this. This outsider not only saved his son's life, but also their entire family. Yet, Chu Guang did not dwell on such thoughts. He did not feel the need to calculate every action, as saving someone was merely a matter of instinct. You put me in a difficult position. But please, rise. This was not the time for modesty. One could not allow another to remain kneeling indefinitely. With that, Chu Guang exerted a bit of effort, helping the old man to his feet. Perhaps due to Chu Guang's prior comment about being put in a difficult position, the old man refrained from kneeling again, instead reaching to retrieve the bundle from his second son's back. It was a package made from deer hide, containing layers of animal pelts, appearing quite heavy. The old man cradled it in his hands and presented it to Chu Guang, speaking earnestly. You are our benefactor, and we cannot let your precious medicine go to waste. We have nothing else to offer you. These furs are from mutated hyenas and reindeer, totaling 7 skins. After setting aside the tribute for the town mayor, this is all we possess. I know these items cannot repay your kindness, but if we do nothing, we will feel uneasy. Please accept them. The entirety of a destitute man's wealth, if he were to accept it, would truly weigh heavily on his conscience. Chu Guang found himself in a quandary, unable to decide whether to accept or decline. He recalled vividly the sign posted outside Old Charlie's general store, which stated that a mutated hyena skin could be exchanged for 2 tokens and a reindeer skin for 4. Among the 7 skins, 4 were from mutated hyenas and 3 from mutated reindeer, which, according to the prices on Better Street, would yield the old man a maximum of 20 tokens. This lopsided transaction was already exploitative, let alone the fact that those 20 tokens would scarcely procure anything of value on Better Street. For instance, to purchase green wheat, one would need an exorbitant 3 tokens per kilogram, a price nearly 3 times that of brown farm. It equated to selling 10 animal hides. Yet one would still be unable to acquire even 10 kilograms of grain. And this was prior to the surge in grain prices. Was this reasonable? Certainly not. Naturally, these survivors primarily exchanged the furs for salt or other essentials, as direct purchases of grain were comparatively rare. After all, they cultivated some horned crops, dug for roots, caught mice, and hunted for sustenance. Nevertheless, one could not overlook the sheer audacity of the old leech. Chu Guang had long held a disdain for him. Thus, without hesitation, Chu Guang accepted all the furs and handed them to the nearest player, instructing, take these to the warehouse and bring back 1 kilogram of coarse salt. I will compensate you with 5 copper coins. While 5 copper coins were a fair amount, where was the excitement in that? The player wore a reluctant expression, although he could not comprehend the chatter between the manager and the locals, who hadn't seen a couple of subtitled films in these times. However, the manager had already thrust the items into his hands, leaving him no opportunity to refuse. Observing that inaction would halt the progression of the narrative, this little player, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to dash off to the base. It was not long before Chu Guang received the coarse salt from him and placed it into the elderly man's hands. I have accepted the furs. This coarse salt weighs about 1 kilogram. Consider it a gesture of reciprocity. But how can that be? You are our benefactor. I cannot accept your gift. 1 kilogram of coarse salt. On Better Street, 100 grams cost 2 tokens, making 1 kilogram equivalent to 20 tokens. Not to mention that they often received less than what was weighed, and the better quality was frequently resold at a markup. The bag of salt Chu Guang brought though course, was of far superior quality compared to what was sold at the general store owned by the old mayor. It at least appeared clear, with a sheen that was not so murky, and its color was not as dull. Please accept it. Let this be a benefit to you this time. If you have more furs in the future, bring them to me. I will exchange one hyena skin for 150 grams and a reindeer skin for 300 grams. I will take as many as you have. Chapter 63. The big fish eats the small fish. The small fish eats the shrimp. 1-4. As Chu Guang conversed with the head of the Yu family, the onlookers, a group of players, engaged in hushed whispers among themselves. Did you understand what the administrator just said? No. But it seems that 1 kilogram of coarse salt was traded for 10 skins. And this kilogram of coarse salt was exchanged for 3 kilograms of smoked meat. 3 kilograms of smoked meat for 10 skins? Incredible! That's quite a profit. Surely 10 skins could be traded for 2 guns? This is simply taking advantage of the locals. The scope is too small. By the way, how many silver coins did the administrator charge us for the coats and leather goods? The adorable little players seemed to have stumbled upon a significant issue. Yet the victorious Chu Guang paid little heed to their concerns. Does it matter? Clearly, it does not. If one does not engage in buying low and selling high, can they truly be called an NPC? Do you think you have traversed into a different world? I cannot tolerate the private servers. Silver coin attributes can be altered at will, and there is an abundance of resources. Yuhu, the second son of the Yu family, was calculating with his fingers, struggling somewhat with simple arithmetic under 100. 1 hyena skin exchanges for 150 g of coarse salt. 150 g of salt costs 3 chips on Better Street. So a hyena skin is worth 3 chips? That's even 1 chip more than selling to Old Charlie. Yet the quality of this coarse salt is infinitely superior to what Old Charlie offers. It's pure, without any impurities. Finally grasping the situation, Yu turned to Chu Guang, unease evident in his voice. But that is not right. You're at a loss with such exchanges. Why not just do it for 100 g, like this time? Seeing the earnestness in the child's face, Chu Guang found himself at a loss on how to respond. He averted his gaze skyward and gently patted Yuhu's shoulder. Have you heard the term win-win? Win-win? The outsider consistently spoke in perplexing terms. Yuhu had finally deciphered the value of a skin, only to be confounded by this unfamiliar phrase. He felt that Chu Guang's expression was profoundly inscrutable. Indeed, Chu Guang nodded, continuing, you benefit, I benefit. We are now in a win-win situation. Yuhu joyfully glanced at his father. Father, let us sell all our furs to Brother Chu in the future. That way, we can achieve a win-win. Be quiet. The head of the Yu family was evidently contemplating more than just the price, his son's education having clearly followed his father's lead. Looking at Chu Guang, the elder remained apprehensive. I understand your point, but the mayor forbids us from trading with outside merchants. If we are discovered once or twice may be acceptable, but over time, it will surely be uncovered. After all, both slaughtering and tanning are conducted on Better Street. If the furs vanish without reaching Old Charlie, suspicions will inevitably arise. Upon hearing this, Chu Guang laughed nonchalantly. Am I a merchant? Clearly not. My home is right here. We are neighbors, more so, friends. Is there an issue with visiting a friend? Evidently not. As for that old Lichahem, I mean the mayor of Better Street. If he prohibits you from interacting with us, it matters not. You need not take anything from home. Simply bring your hunted game directly to me. Our people can even assist you in skinning and butchering for free, ensuring no discrepancies in weight. After hearing Chu Guang's assurances, the elder's brow finally relaxed, and he murmured with excitement. But we cannot let you assist us without recompense. According to Better Street's rules, the slaughterhouse takes 30% of the catch. We shall also give you 30%. What? Running a slaughterhouse on Better Street, is that profitable? Yet, it made sense. Slaughtering was indeed a skilled craft. Chu Guang sighed. Indeed, I am far too benevolent. You are too polite. 30% is excessive. Let us settle for 20%. Regarding the matter of 30 versus 20%, Chu Guang did not wish to dwell too long. Regardless of the calculations, he would ultimately gain more. For the scavengers of Better Street, conducting business with him would surely not result in loss. After all, he was not like those merchants. Those vampires were more ruthless than leeches, engaging in one-time transactions, eager to extract every last bit, even the marrow. After all, whether one would survive the next day was uncertain. Who would care about the day after? And for himself, he sought more than just a few skins and pieces of meat. With proper maneuvering, Better Street might soon see a change in leadership. At the very least, once both parties accumulated sufficient trust, some might choose to leave their homes and pledge allegiance to him. He needed an opportunity. The elder and the young one from the Yu family thanked Chu Guang, finally accepting the kilogram of coarse salt and preparing to depart. However, at that moment, the little fish who had been hiding behind Yu suddenly emerged, her big, round eyes gazing at Chu Guang as she chirped. Going back? It had only been a couple of weeks, yet upon hearing this question, Chu Guang felt an inexplicable sense of disconnection. Noticing his silence, the little fish continued, speaking in her usual breathless manner, eager to convey all her thoughts in one go. Have you been watching over me all this time? Yes. She nodded vigorously like a pestle, her nose held high with pride. At this moment, she was neither shy nor timid. Even though that rascal from the Wang family always tries to pry open the door when I'm not looking, my ears are very sharp. I can hear even the slightest sound. He dares not hit me. My second brother has beaten him before. The more Chu Guang listened, the more guilt weighed upon his heart. While he had never deceived anyone in sales, he had often taken advantage of people's greed. Yet, encountering such a straightforward, innocent, and kind-hearted client made him reluctant to exploit her. What could he say? Perhaps this was why, despite possessing a face as handsome as a celebrity, he could never become a sales champion or attract wealthy patrons. Thank you for watching over my home for so long. However, you need not do so anymore. Consider that shed a coming-of-age gift from me. Feel free to take anything you find useful inside without asking. The little fish nodded. Though she only partially understood, she truly wished to ask just that one question. Yes, my companions need me. I will stay here from now on. Chu Guang phrased it delicately. All right. The thought of no longer receiving treats made the little fish a tad dejected, yet she quickly rallied herself. Your brother that should be called marrying. Anyway, it's yours now. Chu Guang gently patted her small head and then pulled out 3 lollipops from his pocket, placing them into her tiny hands. Here, take these. They are all for you. Remember to unwrap them, he added. And don't shove them all into your mouth at once. You'll spoil the flavors. Thank you. As darkness approached, the monsters would emerge from the towering buildings to forage in the streets. That was how she had always heard it in the evening. The northern gate of the forward base was bustling with activity. It seemed to have evolved into an informal market of sorts. Players planted wooden signs in the ground, inscribed with their identity numbers and IDs, delineating a modest patch of land to signify their designated stalls. Those who occupied this space yesterday returned today, and no one would maliciously dismantle their setups. Currently, the game is relatively quiet, and as players enter through word of mouth, a sense of camaraderie and decorum prevails. After all, what benefit is there in impeding others? Each individual present is poised to become part of the elite, with even those who may find themselves in a secondary position still retaining a sense of pride. Disregarding one's reputation now could jeopardize future opportunities. Observing the orderly conduct of the players, the manager, Chu Guang, felt a sense of relief and promptly adhered to public sentiment by affixing a notice at the northern gate. Effective immediately, the area extending 100 meters outward from the northern gate is designated as a market. Residents of the shelter may freely set up stalls and engage in trade. A consignment shelf is located in the residence hall, and a rental fee of 1 silver coin is required to list items for sale. If items remain unsold after 7 days, they will be removed, but rental fees can be supplemented for an extension. Upon reading the notice, players flock to it, erupting in cheers. The manager is remarkable. This is fantastic. Is this an update within the game? The market feature has finally launched. Hooray! Is anyone interested in purchasing the fangs of a mutated hyena? With the market feature available, how far off can enchanting and gem socketing be? If we don't stock up on materials now, when will we? How else can we grow stronger? Is there anyone looking to buy mushrooms? Fresh, large mushrooms. Come quickly. I promise the price will never increase again. It will be just 4 copper coins, I swear. Hey, vendor, have your mushrooms attended university? Can they lay eggs? Can they be bought for release? Can they make Diana spit in my drink? Goodness, how bizarre. As Chu Guang observed the lively players, a paternal smile graced his face. Life was gradually improving. However, the days were growing shorter. Before the entrance of Better Street, a cart stood parked, flanked by 2 men clad in animal skins, armed with iron tube rifles, alongside a disheveled, ragged slave whose gender was indiscernible due to their plight. Old Charlie stood at the door, negotiating with the leading man, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. The latter, however, exhibited evident impatience, puffing smoke rings into Charlie's face. Another burly man urged him to expedite the process. Before long, the doorkeeper, old Walter, let a woman out from within. She was draped in a long robe, her hands and feet shackled, her ankles marked with stripes. Her ethereal whiteness would evoke admiration even from women, let alone men. Young Fish had never encountered such a beautiful sister, her large, glistening eyes filled with curiosity and envy. Brother, who is she? I don't know. Perhaps she was purchased by the old mayor from outside. I heard she is a clone or something. A clone? Just look at her eyes. They seem devoid of soul. Don't stare. Old father, appearing more seasoned, tugged at his son and daughter, whispering, "Stay quiet and avoid eye contact with them. We'll wait here for a moment." The two obeyed, discreetly hiding in the shadows of the street corner. The man in animal skins examined the merchandise, chuckling as he patted old Charlie on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Young Fish then saw the rough man tether the sister's hands to the cart and beckon his companions to leave. Brother, where will they take her? Young Fish was uncertain how to articulate an explanation. While he could guess as a boy, he struggled to express it. As winter approached, every household in Better Street was compelled to respond to the mayor's summons, surrendering supplies. Did that mean the old mayor no longer needed to pay tribute to others? Clearly not. It was akin to the cycle of larger fish consuming smaller ones, and smaller fish feasting on shrimp. You're still young. Don't ask so many questions. I'm not small anymore, Young Fish retorted, feeling disgruntled. Her brother chuckled at her words, ruffling her hair. All right, if you're not small, then eat more meat. You need to eat well to grow tall. What is that plastic stick you have? Is it tasty? Do you have any more? Let me try one. Not giving it to you. You go ask Brother Chu for one. Young Fish nimbly evaded him like a little fish. It's time to go. The elder carefully concealed the salt in his coat, then reached out to remove the plastic stick from Young Fish's mouth, tossing it into a corner without regard for her discontent, pulling both children along to Better Street. Old Charlie cast a glance at the trio but said nothing, casually engaging in light conversation with old Walter as if nothing were amiss. Did your previous shelter have such a beautiful girl? No. The people in my shelter were at least normal. Is that girl not normal? There are two types of clones. One develops naturally from infancy, growing almost indistinguishably from normal humans. The other is a hastily produced version, remaining in a growth pod until fully developed, akin to livestock. This category varies widely, with uses and developmental timelines that differ drastically. You wouldn't comprehend. Old Walter chuckled as he offered Charlie a cigarette. Young Fish wished to pause and listen, but her father had no intent to linger and unceremoniously pulled her and her brother along, hastening their journey home.